In a secluded area, there stood a quaint inn, a modest two-story building with a flag fluttering prominently at its center. The tattered banner, frayed at the edges, danced in the breeze atop a tall pole, emblazoned with the words, Taiping Inn. Situated not far from the two-story structure, the pole seemed somewhat overshadowed by the weighty characters of Taiping. The inn itself appeared quite unremarkable. Its whitewashed walls had mostly peeled away, revealing the underlying blue bricks, while the black tiles on the roof were incomplete, giving it a rather dilapidated appearance. Yet, amidst the desolation of the wild countryside, the presence of such an inn offered a welcome respite for weary travelers. However, it is said that where there is an anomaly, there lurks a mystery that in these remote lands, where thieves roamed and bandits thrived. The audacity to establish an inn in such a place suggested that its proprietors were not of ordinary ilk. The inn encompassed a substantial area, featuring a courtyard with two sections for storing various items and horses. The flagpole stood prominently in the center of the courtyard, catching the eye. A young man, clad in the attire of a wanderer, entered the courtyard. He first gazed up at the billowing Taiping banner before shifting his attention to the nearby rudimentary stable. Inside, several guests were already present, most of them tall and robust, their glossy coats gleaming, their whinnies resonating with vitality. An astute observer would recognize the pride emanating from these horses. They were all elite war steeds, renowned for their ability to cover vast distances, reserved for high-ranking officials and commanders that in this humble and unadorned inn. The presence of such exceptional horses seemed incongruous, akin to a royal swan alighting in the midst of common folk. The young man redirected his gaze towards the inn's main structure, outside the entrance of the two-story building. A desiccated tree stump leaned against the wall, upon which a lanky boy sat, dozing off. His head bobbed like a chick pecking at grains, and a thin line of drool trickled down his chin. One could only wonder what dreams occupied his slumbering mind, as a smile graced his face, likely inspired by a beautiful maiden. Upon awakening, he would probably forget her visage altogether. After all, as the saying goes, spring dreams leave no trace. At the boy's feet lay a scruffy dog, its fur a faded yellow, lazily basking in the sun alongside its master. Though it had not succumbed to slumber like the boy, it was in a state of half-wakefulness on this late summer afternoon. The entire inn exuded an atmosphere of languorous tranquility. The young man wished to preserve this serene ambience as he approached the inn's lobby. Just then, the dog suddenly awoke, first eyeing the stranger with suspicion before baring its teeth and growling softly. The lanky boy stirred as well, wiping the drool from his mouth upon seeing the young man. He quickly rose and kicked the dog, which whimpered and scampered away with its tail tucked between its legs. The boy then smiled and inquired, "Good sir, would you like to stay with us?" The young man jested. "I hope this is not a den of thieves." The boy, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Good sir, how could you say such a thing? We conduct our business here with utmost integrity." The youth pointed to the grand banner fluttering in the wind, proclaiming, "Dear guest, do you see that flag? It was specially crafted by our proprietor with the words peace in tranquility, tranquility in peace. Simply put, once you step into our establishment, tranquility is assured." The young man pondered the underlying implication of these words, murmuring softly, "What an audacious claim." The thin, dark-haired boy chuckled softly, opting for silence as he led the young man into the main hall. The inn boasted 2 levels. The first floor featured a spacious hall where, aside from the counter, stood a dozen octagonal tables accompanied by long benches for patrons to dine and drink. The second floor served as lodging, yet at this moment, the hall was devoid of guests, save for a couple, presumably the innkeepers. The proprietor, a lean figure adorned with an old square cap and a faded blue robe, resembled a scholar as he busily recorded accounts behind the dark lacquered counter. Behind him, several large wine jars, polished to a shine and seemingly aged, stood, their fragrant aroma wafting even from a distance. The innkeeper's wife sat languidly on a bench beside one of the tables, absent-mindedly cracking sunflower seeds. Dressed in a floral-patterned dress, her voluptuous figure accentuated her curves, complemented by a face that bore the marks of age yet exuded a certain allure, embodying the essence of a woman in her prime. Upon hearing footsteps, the innkeeper's wife glanced up, her heart momentarily startled at the sight of the young man trailing behind the boy. Having operated the inn for many years, she had encountered her share of worldly affairs, including fugitives sought by the court, yet this seemingly ordinary young man bore an unmistakable aura of menace. Her husband, possessing a rudimentary knowledge of physiognomy, once drunkenly spoke of how an individual burdened with blood debts naturally emanates a murderous aura. It is said that ghosts fear butchers, for the latter, stained by years of wielding knives and soaked in blood, carry an air of lethality that keeps common spirits at bay. Even the most formidable of ghosts would think twice before approaching a notorious killer, illustrating the principle that malevolent entities fear those who embody malevolence. In this light, the young man was no novice to the world. He was a seasoned figure, capable of extinguishing lives with nonchalance, treating life and death as mere trifles. Such individuals in the realm were truly fearsome. Casting a sidelong glance at her indifferent husband, the innkeeper's wife let out a soft huff, setting aside her seeds. With a graceful rise from the bench, she approached the young man with a smile, extending her hand in welcome. "Esteemed guest, please come in. Our peaceful inn is renowned for its fair prices and honesty, a reputable establishment within hundreds of miles. Rest assured, your stay will be pleasant." The young man responded with a silent smile. The innkeeper's wife inquired, "May I ask your name, dear guest?" The young man replied, "My surname is Li, written Azuli. My full name is Xian Du, with Xian signifying the mysterious, and Du as in the great commander." Li Xian Du. This name hardly resembled that of a typical wanderer. The proprietor, who had been engrossed in his accounts, slowly lifted his gaze and, with a rich and mellifluous voice, inquired gently, "Is it true that you hail from the celestial white jade capital, with its 12 towers and 5 cities?" The young man nodded in affirmation, saying, "Indeed, I am from the Xuandu Purple Mansion, the sacred abode of the supreme Tao ancestor. My master bestowed this name upon me, perhaps hoping that one day I might ascend to the celestial Xuandu. However, such aspirations are merely the hopes of my elders and should not be taken literally." The proprietor implied, thoughtfully, that may not necessarily be the case at that moment. The creaking sound of a door opening echoed from the second floor, followed by the distinct sound of footsteps, resonating with clarity in the stillness of the grand hall. That a figure gradually descended the staircase and entered the hall. This individual was clad in a cerulean, narrow-sleeved, long robe adorned with intricate patterns, with a bronze phoenix clasp at the waist, and donned black boots with white soles. A blade hung from his waist, measuring approximately 3 feet in length, with a 6-inch hilt. Though sheathed, the straight spine and gently curved edge of the blade were discernible. This weapon was known as the Wanluan sword. The individual was a member of the Qingluan Guard. When one speaks of the 3 characters King Luanwei, it is a name that resonates with all. For centuries, the illustrious Wei dynasty has been graced by the presence of the King Luanwei, established since the reign of Emperor Taizu. What, then, does King Luanwei signify? Its origins trace back to the Qi division, instituted by Emperor Taizu to serve as the Imperial Guard. It later merged with the Ilwan division, which managed the emperor's ceremonial regalia, thereby evolving into the King Luanwei. As the personal guard of the emperor, the King Luanwei's primary responsibilities included direct service to the emperor, patrols, and arrests. Its leader, a trusted military official of the emperor, answered solely to the emperor, possessing the authority to apprehend officials throughout the court, including nobility, and could operate an imperial prison, conducting trials and meting out punishments without the oversight of the 3 judicial departments, even to the extent of capital punishment. Thus, the King Luanwei garnered a fearsome reputation both within the court and among the common folk, instilling trepidation in all, from high-ranking officials to those on the fringes of society. During the reign of Emperor Taizong, the King Luanwei was further elevated. Although originally directly under the emperor, it was nominally affiliated with the Grand Commander's office, and its leader held merely a 3rd-rank title. Emperor Taizong, however, detached the King Luanwei from the Grand Commander's office, elevating it to the status of the King Luanwei Commander's office. The highest-ranking official became the Left Commander of the King Luanwei, holding a 1st-rank title, supported by 2 Right Commanders of the 2nd rank, alongside several Deputy Commanders of the 2nd rank and 3rd-rank commanders. The original 3rd-rank commanders transformed into the heads of the King Luanwei in various provinces. each with 2 deputy commanders of the 3rd rank and 2 commanders of the 4th rank under their command. The King Lunwei officer encountered in the inn was thus a 4th rank commanding deputy, with a member of the King Lunwei residing at the inn. The presence of the valuable horses in the stable was duly justified. As this esteemed officer descended the stairs, the innkeeper's wife, disregarding the presence of the wandering swordsman Li Xuandu, hurriedly approached to attend to him. Li Xuandu, seizing the moment, made his way to the counter, where the innkeeper had resumed his bookkeeping, the abacus clattering noisily, seemingly indifferent to the potential predatory intentions of the King Lunwei. Leaning against the counter, Li Xuandu inquired, "How fares business of late?" The innkeeper, eyes fixed on the ledger, replied tersely, "Satisfactory." Li Xuandu pressed further, "What is the cost for a night's lodging?" The innkeeper responded, "If the guest wishes to stay, including 3 meals, it is merely 1 tael of silver." Merely? Li Xuandu emphasized in these times. One could scarcely purchase a small maid for 2 taels of silver. Staying here for 2 weeks would amount to the cost of a maid's worth. The innkeeper, still not lifting his gaze, replied flatly, "The price has always been thus. If the guest finds it excessive, they are free not to stay. We do not impose." With a sense of resignation, Li Xuandu extracted a piece of broken silver from his sleeve and placed it on the counter, stating, "I cannot say how long I will stay. Let this be a deposit, with adjustments made later." The innkeeper finally lifted his head, casting a glance at the dark prayer beads adorning Li Xuandu's wrist, and nodded in acknowledgement. As the two conversed, the commander of the Qingwan Guard, after exchanging a few words with the proprietress, ascended the stairs once more. The proprietress beckoned a slender, dark youth waiting outside to enter and instructed him, "Quickly prepare food and drink for the esteemed officials upstairs. The wine must be 10-year-old huadiao, and the meat must be well-cooked beef." The dark youth's face fell, and he lamented, "Madam, the 10-year huadiao is manageable. We have some in the cellar, and I can fetch it with a little effort. But where am I to procure well-cooked beef? You know the law forbids the private slaughter of draft cattle. To butcher a cow, one must first report to the authorities. This beef is not something one can simply acquire." The proprietress plopped down on a long bench, crossing her legs defiantly. "I care not for your troubles. You must return with the beef before nightfall, or you shan't see your wages this month." The dark youth sighed deeply as he exited the tavern, accompanied by a yellow-skinned mutt, not knowing where to seek beef. Li Xuandu took a seat opposite the proprietress and tentatively inquired, "Madam, do the officials residing upstairs belong to the Qingwan Guard?" The proprietress, munching on sunflower seeds, nodded, "Indeed. They arrived this afternoon, a mere half-hour prior to your arrival." Li Xuandu nodded in response, lowering his voice deliberately. "I have long heard tales of the Qingwan Guard's arrogance and tyranny, yet upon seeing them today, they seem quite different from the rumors. Where in the world do you find officials who must descend to request provisions?" At this, the proprietress bristled, tossing aside the sunflower seeds. Though she refrained from raising her voice, replying quietly, "They are merely cautious, fearing our establishment may be a den of vice. Pray, judge for yourself, esteemed guest. There are dozens of Qingwan guards, all burly and armed. Here, it is just my husband, that young brat, and a mutt. It would be madness to harbor any ill intentions towards such esteemed gentlemen." Still irked, the proprietress shot a glance toward the stairs and huffed lightly. "To be honest, I have seen my share of the world and can discern the ranks of officials. Among these Qingwan guards, the highest ranking is a 3rd-grade commander, a significant official. Yet, it holds true that the greater the title, the smaller the courage. I dare say, their boldness pales in comparison to those soldiers who frequently visit our tavern to feast and drink." The proprietress chose her words carefully. Li Xuandu murmured, "After all, when one is away from home, prudence is the wisest course." The proprietress, sensing that he did not align with her sentiments, felt a touch of disappointment. However, captivated by the young man's striking appearance, she continued, "You speak wisely, but returning to the matter at hand, it is undeniable that the Qingwan guards possess formidable prowess. Not to boast, but I consider myself somewhat attractive. Among the merchants who pass through, few are truly gentlemen. The bolder ones may seek to lay hands on me, while the timid resort to lewd remarks for a taste of advantage. Those lacking boldness merely steal glances. Yet, these Qingwan gentlemen maintain their composure, adhering strictly to decorum." Li Xuandu chuckled, saying, "It is often said that the first-tier individuals possess abilities yet lack temperament, the second-tier possess abilities but have a fierce temperament. The third-tier lack abilities and temperament alike, while the fourth-tier are devoid of abilities yet possess a fierce temperament. It appears that these officials of the Qingwan Guard are undoubtedly of the highest echelon." The proprietress, covering her mouth with a playful smile, remarked, "Your flattery is truly—" What was it again? Something about a sheep and its horns? Without a flicker of emotion, Li Xuandu replied, "The horns of the antelope." Indeed, the horns of the antelope. The proprietress laughed. "It is a pity those officials cannot hear you, nor can they reward you for your kind words." Li Xuandu rose from the long bench and said, "Perhaps the proprietress could convey my sentiments to those officials of the Qinghuan Guard. Should I receive a reward, we may split it 50-50. The proprietress responded with a smile, "You are quite the schemer, esteemed guest. If those officials become displeased, the blame shall fall upon me." A mere woman. Li Xuandu suggested, "If the proprietress finds it unsatisfactory, we may adjust the division to 70-30, with you receiving the larger share." The proprietress laughed, her charm fully displayed. After a few more exchanges, Li Xuandu inquired, "Proprietress, I have already given the innkeeper the payment for my stay. May I ask where my room is located?" The proprietress, no longer engaging with the dashing young man, resumed cracking sunflower seeds and replied, "The officials of the Qinghuan Guard have taken over the entire second floor, so I must apologize to you. The first room in the back courtyard is available. The door is unlocked." Li Xuandu clasped his fists in a respectful gesture and turned to head towards the courtyard. As he walked away, the proprietress raised her voice to remind him, "Do remember to come back for the cooked beef later." Li Xuandu did not turn back, but merely raised a hand in acknowledgement, signaling that he understood. Li Xuandu ventured alone into the backyard, where a row of single-story houses lay obscured by a two-story building, rendering them invisible from the front courtyard. He approached the so-called Dija room, which was scarcely better than a firewood shed. Upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by a musty odor, unmistakable evidence of long abandonment. As he approached the heated brick bed, his fingers swept across its surface, revealing a thick layer of dust. With a sigh, he flung open the window, waving his sleeve several times to summon a refreshing breeze that banished the swirling dust from the room. As the proprietress had surmised, he was not a novice in the world of martial arts. He was a seasoned veteran, having entered this tumultuous realm at the tender age of 10, now boasting 15 years of experience. Through the passage of 15 springs and autumns, he had tasted the rich wines of prosperity and endured the bitter storms of solitude under a lone lamp. Inevitably, his hands bore the stains of bloodshed. In this perilous world, life mirrored the seasons. Some thrived in the springtime, basking in their successes, while others flourished in the summer splendor. Yet, there were those who found themselves in the desolation of autumn, and still others who faced the starkness of winter, a blank expanse devoid of life. Li Xuandu, having grown up in solitude, devoid of parental care and sibling companionship, was fated to experience neither the warmth of spring nor the vibrancy of summer. He was resolute in avoiding the bleakness of a winter devoid of color. Thus he chose the path of autumn, marked by inevitable violence. Ultimately, it was not out of a desire for bloodshed that he acted, but rather a necessity for survival in a world where human life held little value. Gently brushing his sleeve, he sighed once more. By the time he had tidied the modest guest room, barely superior to the firewood shed, the daylight had begun to wane. Upon returning to the main hall, he was taken aback to find the once empty space now filled with figures clad in azure attire, the Qinghuan Guards. The moment he entered the hall, he felt the weight of vigilant gazes from all directions, scrutinizing him closely. The proprietress promptly stepped forward to ease the tension, stating, "Esteemed officials, this is our guest, a legitimate traveler in the martial world, here to earn his keep." Once the attention of the Qinghuan Guards shifted away, she approached Li Xuandu and whispered, "Do not be alarmed, esteemed guest. These officials are always cautious, as they bear the weight of the court's affairs. Prudence is the key to longevity." With a smile of gratitude towards the proprietress, Li Xuandu settled at an empty aide-immortal's table by the window. Before long, a lean, dark-haired youth brought forth an unopened jar of huadiao wine and a plate of cooked beef. Li Xuandu picked up a piece of beef, surprised by the taste. It was not the tender meat of domesticated cattle, but rather reminiscent of wild buffalo. Casting a glance at the youth, he inquired softly, "Might I ask your name?" "Young sir?" Perhaps taken aback by such an informal inquiry, the lean boy responded bashfully, "I am Shinchangsheng." "Shinchangsheng?" Li Xuandu paused, his chopsticks suspended mid-air, and chuckled. "My name is Xuandu. Your name, Changsheng, speaks to a shared desire. Both of us wish to live long in this world. Thus we are kindred spirits." Shinchangsheng smiled and remarked, "You must be a scholar, esteemed guest. Your name carries profound significance. My name was bestowed upon me by the innkeeper, who remarked that Changsheng signifies longevity. I pondered how many years one must live to be considered long-lived. They say that living to 70 is quite rare, and reaching 100 years is nearly sufficient. Li Xuandu could only chuckle in silence at the latter half of my statement, unsure of how to respond, and chose to address only the first part. I have perused a few books, yet I cannot truly call myself a scholar. Before Shen Changsheng could utter another word, the innkeeper's wife summoned him from the kitchen, compelling him to hasten away after bidding farewell to Li Xuandu. As Li Xuandu observed Shen Changsheng's retreating figure, he was lost in thought. A young lad, in the span of an afternoon, where could he have procured wild buffalo meat? This tranquil and possesses a certain intrigue. Nonetheless, such matters are trivial. My purpose here does not revolve around this establishment, but rather coincidentally aligns with my journey. Li Xuandu shifted his focus from Shen Changsheng to the Qinghuan guards in the hall. To be fair, these guards were no ordinary men. They were robust individuals bearing distinct military insignia, indicating they were not mere bullies of the streets but elite members of the Qinghuan guard. Notably, one guard, appearing to be of an age reflective of wisdom, with meticulously groomed grizzled hair, bore a stern countenance and an imposing aura. Furthermore, there was another officer seated beside him, exuding a calm demeanor. However, the most striking figure was a young man occupying a table alone, indulging in his drink with an air of leisure. Judging by his appearance, he was not yet 30, likely comparable in age to Li Xuandu. Yet, the Qingyuan attire he donned bore the insignia of a third-rank official, surpassing even that of the elder in third rank beside him. Unlike the other Qingyuan guards, he bore no, but instead, a long sword with a green scabbard lay upon the table, its hilt intertwined with gold thread, and its pommel set with a striking ruby the size of a cat's eye. Li Xuandu cast a glance at him, inwardly marveling. It is no wonder this young man, resembling more of a scion from a prominent family than a Qingyuan guard commander, dared to behave so boldly. He evidently had his own backing. In this world, distinctions must be made between the high and the low. Take, for instance, the court's civil and military officials, categorized into 9 ranks and 18 tiers. From the first-rank prime minister to the 9th-rank minor officials, everything is clear-cut in terms of status and hierarchy. If the court operates in such a manner, the realm of martial arts mimics this structure, dividing the extraordinary individuals of the world into 2 categories, akin to the distinction of civil and military in the court. Also subdivided into 9 realms, much like the 9-rank official system. These 2 types of individuals emphasize different aspects. One focuses on the spiritual and ethereal, while the other prioritizes physical prowess. The 9 realms are solid body, chi manipulation, spirit entry, Dan embrace, profound origin, innate, return to truth, celestial being, and longevity. The vast majority of martial artists remain within the first 2 realms, which, as their names suggest, involve the solidification of the body and the mastery of qi. The body represents external force, while qi embodies internal strength, requiring a harmonious cultivation of both to transcend ordinary limits. Take the Qingyuan guards before me. Most of them reside firmly within the realm of solid body, possessing strength akin to that of an ox. The commanding officer and a somber member of the Qingyuan guard have both stepped into the realm of qi manipulation, nurturing their internal energy, capable of unleashing hidden force with a mere gesture, inflicting harm imperceptibly. The elder, with a countenance marked by age, possesses genuine mastery in the realm of spiritual entry. These 3 realms correspond to the 3 significant dantians. The solid realm pertains to the lower dantian, the repository of essence. The qi manipulation realm relates to the middle dantian, the gathering place of energy, and the spiritual entry realm corresponds to the upper dantian, the sanctuary for nurturing the spirit. Upon entering the realm of spiritual entry, all 3 dantians awaken, allowing the internal energy to traverse from the qi sea atop the snow-capped mountains, through the 24 vertebrae, breaking through the feng-qi acupoint, and reaching the yuding swankyo, subsequently circulating through the great circulation, enabling the internal energy to flow ceaselessly day and night, marking one as a master in the eyes of the world. As for the young commander, despite his youth, he too has entered the realm of spiritual entry, and given his age, he naturally possesses a far more promising future than his elderly counterpart. Li Xuandu began to assess the overall martial prowess of the group before him, 2 in the divine realm, 2 in the qi mastery realm, and accompanied by dozens of solid realm warriors. Indeed, a formidable force that could not be underestimated. By common reasoning, even when considering the entirety of Huainan Prefecture, there was little to fear. At that moment, a thunderous sound of hooves echoed from outside the hall. Positioned conveniently by the window, Li Xuandu opened it slightly and beheld a cloud of dust as several dozen martial heroes rode forth, led by a young chivalrous figure. Unlike the Qingsong guards adorned in black caps or Li Xuandu himself, who tied his hair back with a crown, this young man sported a high ponytail, exuding a gallant elegance. Clad in resplendent garments that defied the sweltering heat, and complemented by a pair of lofty-soled official boots. This ensemble alone would command no less than 20 taels of silver, when one considered the steed beneath him and the sword at his waist. The total easily surpassed several hundred taels. Beside him rode a similarly mounted woman, her natural charm evident in her delicate features and graceful figure. Keeping pace with the young man, he rode a powerful black horse, while she rode a refined white one, epitomizing the image of a celestial couple in the eyes of the onlookers. Following the pair, the remaining companions varied greatly in attire, their mounts displaying a spectrum of colors, and their weapons were a medley of styles, far from the uniformity of the Qingsong guards. Yet, the sheer number of them lent an extraordinary presence. Li Xuandu closed the window and resumed his meal of roasted beef, casually breaking the seal of a wine jar, allowing the fragrance to waft through the air. Had it been several decades prior, the ordinary folk of the martial world would have been thoroughly intimidated by the Qingsong guards, too fearful to provoke them. Yet, in the present day, the once mighty Wei dynasty was no longer imposing, and the Qingsong guards had diminished from their zenith. Thus, these martial heroes outside the inn, fully aware of the presence of numerous Qingsong guards within, showed no signs of trepidation. Instead, they encircled the entire establishment with a clear display of intent, refusing to allow anyone to escape. The Qingsong guards within the inn were not easily subdued, however. Under the leadership of their commanding officer, they rose decisively, forming two lines, one brandishing swords and shields, the other wielding crossbows. The two ranks of Qingsong guards advanced, emerging from the hall. Upon reaching the courtyard, there were no pleasantries exchanged. The first volley of crossbow bolts from the Qingsong guards struck true, felling the unfortunate souls at the forefront. The arrows, embedded in flesh, continued to quiver, a testament to their formidable power. Yet, rather than instilling fear, the martial heroes were incited to ferocity, rushing forth with their weapons drawn. The two foremost Qingsong guards, despite their shields, could not withstand the onslaught from all directions and were swiftly reduced to a gruesome sight, their garments drenched in blood. As the melee erupted, the clash became brutal. One Qingsong guard repelled a burly man wielding a battle axe with a shield and then plunged his sword into the chest of another man armed with a hammer. However, he was soon caught off guard by a martial artist wielding a dagger, who seized the opportunity to thrust a blade into his heart, only to be subsequently decapitated by the axe-wielding brute, his demise irrevocable. Two wanderers galloped forth on horseback, only to have their mounts' legs severed by a swift stroke from the Qingwan guard. The noble steed collapsed, hurling its riders to the ground, where one perished instantly, while the other, unable to rise, was swiftly struck down by a subsequent crossbow bolt. In the chaos, two figures brushed past each other, each delivering a lethal strike. The Qingwan guard severed the wanderer's head, yet in return received a fatal wound to his abdomen, blood gushing forth, his entrails threatening to spill. Staggering a few steps, he was ultimately impaled by a spear. In a simultaneous clash, a Qingwan guard and a wanderer thrust their blades into each other's chests, propelled by inertia. Their swords pierced through, resulting in mutual demise. A formidable Qingwan guard cleaved an enemy's shoulder clean off, but before he could strike again, a powerful figure wielding a meteor hammer crashed it upon his head, resulting in instant death as his skull shattered. This brutal confrontation erupted unexpectedly, marked by its ferocity. When the emotionless Qingwan guard commander unsheathed his elegant blade and plunged into the fray, the bloodshed intensified. Each strike he delivered summoned a torrential spray of crimson. His technique was devoid of embellishment, each blow resulting in death. Several robust wanderers, relying on their superior strength, attempted to overpower him, but were forcefully repelled by the commander's overwhelming energy, each one ultimately succumbing to his blade. A diminutive yet skilled fighter, seizing an opportunity created by his fallen comrades, rolled forward in a desperate attack, only to have his weapon cleaved in twain by the commander, who then brutally bisected him with his bloodied blade. Yet, the celestial couple perched atop their steeds showed no inclination to intervene. The Qingwan guard in the inn's main hall remained in meditative repose, while the young commander continued to sip his drink, seemingly unfazed, as if savoring the carnage unfolding outside. At some point, the innkeeper's wife took a seat beside Li Xuandu, unceremoniously cracking sunflower seeds. Unperturbed by the distant sounds of battle, she calmly remarked, "The couple outside is of notable lineage. The man is a young hero from Zhengyi's sect, and the woman a fairy from Sihong's sect. They are genuine disciples of their respective sects, destined for a promising future. Their union may well forge a significant alliance between the two sects, a tale of romance amidst the martial world. She continued, had it not been for their esteemed backgrounds, they would not dare provoke the Qingyuan Guard. Li Xuandu mused, they are merely sect disciples, not elders or sect leaders. It is astonishing how they can rally such a following simply by virtue of their sect's name. Indeed, it is pleasant to bask in the shade of a great tree. The innkeeper's wife chuckled, if it were not advantageous to stand in the shade, why would so many strive to join the sect? Li Xuandu spoke softly. Yan Feiqing from the Zhengyi sect and Su Yunxian from the Sihong sect are both renowned figures across the realm. I wonder, how do the two outside compare to these illustrious individuals? The proprietress seemed not to have heard Li Xuandu's words, as she continued to crack sunflower seeds. Engrossed in her own thoughts, as for why this celestial couple seeks trouble with the Qingyuan Guard, it likely pertains to the power struggles among the officials in the court. When those Qingyuan officials arrived, they brought along a family of 3, a couple and a young girl, who seemed to be of noble descent but had fallen afoul of the law, now to be escorted to the capital by the Qingyuan Guard. If I am not mistaken, those outside are likely here to rescue them. The late summer weather is as capricious as it is unpredictable. In the afternoon, the sun shone brightly, allowing Shun Changsheng and the earthy dog to bask in its warmth outside the door. Yet, as dusk approached, the wind began to stir, gathering clouds that turned the sky into a dark shroud, heralding an impending downpour. The proprietress rose and glanced at the sky outside, remarking, "It is about to rain." Just as her words fell, a gust of wind swept through, causing the grand flag in the courtyard to rustle and the aged tree in the back to sway ominously. The wind traversed the wilderness, scaled mountains, and swept through dense forests, arriving at the inn and making the tiles on the roof clatter. The dark clouds overhead descended ever lower, as if pressing heavily upon the city. Li Xuandu sighed. The weather in Huainan Prefecture is ever-changing, capricious in its moods. Rainy days have always been a favored time for deeds of violence. A warm, mellifluous voice unexpectedly echoed behind Li Xuandu. He did not turn around, but recognized it as the innkeeper's voice. As the light dimmed, the hall of the inn also fell into shadow, the innkeeper's face obscured, rendering it indistinct. His voice emerged from behind Li Xuandu, deep and resonant, though warm, it carried an unsettling undertone. Li Xuandu turned to face the innkeeper, who appeared to be shrouded in a veil of mist. At that moment, a sudden clap of thunder erupted, illuminating the heavens and casting light upon the dim hall. Beneath the bluish-white glare of the lightning, the innkeeper's features became discernible. Holding 2 covered teacups, he smiled gently at Li Xuandu, his face slightly pale, with his white teeth appearing somewhat eerie in the obscured light. Li Xuandu's gaze swept over the teacups in the innkeeper's hands, catching a whiff of the fragrant tea, and remarked, "You possess exquisite taste, innkeeper." The innkeeper extended one of the teacups toward Li Xuandu, saying softly, "This tea is delightful. It is the first harvest of the Shifeng tea this year, picked just as the buds were breaking at night, and steeped in boiling Taiping spring water. The tender tips float gracefully atop the tea, making it a superior quality." Li Xuandu lifted the teacup and took a gentle sip, exclaiming, "Excellent." After enjoying the tea, the innkeeper produced a coin from his sleeve, round on the outside and square on the inside, with the characters Tianxia Taiping inscribed around the square hole on one side, and Wanshi Qingping on the left and right of the square hole on the reverse. He tossed the coin onto the table, where it spun and whirled incessantly. The shopkeeper slowly began to speak. Countless years ago, the ancestral dragon unified the realm and established a common currency. The new coin weighed 12 grains, for one tael equaled 24 grains. Thus, this coin was termed the half-tael coin. This particular currency is minted in the likeness of the half-tael coin, yet composed of red gold. It is said that gold is never perfectly pure, just as no individual is without flaw. Red gold coins, as the name suggests, are crafted from red gold. One can easily surmise that gold is significantly heavier than silver, copper, iron, or aluminum, and even more so for red gold. Therefore, although these coins resemble half-tael coins, each one weighs a full tael, with each red gold coin equating to 1 tael of red gold. Gold is never without blemish, and white jade may possess slight imperfections. In truth, red gold does not exist in nature. It can only be painstakingly created by human effort. Presently, there are individuals who specialize in this craft, extracting red gold from ordinary gold. While one cannot guarantee absolute purity, a quality of 99% is certainly attainable. Consequently, the price of red gold is approximately 3 times that of regular gold. Currently, 1 tael of gold can be exchanged for around 9 taels and 3 coins of fine silver, and after accounting for refining costs, 1 tael of red gold can be traded for about 30 taels of silver. However, in my establishment, it is not referred to as red gold coin, but rather as the Taiping coin, intended not for spending but for divination. Just now, I cast an oracle for you, young master, and received the Qian hexagram. The Book of Changes states, Qian, the creative, represents success and benefit. This hexagram, with its changing line at the 3rd position, indicates that a gentleman remains diligent throughout the day, vigilant like one facing danger, and avoids misfortune. In essence, although your situation may be arduous, there shall ultimately be no calamity. With a sharp clap, the shopkeeper struck the spinning Taiping coin into his palm, then slowly withdrew his hand to reveal the 4 characters of Tianxia Taiping inscribed upon the copper coin. He lifted his gaze to Li Xuandu and said, "Let us seek good fortune. I shall gift this Taiping coin to you." As his words fell, a torrential downpour suddenly descended upon this late summer season. Raindrops, the size of soybeans, pounded against the eaves, producing a crisp, crackling sound, and in an instant, coalesced into a thin stream cascading down the edges, creating silvery lines of water. The shopkeeper, holding a teacup, turned to leave, while Li Xuandu gazed at the Taiping coin. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out, took it, and tucked it into his sleeve, then clasped his hands together and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your auspicious words." The rain intensified, gradually drowning the distant sounds of battle. The proprietress chuckled and remarked, "My husband is not known for his generosity. Many have sought his oracle, yet he rarely obliges. Today, however, he freely offered a reading and gifted a Taiping coin, which is indeed unprecedented." Li Xuandu inquired with a smile, "Doesn't the proprietress feel pained?" She gently caressed her bosom and sighed, "After all, it is worth 30 taels of fine silver. So, of course, it pains me. Yet, since my husband has made this decision, it would be unseemly for me, a mere woman, to undermine his dignity before outsiders." Li Xuandu nodded in agreement. "That is indeed reasonable." As they conversed, Li Xuandu opened the window a crack to glance outside. The courtyard was already strewn with bodies, lying haphazardly, soaked by the rain, their blood mingling with the mud, rendering the ground increasingly foul and unseemly. Among the remnants of the Qingyuan Guard, only 2 adept practitioners of the Qi manipulation realm remained, including the commanding officer. The once formidable band of heroes had dwindled significantly, and as the fervor of battle waned, the remaining souls dared not rush into the fray, instead cowering behind the celestial couple. The proprietress cast a fleeting glance and remarked, "Dear guest, you may not be aware that my husband and I have conducted business here for over a decade. Countless patrons have graced our establishment, officials, soldiers, outlaws, and wanderers alike. Such violent encounters are not unprecedented. In the past, we have simply allowed events to unfold, for it is beyond the capability of just the 2 of us to intervene." Li Xuandu took a sip of wine, chuckling softly, "It seems your inability to intervene is but a facade. The truth lies in your reluctance to do so." A flicker of surprise crossed the proprietress's eyes before she replied with a playful laugh, "Oh, dear guest, you jest. I am but a fragile woman, and my husband is a man of few words and little action. How could we possibly manage such affairs?" Li Xuandu replied gently, "The summer insect knows not the cold of ice. It appears that the innkeeper is not incapable of conversation, but rather dismissive of engaging with those who wallow in the mire." The smile on the proprietress's face gradually faded, and she asked softly, "Pray tell, who are you, esteemed guest?" Li Xuandu rose slowly from the bench, smiling as he said, "Did I not mention? I am Li Xuandu, newly arrived in this wondrous place. I bear no ill intent towards you two. Rather," he gazed towards the 2 members of the Qingyuan Guard within the inn's grand hall and continued, "I merely wish to make use of this auspicious location." Li Xuandu departed from his 8 immortals table and approached the 2 remaining Qingyuan Guards in the inn's grand hall. The young commander of the Qingyuan Guards merely raised his eyelids, displaying no inclination to engage, while the elder commander, who had been resting with closed eyes, slowly opened them, his gaze piercing. The elder regarded Li Xuandu and spoke deliberately. Seated outside on the black horse is Zhang Qingshan from the Jingyi sect. In comparison to the renowned Yin Feiqing, he is as different as heaven and earth. Yet, within the confines of Huainan Prefecture, he is still a notable figure. The woman beside him is named by Ru Xiang, and though she cannot compare to Su Yunxian, the senior sister of the Zihong sect, she nonetheless merits the title of fairy in our eyes. These two intend to complicate matters for us, and there is a reason behind it. Many in the Jianghu are likely hired by them, leveraging their sect's name for payment, involving several high-ranking officials in the court, which is of significant consequence. I hope you will consider this matter with caution. The elder had heard Li Xuandu's earlier words to the innkeeper, and his intention in speaking was to dissuade Li Xuandu from acting rashly and introducing unnecessary complications at this juncture. However, the elder's counsel was destined to be in vain, as Li Xuandu's purpose for this visit was indeed to confront the Qinghuan guards. Li Xuandu strode forward, his garments billowing without the stir of wind, his sleeves swelling. The elder's expression grew grave. The aura emanating from Li Xuandu indicated that he possessed at least the cultivation of the spirit realm, making him a formidable opponent. As Li Xuandu's foot struck the ground, it cracked like a spider's web on the blue bricks, and he propelled himself forward with the force of a released arrow, charging towards the elder commander. The distance between them was traversed in an instant. As Li Xuandu advanced, the elder, his face taut with concentration, drew the Wanwan blade from his waist and positioned it before him. The sharp sound of metal clashing resounded. Li Xuandu's finger struck the blade's edge, causing the elder to stagger backward, his feet scraping visible grooves into the stone floor until his back collided with the wall, creating a spiderweb of cracks upon impact, finally halting his retreat. Now mere inches apart, the elder gazed at the extraordinary youth before him, his eyes darkening as he pronounced, "The Xuanji finger of the Zhuan sect. Are you one of them?" Li Xuandu remained silent, transforming his finger into a palm, and with a casual motion, he struck. With a single blow, the Wanwan blade, forged from tempered steel, shattered into countless fragments. The elder coughed up a mouthful of blood, his expression turning even more horrified. The jade cauldron palm of the Miaozhen sect? Li Xuandu continued to offer no reply, morphing his palm into a fist, which he then drove into the elder's chest. A chilling sound of shattering bones echoed from the elder's ribcage, causing a shiver to run down the spine, as the elder, despite his formidable cultivation, felt his chest cave in under the immense force, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, a truly terrifying sight. This was the Jinshang fist of the Donghua sect, the Xuanji finger of the Zhuan sect, subtle in its transformations, yet profound in its effects, moved as if it were at rest. The jade ding palm of the Miaozhen sect converges the essence of the clouds into the profound jade ding, with its energy as pure as the clearest jade. The golden morning fist of the Donghua sect channels its force through the most refined gold cup, with a punch as steadfast and powerful as the strongest chalice. Among the myriad sects in the world, Buddhism and Taoism stand at the forefront. The four Taoist sects are Zhengyi, Miaozhen, Donghua, and Shunxiao, with Zhengyi leading the way. The four Buddhist sects are Jingchan, Sihong, Jinggang, and Jinyan, with Jingchan at the helm. Additionally, there are sects that, while not entirely belonging to either Buddhism or Taoism, have significant connections with both, such as the Xiannu sect, Efeixiang sect, Qingwei sect, and Taiping sect, collectively known as the 12 Orthodox sects. These traditions boast deep roots and a long lineage, with many teachings widely disseminated across the realm. It is not uncommon for an ordinary individual to master one or two of these teachings. Yet it is a rarity for someone like Li Xuandu to effortlessly employ the supreme skills of three major sects in succession. Upon retracting his hand, Li Xuandu found that the commander of the Qinghuan guard was embedded within the wall, not having slid down a fraction. The innkeeper, spitting out a sunflower seed shell, called out, "Dear guest, if you damage this wall, a compensation of 30 taels of silver will suffice." Li Xuandu turned to the unflinching innkeeper, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I shall compensate you, dear innkeeper, with 300 taels." The innkeeper's eyes sparkled with delight. "That sounds splendid. Please, feel free to unleash your strength. After all, it only cost 100 taels to build this inn. Even if it were to be completely destroyed, I wouldn't mind in the slightest." At this moment, the commander of the Qinghuan guard, having finished his drink, showed no concern for the demise of his subordinate at the hands of Li Xuandu. He produced a banknote from his sleeve and tossed it to the innkeeper, smilingly stating, "I apologize for the disturbance at the Taiping Inn today. If there are any damages, I shall compensate tenfold. Since you mentioned that the inn cost 100 taels, I shall pay you 1,000 taels." The innkeeper caught the banknote as if it were a falling leaf, her smile blossoming even more. "Earlier this year, my husband predicted a fortune for me, and it appears his foresight was indeed accurate. In the blink of an eye, I've earned 1,000 taels. Please, gentlemen, do not hold back." As she spoke, the innkeeper rose from the bench, discarding the sunflower seeds in her hand, and made her way to the back door of the inn. Just as she reached the entrance, a dark-skinned youth named Shin Changsheng appeared by her side, eagerly holding up a large oil paper umbrella for her. The innkeeper glanced back at the inn and said, "Gentlemen from the Qingyuan Guard and this young master. The space is cleared for you. Please make yourselves at home." With that, she and the youth stepped into the curtain of rain. As for the innkeeper, it seemed he had already taken his leave unnoticed. In the main hall of the inn, only Li Xuandu and the commander of the Qingyuan Guard remained. Li Xuandu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, contemplating the fact that this gentleman, before even reaching 30, had attained the esteemed position of commander of the Qingyuan Guard. It was likely that he hailed from a prestigious family, as the saying goes. A child of wealth does not wade into muddy waters. It would be wiser to retreat while the waters were still shallow. Seated behind the Eight Immortals table, the commander of the Qingyuan Guard, with a faint smile, reflected on the challenges of residing in the imperial capital. It is often said that life in such a place, rife with influential figures, is far from easy. Although I, as the commander of the Qingyuan Guard, appear to bask in glory, the reality is one of hardship and struggle. This journey outside the capital presents a remarkable opportunity for me. After all, taking on the responsibilities of an official is fundamentally about making one's mark, striving through the trials of fire and water to render this life worthwhile. Li Xuandu nodded thoughtfully, but refrained from making any immediate moves, inquiring, "May I ask your esteemed name?" The young man smiled and replied, "I am unworthy of such formalities. You may simply call me Zhao Lian." Li Xuandu extended a hand, fingers splayed, palm facing upwards, as a surge of energy coalesced between them, faint blue arcs of electricity flickering. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Lian's expression grew solemn, remarking, "5 thunders gather 5 hearts. The Thunder Division boasts 3,000 soldiers. If I am not mistaken, this should be the 5 thunder summoning technique of the Zhengyi sect. My curiosity about your origins deepens, for you possess an astonishing array of skills." Li Xuandu remained silent, flicking his wrist as his fingers curled into a claw. Electric sparks dancing between them, lunging towards Zhao Lian. Seated on the bench, Zhao Lian suddenly leaned back, barely evading the attack while grasping the sword sheath on the table. Pressing his thumb against the sword's guard, channeling his energy to draw the sword with a ringing sound, its tip aimed directly at Li Xuandu. With a casual motion, Li Xuandu pressed down on the sword's tip, forcefully pushing it back into its sheath. The two men found themselves locked in a stalemate, the sword serving as a bridge of energy between them. Zhao Lian's smile gradually faded, and he spoke in a grave tone, "I have seen my share of the world." Given the weight of the name Qingyuan Guard, even the likes of Zheng Qinshan and Bai Rushuang dare only to rob but not to kill any officials of the 3rd rank or higher. Yet you have slain a Qingyuan Guard's deputy commander and now seek to kill another commander. Even in the entirety of Huainan Prefecture, there exists no other who dares such a thing. He suddenly raised his voice. "Do not entertain illusions of a peaceful resolution. You have committed the capital crime of opposing the entire Qingyuan Guard." Li Xuandu chuckled lightly. "Ah, your experience appears limited. Spend a few more years in the Jianghu, and you shall realize that the reputation of the Qingyuan Guard is not as formidable as you imagine." As his words fell, Li Xuandu abruptly unleashed his power, causing Zhao Lian to lose his grip on the sword sheath, and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing through the black lacquered counter, which shattered upon impact, along with the large wine vat behind it. Liquor poured forth, saturating the entire inn with its rich aroma. Struggling to rise, Zhao Lian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, realizing that Li Xuandu was indeed a master of the Baodin realm, which explained his audacious demeanor. In official ranks, the transition from the 9th to the 8th rank is a significant threshold, marking the distinction between a prefecture and a county, and similarly, the leap from the 4th to the 3rd rank delineates the difference between a prefecture and a province. In the Jianghu, the 9 realms follow a comparable pattern: solid qi manipulation and spirit entry are referred to as the initial glimpse into the path, akin to what Li Xuandu described as wallowing in the mire. Baodin, Xin Yuan, and innate are termed as entering the hall of mastery, revealing the vast expanse of the road ahead. The disparity between these two stages is immense. Thus, the leap from spirit entry to Baodin is a monumental threshold. In the vast expanse of the Jianghu, nearly 99% of individuals remain on the outside of this threshold. Yet crossing it unveils an entirely different realm. Take Li Xuandu and the elderly Qingyuan Guard for instance. The elder, unable to even utter a word about crossing realms, was dispatched in 3 moves. This exemplifies the stark difference between those within and outside the threshold. Upon entering the realm of Dan formation, the most significant distinction from the spirit realm lies in the unity of one's vital energy and blood, allowing for effortless control over the internal energy flow. One can move in accordance with their will, unleash power into the air, and exert influence wherever their intention directs. Zhao Lian has merely grazed the threshold of this realm, yet he remains some distance from truly stepping into it. At that moment, Li Xuandu was about to speak when he suddenly furrowed his brow and turned his gaze toward the expansive curtain of rain outside. The celestial couple, no longer mere spectators, emerged from the downpour and entered the inn. Despite the torrential rain, they remained only slightly damp, a testament to their extraordinary cultivation, which enabled them to project their energy outward. Even if they had not yet attained the Dan formation realm, they were undoubtedly close. At this juncture, Zhang Qingshan held a long sword in his hand, droplets of blood trickling down its blade, presumably from the two Qi manipulation realm Qingyuan guards. Logically, it should have been Zhao Lian and the elder who dealt with this celestial couple. However, the unexpected arrival of Li Xuandu disrupted their plans, resulting in the demise of the two Qingyuan guards at the hands of these two individuals. Zhang Qingshan surveyed the inn's main hall, his gaze landing on Li Xuandu. He reversed his grip on the sword to indicate he bore no ill will and clasped his fists, saying, "I am Zhang Qingshan of the Jingyi sect. May I inquire your esteemed name, brother?" Li Xuandu replied, "Li Xuandu." Zhang Qingshan chuckled heartily. "I presume that Brother Li has come for the esteemed Lord Zhou Tingxiao as well. In the current court, treachery reigns. Lord Zhou has repeatedly submitted petitions, only to be met with slander and accusations from those treacherous individuals who seek to eliminate him. We heard that the Qingyuan guards were escorting Lord Zhou into the capital, which is why we came to his aid." Li Xuandu nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Qingshan continued, "Earlier, Brother Li single-handedly faced two opponents within the inn, truly impressive skills. If I may be so bold, may I ask where you hone such prowess?" Li Xuandu smiled modestly. "I am but a wild cultivator from the mountains, unworthy of mention." Upon hearing this, a smile brightened Zhang Qingshan's face. "Brother Li is too humble. If you do not mind, when you visit the Shangqing prefecture in the future, you must come to Tianshi Peak to meet the Grand Master. It would be my pleasure to extend a warm welcome." Li Xuandu nodded with a smile. After subtly alluding to his own sect's influence, Zhang Qingshan appeared more confident, declaring, "I am grateful for Brother Li's assistance today. Might I request that you entrust this Qingyuan guard commander and Lord Zhou upstairs to me for handling? Consider it a favor to a friend." This bond will be cherished by Zhang and the Jingyi sect. Expecting Li Xuandu to acquiesce, Zhang Qingshan was taken aback when Li Xuandu decisively refused. "That is not possible." Zhang Qingshan's expression shifted dramatically. Li Xuandu maintained his smile, speaking calmly. "If one desires fruit, they must pick it themselves." Zhang Qingshan's face turned ashen. Beside him, Bai Rushuang coldly interjected, "Does this imply you intend to oppose both the Jingyi sect and the Zihong sect?" The Jingyi sect stands as the foremost among the four Taoist sects, the recognized leader of the Taoist order. The Zihong sect holds a position in the Buddhist hierarchy second only to the quiet meditation sect, serving as a pillar among the 12 orthodox sects. Within these two sects, masters of the Baodan and Xianyuan realms are plentiful, and there are not lacking innate and returning to truth masters as well. One might think that even a mere Baodan realm wanderer or a Xianyuan expert would not dare to act recklessly. However, Li Xuandu exhibits no fear. Even jesting, "What if you hail from the Jingyi sect or the Zihong sect? Do you truly believe you can call upon Yan Feiqing and Su Yinxian to intimidate me?" Bai Rushuang, hailing from the Zihong sect, renowned for its cultivation of inner peace, remained unperturbed, responding calmly, "What sort of individuals are Senior Brother Yin and Senior Sister Su? They would not concern themselves with such trivial matters, and as for dealing with a mere mountain wanderer like you, it hardly warrants the involvement of either." Li Xuandu regarded this proud disciple of the Zihong sect, recognizing that her confidence stemmed from her sect's influence. Bai Rushuang smiled, questioning why he could not engage in a civil conversation and instead insisted on laying everything bare, as if she were granting him face only to have him disregard it. With a sigh, Li Xuandu reflected that Yan Feiqing had spoken a truth. One cannot be both perceptive and oblivious while managing affairs. Often, those in charge must choose to turn a blind eye, allowing the underlings to create their own chaos while attending to their own responsibilities. Bai Rushuang narrowed her slender eyes and softly inquired, "I shall not engage in pointless banter with you. Simply state your desires. Whether it be peaceful currency or true gold and silver, I am open to it." Of course, you may also choose to disregard our offer, but the consequences shall be yours to bear." Li Xuandu shook his head, replying, "Do you not realize that had you spoken such words a few years prior, I could have stripped you of your cultivation with ease?" Bai Ruxiang from the Zihong sect fell silent for a moment. Considering that the martial world is never devoid of hidden masters, those who play with fate or feign weakness, could it be that the individual before her was also a concealed adept? Yet, she quickly dismissed the thought with a self-deprecating smile. In the face of the Jingyi and Zihong sects, where could one find such masters? For the leaders of the Jingyi sect, Yan Feiqing, and the Zihong sect's elder sister, Su Yunxian, had already ascended to the realm of returning to truth, a feat that renders them formidable even across the land. Rumors now circulated that certain venerable figures from both the Taoist and Buddhist traditions sought to unite the two, with the potential pairing of these two great individuals promising to solidify a powerful alliance. This would enable the Jingyi sect to leverage the strength of the Zihong sect to reinforce its dominant position in Taoism, while the Zihong sect could use the Jingyi sect's influence to vie with the quiet meditation sect, a truly mutually beneficial arrangement. The two sects now stand as intertwined branches, and even a formidable force such as the Qinghuan Guard would be compelled to yield before their combined might. Furthermore, one must ponder, in the modest confines of Huainan Prefecture, how could there be a dragon capable of stirring the seas and overturning ships? Li Xuandu sighed, recalling the saying, "Even dogs despise the master after 3 years." To avoid disdain, those in charge often find themselves needing to compromise, yet misjudging the balance can lead to excessive leniency. Su Yunxian, despite her astuteness, occasionally displayed folly. Her cleverness and indulgence of her disciples could ultimately lead to dire consequences. Bai Ruxiang wore an expressionless face, her words about Yan Shixiang and Su Shiji reminiscent of a toad attempting to swallow the heavens. Such audacity, Li Xuandu chuckled, remarking that one's actions ought to be open to commentary by others. Even if Yan Feiqing and Su Yunxian were present, he would voice the same sentiment. The woman merely tugged at the corners of her mouth, dismissing any further discourse with this individual. Most disciples hailing from sects possess an inherent arrogance akin to that of aristocratic offspring, a trait deeply ingrained within their very bones. This pride can have both merits and demerits. When it becomes a foundational pride, it supports the sect's enduring legacy through generations. However, it may also devolve into superficial arrogance, leading to condescension towards those of lesser birth. Even if such individuals wear a pleasant facade, they still cast a downward glance at those they deem inferior. From the moment Li Xuandu declared himself a wandering recluse, the equality of this dialogue was rendered impossible. Bai Ruxiang regarded his grandiloquent proclamations as little more than an unamusing jest, unworthy of earnest consideration. Much like a soaring eagle in the sky, how could it possibly concern itself with the trivialities of ants below, even if those ants could rise to bask in the light? Bai Ruxiang straightforwardly inquired, "What is it that you truly desire?" Li Xuandu replied, "That question ought to be posed to you." Bai Ruxiang, losing her patience, inhaled deeply and intently stated, "Let me reiterate for the final time. Hand over the person to us, and we shall consider this matter resolved," marking it as a favor owed to you. Otherwise, before she could finish, Li Xuandu extended his hand, summoning Zhao Lian from behind him as if by an invisible force. Grasping Zhao Lian by the collar, he casually tossed him out of the inn, where he was swept into the torrential rain. At last, Bai Ruxiang's celestial demeanor faltered, her countenance turning as grim as that of Zhang Qinshan before her. Li Xuandu added fuel to the flames. "The fruit has been cast away. If you wish to partake, feel free to retrieve it. I hold no objections." Her chest heaved with agitation, the intensity and frequency of her breaths betraying her fury as she fixed Li Xuandu with a piercing gaze. Energy began to coalesce around her, and she was poised to confront him, yet Zhang Qinshan intervened. This disciple from a prestigious sect spoke in a low voice. "Your words imply familiarity with Yan Shixiang and Su Shiji. If you are indeed acquainted, why trouble us two sects?" Li Xuandu replied, "Familiarity does not equate to friendship. We may very well be adversaries." Zhang Qinshan and Bai Ruxiang exchanged a glance, falling silent. In the next moment, Zhang Qinshan raised his sword, arcs of electricity flickering along its blade, while Bai Ruxiang conjured a white jade ring that appeared in her hand, roughly the size of a disc, glistening with a luminous sheen that set it apart from ordinary objects. With a swift step forward, Zhang Qinshan lunged, pointing the sword's tip directly at Li Xuandu's face. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Ruxiang began to chant incantations, the white jade ring radiating a brilliant light that illuminated the dimly lit inn. Li Xuandu once again employed the Xuanji finger of the Zuan sect, deftly pinching the long sword between his two fingers of his right hand, allowing the electric sparks dancing along the blade to swirl without inflicting a single scratch. Seizing this moment, Bai Ruxiang hurled the white jade ring in her grasp, resembling a streak of white rainbow, aimed directly at Li Xuandu's forehead. In a critical instant, Li Xuandu released his grip on the sword, arching his upper body backward just in time to narrowly evade the incoming jade ring. Nevertheless, the force of its whistling passage swept his hair back in a wild gust. Yet, the danger was not over. The ring, seemingly imbued with sentience, circled back before lunging toward Li Xuandu's back. Although he did not turn around, Li Xuandu sensed its approach and swiftly darted forward, maintaining a distance of merely a foot from the ring. In the same motion, he closed the gap to Zhang Qingshan, seizing his wrist, and with a slight exertion. The disciple of the Jingyi sect, possessing profound abilities, could no longer hold onto his sword. His fingers loosened, causing the long sword to fall into Li Xuandu's grasp. With a fluid motion, Li Xuandu reversed the sword in his hand and pivoted sharply, striking the still-spinning white jade ring. The ring emitted a tremulous sound, its radiant glow dimming significantly, indicating it had sustained considerable damage. Bai Ruxiang, who controlled the jade ring, turned pale, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Li Xuandu refrained from pursuing her further, tapping the blade lightly, producing a faint thunderous sound, and remarked, "The thunder sword of the Jingyi sect." He then cast a glance at Zhang Qingshan, who was desperately clutching his wrist, noting the inadequacy of his training in the sect's techniques. Zhang Qingshan's face flushed, whether from shame or anger, as he prepared to speak, but then a figure flashed before him. Li Xuandu seemed to traverse several zhang in a single step, appearing before Bai Ruxiang before she had a chance to react. Unbeknownst to her, his right hand had released the sword hilt, forming a fist that crashed into the abdomen of the Zihong sect disciple with immense force, accompanied by a whistling sound that compelled her to bend over. A delicate talisman slipped from her sleeve, already half consumed by flames. Given a moment longer, it would be entirely incinerated, yet there was no opportunity left. The woman raised her head, her face twisted in fury, demanding, "Dare you kill me?" Li Xuandu replied calmly, "You were the ones to strike first. I merely retaliated. One must adhere to reason." The woman sneered, "You mountain folk dare speak of reason to me?" She emphasized her disdain. "Do you think you are worthy?" Li Xuandu remained unperturbed, smiling softly. "You are on the brink of death, yet you inquire about worthiness? That is a question you may ponder on your journey to the underworld, and perhaps become a wise spirit." With that, Li Xuandu crushed the talisman beneath his foot and, in a seamless motion, delivered an elbow strike to the woman's back. The impact resonated through her, producing an eerie cracking sound. However, the force was precisely measured, sparing her life in that moment. Subsequently, Li Xuandu unleashed a palm strike that sent her flying. Bai Ruxiang's back collided heavily against the inn's wall, causing the entire structure to shudder, dust cascading from the beams and walls above. As Bai Ruxiang slowly slid down the wall, she ultimately settled into a posture of leaning against it, her head bowed, leaving her state uncertain, whether alive or dead. Zhang Qingshan stood frozen in place, his body rigid, his mind a blank void. After a considerable time, he regained his composure, inhaling deeply to suppress the overwhelming shock and horror within, before casting a glance at Li Xuandu. Li Xuandu wore a faint smile, seemingly unfazed by the chaos, as if to say that their refusal to engage in civil discourse had led them to this violent confrontation. The sight of that smile sent a chill coursing from the base of Zhang Qingshan's spine, ascending until it erupted at the back of his head, causing his scalp to tingle. Repeatedly, he chanted the heart-purifying mantra in his mind to stabilize his emotions, and then cautiously inquired, "Did you kill her?" Li Xuandu shook his head, replying, "I did not kill her, nor did I strip her of her cultivation. I merely imparted a lesson." Instantly, Zhang Qingshan felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he cast another glance at Bai Ruxiang. In that moment, the celestial maiden of the Zihong sect appeared utterly disheveled, yet the slight rise and fall of her chest testified to the truth of Li Xuandu's words. With the penetrating chill behind him slightly receding, a sense of retreat began to blossom within Zhang Qingshan. He no longer wished to linger even a moment longer in this inn. The world of martial arts is fraught with peril, regardless of one's sect affiliation or noble lineage. One could easily find themselves capsized in treacherous waters, meeting their demise in a mere puddle before ever embarking on their grand journey. Why else would the elders incessantly caution the youth about the dangers lurking in the world of martial arts? Yet, Zhang Qingshan harbored an additional concern by Rushuang. Though it is often said that those who share a bond will abandon each other in times of calamity, and they were not even wed. He pondered the implications of leaving her behind unaccompanied. Should he depart alone, and should Sihong's sect inquire into the matter later? He would find it difficult to justify his actions. If, by chance, Bai Rushuang survived and revealed his cowardice in fleeing, he would find himself without a place to stand within the Jingyi sect, especially given the temperament of his senior brother, Yin Feiqing. Thus, he felt unable to leave at that moment. Just as he found himself caught in this dilemma, a serene voice emerged from the misty curtain of rain outside. On Taiping Mountain, it rains. Zifu descends from the mountain. Li Xuandu's countenance finally displayed a hint of astonishment as he turned to look. He beheld a figure clad in white, holding an umbrella, emerging gracefully from the rain, like the goddess of Luo gliding upon waves. The fine droplets of rain coalesced into a delicate mist around her form, enhancing her ethereal presence, setting her apart from the mundane world. Li Xuandu softly remarked, "You may take that young woman and depart from this place." Zhang Qingshan felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He hastily helped Bai Rushuang to her feet, opting to exit through the back door rather than the front. As for the other martial artists who had accompanied them, they had long since scattered. Li Xuandu turned to the newcomer and inquired, "Yu Qingning, why are you here in Huainan Prefecture instead of recuperating properly at the Xin NV sect after your fall from grace?" Had Zhang Qingshan and Bai Rushuang been present to hear the name Yu Qingning, they would undoubtedly have been greatly astonished. Due to the comparable status of this individual within the Xian Nu sect to that of Su Yunxian in the Zihong sect. They were once jointly referred to as Southern Su and Northern Yu, the flawless twin pillars by well-meaning admirers during their earlier years. Both shining examples among the younger generation of women. However, in recent years, Yu Qingning has seldom traversed the martial world, and her prominence has gradually been overshadowed by Su Yunxian. The reasons behind this are known to few, but unexpectedly, they were revealed by Li Xuandu. Without pausing, Yu Qingning's serene voice emerged through the curtain of rain, retorting, "What brings you here?" The tone suggested a familiarity between the two. In truth, this was indeed the case. There were only a handful of individuals aware of Li Xuandu's other identity, and the woman before him was one of them. Upon hearing her words, Li Xuandu replied, "I have my reasons for being here, and it is not for you to concern yourself with." Yu Qingning feigned ignorance, retracting her umbrella and gracefully entering the inn. With the veil of rain now lifted, her true appearance was revealed. She wore a flowing white gauze robe, cloud-like sleeves billowing, and her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, simply tied at the upper ends with a white ribbon. Her beauty was otherworldly, and her demeanor tranquil, as though she had stepped out from a painting. The only flaw was the layer of black gauze that shrouded her eyes. She was blind. In fact, when she and Su Yunxian were celebrated together, she had not been completely sightless. The transformation into a blind woman was closely linked to her fall from the realm of return to truth to that of embracing the Dan. Of course, Li Xuandu, standing before her, bore some responsibility for her plight. He gazed at Yu Qingning, who stood with her umbrella in hand, and softly remarked, "When the late emperor passed away in the Western Garden, the Empress Dowager clashed with the 4 regents appointed by the late emperor for power. You supported the Empress Dowager while we backed Zhang Xiang, leading to the battle in the imperial capital. In the end, my fateful sword was destroyed, and you became blind. Both of us falling from the once esteemed realm of return to truth to the current state of embracing the Dan, mutually devastated." Li Xuandu paused, his tone growing somber. "Back then, you argued that if Zhang Xiang held power, the emperor's authority would wane. Thus it was better to have the Empress Dowager govern. But now that the Empress Dowager is in power, what has changed? The court remains the same, and it has even become embroiled in a struggle for the throne. Was this the peace you sought?" After a moment of silence, Yu Qingning gently replied, "Let us not dwell on the past. I come here today for a different matter." "What matter?" Li Xuandu inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Yu Qingning's tone remained as soft as a lover's whisper, revealing none of the past animosity between them. "Zhou Tingchao has a daughter named Zhou Shunning, endowed with exceptional talent and chosen long ago by my master. I have come on my master's behalf to bring her back to the Xin Nu sect, to fulfill this bond between master and disciple." Li Xuandu chuckled lightly. "Is the Xin Nu sect so devoid of talent that they require your personal attendance? Does the sect leader not fear that you might drown in this tumultuous world?" Yu Qingning shook her head. "My master initially opposed my coming, but I sought this opportunity, driven by a restless spirit. As for the question of whether one might drown in this tumultuous world, since you have not been submerged, How could I possibly succumb? Li Xuandu remarked, I am, after all, a denizen of this realm, unlike you. Yu Qingning smiled and replied, wherever there are people, there exists a world of its own. Who is not part of it? Li Xuandu fell silent for a moment before stating, I shall not engage in this verbal sparring with you. I simply cannot acquiesce to this matter. Yu Qingning, evidently possessing greater composure and understanding of Li Xuandu than the likes of Bai Rushuang, exhibited no signs of impatience or anger. She gently tilted her head and spoke in a conciliatory tone, You wish to save Zhou Tingchao. I merely seek to take his daughter. Our intentions do not conflict. Li Xuandu cast a glance at his former adversary, who had once destroyed his treasured sword, and emphasized, Though I have never been viewed as a virtuous person in your eyes, I am a man of my word. I promise to rescue that family of 3 in their entirety. 3 individuals means 3, not 1 less. Yu Qingning was not surprised by his response. She sighed softly. You remain unchanged, unwilling to heed the words of others. Li Xuandu chose not to elaborate further. He reached out, drawing the long sword that rightfully belonged to Zhang Qingshan from the ground, which leapt into his grasp. With his right hand gripping the sword, he lightly brushed the blade with 2 fingers of his left hand, causing it to shimmer with a layer of white radiance, undulating like rippling water, accompanied by the faint sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls. Although Yu Qingning's eyes had succumbed to blindness, her other senses had sharpened, allowing her to perceive the chilling intent instantly. She murmured, The winds of Zushi bring forth the guest from the master. Water and fire harmonized to transform the void into substance. This is the dragon and tiger sword chi of the Qingwei sect? Li Xuandu replied calmly, To contend with you. It is only fitting to employ my most formidable skills. Yu Qingning smiled slightly, holding her umbrella as a sign for Li Xuandu to unleash his full potential. Li Xuandu was unreserved, striking forth with his sword like a shooting comet. The blind woman stood motionless, seemingly oblivious. Just as the sword chi was about to reach her, her white gauze dress began to flutter without wind, creating ripples of energy around her. For lotus-shaped energy forms blossomed in an instant, colliding successively with the sword's edge, rendering his strike ineffective. Li Xuandu retreated to his original position, remarking indifferently, The 4 symbols lotus method. Yu Qingning nodded gently, her voice soft. I harbor no desire for conflict or competition upon entering this world. Li Xuandu, non-committal, raised his sword once more. Yu Qingning took a step, gracefully retreating. The 2 of them swiftly exited the inn's grand hall and emerged into the vast curtain of rain. The long sword sliced through the downpour, parting the torrential rain in an instant. Yu Qingning raised her paper umbrella, using it as a shield, positioning it before her. A harsh sound of metal clashing echoed in the air as their weapons met, with their faces mere inches apart. Li Xuandu could clearly see Yu Qingning's tightly closed eyes behind her black veil and catch a whiff of her faint, ethereal fragrance. Yu Qingning lifted her gaze, looking at Li Xuandu as she said, In the battle of the imperial capital, we both fell from grace. In contrast, I have merely lost a pair of eyes, whereas you have forfeited your fateful sword. Years of arduous cultivation have been obliterated in an instant. Now, I still possess this Taijiao umbrella. How could you possibly triumph over me? Li Xuandu remained unfazed, remarking, But how much of the umbrella's power can you truly wield now? The 2 suddenly parted, with Li Xuandu's garments drenched by the torrential rain, and his sword vibrating slightly, transforming the raindrops within an inch of the blade's edge into a swirling mist. Conversely, Yu Qingning remained untouched by a single drop, her paper umbrella adorned with beads of rain, which rolled down the creases of the canopy, each droplet distinct. The 2 faced each other, neither yielding an inch. The paper umbrella and the long sword carved graceful arcs through the curtain of rain, then clashed violently. Li Xuandu's swordplay was ruthless and fierce, a relentless assault devoid of defense, advancing without retreat, embodying death with no semblance of life. Yu Qingning's umbrella maneuvered with ethereal grace, elusive and enigmatic, as if the mist concealed the umbrella while revealing only its delicate form. The intense energy unleashed shattered the surrounding rain into a thick, white fog. Years ago, when they were both masters of the Return to Truth realm, they had engaged in a sword duel atop the city walls of the imperial capital. A contest far more formidable than this rain-soaked skirmish, yet today as peril surpassed that of their previous encounter. Yu Qingning effortlessly swept her umbrella, causing 3 splashes in the rain, akin to 3 lotus blossoms blooming simultaneously, only to vanish into the mist. At that moment, Li Xuandu was abruptly thrust back several dozen paces, his aura swirling vigorously, causing the rain around him to sway unpredictably. The seemingly effortless sweep of the umbrella concealed profound intricacies. As Li Xuandu raised his sword to block, 3 concealed energies erupted, penetrating his energy sea, the Danzhong. And Ni Guan points, catching him off guard as he failed to retract his sword in time. A faint smile graced Yu Qingning's lips. This was the Celestial Maiden's flowering technique of the Xian'an sect, a skill she had never employed publicly, not even before Li Xuandu. Had she unleashed it at her peak, she could have scattered hundreds of lotus flowers, raining down upon her adversary, rather than the mere 3 she managed now. Yet, it was also true that Li Xuandu was no longer the man he once was, capable of achieving remarkable feats, much to her expectation. However, contrary to her anticipation, Li Xuandu emerged with only minor injuries. Yu Qingning, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Is that the Linglong divine mechanism of the Taiping sect? You have a discerning eye." Li Xuandu replied with a slight smile, treading through the muddy ground as he charged towards her. Although he lacked mastery of the Celestial Maiden's technique, he swiftly conceived a countermeasure, the Linglong divine mechanism, which could alter meridian points. Should a high-ranking practitioner of the Taiping sect utilize it, they could even reverse the 12 primary channels within their body, while Li Xuandu had yet to reach such a level. Temporarily shifting the locations of 3 major points to neutralize the Celestial Maiden's technique was more than sufficient. Left with no choice, Yu Qingning had to unfurl her Tai Jiao umbrella. In an instant, the courtyard's downpour shattered into a cloud of white mist, enveloping Li Xuandu within its embrace. Li Xuandu moved with unceasing determination, his longsword emanating a swirling torrent of sword energy that cleaved through the obscuring white mist, shattering the concealed aura within. The remnants of this energy reverberated around him, causing the rain, imbued with vitality, to swirl chaotically between the 2 figures, tracing bright arcs that splashed into the ground, creating a series of depressions. Seizing this moment, Li Xuandu closed the distance to Yu Qingning, now merely 10 paces away. Yu Qingning furrowed her brow slightly, retracting her open Tai Jiao umbrella. In an instant, the descending rain was drawn by an overwhelming force, coalescing into a serpentine dragon that surged towards the unyielding Li Xuandu. Undeterred in his advance, Li Xuandu's sword, infused with the essence of the dragon and tiger, swelled like the tidal waves of the Dragon Boat Festival. Its energy unmistakably visible even amidst the downpour, growing almost tangible, as if augmenting the blade with an additional sharpness. The 2 forces collided with a thunderous clash, producing an unearthly resonance, sharp and jarring. Li Xuandu braced against the dragon's head, his feet sinking into the mire, sliding backward. In the next moment, he shifted to wield the sword with both hands, forcefully twisting his wrist to execute a diagonal strike. The dragon's head was severed. As anticipated, the dragon's head was indeed the core of this watery serpent. Once it was cleaved off, the entire water dragon disintegrated in a cacophony of splashes and mist, reminiscent of blooming lotus flowers in a pond. Yet, Yu Qingning, an adept who had once traversed the realm of truth, still retained the ability to utilize minor tricks despite the limitations imposed by her current state. At this moment, she concealed the 4 symbols lotus within the water dragon, which would unfurl the instant the dragon was vanquished. However, this was not Li Xuandu's first encounter with Yu Qingning. He was well prepared for such eventualities. He had been anticipating this very moment. The sword no longer emitted the sounds of dragons and tigers, but began to resonate with a celestial tone, albeit muffled by the rain. Despite her blindness, Yu Qingning, a master of swordplay in her own right, possessed heightened perception and discerned the subtle celestial tones amidst the cacophonous rainfall, causing her to furrow her delicate brows. Having formed a close bond with Su Yunxian of the Zihong sect, she had exchanged techniques with the Xin Nu sect, acquiring the 4 symbols lotus, a technique originating from the Zihong sect, which naturally included methods for its counteraction. Could it be that Li Xuandu had mastered the great compassion sword of the Zihong sect? Yu Qingning's expression shifted slightly as she retreated gracefully. With a resounding boom, the 4 lotus blossoms that had risen around Li Xuandu erupted simultaneously, transforming into a misty spray. Li Xuandu cleaved through the lotus pond with a single stroke, pressing onward toward Yu Qingning. She spun elegantly, her skirts billowing, untouched by the surrounding muck, resembling a pure white lotus emerging untainted from the mire. Concurrently, an endless whirlwind of energy enveloped her, layering upon itself, creating an unyielding barrier that ensnared Li Xuandu's sword, rendering it immobile, unable to advance or retreat. Without hesitation, Li Xuandu released his grip on the sword with his right hand, retreating as he pointed the blade's tip. The long sword suddenly emitted a thunderous sound, its sword energy retracting as faint arcs of electricity flickered. In an instant, it broke free from the entanglement of the energy field, piercing directly towards Yu Qingning's face. Yu Qingning halted her movement, her feet remaining stationary, while her upper body violently leaned back, creating an exaggerated angle that was nearly parallel to the ground. As the longsword swept over her head, she had just straightened up when she noticed Li Xuandu's right arm executing a pulling motion. The sword, under the invisible pull of energy, forcefully curved behind her, akin to a swallow circling in the air, aiming once more at the woman's back heart. This was the flying sword technique of the Qingwei sect, capable of wielding a long sword to subdue enemies from 100 paces away, allowing a 3-foot blade to traverse freely as if it had sprouted wings, thus earning the elegant title of the 100-pace flying sword. Yu Qingning placed her parasol at an angle on her shoulder, and with a sudden flourish, the canopy blossomed like a lotus flower behind her, resembling a large shield that deflected the thrusting sword aimed at her back. The long sword struck the parasol's surface, producing a sharp, ear-piercing sound, reminiscent of metal grinding against stone. Li Xuandu made a gesture as if grasping the hilt of the sword, and it subsequently turned, hovering before its master. Once again, Li Xuandu seized the sword, his body following its movement as he lunged towards Yu Qingning, akin to a thunderclap echoing in silence, arriving in an instant. In the face of this strike, Yu Qingning leapt into the air, simultaneously spinning her paper parasol downward. The surface of the parasol radiated a faint luminescence akin to the radiant moonlight, standing out amidst the torrential rain, like a bright moon sinking into the sea. With the parasol above and the sword below, the two forces collided. Li Xuandu's form abruptly sank, his feet sinking into the muddy ground over a foot deep, nearly reaching his calves. Yu Qingning, however, floated backward, and upon her feet touching the ground, a violent surge of energy erupted beneath her embroidered shoes, creating a large pit in the mud, with water and sludge shooting forth like a blooming lotus. The woman retreated 7 steps, each step manifesting a lotus flower. Once Yu Qingning steadied herself, Li Xuandu extracted his feet from the mire and lunged forward once more with his sword. Compared to before, his movements lacked some agility but were imbued with greater weight. The sword energy surged, causing the originally 3-foot blade to extend an additional half-foot. What is sword energy? It is the essence of the sword's formidable power. Yu Qingning quickly pivoted, barely evading this strike by a hair's breadth. Just that one strike had carved out a deep pit over a foot wide where she had stood moments ago. Li Xuandu, seizing the advantage, once again hurled his 3-foot green blade using the flying sword technique. The flying sword whistled through the air like a long rainbow. Yu Qingning raised her Taizhou parasol. It was merely an offense against a defense, a standoff between the two. Yet at that moment, Li Xuandu, now unarmed, waved his left sleeve. A flash of azure light darted from the sleeve's opening. It resembled a small blue serpent coiling up before launching itself forth with ferocious speed, twisting and turning in a manner that was both rapid and elusive. In this instance, the ever-composed Yu Qingning appeared somewhat flustered. Although she had sensed the impending danger, this fierce azure light left a fine red line across her fair throat. This strike was insufficient to determine life or death, yet it was enough to establish a victor. The verdant blade returned to its master's side, circling gracefully for several moments before gently hovering to reveal its true form. A short sword, entirely emerald in hue, floated in the air. It measured no more than a finger's width and a mere 3 inches in length, enshrouded by a swirling azure aura akin to mist or cloud, faintly illuminating the engraved characters Qing Jiao upon its blade. This was a flying sword. If the art of flying swords merely involved the forceful manipulation of a 3-foot blade to harm an adversary, then this petite, handle-less sword truly embodied the essence of a flying sword. The technique to wield such a flying sword is known as sword taming. Sword taming, distinct from sword mastery, often leads to confusion among the masses due to the phonetic similarity of the two terms. The Taoist ancestors elaborated on this in the Sword Sutra, stating that the path of sword mastery requires a sword for its purpose, and anything can serve as a sword. Conversely, sword taming necessitates nurturing the sword embryo, forging it into a flying sword, and feeding it with one's own essence to cultivate its spirit, thus allowing for a harmonious connection that enables its manipulation through qi. In theory, a master at the Xianyuan realm could wield a sword up to 100 yards away, while one at the innate realm could not only command a sword for 10 miles, but control multiple blades, usually 3 or 4, and potentially exceeding 10. However, this is not the pinnacle. Upon reaching the return to truth stage, one could command a sword 100 miles away, with a multitude of flying swords filling the sky, showcasing the true demeanor of a sword immortal. Presently, Li Xuandu could only command a single sword, which could not stray beyond 100 paces, lest the vital energy required for its manipulation falter. In conclusion, the limitations of sword taming are significant. Without a flying sword nurtured from a sword embryo, the art becomes futile. Compared to the path of sword mastery, which claims that all things can become swords, sword taming is undoubtedly of a lower tier. Furthermore, the mastery of swords utilizes intent rather than expending excessive qi, allowing generations of sword immortals to wield hundreds of swords with far less difficulty than commonly perceived. Nevertheless, should one possess a fully realized flying sword embryo in hand, wielding it through sword taming would render one virtually invincible below the Xian Yuan realm, effortlessly overcoming opponents. Even against a formidable adversary like Yu Qingning, who had once traversed the Return to Truth realm, the outcome would remain unchanged, provided the contest was solely for victory. Devoid of mortal peril, Yu Qingning gently traced her finger along a crimson line across her throat, though she could not see the vivid scarlet. She felt the chilling sensation at her throat juxtaposed against the warmth of her fingertip. With a composed demeanor, she neither expressed anger nor mockery. Recalling the sword-taming technique of the Qingwei sect after several years, Li Xuandu had expertly gauged the lethality of his strike, even for an ordinary individual. It was hardly fatal, let alone for a master like Yu Qingning, merely inflicting a superficial wound. Yet, holding her status in high regard, Yu Qingning acknowledged the resolution of their contest and refrained from prolonging the engagement. With a slight, bittersweet smile, she conceded defeat once more, permitting him to take the child while she would explain the situation to her sect leader. Li Xuandu waved his sleeve, retracting the flying sword into his robe, and stated, "I shall escort them to the Longmen prefecture in Zhangzhou. You may seek her there, and should she wish to accompany you back to the Xianan sect, I shall not hinder her." The heavy rain poured down relentlessly, yet Yu Qingning did not depart immediately. She rested the umbrella pole on her shoulder, tilting the paper umbrella against the rain, and softly remarked, "Today's defeat is both anticipated and understandable, after all. It was at the hands of the foremost of the four young masters. One could say it is a defeat tinged with honor." Li Xuandu replied, "I was unaware that I had acquired such a title." Yu Qingning smiled gently, explaining, "Every 3 years, the martial world holds a grand evaluation, categorizing individuals into 3 ranks, Lao Xin, Tai Xian, and Xiao Xian. Since the last announcement of the Xiao Xian list, the term 4 young masters has emerged in the martial community. Besides my humble self, who occupies the last position, the other 3 are Yin Feiqing of the Jingyi sect, Su Yunxian of the Zihong sect, and a peculiar individual who calls himself the Zifu Sword Immortal." Li Xuandu chuckled, "A peculiar individual indeed." Yu Qingning gazed deeply at him, for it was this very eccentric who had gained the greatest renown among the 4 and was also the youngest. A prodigious talent often lauded as a celestial being of the sword. It was said that provided he did not meet an untimely end, he was destined to attain immortality within his lifetime. Before reaching maturity, the Zifu Sword Immortal had not yet earned the title of Sword Immortal. He merely referred to himself as the Zifu Guest, traveling through the northern rivers with a single sword, challenging the heroes of the region without suffering a single defeat. However, this also led to enmities with the northern heroes, resulting in relentless pursuits and life-threatening predicaments. This experience drastically altered his temperament. From then on, the Zifu Guest wielded his sword mercilessly, traversing various states in northern China, slaughtering countless foes regardless of their cultivation levels or sect origins, fighting to the death whenever provoked, honing his swordsmanship through these fierce battles. Ultimately, he single-handedly vanquished the northern heroes, dominating the Hishua region. This prolonged bloodshed and pursuit, lasting over 6 months, propelled the Zifu Guest to true fame, with contemporary swordsmanship masters praising his ferocity and unparalleled sword energy, declaring him a sword immortal. Yet, due to the multitude of lives he had taken, many righteous individuals deemed him morally flawed, leaving his reputation a mixture of praise and condemnation. In the 11th year of the Wu De era of the Great Wei, Emperor Muzong passed away in the Yinzhong Palace. At the time, the crown prince was merely 10 years old and thus ill-equipped to govern the court. Consequently, Emperor Muzong decreed that the 4 grand scholars of the cabinet, led by the Prime Minister Zhang Suqing, should serve as guardians for the young ruler. To balance the power of these guardians, the emperor also entrusted the control of the 6 imperial seals to Empress Xia, stipulating that all edicts and commands must bear the jade seal to be valid. After the emperor's death, the crown prince ascended the throne, changing the reign title to Tianbao, honoring Empress Xia as the Empress Dowager, and bestowing upon Zhang Suqing the title of Grand Tutor. Thereafter, significant state affairs were determined through discussions between the Grand Tutor and the Empress Dowager. As the Grand Tutor led the cabinet and held the power of proposal, while the Empress Dowager managed the imperial secretariat and possessed the authority to approve decrees, thus creating a dynamic between the outer court and the inner court. Li Xuandu sighed. Regrettably, the Empress Dowager sought to consolidate power for herself, indulging in the whims of a female emperor, which ultimately led to subsequent events. Yu Qingning refrained from comment, continuing. As the Empress Dowager and the Grand Tutor's political disagreements intensified, their relationship deteriorated into a state of open hostility, culminating in the upheaval in the imperial capital. Before the event, the Empress Dowager summoned the adept practitioners of the six sects, Xinyi, Xinyin, Vidra, Sihong, Xiannu, and Fazong, to secretly enter the capital in the name of the emperor's legitimacy. Among them were Qing Ning, Yin Feiqing, and Su Yunxian, who had all partaken in this matter. However, Zhang Suqing's side was equally fortified by the esteemed guardians of the Qingwei, Donghua, Shenshao, and Miaozhen sects, which included the renowned Zifu Sword Immortal. Yu Qingning gently brushed her fingers over the black veil that obscured her eyes. In that battle, the Zifu Sword Immortal, wielding a single sword, managed to duel and triumph over both Yin Feiqing and Su Yunxian, only to encounter Qing Ning in the third round. At that time, the Zifu Sword Immortal was already nearing his limit, far from his peak condition, yet Qing Ning was unable to secure victory. Ultimately, they both suffered grievous injuries. Although she managed to destroy the Zifu Sword Immortal's treasured sword, she paid the price with her eyesight. Following the battle in the imperial capital, the four appointed ministers faced a catastrophic defeat. Zhang Suqing and 3 others perished, allowing the Empress Dowager to seize control. She first revoked the title of Grand Tutor in the emperor's name, then executed his son, Zhang Baigui, while others were subjected to confiscation of property and exile, leading to the disbandment of their faction. Subsequently, the whereabouts of the Zifu Sword Immortal became a mystery. Some presumed him dead, while others believed he had vanished. Yet, Qing Ning held steadfast in her belief that he still existed in this world. As she recounted this, the proud daughter of the Xiannu sect nodded lightly and smiled. After all, the last person she beheld with her own eyes was the Zifu Sword Immortal. Such a figure surely could not perish easily. Li Xuandu inquired. You do not harbor hatred towards the Zifu Sword Immortal for blinding you? Yu Qingning shook her head. It was merely a matter of serving our respective masters. Moreover, he injured my eyes, and I destroyed his sword. Both debts have been settled. What is there to resent? Li Xuandu smiled gently. Had circumstances been different, in another place and time, not atop the city walls of the imperial capital on a deep night, but in the picturesque Jiangnan water town during the vibrant spring, encountering a graceful lady such as yourself beneath an umbrella would surely have painted a different scene. Yu Qingning turned her gaze towards Li Xuandu and asked, should I address you as the Zifu Sword Immortal or by some other name? Li Xuandu replied, Li Xuandu will suffice. Yu Qingning realized, so it is Xuandu of the Zifu. Li Xuandu reflected, my name is Xuandu, and my courtesy name is Zifu. In my early days wandering the rivers and lakes, I understood that issuing a challenge was akin to slapping someone in the face. One misstep could forge a bitter enmity. Thus, I refrained from revealing my true name, never anticipating that such animosity would burgeon into something so monumental. To illustrate with a somewhat inappropriate analogy, pulling a radish brings up the mud. Initially, it was merely a matter of face, yet some individuals value their reputation above their very lives. In their desperation to salvage their pride, they sought my destruction. In self-defense, I had no choice but to eliminate them, which led to entanglements with their sects and friends. Relatives upon relatives. Ultimately, nearly half of Jianbei united to see my demise. Had I not ascended to the true return realm while fleeing and turned the tide, the Zifu Sword Immortal would not have emerged in the subsequent battle at the imperial capital. Yu Qingning smiled gently, refraining from further comment. In recent years, Li Xuandu has traversed the martial world in solitude. Upon encountering an old acquaintance, even if that person was once an adversary, he would not hesitate to exchange a few words. If we set aside the elders and focus solely on our generation, it appears that the balance of power leans somewhat towards the feminine, not out of arrogance on Xuandu's part, but rather a reflection on his contemporaries. Only Yin Feiqing truly captivates him among the men. Yet, among the women of his age, there are indeed remarkable figures. Apart from you and Su Yunxian, There are the esteemed officials of the Pinna sect and the exceptional Qin Su of the Forgetting Emotion sect, both of whom surpass many men in prowess. Regardless of Yu Qingming's extraordinary grace, she remains a woman. Upon hearing Li Xuandu's words, which seemed to appraise the talents of women, she could not help but inquire, which of these women does Zifu consider to be the most outstanding? She refrained from addressing him by his name, opting instead for his courtesy name, Zifu, which conveyed a sense of intimacy. Li Xuandu did not mind. He shook his head and replied, "Aside from Qin Su of the Forgetting Emotion sect, I have had varying degrees of interaction with the three of you. However, I have only heard of Qin Su in passing. In my humble opinion, Su Yinxian possesses a dignified elegance and intellect that surpasses ordinary understanding. The palace official is enigmatic and unpredictable, with a profound depth that allows her to navigate conversations with lethal finesse. Qin Su, though noble and steadfast, is bound by the constraints of her sect, destined to face many regrets in her life. Each of the three has their strengths and weaknesses, making it difficult to determine superiority." Yu Qingming smiled gently and remarked, "Zifu, you have yet to mention Qingming." Li Xuandu responded, "If I were to choose one among the four to befriend, it would be you, Yu Qingming." She smiled softly, yet remained noncommittal. However, her smile was like the blossoming of 100 charms in spring. She then performed a graceful bow towards Li Xuandu, expressing that with his words, her journey was not in vain. As she spoke, she departed with her umbrella, leaving a fragrant trail behind her. The inn was divided into two levels, the dining hall on the first floor and the guest rooms on the second. Upon his arrival, the Qingluan guard had already secured the entire second floor, preventing him from stepping foot there. The family he intended to rescue, the Zhou family, was situated in room B of the Tianhao section on the second floor. Just as Li Xuandu and Yu Qingming were engaged in their spirited exchange amidst the rain, an individual approached from the downpour, bypassing the front entrance to enter the hall quietly through the back door, subsequently ascending the stairs to the second floor, ultimately halting before the door of room B. The newcomer hesitated for a brief moment before pushing the door open. Inside, the family was already aware of the tumult outside. The woman clutched her daughter tightly, cowering on the bed, while a middle-aged man in a blue robe stood protectively before them. Upon recognizing the visitor, the woman's heart sank into despair. The newcomer stood firmly, legs slightly apart in an outward stance, hands clasped behind his back, his azure official garb strikingly conspicuous. In the Dawei dynasty, officials of the third rank and above donned red robes. Those of the sixth rank wore purple, while seventh rank and below wore blue. The phrase "those who retreat in the snow" refers to the nobility in crimson and purple, derived from this distinction. Only one group wears azure robes, the Qingluan Guard. From the various ranks within the guard, including both commanders and soldiers, all don blue attire, differing only in the embroidered patterns and insignia adorning their garments. Bestowed with imperial favor, the first rank left deputy commandant donned a brocade python robe, while the second rank right deputy commandant, now reduced in rank, wore the renowned flying fish attire. The second rank commandant and the third rank commandant, having been further demoted, were clad in the bullfighting garment. The individual before us, dressed in the bullfighting attire and equipped with a Wenwan sword, clearly belonged to the esteemed ranks of the Qingluan Guard, being at least of third rank. Unlike the youthful commander, this visitor appeared to be of mature age, weathered by life's trials, exuding an aura of stern authority that contrasted sharply with the privileged offspring of affluent families. With a gaze that seemed to penetrate, he surveyed the family of Zhou Tingchao, ultimately fixing his attention upon Zhou himself, and spoke deliberately. "I am Qian Xing, an assistant commandant of the Qingluan Guard, arrived from the imperial capital." Zhou Tingchao stood resolutely before the women, refraining from uttering a word. Unperturbed, the uninvited guest continued. "The likes of Zhao Yan and his associates are unlikely to accomplish anything significant. Their downfall was anticipated. My purpose for coming here is of a different nature." With a slight smirk, he added, "I must commend you, Lord Zhou, for your audacity in submitting a memorial asserting that this year's turmoil in the northwest, the severe drought in Liaodong, and the floods in Jiangnan stem from the court's neglect of personnel matters. You even liken the situation to a hen crowing at dawn, warning of impending national unrest." Such words were never uttered even by Zhang Suqing. It is no wonder the Empress Dowager was enraged enough to shatter her warm jade. Zhou Tingchao held his head high, remaining silent. Qian Xing cleared his throat and, with a tone of authority, inquired, "What do you mean by national unrest?" Finally breaking his silence, Zhou Tingchao responded, I have articulated quite clearly in my memorial that there has never been a precedent for an Empress Dowager to govern from behind a curtain. Rather, there exists a strict edict forbidding interference from the imperial harem. The current rule of the Empress Dowager contravenes ancestral laws. Furthermore, the extravagant expenditures within the palace for the Empress Dowager's birthday celebrations, the reconstruction of the Western Garden, and rampant corruption in various offices had depleted the national treasury, leaving the common people in despair. Thus, the troubles in the northwest, the drought in Liaodong, and the floods in Jiangnan are divine warnings that must not be ignored. Stubborn and unrepentant, Qian Xing sighed, his voice laced with a chilling undertone of disappointment. Without any visible motion, Zhou Tingchao suddenly lunged forward. Collapsing onto the floor in the guest room, his body stretched out in a desperate stance, utterly immobilized. Witnessing this, the woman, her eyes brimming with tears, clasped her mouth tightly, stifling her cries, while the young girl in her arms, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, merely wept alongside her mother. After a moment of hesitation, Qian Xing chose not to act immediately. He approached Zhou Tingchao's side, crouching down slowly, and whispered softly in his ear, "Behind you stand your wife and daughter, watching and waiting for you to return home safely. If not for yourself, consider them. Can you not express yourself differently?" With his forehead pressed against the ground, Zhou Tingchao gradually closed his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. Disappointment washed over Qian Xing, who abruptly rose to his feet. "I ask you once more, who taught you to speak in such a manner? Should you reveal the identity of those who manipulate you from behind, the Empress Dowager might choose to overlook past transgressions. Promotions and honors could even be within reach." Zhou Tingchao, however, remained with his eyes closed, resolutely stating, "Since the establishment of our great way by Emperor Taizu, we have endured for 2 centuries. How magnificent is our great way! I am a loyal official of the dynasty, and my submission of this memorial is to uphold the righteous path of the sovereign and clarify the duties of the ministers. Submitting this memorial and voicing my concerns is my duty as a subject. I require no one's guidance in this matter." Qian Xing took a step back, no longer gazing at him, and with a sigh remarked, "To be used as a pawn without realizing it. How deluded you are." He intensified his tone. "Do you understand that your memorial has implicated the very foundation of our great way?" Zhou Tingchao remained silent with his eyes shut. Qian Xing continued in a lowered voice, "Currently, many in the outer court have suffered because of you. Your old friends, colleagues, and compatriots have already been arrested. If you persist in your obstinacy today, those individuals will perish one by one. Are you not concerned for their fates? You cannot disregard the lives of others while neglecting your own wife and children. Can you? Do you not wish to save them?" Zhou Tingchao's fingers dug into the ground, nearly breaking his nails, his face displaying an expression of profound sorrow as he quietly wept, yet he remained resolute in his silence. Qian Xing's tone turned cold. "You cloak your treachery in the guise of loyalty, penning such seditious words that inflame the righteous indignation of all, from His Majesty and the Empress Dowager to the cabinet and the 9 ministries. If you insist that no one has incited you, then you must be mad to seek notoriety." Zhou Tingchao slowly opened his eyes, tears still fresh upon his cheeks, murmuring, "I, Zhou Tingchao, am not a first-class jinshi nor a second-class graduate, but merely a third-class scholar. I harbor no ambitions of ascending to high office or becoming a minister. Yet, as a recipient of the sovereign's grace, I am compelled by loyalty to address the pressing issues facing our great way. For years, our treasury has suffered deficits, and since the Empress Dowager assumed regency, she has embarked on extensive construction projects. Officials, eager to flatter, have seized the opportunity to exploit the populace, leading to widespread suffering. My intent in presenting this memorial is twofold: for the preservation of our great way and for the welfare of our people." Qian Xing, surveying him from above with an impassive expression, stated, "Seditious words that mislead the public and slander the court warrant execution without mercy." According to the laws of the Great Way, when Li Xuandu returned to the inn's main hall, he was taken aback and immediately raised his gaze towards the staircase on the 2nd floor. There, he beheld a member of the Qingluan Guard clad in bullfighting attire, holding a severed head. The eyes of the head were closed, devoid of color, and blood continued to drip from the neck, pooling on the ground. Seeing this, Li Xuandu's expression turned icy, filled with murderous intent. Qian Xing cast the head at Li Xuandu's feet, saying, "This is the Zhou Tingchao you sought to save, but alas, he is already dead." Li Xuandu bent down to lift the head, placing it upon a nearby 8 immortals table. Qian Xing calmly remarked, "I did not fail to offer him an opportunity. Regrettably, he chose to disregard it, and thus, I bear no responsibility. A person contemplating suicide has numerous methods at their disposal: crashing into walls, biting their tongue, ingesting poison, self-immolation, hanging, leaping from cliffs, or plunging into rivers. Yet, driven by a desire for posthumous fame, they insist on petitioning for death, creating unrest throughout the realm. Should such a person not be condemned to death? Li Xuandu inquired about his wife and daughter. Qian Xing replied with a smirk, deeming them fortunate, for he does not take the lives of women and children. Thus, they are spared for the time being, to be handed over to Zhao Lian and his entourage when they arrive. Li Xuandu remarked softly, "It seems my decision not to eliminate Zhao Lian immediately has allowed a tiger to return to the mountain." Qian Xing scoffed, a gilded young master, of little worth beyond his family lineage. In the vast Wei dynasty, a youthful prodigy like Zhao Lian, who has already entered the realm of the divine, can indulge in fine wine and compose poetry, yet also wield a blade against foes. He embodies both literary and martial prowess. Coupled with his illustrious ancestry, he is regarded as a person of promising prospects. However, within the Qingyuan Guard, he possesses neither formidable protectors nor the respect and admiration of his peers. Instead, he has garnered a rather disdainful reputation. Li Xuandu chuckled. "This is the Qingyuan Guard I am familiar with." Qian Xing laughed as well, lamenting that each generation seems more inept than the last, truly tarnishing the reputation of the Qingyuan Guard. Before he could finish speaking, Qian Xing leapt directly from the staircase. Li Xuandu swiftly recoiled. In the next moment, the entire inn trembled violently, the beams and walls quaking, dislodging years of accumulated dust. It was evident that the feet of this commander of the Qingyuan Guard had sunk deeply into the brick-laid floor, creating a spiderweb-like pattern of cracks around him. As Qian Xing extracted his feet from the shattered ground, he had intended to crush Li Xuandu beneath his heel, only to discover that his opponent possessed some skill, not merely an insect to be easily squashed. Li Xuandu calmly stated, "You are merely at the Xianyuan realm. While that surpasses my Baodan realm, it does not warrant such grandiose claims." Qian Xing's gaze sharpened abruptly. The ability to discern his true cultivation at a glance spoke volumes of Li Xuandu's keen perception. His youth suggested he might be a direct disciple nurtured by a prestigious sect. It is well known that within sects, the disparity between inner and outer disciples, as well as between legitimate and collateral lines, can be vast. Take for instance the Zhengyi sect. Zhang Qingshan is merely an outer disciple, not even a collateral line member, possessing only the cultivation of the divine realm. In contrast, Yan Feiqing, as a direct disciple of the inner sect, has already reached the Guasian realm at a tender age and assumed the position of sect leader last year, making him the youngest leader among the 12 righteous sects. Although they are of similar ages, their realms and standings are worlds apart. Therefore, when traversing the martial world, one must never underestimate a youthful opponent. The founding Emperor Gao of this dynasty pacified the realm at the age of 31, the Prime Minister Xiao Yu at 24, and the Grand General Qi Han at 23, while other founding heroes were also nearing 30. Furthermore, the current Empress Dowager secured her position against the 4 regents at merely 27, and Prince Jin, who assisted Empress Dowager Xia, had only just reached his 30s. Contemplating this, Qian Xing felt a stirring within. Could it be that this individual is deliberately concealing his prowess? He hesitated to take risks, resting his right hand behind him to quietly gather strength, and inquired, "May I ask to which sect you belong?" Li Xuandu offered no reply. Instead, he flicked his wrist, and his long sword whistled through the air. Qian Xing extended 2 fingers of his left hand, effortlessly pinching the blade, which was now perilously close to his brow, yet could advance no further. The commander of the Qingyuan Guard casually discarded the sword onto the ground, his voice devoid of much emotional fluctuation as he remarked, "What a remarkable 100-step flying sword. So you are a swordsman from the Qingwei sect." Years ago, when the 4 ministers conspired against the throne, the 6 sects Zhengyi, Zhenyin, King Kong, Xihong, Xin Nu, and Fa Xiang responded to the Empress Dowager's summons and entered the capital to protect her. Among the remaining 6 sects, although the Jingchan and Taiping sects did not enter the capital, they also refrained from taking significant action. However, the Qingwei, Miaozhen, Donghua, and Xinshao sects conspired with the 4 ministers, harboring treacherous intentions. The events surrounding the 4 ministers are well known. The ultimate outcome saw Zhang Suqing take his own life, while the other 3 were executed, and their remaining followers were banished to the frontier. Yet, few are aware of the chaos and bloodshed that preceded this resolution. Often referred to as the Battle of the Imperial Capital, In this clash, apart from the Jingchan and Taiping sects, the other 10 sects of the 12 Orthodox sects took part, alongside the formidable Qingyuan Guard and numerous court experts, influential nobles, and wandering heroes. Among them, there were over 10 masters of the returning truth realm, with many more in the innate and Xianyuan realms. The eventual result of this grand conflict was a crushing defeat for the Qingwei, Miaojin, Donghua, and Xinxiao sections. The 4 masters of the returning truth realm, including Li Xuandu, either perished or were gravely injured, their vitality severely depleted, forcing them to withdraw from the capital. Conversely, although the opposing side claimed victory, it was a Pyrrhic one. 3 masters of the returning truth realm, including Yu Qingning, were severely wounded and fell from their realms, barely escaping death. The former left commander of the Qingyuan Guard met his demise at the Chengtian Gate, overwhelmed by a coalition of over 10 innate realm experts, his bones shattered, reduced almost to mere pulp. Following this battle, the Qingwei and the other 3 sects closed their gates, retreating from the world, which explains why Qianxing does not regard them with much concern. Had it been a few years earlier, he would have dared not provoke the direct disciples of these 4 sections. However, the Zhengyi, Sihong, Xiannu, and other sects did not sever ties with the defeated 4 sects. Rather, due to the adage of when the birds are gone, the bough is hidden, they gradually distanced themselves from the court after this battle. The earlier actions of Zhang Qingshan from the Zhengyi sect and by Rushuang from the Zihong sect in attempting to rescue prisoners only hint at this shift. Li Xuandu gazed at Qianxing and said, "Since you are aware of the battle of the imperial capital, it is apparent that your standing within the Qingyuan Guard is not insignificant. You must also know the outcome of that battle. Do you believe that the 4 sects, having lost, can be trifled with like a tiger fallen to the plains, beset by dogs?" Qianxing's expression darkened, and he replied coldly, "Indeed, you are one of the 4 sects. No wonder you come to rescue that traitor Zhang Tingqiao. But I wonder, from which sect do you hail? The pretentiously noble Qingwei sect? The ostentatiously grandstanding Miaojin sect? The hypocritically virtuous Donghua sect? Or the arrogantly self-important Xinxiao sect? Leftover remnants of the 4 sects?" Li Xuandu murmured. "Then why do you not eradicate these 4 great remnants? I have forgotten how the former left commander of the Qingyuan Guard met his demise. If you are unaware of the location of their mountain gate, I can guide you there." Qianxing suppressed his fury and spoke in a chilling tone. "Regardless of your sect, you shall remain here today. I intend to bring your head along with Zhou Dingchao's to the imperial capital." Although Qianxing had uttered such menacing words and was a master of the Xianyuan realm, he did not act immediately. The so-called Xianyuan realm represents a higher level than the blood harmonization stage. It signifies a convergence of essence, energy, and spirit within the pivotal point of the body, hence the name Xianyuan. Upon achieving the Xianyuan realm, one becomes so filled with essence that they no longer crave lust, so abundant in energy that they do not desire food, and so fulfilled in spirit that sleep is unnecessary. The distance to transcend into a state of innate longevity, free from calamity and illness, remains but a single step away. Masters of this realm gradually detach from the limitations of humanity, drawing closer to the ethereal beings perceived by the world. Yet, as they approach this state, they become increasingly aware of the vastness of the universe and the insignificance of humankind, rendering them incapable of harboring arrogance, unlike those who have merely glimpsed the 3 realms. At this moment, he could not accurately gauge the true level of the young man before him, and thus refrained from acting rashly, fearing a miscalculation could lead to his downfall. It was akin to crossing a river. If one knows the depth, they can proceed with confidence, but if uncertain, they must tread cautiously, mindful of potential dangers. Just as he wavered, a child's heart-wrenching cries suddenly echoed from the 2nd floor. A sound so tragic that it was unbearable to hear. Qianxing let out a sinister laugh, rising from the ground to return to the room marked C. However, Li Xuandu also leaped toward the 2nd floor, and the 2 arrived nearly simultaneously at the door of room C. Qianxing unleashed a powerful punch, sending Li Xuandu flying. Had the blow connected fully, it could have shattered even granite. Yet Li Xuandu's back crashed through the 2nd floor railing, his body spinning through the air like a fallen leaf, landing gracefully back onto the corridor of the 2nd floor. Li Xuandu paid no heed to Qianxing's actions, his gaze fixed on the guest room. Inside, chaos reigned, blood splattered everywhere, and a headless corpse clad in a green shirt lay sprawled on the floor. It was undoubtedly Zhou Tingqiao, decapitated. Not far away, on the bed, lay a woman in simple attire, her expression vacant, her eyes hollow. Blood flowed from her abdomen, darkening as it trickled like a deep red stream. pooling on the floor into a small puddle. The woman had succumbed to her injuries, yet her hands remained tightly gripping the dagger that had pierced her chest. Throughout this ordeal, she had uttered not a single sound, plunging the dagger into her own body and quietly awaiting her demise. What fierce resolve and decisiveness must one possess? What torment drove such a frail woman to make this choice? Clinging to her was a girl of around 10, her face streaked with tears, her eyes wide with terror. It is truly lamentable for such a young girl who, within less than half an hour, has witnessed the harrowing demise of her parents. At this moment, after an initial wave of heart-wrenching sorrow, the girl has turned into a mere shell of herself, fixating on her parents' lifeless bodies as silent tears cascade down her cheeks. Li Xuandu lets out a gentle sigh, remaining silent. Over the course of the past 15 springs and autumns, he has witnessed countless tragedies of this nature. Most often, all one can do in the end is to sigh in despair. Qianxing gazes at Li Xuandu with a cold smile, saying, "Just now, you employed the Su Nu Levexuang of the Zuan sect? Only inner disciples of the Zuan sect may learn such techniques. Are you perhaps the consort of Yu Qingming? Yet, all of this is of little consequence. I initially thought you were a master of the Xian Yuan realm deliberately concealing your prowess. But it appears you are merely at the Dan-embracing realm. How dare one of such a lowly cultivation posture before me, feigning authority?" Li Xuandu calmly replies, "If I were to claim that a Dan-embracing cultivator could slay one of the Xian Yuan realm, would you believe me?" Qianxing raises an eyebrow and scoffs. "Even if you were to proclaim yourself the legendary Zifu Sword Immortal, reputed as the foremost in the Guizhen realm, capable of transcending realms to battle celestial beings, I would still find it hard to believe." With a smile, Li Xuandu extends his hand, summoning the sword that Qianxing had discarded in the hall below. The sword flies into his grasp, and with a swift thrust, it transforms into 3 blades, targeting 3 vital points around Qianxing's body. This is the Sanxing sword technique of the Qingwei sect, though it may not be classified as sword mastery or the way of sword control. It represents the pinnacle of pure swordsmanship, renowned for its ability to transform one sword into 3. Qianxing remains steadfast, allowing the sword to approach, while a ripple of energy envelopes his body. As the sword tip draws perilously close to his flesh, it finds itself unable to advance any further. This protective aura, akin to armor, is known as the Qi of Protection, a divine ability only accessible to those of the Xian Yuan realm, while those of the Dan-embracing realm still lack a breath of power. At times, especially during life and death confrontations, that single breath can mean the difference between life and demise. With his arms crossed and a patronizing smile upon his face, Qianxing declares, "No matter your lineage, you are doomed today. I shall take your head back to the Qingwan governor's office, where it will be preserved in a potion and displayed upon my desk." Li Xuandu remains expressionless, delivering another strike. This particular sword is imbued with a fierce aura. If the protective Qi is akin to clothing, then this sword is a pair of shears. Wrapped in azure sword energy, the blade cleaves through the protective aura, leaving a gash upon Qianxing's chest. Although this wound is merely superficial, it ignites a fury within Qianxing, who stomps heavily, shattering the corridor of the 2nd floor, propelling himself like a bolt from a bow towards the enigmatic young man. As their bodies collide, Li Xuandu employs the Su Nu Levexuang technique to dissipate the tremendous impact, his form swaying backward. In the same motion, he casually sweeps out another strike, akin to a gentle brush sweeping away fallen petals in a courtyard. For the first time, Qianxing reveals a serious expression, suspended mid-air. He claps his palms together, unleashing a flurry of strikes, each one cutting through the air with a chilling ferocity. In the next moment, 3 ethereal lotus flowers erupted with a thunderous explosion, reminiscent of the celestial scattering technique of the Xian sect. Perhaps even Yu Qingming had not anticipated that Li Xuandu, after witnessing it merely once, would commit it to memory. The execution before him bore a resemblance of only 50% in spirit, yet a striking 90% in form. Due to the complete destruction of the 2nd floor corridor, the 2 adversaries found themselves clashing once more in the grand hall below, standing defiantly at a distance. Qianxing furrowed his brow. Although he could not identify the fundamental nature of the technique, the unmistakable traces of the Xian sect were abundantly clear. Could it be that this individual indeed had a significant connection with the Xian sect, as he had alluded? However, Qianxing quickly relaxed his brow. Given the current circumstances, even if Yu Qingming herself were present, a peaceful resolution was evidently unattainable. The 2 surged forward again, with Li Xuandu thrusting his sword forward. With no intention of holding back, Qianxing channeled all his energy into his palm. not only meeting the sword with his hand, but also shattering the Zhengyi sect's Lei Gang sword into several fragments with a single, fleshly palm, almost instantaneously. As the sword shattered, Qianxing delivered a powerful strike to Li Xiandu's chest with his palm, while simultaneously landing a solid punch upon his forehead. The two parted almost immediately. Qianxing remained rooted in place, his figure slightly swaying, while Li Xiandu was sent hurtling backward like a severed kite, crashing against one of the supporting pillars of the inn, sending a cloud of dust cascading down. Qianxing fixed his gaze upon Li Xiandu, who was slowly sliding down from the pillar, and remarked darkly, "Now that Zhou Tingchao is deceased, and yet you refuse to retreat. It appears you're indeed aligned with Sun Songchan. After all, Zhou Tingchao is a cherished disciple of the Imperial Master, and this recent appeal could very well have been instigated by his mentor. For reasons both emotional and rational, one cannot simply stand by and witness another's demise. This suggests that Sun Songchan has resolutely decided to conspire with the treacherous four sections." Li Xuandu shook his body, brushing off the dust clinging to him, and inquired, "If Zhou Tingchao truly acted under the instigation of Sun Songchan to submit a memorial, then as loyal subjects of Empress Dowager Xie, you should have escorted Zhou to the capital and found a way to have him identify his mentor, thereby toppling the current Imperial Master. Yet, how did you come to slay him instead?" Qianxing replied, "Since you are on the brink of death, I shall speak plainly, allowing you to grasp the truth. It is not that I denied him an opportunity. Rather, he was too entrenched in his folly, forsaking friends and family. I surmised that even the tortures of the Qingwan Guard would fail to extract his confession. Rather than transporting him to the capital and causing greater upheaval in the supervisory court, it is more prudent to let him perish quietly en route. Of course, I could not allow him to fall into your hands. This serves as a warning to others." As his words concluded, Qianxing forcefully stomped the ground, leveraging the recoil to charge straight at Li Xuandu. However, upon nearing him, he abruptly halted, stepping back to assume a stance akin to a drawn bow, and then unleashed a powerful punch, reminiscent of an arrow loosed from its bowstring. The blow whistled through the air. Li Xuandu crossed his hands, bracing against the formidable strike capable of shattering stone. Yet, the force still surged through his palms, propelling him backward. Had that punch struck someone like Zhang Qingshan, it would have obliterated them entirely. Nonetheless, Li Xuandu quickly regained his footing, his pallid complexion restored to a vibrant hue almost instantaneously. He then advanced rather than retreating, closing the distance between them to within 3 zhang, his sleeve sweeping through the air. A streak of azure light erupted from his sleeve, akin to a serpent poised to strike. Although Qianxing was enveloped in protective energy, the sharp azure ray still carved a narrow gash at his throat, blood faintly seeping from the wound. Anger and shock coursed through Qianxing. He had nearly traversed the threshold of death, perilously close to having his throat severed. The azure light swirled once more, darting towards Qianxing. Fortunately, he was now prepared, channeling his protective energy to its utmost, and using his iron-like arms to forcefully deflect the azure ray. Finally revealed, the azure light was none other than the flying sword, Qingjiao, which had previously compelled Yu Qingning to concede in a similar manner. Qianxing touched the blood at his throat, narrowing his eyes at the diminutive sword, his expression grave. In the vastness of the martial world, there are indeed sword immortals capable of soaring through the skies with their blades. The renowned Zifu sword immortal is but one such figure. However, attaining the mastery of sword control is a feat that surpasses mere entry-level understanding. One must reach the stage of transcendent enlightenment. Yet beneath the mastery of sword control lies the art of sword manipulation. Although many esteemed swordsmen disdain sword manipulation, considering it a mere tool for commoners while elevating sword control to the status of a noblewoman, for those below the innate realm, sword manipulation remains an unparalleled lethal skill. With a cultivated flying sword, one becomes invincible among their peers. Without witnessing Li Xuandu's movements, the azure light surged independently, perpetually swirling around Qianxing's form, its velocity accelerating until it appeared as a flowing brilliance. The essence of this swordplay lay in its swiftness. Although one cannot claim that speed is invincible, Qianxing, not being a master of the innate realm, dared not underestimate the flying sword, reputed to be unmatched beneath the innate level. Several attempts were made by Qianxing to capture the flying sword, all in vain, resulting instead in additional wounds adorning his arm. The countenance of this seasoned commander of the Qingwan Guard, who had long evaded injury, darkened further. He ceased his haste to strike, resembling a fisherman poised with a spear, yet hesitating to plunge it into the water. Suddenly, Qianxing recoiled, the azure light flickering in a flash. leaving a crimson mark upon his forehead and shattering his crown, severing a significant tuft of hair. Still, he refrained from attacking, waiting patiently to comprehend the entirety of the Azure Light's swordplay trajectory, only then would he strike. However, mere moments later, Qian Xing was engulfed in astonishment. The path of this diminutive flying sword defied all laws, tracing arcs, moving straight, twisting, leaping, oscillating, and reversing, leaving no discernible pattern. At last, impatience took hold of Qian Xing. Abandoning his search for traces, he decisively struck, sacrificing his palm to momentarily halt the Azure Dragon. He pointed a finger forth, seemingly striking at emptiness, yet a resounding clash akin to gold and stone colliding erupted before him. The troublesome flying sword emitted a mournful cry, retreating in reverse. As it hovered, the sword's aura dimmed significantly, losing its former brilliance. Gazing at the wound in his palm, Qian Xing's eyes turned icy as he remarked, "Truly worthy of the renowned Qingwei sect swordsmanship, it possesses some merit. Yet, you are merely at the dance stage, now that I have shattered your flying sword. What further prowess do you possess? If none, then you must await your demise." Li Xuandu pinched the flying sword between two fingers, speaking softly. "It is true you have destroyed my flying sword, yet your palm is also shattered. Were I to possess another sword, how many of your palms could you break? Even if you used your remaining palm to block my sword, how would you execute that pivotal strike?" Qian Xing, unperturbed, chuckled lightly. "Do not be too hasty with your words. That sword of yours is a rare treasure of this era. Even the direct disciples of various sects may not possess one. Your fortune in acquiring it is already enviable. Can you truly claim to have a second?" Li Xuandu released the Azure Dragon sword, allowing it to dance around him like a swallow, speaking leisurely. "In this world, one must be wary of the unforeseen." Qian Xing let out a heavy snort. Convinced that Li Xuandu's techniques were exhausted, he ceased further dialogue, his form flickering as he propelled a remaining fist directly towards Li Xuandu's forehead. The force of the punch sent Li Xuandu's hair flowing backward. However, just as the fist approached within an inch of its target, Li Xuandu suddenly leapt backward, narrowly evading the aftermath of the strike. The relentless pursuit of Qian Xing knew no mercy, his figure closely trailing behind. One man surged forward while another retreated, and together they exited the bustling and into the enveloping curtain of rain. Once immersed in the downpour, Li Xuandu's form became elusive, eventually vanishing amidst the torrential rain, his essence seamlessly merging with the deluge, rendering him undetectable. Qian Xing traversed through the rain several times, disrupting the vast curtain. Yet he failed to catch even a glimpse of Li Xuandu. Ultimately, he halted, inhaling deeply before exhaling. In the next moment, from where he stood, countless droplets ascended, transforming into mist, creating a vast expanse of emptiness within the rain. He raised his gaze, his eyes coldly fixed upon the summit of the flagpole that bore the banner of Taiping Inn, sneering, "I have found you." At that moment, Li Xuandu stood atop the flagpole, having first employed the Eastern Huazong's water escape technique to conceal himself within the rain's fury, followed by a deft leap using the Miaojin sect's heavenly ladder to ascend to the flagpole, exhibiting remarkable cunning. Yet, there exists a saying that states, "One force can break myriad cleverness." Qian Xing, relying on his profound cultivation at the Xian Yuan realm, shattered the rain curtain, forcibly revealing Li Xuandu's position. Li Xuandu stood upon the flagpole, his garments billowing in the wind. Despite the battle's toll, with his attire somewhat tattered, he still exuded a semblance of the former elegance he once possessed. Qian Xing let out a cold chuckle, channeling strength through his waist and ankles. He crashed into the flagpole, snapping the stout pole, thick enough for a person to embrace. The Taiping banner crashed down, striking the second floor of the small building, causing Li Xuandu, who had been atop the flagpole, to tumble onto the roof of the second story. With a spring of his feet, Qian Xing propelled himself skyward, swiftly reaching the black-tiled roof of the second floor. Almost simultaneously, the two collided with a thunderous impact. Li Xuandu was sent reeling backward, each step shattering a tile beneath him, reminiscent of Yu Qingming's graceful steps that blossomed like lotuses. Qian Xing shadowed him relentlessly. Although one of his hands was incapacitated, his arms remained unscathed, wielding them like twin iron whips, mercilessly striking at Li Xuandu with an overwhelming force that could split mountains and shatter stones. Each attack left Li Xuandu struggling to withstand the might, forced to retreat and dissipate the force using the techniques of the Xian Nu sect. While Qian Xing offered him no respite, his fists and feet howling like the wind, leaving devastation in their wake upon the inn's rooftop. After exchanging dozens of blows, Li Xuandu, leveraging the force of one of Qian Xing's punches, descended from the rooftop, managing to create a slight distance. Qianxing did not pursue. Instead, standing atop the roof, surveying Li Xuandu below, his voice hoarse, "How many more strikes can you endure?" Li Xuandu remained silent. For the turmoil within his energy channels rendered his countenance as pale as parchment, devoid of any color. Just as Qianxing's probing question suggested, should this battle continue? He would succumb without Qianxing's intervention. Likely, in another 30 exchanges, the energy coursing through his 12 primary meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels would be utterly depleted. Li Xuandu closed his eyes, gently exhaling before inhaling once more, transcending the self and the world. His pallor gradually returned to a healthy hue. If one occurrence is a coincidence, then 2 occurrences can hardly be deemed as such. The recent series of strikes delivered by Qianxing may have appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet they were imbued with a subtle craftsmanship. Each blow concealed a latent force that adhered to Li Xuandu, accumulating like layers of stone upon his shoulders, ultimately overwhelming him to the point of collapse. However, after Li Xuandu exhaled a breath of stale air, these hidden energies were cast off as well. As the saying goes, fortune often lies within misfortune, and misfortune may cradle fortune. Although Li Xuandu has indeed fallen in realm, his physique remains that of his former self. It does not revert to the frail body of a child simply due to his diminished status, though lacking the corresponding vital energy for support. His form is still far from the ordinary level of the dance stage. Moreover, Li Xuandu had practiced the Buddhist technique of Zhiwangchan, not with the intent of merging Buddhism and Taoism, but rather, serendipitously, he found himself cultivating an unblemished physique that embodies the strengths of both traditions. Provided his vital energy is sufficient, his injuries can heal at an astonishing pace, a marvel that is rare even among those of the true return realm, let alone in the mere dance stage. Zhiwangchan originates from the Silent Zen sect, aptly described as a method without a fixed method, a form without a fixed form, and an intention without a fixed intention. It involves the relinquishment of the physical body, the dismissal of cleverness, and the departure from form to knowledge. Harmonizing with the essence of the great unity, this is the essence of Zhiwang. Entering the realm of decay and regeneration through Zhiwangchan allows one to discern clarity from obscurity and distinguish good from evil. Embodying the Taoist principle of the harmonious interplay between the dragon and tiger, and the union of yin and yang, wherein the profundities rival the Taoist golden elixir path. Strictly speaking, Li Xuandu is a practitioner of Taoism. Although his studies are extensive and varied, they largely remain rooted in Taoist principles. His pursuit of the Buddhist Zhiwangchan was not motivated by a desire for the unification of Buddhism and Taoism, but rather to utilize its principles for his own purposes of suppression. The one to be suppressed is none other than himself. The crux of Zhiwang lies in the notion of forgetting. Following the battle in the imperial capital, due to the destruction of his life's sword, Li Xuandu plummeted from the true return realm to the innate realm. This was a far better fate than that of Yu Qingning, who fell directly from the true return realm to the spirit entry realm. After returning to the Zhuan sect, Yu Qingning expended several years to stabilize her injuries. In contrast, Li Xuandu suffered minimal harm and could potentially regain his true return status within 6 months. However, fleeing the imperial capital with only the cultivation of the innate realm, he began to practice Buddhist techniques that starkly contrast with Taoist philosophy, causing his realm to decline further. From the innate realm to the Xianyuan realm, and then from the Xianyuan realm to the dance stage. Had his 3 Dan fields not been opened, it would have been impossible to close them again. He might even have sought to descend to the solid realm to find solace. Li Xuandu's rationale for such drastic measures stemmed from the realization that even if he could return to the true return realm, the damage to his life's sword, fundamental to the great path, would forever bar him from the celestial realm. Thus, he devised a remedy. If the foundation is compromised, one must begin anew and reconstruct it. Of course, Li Xuandu is not an impulsive individual. Prior to his fall, he made comprehensive preparations. He not only equipped himself with various life-saving treasures, including the flying sword Qingjiao, but also assimilated techniques from numerous other schools for his own use. Although techniques such as the Jade Ding Palm, the Golden Morning Fist, and the Celestial Pointer have lost much of their utility in the realm of returning to true, they still possess remarkable efficacy within the intermediate stages of entry. Particularly, these methods can catch adversaries off guard, rendering them defenseless. The exceptional talent of Li Xian was evident when, at a tender age, he stepped into the realm of returning to true, allowing him to swiftly master various techniques from different schools. As long as these teachings did not conflict with the fundamental principles of his own sect, he could easily comprehend and adapt them, leading to a profound understanding of myriad methods. To discuss the origins of these techniques, one must recall past events. In his early days, armed with a single sword, Li Xian traversed the Jiangbei and Hishua regions, vanquishing countless foes. The invaluable nature of secret manuals is best appreciated when carried closely, which led Li Xian to unexpectedly acquire numerous insights while fending off pursuers and honing his swordsmanship. During that time, he was so engrossed in his sword art that he paid little heed to the techniques of other sects, underestimating their potential. Little did he foresee that after his fall from grace following the battle in the imperial capital, those very techniques he once disregarded would become the foundation of his resurgence. Beyond these techniques, Li Xian's greatest asset was his physical prowess. However, this very physique also became a double-edged sword. Each time he suffered blows from Qian Shing's dual strikes, half of his vital energy would involuntarily surge from his energy sea and meridians into various acupoints, mending his body but leaving him in a state of depletion, unable to exhibit the full manifestation of his profound abilities. In this moment, as he engaged in the reverse operation of the sitting and forgetting Zen skill, it was akin to sealing his acupoints, hindering his body's natural recuperation. This act compelled the vital energy back into his dantian and meridians, allowing him to gather sufficient energy for a vigorous battle. In essence, this was both Li Xian's moment of greatest vulnerability and his peak strength. As for the risk of being severely injured by Qian Shing's fist after withdrawing his energy, or whether such a gamble was overly audacious, Li Xian remained unfazed. With a casual flick of his sleeve, he signaled for the azure dragon that had been circling him to retreat. Qian Shing squinted at the unarmed Li Xian, wavering with uncertainty. Although he could not ascertain Li Xian's intentions, he instinctively sensed an undercurrent of danger. Initially, Qian Shing felt assured of victory, even considering the peculiar nature of this young man's physique. However, he noted the gradual waning of Li Xian's energy. At the brink of exhaustion, Qian Shing believed he could easily dispatch him. It was akin to the strategies of warfare, where Qian Shing had been methodically encroaching upon his opponent, yet now, Li Xian was gathering all his strength for a decisive confrontation. Li Xian unleashed a punch, seemingly gentle and lacking force. Yet it carried an intent that surged towards Qian Shing's face, astonishingly reminiscent of the celestial pointer while echoing the golden morning fist. Just as Qian Shing prepared to counter this punch, Li Xian struck out with his right palm, where faint sparks flickered, while his left hand flicked a finger, causing a momentary hesitation in Qian Shing's movements, compelling him to meet Li Xian's palm head-on. Upon separation, Qian Shing glanced down at his palm, which bore the charred marks of lightning's searing touch. If he was not mistaken, the individual had clearly employed the heart thunder of the Zhengyi sect and the immobilization technique of the Donghua sect. How could there exist such an erudite person in this world? Li Xuandu, having cultivated the sitting forgetting Zen technique and sealed his acupoints, entered the realm of withering and flourishing. At this moment, as he transitioned from flourishing to withering, his complexion became dim and lifeless, akin to a decaying wood on the verge of collapse. Yet, he appeared to have freed himself from the last remnants of constraint, allowing him to fully unleash his potential. The various sects, Qingwei sect, Zhengyi sect, Miaoshan sect, Donghua sect, Shintian sect, Xian sect, Sihong sect, Jingchan sect, and Vitras sect, each displayed their martial arts and techniques, dazzling the onlookers. Raindrops splattered, water mist rose incessantly, enveloping the scene in a shroud of white fog, resembling a cage that ensnared Qianqing within. Qianqing attempted several times to forcefully break free from this confinement, yet was persistently subdued by Li Xuandu's ceaseless array of martial arts. Although Qianqing had not sustained any grievous injuries, his battle attire had become tattered and torn. No one could have anticipated that a formidable master of the Xian Yuan realm would be utterly outmatched by one in the Dan-holding realm. Utilizing the Su Nu Lushuang technique of the Xian sect, in conjunction with the five-element escape technique of the Donghua sect and the wind mastery technique of the Miaoshan sect, Li Xuandu moved with grace, maintaining a distance from Qianqing that was neither too far nor too close, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Clearly, Qianqing had ignited his true fire. With each strike, his energy resonated, shattering countless raindrops into a misty haze. He had entirely disregarded his own energy consumption, yet even so, he remained firmly suppressed by Li Xuandu, as though his blows fell upon a roly-poly toy, exerting strength without effect. In his desperation, Qianqing's tactics became increasingly chaotic, providing Li Xuandu the opportunity to first cast the Qingmu spell of the Donghua sect upon him, rendering him immobile, voiceless, unable to concentrate, and his spirit unchanged, like a lifeless log, with his six senses sealed. Subsequently, Li Xuandu struck his chest with the great hand seal of the Vitras sect, Though Qianxing was shielded by his protective aura, as if clad in armor, the great hand seal acted like a blunt hammer, lacking sharpness yet penetrating deeply, causing Qianxing to spout blood and be flung backward. Li Xuandu twisted his neck and chuckled lightly. Since the battle in the imperial capital, I have never felt this invigorated. Qianxing slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His expression darkened with both fear and bewilderment. He could not fathom how a mere practitioner of the Dan-holding realm could master such a vast array of sect's martial arts and force him into such a predicament. Li Xuandu inquired, "Do you find it rather unreasonable for someone like me to exist?" Qianxing's expression remained grim. Li Xuandu planted his feet into the muddy ground, clasped his hands before his chest, and pushed the sitting forgetting Zen technique to its zenith. A faint white halo began to emanate behind him. Qianxing was startled, instinctively gathering his internal energy, as if facing a grave threat. His ascension from an ordinary commander of the Qingyuan Guard to the esteemed position of deputy commander is attributed not only to his profound cultivation, but also to his cautious demeanor. Recently, having been scorched by true fire and consumed by rage, he suffered considerable hardships. Now, having regained his composure, he dares not afford even a modicum of carelessness. He no longer harbors the extravagant hope of vanquishing Li Xuandu. Instead, achieving a safe departure from this place would be a fortunate outcome. This is not to suggest that he believes the young man before him capable of ending his life, but rather that engaging in a mutually destructive confrontation would be an unwise endeavor. After all, they are still several thousand miles from the imperial capital, and should he encounter ill-intentioned individuals, he could find himself in dire straits. At this moment, even though this young man may be formidable, he is still merely at the dance stage, and Qianxing truly does not believe he will perish here. Before him, Li Xuandu formed a seal with his hands, a luminous aura swirling around him, and billowing white mist rising in great volumes. This was the manifestation of Li Xuandu no longer restraining the energy within him. Li Xuandu gazed at the astonished Qianxing and softly remarked, "In this world, matters are seldom governed by reason, such as the return to truth battling against the heavenly beings, or the dance stage confronting the Xin Yuan." As he advanced towards Qianxing, the radiant white light shimmered, coalescing into a mist that, amidst the torrential rain, resembled the bright moon rising over the sea, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Qianxing stood entranced by this spectacle, utterly at a loss for words. As Li Xuandu approached within a mere foot of Qianxing, he remained as steadfast as a mountain, while behind him, a resplendence emanated, resembling a circular screen or the fan of a peacock. When the mist and light dissipated, Qianxing was horrified to discover that it was neither a screen nor a peacock's display, but rather dozens of ethereal arms, which, when compared to Li Xuandu's own arms, appeared somewhat slender, akin to those of a maiden. In the pursuit of longevity, individuals tread various paths. Some follow the path of the divine, others the path of Buddhism. Some the ghostly path, others the sword path, the talisman path, the Dan path, the martial path, the path of accumulating goodness, and some the unorthodox paths. In his early years, Li Xuandu devoted himself to the sword path, but after his fall from grace, he had no choice but to amalgamate the teachings of various schools, primarily focusing on their martial arts while supplementing them with techniques. It can be said that his martial prowess is a synthesis of the strengths of the 12 orthodox sections. At this moment, he draws upon the foundation of the sitting forgetting Zen and employs the thousand-sword Avalokiteshvara technique of the Zihong sect, not transforming his energy into a sword, but rather into arms. With insights derived from the return to truth stage, he enables these dozens of arms to execute the myriad skills he has mastered throughout his life. These include the Great Hand Seal of the King Kong sect, King Kong Palm, Prajna Fist, and Seven Wolf Fist. There are also the Dragon Seizing Hand, Tiger Suppressing Hand, 1,000-pound palm, and Great King Kong Fist from the Silent Zen sect. From the Jingyi sect, he employs the two instruments finger technique, Tai 9 Palaces Fist, Tai 8 Trigrams Palm, and Puryang Finger. The Zihong sect contributes the Flower Shifting Finger, Moon Sealing Palm, Great Compassion Palm, and Flower Plucking Style. The Xian Nu sect offers the Xuanji Finger, Shimping Hand, Colding Palm, and Flower Brushing Finger. Additionally, there are techniques such as Jade Cauldron Palm, Golden Wound Fist, Monument Crushing Hand, Horizontal River Style, Dragon and Tiger 8 Styles, Finger of Xian 9 Styles, Falling Flower Palm, Great Bright Lion Claw, Overlord Lifting Cauldron, and Yin Yang Traversing Hand from various other schools. This magnificent display of martial arts, while perhaps lacking significant utility at the pinnacle of the transcendent realms, is already akin to a mountain peak for those who have yet to step into the innate realm. At this moment, Li Xuandu stood as the pinnacle of the mountain. This was indeed somewhat unreasonable. After Li Xuandu unleashed a myriad of fist techniques, palm strikes, finger maneuvers, and hand methods, Qian Xing was instantaneously reduced to a mist of blood, dissipating into the vast downpour. Li Xuandu, having forcibly invoked the thousand-hand divine art, which was not meant for someone of the Dan realm, was already straining under its weight. At this moment, as he attempted to manifest his lifelong martial arts through the thousand hands, he found himself overwhelmed. Just as Qian Xing faced death, Li Xuandu could no longer sustain himself. The myriad illusory arms behind him dissipated like smoke, and he collapsed into the muddy ground beneath the pouring rain. The toll of this battle was far greater than Li Xuandu had anticipated. He initially thought that the Qingyuan Guard would send only a single master of the Dan realm to handle the matter. Believing himself invincible with the flying sword Qingjiao in his possession and requiring little effort. However, he was utterly unprepared for the fact that the Qingyuan Guard had dispatched a governor of the Xian Yuan realm, nearly causing him to falter in this inn of tranquility. With no other options, he was compelled to utilize one of his life-preserving techniques, as long as his opponent had not stepped into the realm of innate mastery. Facing Li Xuandu's unreasonable assault would be tantamount to certain death. Nevertheless, the cost Li Xuandu had to pay was immense. His internal energy, whether it be the 12 primary meridians or the 8 extraordinary vessels, as well as the 3 major dantians and various acupoints, was completely depleted, leaving him devoid of any vitality. The 9 grades of the 9 realms are divided into 3 stages of initial enlightenment, 3 stages of mastery, and 3 stages of transcendence. Among the final 3 stages, the returning to true realm corresponds to the convergence of the 5 energies, the celestial being realm to the gathering of the 3 flowers, and the longevity realm to the purity of yin and yang, which give rise to each other. According to Taoist teachings, the 5 energies correspond to the 5 organs and are associated with the 5 elements. Metal represents strength and aggression, associated with the lungs, what embodies vitality and resilience. Linked to the liver, water signifies the utmost gentleness, corresponding to the kidneys. Fire embodies fierceness and vigor, connected to the heart. Earth represents stability and depth, associated with the spleen. Before reaching the returning to true realm, the 5 energies often exhibit biases. For instance, disciples of the Xian Nu sect lean towards the water element, while Qian Xing's practice is heavily rooted in the earth element. The returning to true realm signifies the unification of the 5 energies into a singular essence. Thus, the pursuit of the Tao ultimately leads to the quest for truth, culminating in the essence known as true Yuan, which corresponds to the returning to true realm and distinguishes it from the primal energies of heaven and earth. As a once great master who had traversed the returning to true realm, Li Xuandu's internal energy was devoid of elemental distinction, transformed into true Yuan, possessing the characteristics of all 5 energies. However, he had now fallen from the returning to true realm, causing his true Yuan to disperse back into the 5 energies. While the richness of his energy was still 5 times that of an ordinary individual in the same realm, its recovery had become painfully slow. After meditating for the briefest moment, he had only managed to regain a fraction of his vitality. Yet, he could not afford to linger, for Zhao Lian still lived. From Qian Xing's words, it was clear that after being cast from the inn, Zhao Lian had been rescued by him, and was now likely gathering reinforcements on Qian Xing's orders. Under normal circumstances, Li Xuandu would remain unafraid. But the current situation demanded caution to avoid a disastrous misstep. Rising from the downpour, Li Xuandu slowly entered the inn. The instant he crossed the threshold, he felt an immediate tension, as if confronting a formidable adversary. The previously thin and dark youth who had followed the innkeeper's wife out of the tavern returned to the lobby at an unknown time, having righted the overturned tables and chairs. At present, he was extracting the embedded Qingyuan Guard from the wall and setting it aside. Li Xuandu had long discerned that this youth was no ordinary individual. He recalled passing a marshy lake on his way here, where numerous wild water buffalo roamed. However, that location was at least 300 miles from the inn. The fact that this youth could travel to and fro within a single afternoon spoke volumes about his cultivation. If such an unassuming errand boy possessed remarkable abilities, one could only imagine the prowess of the innkeeper and his wife. Upon noticing Li Xuandu's entrance, the youth, named Shen Xiaxing, turned and smiled, saying, "The innkeeper's wife remains somewhat concerned about this establishment, which she has managed for nearly a decade, and thus allowed me to return for a brief visit. When I came back, I saw you meditating in the heavy rain, so I refrained from disturbing you." Li Xuandu did not relax his vigilance in the slightest and inquired, "Where are the innkeeper and his wife? Why have they not returned?" The youth appeared unguarded. perhaps dismissing the already weary Li Xuandu as a negligible threat. He replied with a slight smile. The innkeeper mentioned that encountering the dead brings misfortune, which could diminish his fortune for 3 months. Therefore, he and the innkeeper's wife have taken refuge in a pavilion on Taiping Mountain to wait out the rain. They will return once I tidy up here. Li Xuandu responded with an "oh," and after a moment's hesitation, asked, "This place isn't far from Taiping Mountain. Have you heard of the Taiping sect?" Shen Chongqing paused his tasks and nodded, saying, "Indeed, I have heard of the Taiping sect. It is said to reside upon that very mountain. However, I frequent Taiping Mountain to gather firewood and have yet to encounter any sect gates." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "I have seen a few elderly men with white hair who spoke to me about divination techniques in the ways of the heavens, mysterious and vague, to say the least." Li Xuandu nodded, forming a tentative hypothesis in his mind. The innkeeper who had performed divination for him was likely a figure of considerable standing within the Taiping sect. The Taiping coin the innkeeper had gifted him before departing was likely intended to foster a good connection. With this thought, Li Xuandu eased his internal suspicions and no longer felt the urge to depart hastily. Instead, he settled onto a long bench, beginning to quietly restore his energy. Shen Chongqing busied himself, pacing back and forth in the lobby. After an undetermined period, Li Xuandu was jolted from his meditative state by the sound of thunderous hoofs. Slowly opening his eyes, he peered out into the downpour, where he could faintly discern over 30 riders gathered outside the inn. Undoubtedly the Qinghuan guard led by Zhao Lian. As Li Xuandu prepared to rise, Shen Chongqing approached him with a smile, saying, "Before I returned, the innkeeper's wife specifically instructed me that you are a good person, and I should assist you if I could." With that, the youth dashed into the torrential rain. Immediately, the sounds of battle erupted outside. Approximately half an hour later, the clamor subsided, and a drenched Shen Chongqing re-entered the inn. Wiping the mud from his shoes at the threshold, he flashed a grin at Li Xuandu, saying, "My apologies. I'll let one escape, but the rest have been dealt with. The bodies will be incinerated once the rain ceases." Li Xuandu smiled and inquired, "Is this not your first experience with taking a life?" Shen Chongqing glanced at the cuff of Li Xuandu's sleeve and replied, "In running an inn here, one inevitably encounters unreasonable bullies. The innkeeper prefers to avoid them, leaving me to handle the situation. Initially, I attempt to reason with them, followed by monetary compensation to avert disaster. If their greed remains insatiable, then I am left with no choice but to take action. Thus, I have taken a few lives. Yet they pale in comparison to the guests we have." Li Xuandu merely smiled in response. After regaining approximately half of his energy, Li Xuandu ascended the staircase to the second floor. Although the corridor on the second floor had been violently shattered by Qian Xingxian, it posed no challenge for Li Xuandu. He gracefully leaped, his form akin to a leaf dancing in the wind, and floated into room B, inside the guest room. The young girl was no longer as numb as before, yet her condition had not improved significantly. She stared blankly at her parents' lifeless bodies, shedding silent tears. Upon lifting her gaze and seeing Li Xuandu standing in the doorway, an unmistakable terror washed over her face, and she instinctively recoiled, ultimately curling up in the corner of the room. Li Xuandu did not expect a young girl, having just endured the loss of both her father and mother, to be able to accept the presence of another. He slowly spoke, "I am Li Xuandu, sent here to rescue your family of 3. I regret to inform you that despite my utmost efforts, I was unable to save your parents. I hope that in the years to come, you will not harbor resentment towards me." The girl looked at Li Xuandu, her fear intensifying. Li Xuandu chuckled self-deprecatingly, murmuring to himself, "The human heart is ever changeable, especially when it comes to the weak and the strong. In this world, there exist individuals who repay kindness with enmity. I once witnessed a woman, robbed by thieves, who, as she lay dying, dared to curse the bystanders who did not come to her aid, vowing to return as a vengeful spirit to drag them to their doom. Yet she did not dare to hate the thieves who truly brought her end. How absurd is that?" Thus, within the guest room, the young girl and the man fell into a prolonged silence. After a while, the previously silent girl finally spoke softly, "My name is Shunning, Zhou Shunning." Li Xuandu gently responded, "Shunning, I do not wish for you to become the person I just described. Your parents fell victim to the Qinghuan guard. If you seek vengeance, I can escort you to the Zuan sect. However, should you harbor resentment towards me and wish to exact revenge in the future, I shall not impede your path. Just know that I cannot guarantee the outcome, and you must ponder the consequences for yourself." The young girl raised her eyes to meet Li Xuandu's gaze, yet remained silent. Li Xuandu continued calmly, "Zhou Shunning, I understand that many matters in this world are devoid of reason. However, if you wish to survive in this harsh reality, consider yielding a step until you possess sufficient capability to negotiate with it. The retreat you make today serves as a foundation for greater progress tomorrow. The girl remained silent for a considerable time before suddenly bursting into tears, exclaiming, "I do not hate you, nor do I wish for vengeance. I just want my parents to come back to life." Downstairs, Shen Changsheng, who had been cleaning while eavesdropping, let out a long sigh. In these times, to have parents is indeed a blessing. Take him for instance. He was adopted by the Zhang couple from a tender age. Though they cared for him as if he were their own, he could not recall the visage of his biological parents, a poignant void that lingered in his heart. Within the guest chamber, Li Xuandu fell silent for a moment, gazing at the tearful Zhou Shunning, and softly uttered, "Once a life has departed, it cannot return. However, I can escort you to Longmen Prefecture, where you shall find your father's closest friends from his lifetime. It was they who entrusted me with the task of rescuing you, and I trust they will regard you as their own flesh and blood." The young girl, her voice choked with emotion, replied, "May I beseech you for one thing? Let my parents rest in peace." Even the seasoned Li Xuandu, having weathered countless storms of the Jianghu, felt a pang of compassion at that moment. With a quiet sigh, he knelt to meet her gaze and softened his tone. "Rest assured, even without your request, I would undertake this matter. You need not fear that I harbor any prejudice against you. I would not hold grudges against a child. My earlier words were merely to impart a singular truth. In this world, no one owes you anything. The Jianghu is, at its core, a realm of competition for fame and fortune. While chivalry may exist, it is destined to be scarce." Rising to his full height, Li Xuandu continued, "Yu Qingning has praised your innate talents, suggesting you may one day aspire to the celestial realm. For now, your task is to survive and thrive." Zhou Shunning nodded earnestly in response. There were unspoken thoughts that lingered in Li Xuandu's mind. In truth, he and Shou Tingxiao were strangers. He was no longer the formidable Zifu sword immortal who once roamed the Jiabei. Yet, compelled by a friend's solemn promise, he had ventured alone to Huainan Prefecture, risking his life for another. He had always believed that as humans, we should not make promises lightly, but once made, they should hold immense weight. During a perilous time when Li Xuandu was pursued by the formidable forces of Jiabei, Zhou Tingxiao's friend had once come to his aid. Thus, Li Xuandu had pledged to assist him in the future, leading to his current journey to Huainan Prefecture. However, he deemed this matter to be his own, unrelated to Zhou Shunning or even Zhou Tingxiao, and felt no need for her to be privy to such details. As Li Xuandu leapt from the second floor with Zhou Shunning in tow, Shen Changsheng had already tidied the first floor. The young lad inadvertently glanced at the girl, momentarily struck dumb, a hint of a blush creeping onto his darkened cheeks. It must be said that despite her youth, Zhou Shunning exhibited a hint of the beauty that would blossom in time, and Shen Changsheng, at that tender age, found himself stirred by the sight of such a delicate peer. Li Xuandu, unperturbed by the youthful sentiments swirling around him, inquired, "Are there any straw mats or coffins available in the inn?" Shen Changsheng, coming back to himself and feeling a touch of embarrassment at being seen through, nodded. "We do have coffins, located next to the guest room in the rear courtyard. As you may know, it is not uncommon for a few souls to depart every 10 days or so. The innkeeper believes that in death, one deserves a proper resting place, regardless of their life. Hence I have prepared a few coffins for unforeseen circumstances." Li Xuandu withdrew 4 silver notes from his sleeve, 3 of 100 taels and 1 of 10 taels, and stated, "This is the promised silver for the proprietress. Additionally, I shall procure the finest coffin." The young man acknowledged him and accepted the silver before proceeding to the backyard. In a short while, he returned with a pine coffin, painted in red. Although its craftsmanship was somewhat coarse, its ample size was sufficient to accommodate 2 individuals. Li Xuandu ascended the stairs to retrieve the remains of Zhou Tingxiao and his wife, placing them within the coffin, ultimately laying Zhou Tingxiao's head alongside them. Under the sorrowful gaze of Zhou Shunning, Li Xuandu gently closed the coffin. Shen Changsheng remarked, "At the foot of Taiping Mountain lies a burial ground personally inspected by the shopkeeper. In his words, it is free from malevolent influences and disturbances, making it a safe place for interment. In the past, I have always buried the deceased there." Li Xuandu nodded, lifting the heavy coffin, which weighed over 1,000 jin, and slowly exited the inn. Zhou Shunning bit her lip, disregarding the torrential rain outside, and closely followed Li Xuandu. Shen Changsheng hesitated briefly before picking up a large oiled paper umbrella and accompanying them, shielding the young girl from the downpour. As Li Xuandu walked ahead, he glanced back at the 2 young figures sharing the umbrella, his gaze momentarily lost before descending into melancholy. Who among us has not experienced youth? To purchase osmanthus and share wine is not quite the same as the carefree days of youth. Li Xuandu turned away. The young couple walking behind him through the heavy rain. He let out a soft sigh, almost inaudible amidst the sound of the rain. In these 15 years, what dreams have unfolded? What matters? Chang Gung gazes at the moon in solitude and sorrow. Li Xuandu, now in his 25th year, can be considered a youth. A few years prior, he was merely a young man just coming of age. Although the world of martial arts now appears to him in shades of black, white, red, and gray, his youth was not devoid of colorful experiences, even amidst the treacherous blades and shadows of pursuit. That year, he had just accomplished the remarkable feat of traversing the northern rivers with a sword in hand, ascending to the pinnacle of the martial world in the triennial contest, transforming from a mere guest of the Purple Mansion into the illustrious Purple Mansion Sword Immortal. With aspirations high, he journeyed to the imperial capital, where he encountered a pair of siblings. The siblings, surnamed Zhang, were named Zhang Baigui and Zhang Baiwei. It was only much later that he discovered they were the children of the current prime minister, Zhang Suqing. This explains why a carefree wanderer like him found himself embroiled in the events of the imperial capital. Reflecting upon his visit to the capital before the fateful battle, Li Xuandu couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. For a youth brimming with vigor, the most vivid memories were of the various women in the capital, though most were beyond his reach. The daughters of noble families dismissed him for his lack of scholarly pursuits and rough demeanor, finding no trace of refined elegance in him. The daughters of royal lineage regarded him with disdain, viewing him as a blood-soaked wanderer from the martial world, keeping their distance. As for the enchanting figures like Su Yunxian and Yu Qingning, they likely deemed him too entangled with the court, their paths too divergent to intersect. The women willing to engage with Li Xuandu fell into two categories: those who coveted his martial prowess with ulterior motives, and those from the brothels, steeped in the world's shadows. Yet, neither type appealed to him. Ultimately, in the imperial capital, he found himself with merely two friends, Zhang Baigui and Zhang Baiwei, the latter being his only female companion. Alas, life is fraught with unpredictability and sorrow. The catastrophic defeat in the capital saw him struggling against Yan Feiqing, Su Yunxian, and Yu Qingning, yet he could not alter the dire fate. The faction of the four ministers suffered a great loss. Zhang Suqing was slain. Zhang Baigui took his own life in prison, and Zhang Baiwei, unwilling to endure disgrace as the Zhang residence was raided by the Qingwan guards, chose to perish by swallowing gold. After fleeing the capital alone, Li Xuandu wandered aimlessly, transforming from the spirited Purple Mansion Sword Immortal into a desolate wanderer of the martial world. All the vibrant hues of life were swept away by the winds and rains, leaving only the stark contrasts of black and white, the gray between them, and the blood red of death. The sweet wines of spring were no more, replaced by a solitary lantern amidst the night rains of the martial world. This is the essence of Li Xuandu's existence. However, upon witnessing Shen Changxing holding an umbrella for Zhou Shanqing, his thoughts were inevitably stirred, evoking memories of bygone days. Amidst the black, white, gray, and red, faint hints of other colors emerged, though minuscule. They resembled seeds, perhaps destined to take root and blossom, or merely to fleetingly illuminate the darkness. Upon arriving at the fabled land of feng shui described by Shen Changxing, it was evident that many had been laid to rest here. Unlike the chaotic burial grounds, this place was meticulously maintained, with each grave marked by a stone tablet. Some bore names while others did not. A common feature among them was the inscription of the date on which the tablet was erected. Li Xuandu cast his gaze over the site, noting that the earliest graves dated back 7 or 8 years, while the most recent was merely a month old. Li Xuandu set down the coffin he was carrying and selected a higher, level plot of land. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful strike, creating a square pit in the ground. Shen Changxing, standing nearby, could not help but be intrigued by this display. The innkeeper had once remarked that the manipulation of qi varies in finesse. The coarse approach resembles a bull chewing peony, crude and unrefined, while the delicate method can manifest great power within the confines of a snail's shell. This gentleman clearly belonged to the latter category, wielding the qi with exquisite precision. The same energy, when in the hands of someone like Zhang Qishan, might only yield 70 or 80% of its potential, yet in this gentleman's hands, it could unleash 120%, a stark contrast in capability. After creating the pit, Li Xuandu further refined its edges with a gust from his palm, ensuring it aligned perfectly with the coffin's dimensions, before gently placing the coffin within. Zhou Shuning gazed at the coffin, biting her lip tightly, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. Shen Chongqing stood beside her, wishing to offer comfort but at a loss for words. Ultimately, they could only observe Li Xuandu's every action as he sealed the earth, then erected a blank stone tablet that Shen Chongqing had prepared earlier at the head of the grave. With a gesture, he inscribed the words "Grave of Zhou Gong" and his lady upon it. Once these tasks were completed, Li Xuandu turned to Zhou Shunning and softly urged, "Shunning, bow to your parents." Without a word, Zhou Shunning knelt in the muddy ground before the grave, bowing deeply. Taiping Mountain, a place of peace. A query into whether tranquility truly exists in this world. It is widely acknowledged that the most enigmatic of the 12 orthodox sects resides within Taiping Mountain. Yet, the mountain stretches for hundreds of miles, crossing 2 provinces and 3 prefectures, and those who genuinely know the location of the Taiping sect's entrance are exceedingly rare. It echoes the verse about being lost in the depths of the mountain, obscured by clouds. At this moment, Taiping Mountain, within the boundaries of Huainan Prefecture, was shrouded in torrential rain, while the mountain within the realm of Fengyin Prefecture experienced a light drizzle. At the border of the 2 prefectures stood a mountain pavilion, built in an unknown year by an unknown hand, featuring octagonal eaves, glazed golden tiles, and vermilion columns. Inside, there was a stone table surrounded by 4 stone stools. The table inscribed with 19 intersecting lines, with stone boxes on either side containing smooth stones of 2 colors, fashioned into game pieces. Within the pavilion, a couple sought refuge from the rain. The wife sat upon a stone stool, resting her chin on one hand while idly tapping a game piece with the other. The husband leaned against the railing, gazing at the misty rain beyond the mountain, absent-mindedly rubbing a piece of Taiping currency between his fingers, and softly remarked, "In these years, I have not ventured beyond 100 miles of Taiping Mountain, yet I have heard the renowned name of the Zifu Sword Immortal. Today, to witness it firsthand, it truly is remarkable." The wife smiled and inquired, "I have heard that this Zifu Sword Immortal is said to be the foremost in the realm of Guasian?" The man smiled faintly in his prime. He was undoubtedly worthy of acclaim, but now he was merely a relic of the past. The current foremost figure in the realm of return to simplicity ought to be Yin Feiqing, who has attained enlightenment through pure yang. The woman expressed a sense of regret, lamenting the missed opportunity. If another great sword immortal could emerge in this world, the 4 sects might well surpass the Zhengyi sect. The man shook his head, remarking that even if that were the case, it would only mean the Qingwei sect momentarily overshadowing the Zhengyi sect, a fleeting triumph destined to be short-lived. The woman fell silent. The man tucked away a piece of Taiping coin in his hand and spoke slowly, cautioning against underestimating the Zhengyi sect. He questioned why Yin Feiqing had become the youngest sect leader among the 12 sects. This was not a matter of a lack of successors, but rather an indication of a promising future. In contrast, the other sects still relied on their elders to maintain stability, which already placed them at a disadvantage. Once the younger generations of the other 11 sects truly inherited their predecessors' legacies, Yin Feiqing's power would be firmly established. At that point, a single misstep could lead to a cascade of errors, and one could scarcely predict how long they would remain overshadowed by the Zhengyi sect. The woman inquired if he meant they should place their bets on the Zhengyi sect. The man countered, clarifying that it was a different matter altogether. While the Zhengyi sect held the initiative, being first does not guarantee invincibility in the middle or endgame. History is replete with examples of bold beginnings that falter in their conclusion. Thus, he suggested they observe and wait. The woman acknowledged his words, delicately extracting a piece from the stone chess box, tossing it onto the stone table. The piece rolled with a crisp sound before finally resting at the Tianyuan position. The woman, proficient in the art of chess, murmured to herself, "Golden horns and silver edges on a grassy belly," placing the piece in the heart of Tianyuan. By common logic, this is a poor move, yet from another perspective, it is a move devoid of reason. As the heavy rain began to subside, the trio returned to the inn. Shen Chongqing commenced the task of collecting the corpses, adhering to his own set of rules. Some souls could be laid to rest in coffins, while others were to be consumed by flames and placed in urns. The reason behind this distinction was not probed by Li Xuandu, as it likely pertained to the various doctrines of fate associated with the Taiping sect, an area he was not well versed in. To him, the notions of destiny and ancestral law were inconsequential, and the views of the populace were not worthy of concern, standing in stark contrast to the Taiping sect's commitment to divining the mysteries of fate. Once the rain ceased, Li Xuandu selected a rather unremarkable steed from the stables. Lifting Zhou Shunning onto its back, he led the horse through the muddy ground, slowly departing from the Taiping Inn, which had recently witnessed a flurry of conflict. Sitting astride the horse, Zhou Shunning instinctively glanced back, noting that the inn remained unchanged, save for the fallen Taiping flag that had once stood proudly in the courtyard. She felt a disorienting sense of unreality, as though ensnared in a dream. On the roof of the inn, Shen Chongqing observed the departure of the duo. A large figure and a small one, feeling an inexplicable melancholy swell within him, particularly when the young girl turned to look back. He was seized by an impulse to rush forward, to stop them and urge her to stay at the Taiping Inn. Yet he understood that neither Li Xuandu nor the innkeeper and landlady would consent. The youth sat despondently on the damp black tiles, watching as the two figures gradually faded from his sight. As Li Xuandu led his horse along the path, a faint smile graced his lips as he mused to himself. The youth already knows the taste of sorrow. How splendid is the cool autumn. Riding atop her steed, Zhou Shunning inquired softly, "Where are we headed?" Li Xuandu replied, "Currently, we find ourselves within the Huainan prefecture of Luzhou. Our destination lies in the heart of Zhengzhou, specifically Longmen Prefecture. Thus, we must first journey to the neighboring Fengyin Prefecture, and from there, we will proceed to Yiyang Prefecture in Zhengzhou, ultimately arriving at Longmen Prefecture." Zhou Shunning nodded in understanding. Despite her tender years, she hailed from a scholarly family and had been educated in literature from a young age. Under the tutelage of her father, Zhou Tingchao, she had acquired a modest understanding of geography. In the present era of the Great Wei Dynasty, there exist 2 capitals and 19 prefectures, with the central government administering 19 prefectures beneath the 2 capitals, each encompassing various counties. Luzhou is one of these 19 prefectures. When surveying the vast expanse of the Great Wei territory, Luzhou occupies a position slightly to the southeast of the empire, nestled inland. To the east lies the coastal Chuzhou. To the south, the Jiangnan region of Jingzhou, and to the west, Zhengzhou. Zhengzhou, as its name implies, is the center of the world. Although the capital is not established here, historically, 13 dynasties have chosen this place as their capital. Beyond emperors and generals, countless sages have emerged from here, with the foundations of Taoism, Confucianism, and Buddhist teachings laid in this very region. Zhengzhou is thus revered as the foremost prefecture in the realm, with Longmen Prefecture serving as its capital. Do not underestimate the distance ahead. Though the 2 prefectures may appear contiguous, a substantial expanse of 4 prefectures separates Huainan from Longmen. Each prefecture comprises between 7 to 10 counties, culminating in a journey of approximately 1,200 miles, a considerable expedition for Zhou Shunning, who embarks on her first long voyage. As the long journey unfolded, Li Xuandu intentionally began to elucidate the foundational teachings of the Xian Nu sect to Zhou Shunning. Seated upon her horse, she observed as Li Xuandu led the way, speaking without turning back. The Xian Nu sect is one of the 12 true sects, neither Buddhist nor Taoist. Its mountain gate is located at Yunu Peak, where, according to legend, a deposed princess once engaged in profound contemplation a millennium ago. Her name lost to history, referred to as the Empress Daughter. Ultimately, she attained enlightenment and ascended, henceforth venerated as Xian Nu left behind a sacred text, the San'in Jing, specifically for the cultivation of women, which is divided into 3 parts, the Shaoyin Jing, the Taiying Jing, and the Xian Jing. Mastery of the Shaoyin can lead to the realm of return to truth, the Taiying to the realm of celestial beings, and the Xian to the realm of eternal life. The close attendant of Xian Nu, upon receiving this text, devoted herself to a century of cultivation at Yunu Peak, ultimately achieving the realm of eternal life, thus establishing the lineage of the Xian Nu sect and honoring Xian Nu as the founding matriarch. While she herself became the sect's leader, Zhou Shunning inquired, "What do the realms of return to truth, celestial being, and eternal life entail?" Li Xuandu responded, "These are the final 3 realms among the 9 great realms of existence. Do not concern yourself with them for now. In due time, you shall come to understand." Zhou Shunning acknowledged with a simple "oh." Li Xuandu continued, stating that over the subsequent millennium, the Zhuan sect witnessed the emergence of 3 female sect leaders who attained the realm of eternal life. Each of these leaders, building upon the foundations of the San'in scripture, composed 3 additional scriptures, the Dian Jing, the Suin Jing, and the Yuan Jing. Together with the San'in scripture, they are collectively referred to as the Zhuan 6 scriptures, which constitute the sect's fundamental and esoteric teachings, accessible solely to women. Thus, the lineage of the Zhuan sect consists entirely of women, and they must be maidens. Married women are forever barred from the path of the Zhuan sect. Li Xuandu paused briefly before adding, "As I am of the male sex, I am naturally incapable of practicing the Zhuan 6 scriptures. However, I possess some knowledge of the sect's foundational practices. I shall impart to you the Zhuan sect's Xian Shui technique and the Wangwei heart method." by cultivating these together. During the hour of the rat, you may absorb the moonlight and gather the essence of water by the riverside, achieving results far beyond ordinary effort. It is said that the lesser yin transforms into the greater yin, which in turn gives rise to the lesser yang. The lesser yang evolves into the jade yang, which returns to the jade yin. With your innate aptitude, in just over a month, you could bypass the solid state and enter the realm of qi mastery. A stark contrast to the arduous 10 years typically required for ordinary individuals to achieve even a hint of qi perception. Zhou Shuning's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, Li Xuandu quickly tempered her enthusiasm, explaining that the depth of one's cultivation and the strength displayed in combat are two distinct matters. There exists a difference between being a prodigy in martial arts practice and being a skilled fighter. Within the same realm, some may excel while others falter due to their differing abilities in life and death struggles. As a girl with no combat experience, even if she were to step into the realm of qi mastery, encountering seasoned fighters from the solid state ranks would be a perilous endeavor for her. The girl on horseback immediately wore a troubled expression. Li Xuandu turned to glance at her, reminding her that vengeance is rarely immediate, hence the saying, "A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold." One cannot expect to achieve greatness overnight. All things must progress at a measured pace. The young girl straightened her posture and responded with a determined affirmation. Subsequently, Li Xuandu began to impart the two techniques to Zhou Shuning, instructing her to recite them repeatedly until she could do so flawlessly. Fortunately, the girl possessed exceptional talent. After just 2 recitations, she managed to stumble through the verses. And by the third, they were firmly etched in her memory. Li Xuandu then proceeded to elucidate the concepts of the lower dantian, middle dantian, qi si, snow mountain, the 24 vertebrae, the 12 meridians, and the 8 extraordinary vessels. Zhou Shuning diligently took notes and posed several piercing questions that delighted Li Xuandu, who was new to the role of a teacher. Had he encountered a less receptive student, he would have lacked the patience to transform the unyielding into the extraordinary. Reflecting upon this, he recalled a youth named Shinchan Xing, whose qualifications appeared rather ordinary, yet at such a tender age. He had already brushed against the threshold of the Baodin realm, likely due to the influence of the shopkeeper's guidance. After a journey of half a month, Zhou Shuning's rapid progress surprised Li Xuandu. Not only had she cultivated a true essence within her, but she had also traversed from the Qi Sea to the Snow Mountain, opened the middle dantian, ascended to the 24th level, and was on the verge of breaking through the Fengqi acupoint to unlock the mysterious orifices. As the young girl officially stepped into the realm of qi mastery, the two finally departed from Huainan Prefecture, entering the territory of Fengyin Prefecture. Throughout their journey, aside from imparting the foundational teachings of the Xian NV sect to Zhou Shuning, Li Xuandu deliberately elaborated on the current state of affairs in the world, enabling her to grasp the true nature of the present times. Since the 20th year of the Mingyong era in the Great Wei, the Jinjiang Khanate, situated on the vast northern steppes, had repeatedly encroached upon the borders from the northwest. By the 22nd year of Mingyong, the Jinjiang army had besieged Xijing, prompting Emperor Mingyong to decree that Governor Qiang of Xinjiang negotiate a pact with the Ilican of the Jinjiang Khanate. The Great Wei court compensated the Jinjiang army with 200,000 taels of gold, 13,330,000 taels of silver, 1 million pickles of grain, 300,000 pounds of tea, 300,000 rolls of silk, and ceded the 3 prefectures of Liangzhou and 1 prefecture of Qinzhou, leading to the withdrawal of the Jinjiang forces. In the 10th year of Wuda, the Jinjiang army descended once more, capturing Xijing. The Wuda emperor, consumed by rage and despair, fell ill and could not govern, leaving the affairs of state to Empress Xie and chief minister Zhang Suqing. Under Zhang Suqing's leadership, the Great Wei court resolutely refused to negotiate peace, mobilizing troops from Shuzhou, Zhongzhou, Jinzhou, and Yanzhou, with Left Commander Qin Xiang personally leading the army to engage in a fierce battle against the Jinjiang forces in Qinzhou, compelling them to retreat to Liangzhou. The following year, the Jinjiang army, hindered by a shortage of provisions, withdrew, just as Qin Xiang intended to reclaim Qinzhou and Liangzhou. The ailing Wuda emperor passed away in the Shi Yuan Yanba Hall, forcing Qin Xiang to return to the capital. In that same year, famine struck Qinzhou and Liangzhou, leaving hundreds of thousands of refugees homeless. Seizing the opportunity, the 10 evil sects instigated rebellion, swiftly seizing control of the 2 states and proclaiming Dan Taiyun as the common leader, declaring him the king of the West. At this juncture, the court was embroiled in turmoil due to the ascension of the new emperor, rendering it incapable of addressing the crises in Qin and Liang. In the 2nd year of Tianbao, Empress Dowager Xie instigated the coup in the imperial capital, executing the 4 regents led by Zhang Suqing, accusing them of failing to negotiate earnestly with the Xinjiang Khanate, which allegedly led to the current rebellion in the northwest. Following Zhang Suqing's demise, Qin Xiang, who had been favored by him, was also implicated, stripped of his office, and imprisoned. This seasoned general lamented, "This is an unjust imprisonment, a self-destruction of the Great Wall." Indeed, after Qin Xiang's imprisonment, the court found itself devoid of capable generals, and several attempts to reclaim the northwest ended in defeat at the hands of Dan Aiyun, resulting in significant losses and further depleting the state treasury, making it increasingly difficult to sustain military campaigns. In the 3rd year of Tianbao, Dan Aiyun led his forces into Suzhou, decisively defeating the Great Wei's official army. Within a mere year, he quelled the 16 tribes of the southern barbarians, establishing the Great Zhou in the territories of Suzhou, Qinzhou, and Liangzhou, with Dan Aiyun being revered as the holy monarch. Now, in the 6th year of Tianbao, the situation in the northwest has deteriorated irreparably over the past 3 years, with Dan Aiyun forging alliances with the Xinjiang Khanate, prompting a shift in the Xinjiang army strategy. They no longer advance from the northwest but instead gather along the borders of Liaodong. While large-scale conflicts have not erupted, there have been frequent incursions into Liaozhou, marked by destruction and pillaging. The current Great Wei court faces internal strife and external threats, marking a definitive decline from its former glory, and, to put it more starkly, the atmosphere of chaos is beginning to manifest. Li Xuandu vaguely recalls the words spoken by Zhang Suqing during their meeting years ago. The true peril of the Great Wei dynasty does not lie beyond its borders but within the court, within the very heart of the imperial capital. In retrospect, those words ring true. During Zhang Suqing's tenure, he appointed Qin Xiang to repel the armies of the Golden Horde while simultaneously reforming the bureaucracy, eradicating corruption, and promoting young officials, thereby ushering in a semblance of revival for the state. However, after the demise of Zhang Suqing at the hands of Empress Dowager Xie, the court may have fallen entirely under her dominion, and no one could challenge her authority. Yet what has been achieved? Has the Northwest been pacified? Has the Liaodong been subdued? Instead, the vast West Garden has been renovated and restored to its former glory. This aligns with the long-held saying among the populace, "The Great Wei, if it falls, shall first perish through martial virtue, but ultimately through celestial treasures." Approaching the city gate of Fenjianfu, Li Xuandu dismounted and gently lifted Zhou Shunning from the horse, holding the reins in one hand while guiding the young girl with the other. In these tumultuous times, security at checkpoints is stringent. An entry into the city requires permits issued by local authorities. Li Xuandu retrieved a forged travel document from his cloak, bearing a name that was neither his own nor that of Li Zifu, but rather that of Li Baiwei. Naturally, the young girl could not be called Zhou Shunning. He had given her the pseudonym Li Enai, presenting themselves to the world as half-siblings. Upon inspection of their documents, the gate guards merely posed a few questions and, upon noticing that neither carried weapons, allowed them passage into the city. Once inside, Li Xuandu instinctively glanced at the name Li Baiwei on the document, a wry smile escaping his lips. During the battle for the imperial capital, he had chosen not to fight to the bitter end, but instead fled in solitude when all hope was lost. Was that decision too ruthless and ungrateful? Yet, on the other hand, what would have been gained from a futile struggle to the death, save for the loss of another life? As long as he drew breath, there remained the possibility of returning to the realm of authenticity, or even transcending to the celestial realm of the extraordinary, or the legendary state of immortality. As long as he lived, there would come a day when he would strike back. In that moment, Li Xuandu emanated a palpable aura of vengeance. Zhou Shunning, merely a child, though not brought to tears by the tragic demise of her parents, was startled by the fierce intent radiating from Li Xuandu and instinctively released his hand. He paused, turning to gaze at the frightened expression on Zhou Shunning's face. When he beheld her clear, untainted eyes, all traces of his murderous intent dissipated into the ether. The human heart is capricious, especially after reaching adulthood, becoming as complex and murky as tainted water, far removed from the innocent purity of childhood. Thus, a child's heart is indeed a rare treasure. Li Xuandu was not new to the world of martial arts. Having traversed the mire of the Jianghu for many years, he was inevitably stained with its filth. In this quagmire, he had encountered many similar souls, a diverse array of characters, from thieves to courtesans, all with their own guises. They would profess brotherhood one moment, vowing to care for one another as families, only to betray friends and seize the wealth and wives of their brothers the next. Such individuals are, regrettably, far from rare. Yet, whenever he gazed upon these innocent children. He felt a profound awareness that the world was not solely mired in filth. Indeed, there existed pure springs amidst the muck. Consequently, after tempering his murderous intent, Li Xuandu uttered words that left the young girl bewildered. Though the nation lies in ruins and the mountains and rivers remain, springtime in the city is deep with verdant growth. Whether it be national grievances or familial resentments, or even the duty of safeguarding the realm, it is a burden that we men must bear. How could we involve you children in such matters? It is simply not just. He crouched down to meet Zhou Shuning's gaze and softly remarked, I, a man of stories, carry the blood debts of friends and kin upon my back. Wielding blades stained with the blood of the slain, I have traversed through the shadows of death and the seas of blood. It is nothing of great consequence. Yet, having become accustomed to the sight of death, your innocent eyes strike me as the true weight of humanity. The two entered a shop along the street and ordered a small basket of dumplings and 2 bowls of porridge. Li Xuandu refrained from consuming the dumplings, contenting himself with sipping the porridge. Zhou Shuning delicately nibbled at the dumplings, exuding an air of elegance. Li Xuandu remarked, when it comes to dumplings, I find myself partial to those from the Jiangnan region, where the broth is visible through the skin. There is an art to enjoying them. Lift gently, move slowly. Open a small window, then savor the soup. After swallowing her food, Zhou Shuning earnestly reminded him, one should not speak while eating, nor converse while resting. Li Xuandu chuckled. I am no scholar, thus I am not bound by such formalities. Moreover, you are the one dining. I am merely drinking porridge. Zhou Shuning pursed her lips, clearly unconvinced by Li Xuandu's flimsy rationale. However, the young girl lacked the courage of the ancient sages, who would boldly march forth despite the throngs. Confronted with the formidable figure of Li Xuandu, she felt a blend of indignation and silence. A faint smile graced Li Xuandu's lips, his gaze unexpectedly softened, contrasting with his usual demeanor that appeared amiable yet was often indifferent beneath the surface. This icy indifference, forged through countless encounters with blood and violence, began to thaw in the presence of such a pure-hearted child. Zhou Shuning continued to eat her dumplings, adhering to the principle of silence during meals, refraining from further conversation. Despite her youth, she exhibited the poise of a refined lady, and as a striking beauty, she was destined to blossom into a figure reminiscent of Yu Qingming's, captivating countless gallant knights in the martial world with her grace and virtue. Yet, such matters were of little concern to Li Xuandu. By the time Zhou Shuning was ready to navigate the world, he would be no longer young, likely addressed by the young heroes as senior. Once Zhou Shuning finished her meal, Li Xuandu inquired, shall we purchase some pastries to enjoy on the road? The young girl nodded shyly. Li Xuandu gently encouraged, if you wish to savor pastries, you must diligently practice your skills. Once you step into the realm of qi mastery, you will then endeavor to channel your energy towards the mysterious depths of the Dantian. The lineage of Zhuan sect leans more towards Taoism. According to Taoist teachings, the area from the coccyx to the Mingmen along the spine is the coldest, referred to as the snow mountain. Above the snow lies the vertebrae, and further up to the back of the head is the Fengqi acupoint, which is notably small and difficult to open. The flow of qi here is not easily traversed. It requires not only great effort but also precision, akin to a bull pulling a cart. If one can breach this barrier, the internal qi can achieve a complete circuit, reaching the 7th level of the 9-tiered realm of spiritual attainment. The young girl lowered her gaze, yet a hint of joy flickered in her expression, and she felt a quiet exhilaration. The world is indeed unfair. Some individuals may toil for a lifetime without even brushing against the threshold of spiritual attainment, while the exceptionally gifted few can effortlessly ascend to this realm within a month. Take Li Xuandu, for instance, who began his enlightenment at 3, grasped understanding at 4, and commenced his qi cultivation at 5, astonishingly skipping the solid and entering the qi control realm in just 3 days. Li Xuandu finished his porridge and set down the bowl. Even without seeing the girl's eyes, he could sense her smile, prompting him to temper her enthusiasm with some pragmatic advice. The 9 realms of the 9 tiers, solid, qi control, and spiritual attainment, are merely the initial glimpse into the path. Even if you fortuitously reach the spiritual attainment realm, having skipped the solid realm means your foundation is inherently unstable, coupled with a lack of any techniques or combat experience. Should you engage in a real confrontation, it would be a perilous endeavor. Zhou Shuning raised her head, pursing her lips and avoiding his gaze. Li Xuandu chuckled. Since she had embarked on this journey through the martial world, she could no longer remain a sheltered flower in a garden. She would inevitably endure the trials of wind, frost, snow, and rain. Thus, what were mere verbal jabs in comparison? Teaching disciples requires a stern hand. Softness of heart is the greatest taboo, as only a strict mentor can cultivate exceptional students. Though Li Xuandu was new to the role of a teacher, he vividly recalled how his own master had imparted wisdom to him. After finishing their buns, Li Xuandu rose to settle the bill, spending a mere 10 coins, before taking the girl to a pastry shop to purchase some delicacies. While the capital city far surpassed Fengyin Prefecture, this place still boasted a degree of prosperity. The pastry shop here was quite commendable. Zhou Shunning, hailing from a scholarly family, had lived a life far removed from the opulence of noble ladies. As her father Zhou Tingjia had been a frugal official, earning only a modest salary to support the family. Consequently, the array of exquisite pastries overwhelmed her senses and left her momentarily speechless. Li Xuandu, however, was generous. He selected several delicate, subtly flavored pastries made from glutinous rice, low in oil and sugar. Though mild in taste, they were not cloying. Weighing around 2 pounds, they cost 9 coins, roughly equivalent to a month's expenses for a small family. Once wrapped in oiled paper, Li Xuandu performed a swift motion, and the package vanished without a trace. Seeing this spectacle, Zhou Shunning initially thought she was imagining things. Upon glancing around, she found no remnants of the oiled paper package. Where could such a large parcel have possibly gone? Noticing her bewilderment, Li Xuandu offered no explanation, instead leading her to a nearby inn to rest. After weeks of exposure to the elements, a brief respite would be a welcome relief for the young girl. Upon entering the inn room, Li Xuandu rolled up his sleeves, revealing a string of deep purple-black prayer beads adorning his wrist. The beads, a total of 18, resembled a cluster of ripe grapes at first glance. Li Xuandu elucidated that the world encompasses not only martial arts and techniques but also an array of celestial treasures. Among these, there exists a particular item capable of containing the vastness of the universe within a mustard seed. The size of the inner cosmos varies according to the item's characteristics, typically resembling a 3-foot square. The young girl widened her eyes in astonishment, scrutinizing the prayer beads. Noticing that each bead was intricately engraved with tiny figures, some seated, some standing, some reclining, some with hands clasped behind their backs, some wielding swords, some reciting scriptures, and others in deep contemplation. Each figure struck a different pose, surrounded by an array of cryptic symbols that faintly glimmered with an ethereal light. Li Xuandu continued, stating that aside from Buddhism, Taoism also possesses prayer beads, known as flowing beads. The Taishang Sanyuan Luzhu Classic states, use white true pearls, round and bright. 365 pieces, corresponding to the degrees of stars and constellations, marking the conjunctions of the sun and moon. Furthermore, the Taishian Jinsua Luzhuin asserts, as day and night rotate, the cosmos is boundless, like water flowing endlessly, stars round like beads. Thus, they are called flowing beads. The most common number of Buddhist prayer beads is 108, symbolizing the 108 afflictions, while the Taoist flowing beads typically number 81, representing the 81 transformations of the highest. There are also variations of 12, 24, 28, and 36 beads. Yet the number 18 is exceedingly rare, symbolizing the formidable 18 levels on the path of cultivation. The string of flowing beads in my possession is named 18 levels, with each bead embodying a minuscule universe, approximately the size of a 3-foot square box. Thus, the 18 beads strung together equate to carrying 18 large boxes with one. However, this is not the most exquisite of the mustard seed treasures. Yan Feiqing of the Jingyi sect possesses a pouch known as the Qiankuan bag, within which the cosmos is vast enough to house an entire hall. This bag not only serves as a storage vessel but also functions as a magical tool against adversaries, employing a unique technique to ensnare foes within, a marvel beyond comprehension. As he spoke, Li Xuandu effortlessly produced the 2 pounds of pastries back into his palm. The young girl received the pastries, her face alight with wonder, nearly treating it as a tale of celestial beings. As night fell, a solitary lamp flickered in the room. Li Xuandu employed the exquisite protective techniques of the Miaozhen sect to muffle the sounds around them, ensuring that the unpleasant noises from neighboring rooms would not disturb Zhou Shunning. Simultaneously, he created a barrier that prevented any sound from escaping their room. The young girl removed her shoes and sat cross-legged on the bed, quietly circulating her energy according to the 2 methods taught by Li Xuandu. He seated himself in a chair, ready to offer guidance as she practiced, serving as her protector to prevent any inadvertent misalignment of her energy flow. Although at her current level, she was not at risk of falling into madness, the potential harm to her meridians was not to be underestimated. This was a plight endured by many who lack proper mentorship. having stumbled along their paths without the guidance of esteemed masters or the possession of manuals, resulting in numerous injuries from mere practice. Truly, only 1 in 10,000 could emerge unscathed. The young girl undoubtedly possesses exceptional talent, recognized by both Yu Qingming and the Zhuan sect. After a few initial missteps, she navigated the subsequent processes flawlessly, even displaying a degree of surplus energy for distraction. Li Xuandu never regarded distraction as a flaw. Rather, it hinged upon the ability to multitask. Those endowed with remarkable gifts can engage in dual or even multiple pursuits simultaneously. In this context, distraction bears little consequence. Conversely, individuals of lesser aptitude must focus singularly to gradually catch up with their extraordinarily gifted counterparts. For them, distraction could lead to errors. Ultimately, there exists no absolute right or wrong, as it varies from person to person. Given that Zhou Shunning is capable of dividing her attention, Li Xuandu took the opportunity to share insights on various topics during their idle moments. Throughout history, many have sought the path, and the laws of the world are manifold. The so-called 3,000 paths and 800 secret teachings reflect the vast array of techniques and mystical arts, albeit the claim may be somewhat exaggerated. Nevertheless, it illustrates the abundance of practices available. However, paths differ in profundity and methods vary in hierarchy. The sages of yore articulated that all practices can be categorized into 4 levels: minor achievement, medium achievement, superior achievement, and great achievement. The so-called minor achievement involves an initial ignorance of the greater path, merely seeking rapid results, akin to withered wood and lifeless ash. One maintains inner focus, unwavering in intention. And through meditation, one may summon the Yin spirit, a pure yet ethereal being, not a transcendent celestial. This practice, termed the method of cultivation, is commonly pursued by nominal disciples of ordinary sects, outer disciples, and uninitiated wanderers, who often struggle to glimpse the greater path throughout their lives. The medium achievement, on the other hand, entails a failure to comprehend the higher path, yet within it, one discovers a method and technique through unwavering faith and determination. The spirit becomes increasingly pure, the body grows firmer, and worldly afflictions pose no harm. This is referred to as the method of true cultivation. Disciples from prominent sects, inner disciples, and a select few fortunate wanderers may grasp the medium achievement, witnessing the lofty thresholds of the mountain peak, though they may never hope to cross what appears an insurmountable chasm. In this regard, their suffering surpasses that of those who have never harbored hope. As for the superior achievement, it involves understanding the principles of the cosmos, harnessing the cycles of the sun and moon, and discerning the flow of time within oneself. One begins by recognizing the dragon and tiger, then aligning with the principles of yin and yang, distinguishing pure from turbid waters, observing the timing of seasons, and discerning the dualities and elemental forces. This culminates in the gathering of treasures and the orchestration of the I Ching, allowing one to refine their form and influence the world, potentially attaining the realm of celestial beings. This is considered a closely guarded secret, accessible only to the direct disciples of major sects or those with exceptional fortune among wandering practitioners. Moreover, the requirements for superior achievement are exceedingly high regarding talent, roots, comprehension, and temperament, such that those lacking in aptitude, even if fortunate enough to acquire such teachings, would ultimately leave empty-handed from the treasure trove. Beyond the superior achievement lies the great achievement, which entails refining essence into pure gold, transforming jade into elixirs, and refining one's essence into spirit. Through the harmonization of the 5 energies, the 3 yangs converge, culminating in the fulfillment of one's potential and transcendence beyond the corporeal form. This process leads to self-transformation, the exhaustion of yin, the purity of yang, the existence of the self beyond the self, and the elevation to the realm of immortals, allowing one to transcend the mundane and attain eternal life, often referred to as the method of ascension. Such grand accomplishments, whether they pertain to the paths of cultivation or the arts of sorcery, predominantly dwell within the realms of legend. For instance, the righteous teachings of the 5 Thunder Celestial Heart from the Zhengyi sect, the compassionate navigation Lotus Sword Canon from the Zihong sect, and the Xian Yin True Scriptures from the Xian Nu sect are but a few among many. Even within these illustrious sects, much has been lost to the ravages of time. The pursuit of ascension transcends the boundaries of sect lineage and the distinctions between hermits. It hinges solely on individual fortune. Even those listed on the esteemed Xian ranking may not necessarily attain mastery, while a mere street youth who has yet to grace the lower ranks might possess the secrets of ascension. As these words fell, Zhou Shunning had just concluded her daily practice. Upon opening her eyes, she inquired, "Brother, have you ever studied the grand techniques?" In public. The duo had agreed upon their aliases, with Zhou Shunning masquerading as Li Ni, addressing Li Xuandu, known as Li Baiyue, as her elder brother, while he referred to her as his sister. Initially, the young girl felt a twinge of shyness, yet during their visit to the pastry shop, when she expressed a desire for a particular delicacy, Li Xuandu feigned indifference until she timidly called out brother, at which point he graciously purchased the pastry for her. In life, there exist but two categories: that which has never been attempted and that which has been tried numerous times. After her inaugural experience, the young girl cast aside her bashfulness, boldly calling out brother without reservation, whether in public or private. Upon hearing Zhou Shunning's words, Li Xuandu hesitated momentarily before replying. "In truth, I have dabbled in such studies." Zhou Shunning's eyes sparkled with interest. Yet, his subsequent revelation brought her a hint of disappointment. He had not mastered the entirety of it. After all, many have devoted their lives to unraveling the mysteries of such grand techniques, only to find themselves perplexed. Having departed from my sect at an early age, without the guidance of a master, any gains I made have since reverted after the battle in the imperial capital. Thus, these years have seen me stagnate. Noticing Zhou Shunning's crestfallen demeanor, Li Xuandu could not help but jest. "Do you find my abilities lacking?" The young girl, with utmost seriousness, shook her head and replied, "I just find it rather unfortunate." Li Xuandu paused, suppressing the tumult within, and gently asked, "Why is that?" She murmured, "In this world, no one has treated me well, except for you." Under the flickering lights, his expression wavered between shadows and brightness. He remained silent, settling into contemplation. The girl, seated on the bed with her knees drawn to her chest, murmured, "I do not wish for you to end up like my parents." Li Xuandu remained silent for a considerable time before a gentle smile graced his face as he softly responded, "To avoid being hurt by others, one must possess greater strength." The girl hesitated momentarily before nodding earnestly. Li Xuandu laughed heartily, reassuring her, "Rest assured, I was once the foremost on the lower Xian ranking, and I shall also ascend to the pinnacle of the Tai Xian ranking. Even becoming the top of the old Xian ranking is merely a matter of time. Once I become the world's greatest master, you need only proclaim my name as you traverse the martial world, and see who dares to oppose you." Zhou Shunning, amused by his words, extended her pinky, proposing a pinky promise. Li Xuandu rose and approached the bedside, extending his right hand to perform a solemn vow, 100 years without change. At the Huai River ferry outside Huainan Prefecture. Beyond this point lies the domain of the Fengmin Prefecture. Here, there exists a modest tavern that caters to the lodging and dining needs of passing merchants, enjoying a fair share of business. However, the establishment is rather small, nowhere near the grandeur of the Taiping Inn, which necessitates that the innkeeper, along with the staff and cook, work tirelessly, often until late at night to close up. Yet today was somewhat unusual. Before dusk, the tavern had already shuttered its doors, taken down the flag from the front pole, and secured the entrance. However, if one were to approach closely, they could faintly discern the glow of light emanating from within through the cracks of the door. At that moment, a solitary oil lamp flickered on the central table inside, where 4 individuals sat gathered. Facing the entrance was a stout man, clad in simple attire, his countenance adorned with the smile of a businessman, most likely the tavern owner. Yet, he appeared quite anxious, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead and temples, compelling him to frequently dab at his brow with a handkerchief, rendering him somewhat comical. Opposite him sat a young man, approximately 25 or 26 years of age, garbed in a green official's robe, whose intricate patterns indicated he was a third-rank court official, a rather alarming achievement for someone of his age. This individual, possessing striking features, bore a grim expression. Tinged with a hint of pallor, he was none other than Zhao Lian, the commander of the Qingwan Guards, who had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Li Xuandu and Shen Changxing on 2 occasions within the Taiping Inn. To Zhao Lian's left sat an elegant gentleman, seemingly in his 40s, attired in a stone-blue robe, his chest-length beard and hair, held up by a jade hairpin, lending him an air of otherworldliness. His demeanor was tranquil, with half-lidded eyes, as he gently played with a string of Taoist prayer beads made of jade, obscuring his thoughts from those around him. To Zhao Lian's right was an elderly man, clad in coarse, homespun clothing, resembling a rustic farmer. Despite his advanced age, with white hair and a face lined with deep creases, his eyes shone with vitality, revealing that this seemingly decrepit old man was merely a fade. He was intently manipulating the wick of the oil lamp with a slender iron needle, his focus unwavering, as if all other matters were of little concern. The refined middle-aged gentleman, surnamed Gu, was named Gu Fengxian, the commander of the Qingyuan Guards in Luzhou. In comparison to his colleague Zhao Lian, he was indeed in a different league, having established significant achievements in recent years. While not sufficient for promotion, his merits had elevated his rank to the second tier. Furthermore, his extensive experience had been noted by the governor's office, which hinted at a forthcoming promotion to deputy governor in 2 years. The emaciated elder, named by Chochio, had journeyed from the imperial capital as the deputy commander of the Qingyuan Guards. Within the governor's office, he was responsible for overseeing the affairs of Chuzhou. However, following the untimely death of the previous officer in charge of Luzhou's financial affairs, he had temporarily taken on those responsibilities, thereby making him the current authority among the 4 present. As for the merchants in this locale, although they are members of the Qingyuan Guard, one of them holds merely the rank of a 4th-grade commandant, the lowest among the 4. Now, as summer wanes, following a heavy downpour, the oppressive heat has somewhat dissipated. Yet, within the confines of this tightly sealed room, a stifling warmth still lingers. The atmosphere, however, is ominously bleak, particularly as the 4 members of the Qingyuan Guard remain utterly silent, rendering the air almost suffocating. After a prolonged silence, the elder by Chochio, the highest ranking among them, finally ceased to fidget with the lamp wick and spoke slowly. Qian Xing has perished. A dignified 3rd-grade commanding officer, along with dozens of lieutenants, 2 commandants, and a supervising official, have all met their demise in battle. Such a catastrophic loss has not been witnessed in many years. When this news reaches the capital, even the governor will be profoundly shaken. With the elder having spoken, the others felt compelled to respond. Zhao Lian, parting his lips, bitterly remarked, "Had we known this would unfold, we should have eradicated the calamity that is Zhou Ting Xiaowao in Jiangzhou." Gu Fengxian cast him a sidelong glance, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes as he replied thoughtfully, "Regardless of the circumstances, Zhou Tingchao is an official of the court, a 2nd-grade regional governor, with his mentor being none other than the current head of the cabinet, Sun Songchan. By what pretext could we eliminate him? Even if he were to submit an insubordinate petition, thereby stirring the court and the public, it would become a sensitive case. Though we, the Qingyuan Guard, possess the authority to handle such cases, we do not have the power to execute a suspect before the case is formally adjudicated. If you had killed Zhou Tingxiao in Jiangzhou, and this matter were to reach the court, the virtuous faction would seize upon it, potentially implicating Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. In that event, even the governor would find himself in a precarious position. How many heads would you have left to offer then?" Zhao Lian was rendered speechless. Gu Fengxian continued, "The reason Lord Qian chose to eliminate Zhou Tingxiao in Huainan Prefecture was that there were individuals involved in the abduction of prisoners. Should the court inquire later, there would at least be a plausible cover, allowing us to shift the blame onto those kidnappers. After all, we, the Qingyuan Guard, have also suffered significant casualties. Moreover, we could leverage this incident to launch a grand investigation, capturing Zhou Tingxiao's accomplices in one fell swoop." Among the 4, Gu Fengxian held a somewhat unique position. Bai Chochio led the group, yet Gu Fengxian was also seen as a prospective candidate for the post of deputy governor. Thus, while he maintained a degree of respect for Bai Chochio, he displayed no courtesy towards the other 2. Upon hearing Gu Fengxian's words, Zhao Lian's face flushed, uncertain whether from shame or anger. The elder spoke calmly, "The event has transpired, and lives have been lost. Discussing it further serves no purpose." Gu Fengxian ceased to fiddle with the flowing beads in his hand and softly added, "Although Zhou Tingchao is deceased, the magnitude of this loss is indeed alarming. The right governor, responsible for the affairs of the northern provinces, is greatly incensed and has issued strict orders for our local Qingyuan Guard to hold the culprits accountable. Furthermore, Zhou Tingchao's daughter cannot be overlooked. However, how we shall apprehend the perpetrators requires your guidance, sir." The elderly man cast a glance at the 3 individuals before him, pondering for a moment before speaking. The identities of those who kidnapped the prisoners have been ascertained. The 2 leaders belong to the Zhengyi sect and the Zihang sect. Since the upheaval in the imperial capital in the 2nd year of Tianbao, the 6 sects, led by the Zhengyi sect, have grown increasingly arrogant, drifting away from the Empress Dowager and instead forging closer ties with Prince Ji. Although the 2 disciples who acted on behalf of the Zhengyi and Zihang sects are but minor figures, it reveals a troubling trend. At this juncture, given the considerable power of these 2 sects, we cannot afford to provoke them recklessly. As for that inn, I have previously dispatched someone to investigate. It has stood at the foot of Taiping Mountain for nearly a decade. According to Zhao Lian's account, Even the young attendant there possesses the cultivation of the Baodan realm. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would deduce that this Taiping Inn is likely connected to the Taiping sect residing on Taiping Mountain. The Taiping sect holds an esteemed position among the 12 righteous sects, traditionally aloof from worldly affairs, and they did not involve themselves in the upheaval of the imperial capital. Thus, we should refrain from provoking the Taiping sect unnecessarily. This leaves us with the unknown wanderer. Furthermore, based on the aftermath, this individual indeed appears to be the mastermind behind these events, having slain Qian Xing and abducted Zhou Tingchao's daughter, Zhou Shunning. Bai Qiu paused briefly and then said, "Let us present the head of this individual to the governor for accountability." Gu Fengxian resumed his manipulation of the flowing pearls and softly remarked, "What the esteemed officer states is indeed reasonable. Only by bringing this man's head back to the imperial capital can we account to the governors. However, one must recognize that Lord Qian is a formidable figure, renowned for his strength, with prowess that renders him nearly impervious to weapons. He is but a step away from the innate realm of the little golden body. If this individual was able to kill Lord Qian, he must surely be a master of the Xianyuan realm, thus eliminating him will not be a simple task." Bai Qiu nodded in agreement, saying, "Lord Gu's observation is astute. Taking a life is never a straightforward affair. Hence, I have summoned you all here to devise a strategy for how we might eliminate this individual." The innkeeper, who had remained silent thus far, cautiously interjected, "I beg your pardon for my impertinence, but both Lord Gu and Lord Bai are masters of the Xianyuan realm. With 2 against 1, victory should be assured. The pressing concern now is locating this individual. It has been half a month since the incident, and he has likely departed from Huainan Prefecture." Bai Qiu replied, "It is not merely a possibility, it is a certainty. Since he has taken Zhou Tingchao's daughter, it indicates he did not come to kill, but to rescue. Thus, he would have left Huainan Prefecture at the earliest opportunity, subsequently departing from Luzhou. After that, he has 4 potential routes: north to Qingzhou, east to Chuzhou, south to Jingzhou, or west to Zhongzhou." Gu Fengxian contemplated for a moment and said, "If he intends to go to Jingzhou, he could easily rescue her within the Jiangnan region without needing to cross the river to act in Luzhou, making Jingzhou an unlikely choice. As for Qizhou, it lies in close proximity to the imperial capital. The saying goes, the mountains are high and the emperor is far away, and Zhou Tingchao's family, deemed criminals, would naturally wish to distance themselves from the capital. Moreover, since the esteemed officer has just arrived from the imperial capital, Qingzhou is also improbable. Thus, we are left with the directions of Chuzhou and Zhangzhou." Bai Qiu remarked, "Lord Gu's words hold merit. The most probable destinations for this fugitive are indeed Chuzhou and Zhangzhou. Chuzhou, being by the sea, implies that should he choose to venture there, he would be resolutely intent on taking to the waters. In such a case, the vast expanse of the ocean would grant him freedom, and even the esteemed Qingwan Guard would find themselves powerless to intervene. However, such an endeavor seems devoid of meaning and illogical. For those willing to exert such effort to rescue Zhou Tingchao's family must undoubtedly be individuals from the court, not from overseas, within the vast halls of power. Aside from His Highness the Prince of Jin and the 6 clans, who else would take such action? We are all acutely aware that Zhou Tingchao is a student of the venerable Sun Song Chan, and it is only Sun that would act in this manner. Yet, even the illustrious Sun possesses influence limited to our Great Way's 2 capitals and 19 provinces." Gu Fengxian responded absently, suddenly realizing his breach of decorum. He cleared his throat and composed himself, acknowledging, Lord Bai's insights are indeed profound. Zhao Lian, who had remained silent until now, felt a surge of solemnity. The Qingwan Guard has stood resilient for 2 centuries in this dynasty due to its unique prowess. Now, based solely on a few clues, they had deduced a substantial conclusion. Bai Qiu tapped his fingers lightly on the table and declared, "Thus, only Zhongzhou remains as our avenue. We shall dispatch personnel to seal all crucial routes and checkpoints from Luzhou to Zhangzhou, and then gradually trap them." The 3 stood simultaneously and affirmed, "We shall act according to your command, my lord." The elder instructed, "You will mobilize the Qingwan Guard from Huainan Prefecture and Fengyin Prefecture, while I will approach the governor's office to request troop deployment from the governor of Jingqiu." Having spoken, the elder extended his right index finger, gently extinguishing a flicker of flame from the oil lamp with a light stroke, then deftly flicked his finger, scattering the flame into a myriad of twinkling sparks. These sparks coalesced into a line, which then looped to form a rectangular, ethereal portal. The elder stepped into the portal, traversing an invisible boundary, creating ripples akin to water. which vanished in an instant. In the next moment, he found himself in a spacious courtyard spanning 4 acres, symbolically aligned with the court's dominion over the 4 directions. At the center stood a towering flagpole, 3 zhang in height, facing the grand entrance and the massive stone lions flanking the steps, exuding an aura of authority. Along the 2 hexagonal walls beside the stone lions, personal guards of the governor stood in a formidable line, their presence imposing. The elder advanced slowly, retrieving a dark command token from his sleeve, and declared in a deep voice, "By Chochio, deputy commander of the Qinghuan Guard, here to seek an audience with the esteemed governor." Upon revealing his identity, he was promptly escorted through corridors to the main hall of the governor's office. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in crimson official robes entered briskly, adorned with a black cap featuring twin wings, and his attire embellished with a leopard motif. According to the regulations of the Great Way, first-rank military officials don designs of unicorns, second rank of lions, third rank of leopards, fourth rank of tigers, and fifth rank of bears. Thus, it appeared that the newcomer was indeed a third-rank military official. Upon the arrival of the visitor, Bai Chochio had already risen. The newcomer performed a respectful bow and introduced himself. "I am Zhang Fei, the commander of Luzhou, here to pay my respects to Master Bai. The governor is currently absent from the governor's office. I hope Master Bai will understand." Although both held the same official rank of 3rd grade, the unwritten rules dictated that officials from the capital held a higher status when outside the city, and as a member of the Qinghuan Guard, Bai Chochio's position was elevated, justifying Zhang Fei's self-reference as a subordinate. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Bai Chochio addressed the matter directly. "Master Zhang, I trust you are aware of the recent incident involving the abduction of prisoners within Luzhou. My purpose for coming here is specifically related to this issue." Zhang Fei responded. "I have indeed heard whispers of it, yet I have not received the official documents from the Qinghuan Guard and am unaware of the specifics." Bai Chochio continued. "To be forthright, this matter pertains to the sensitive case involving Zhou Tingchao's petition that sullied the esteemed name of Her Majesty the Empress. It is of utmost importance, and the court has issued orders to seal the borders of Luzhou. Not a fly shall escape." Zhang Fei hesitated, asking, "Could Master Bai present the imperial decree?" Bai Chochio replied softly, "I do not possess the decree at this moment, but I do have the governor's private edict. Would you care to see it?" The commander, who wielded military authority over the province, fell silent. Bai Chochio continued unhurriedly, "The Great Wei dynasty belongs to His Majesty and Her Majesty the Empress, not merely to the governor. Should the Empress not issue an order, the governor would not instruct us to act thus. If you, Master Zhang, have any objections, I shall write to the governor immediately, and at worst, the governor may seek a personal decree from the Empress for you." At this point, Bai Chochio paused, his tone turning icy. "However, if this delays the state's affairs and allows the fugitive to escape, leading to the confiscation of homes and the extermination of families, I hope Master Zhang will not find himself regretting it." Zhang Fei forced a bitter smile, realizing there was no room for evasion and could only concede. "Since the court has issued an order, I shall comply." Meanwhile, Gu Fengxian retrieved a firework from his sleeve and stepped outside the establishment. Pulling the cord at the base of the firework, a dazzling meteor ascended into the sky, shortly followed by the explosion of a vividly lifelike Qinghuan amidst the dimming heavens. A signal unique to the Qinghuan Guard, accessible only to officials of 3rd grade or above. After a brief interval, several individuals clad in blue official attire approached. Bowing respectfully to Gu Fengxian, "We pay our respects to the commander." After a slight nod of acknowledgement, Gu Fengxian produced a dark iron token from his sleeve and spoke in a grave tone. "By order of the governor's office, mobilize all Qinghuan Guard personnel within Luzhou to pursue the traitorous rebel. This battle is of great significance. Should anyone show cowardice or flee in battle, regardless of their rank, they shall be executed without mercy, their assets confiscated for the national treasury, and their wives and daughters sent to the Bureau of Music, while brothers, sons, and nephews are conscripted to the northwestern frontiers." The Qinghuan Guard leaders were visibly shaken, their expressions reflecting their alarm. A faint smile graced Gu Fengxian's face as he shifted the conversation, explaining that the severity of the punishment stemmed from the matter's significant implications, leaving no room for error. In truth, the task at hand was not insurmountable. It merely required the prowess of a master at the Xin Yuan realm. The Qinghuan Guard was not unfamiliar with the act of taking lives, and the notion of sacrificing oneself was far from the reality. Furthermore, with the esteemed officer personally strategizing the operation, as long as no mistakes were made, a grand achievement was inevitable. In due time, accolades and promotions would be effortlessly within reach. The leaders of the Qingyuan Guard responded in unison, their voices steady and resolute. Gu Fengxian nodded in acknowledgement and continued. In addition to the titles bestowed, there are also monetary rewards. Anyone who captures the bandit leader alive shall receive a bounty of 10,000 taels of silver. Those who procure his head will be granted 5,000 taels, while those who discover his whereabouts or assist in his apprehension will earn 500 taels. At this proclamation, the eyes of all present sparkled with anticipation. While everything else might be ephemeral, the allure of silver was undeniably tangible, even in their esteemed positions. Amassing a fortune of 10,000 taels would require several arduous years, fraught with risks, as they might one day find themselves ensnared by scandal, losing not only their positions, but also having to forfeit their ill-gotten gains. In contrast, the promised rewards posed no such threats, offering a sense of security and assurance. Gu Fengxian softened his tone, reiterating, in conclusion, let us unite our efforts and ensure that we do not disappoint the esteemed officer. Li Xuandu lingered in the city of Fengyin for 2 days, not out of arrogance, but rather due to an arrangement made with another party to meet in this location. Yet, as the old adage goes, when one waits for the rain to cease, it often lingers, and when one anticipates the arrival of another, they frequently do not come. Unbeknownst to him, the individual he was to meet had encountered unforeseen troubles along the way, causing a considerable delay. With no other option, Li Xuandu resolved to wait one more day. If the person still failed to appear, he would leave behind a prearranged signal and depart. During this day, Li Xuandu originally intended for the young girl to practice her skills in the inn's guest room, but she timidly expressed a desire to explore the city. Seeing her pitiful demeanor and recognizing that mastery of skills could not be achieved in a single day, he decided to take her from the inn to the bustling market. However, beneath his seemingly carefree exterior, Li Xuandu's heart was far from light. He was no longer the solitary sword immortal who once roamed the rivers and lakes of Jiangbei with ease. Although he possessed a diverse array of skills that allowed him to slay formidable adversaries of the Xianyuan realm, he was acutely aware of his limitations. A single strike from a master of the innate realm could spell his doom. The Qingyuan Guard, a formidable authority comparable to a sect, harbored numerous experts at both the innate and Xianyuan levels, with the supervising officials being adept in the ways of assassination and espionage. During the past conflict in the imperial capital, one of the 4 ministers was protected by a master of the returning truth realm, yet was still successfully assassinated by the former left commander of the Qingyuan Guard, which subsequently led to the battle at Qingtian Gate. Over a dozen innate masters lay in ambush along his escape route, ultimately leading to the demise of the returning truth expert. To provoke the Qingyuan Guard was to invite inevitable peril. A single misstep could result in being cornered within the borders of Luzhou. Thus, to mitigate potential risks, Li Xuandu had requested a friend to provide assistance, yet the friend's tardiness had placed him in a precarious predicament. Today marked the final day. Should he not receive the expected company, he would take the young girl and leave Fengyin for Yang. Nevertheless, Li Xuandu chose not to divulge any of these concerns to the girl, nor would he allow a hint of his anxiety to surface. Creating the illusion that the Qingyuan Guard, after suffering a significant setback, had swallowed their pride without any intention of retaliation. The pair, one large and one small, ambled leisurely from the inn toward the marketplace. Along the way, Li Xuandu spent a small sum on a vibrant skewer of candied hawthorn for the girl. Due to the throngs of people, he lifted her onto his shoulders, a gesture that, as the saying goes, implies a certain closeness. For many years, the only one to truly occupy such a position upon his shoulders was this young girl. The innocence of youth has its advantages, allowing children to navigate the strictures of decorum without incurring reproach, much like the elderly who tread carefully around societal expectations. Had it been a young lady of refined upbringing, she could never have perched upon Li Xuandu's shoulders without inciting scandal. Yet, in this manner, the two truly resembled a pair of siblings. Brother, do you think there is shadow puppetry over there? Indeed, not only that, but also sugar blowers, clay figurine makers, magicians, acrobats, and monkey performers. Would you like to see? I would. Then let us proceed. Li Xuandu carried the young girl as if she were a fish gliding through the crowd. Zhou Shunning felt overwhelmed, her eyes darting about, even forgetting the candied hawthorn she held in her hand. After meandering for nearly half an hour, Zhou Shunning had devoured a string of candied hawthorn, still clutching a sugar figurine resembling a warrior from a tale, so lifelike that she hesitated to consume it. Holding the sugar figurine aloft, she surveyed her surroundings. her expression betraying a lingering desire for more. Suddenly, Li Xuandu came to an abrupt halt, gazing intently ahead. There, amidst the throng, an elderly man appeared unexpectedly. Clad in coarse fabric with his pant legs rolled up and wearing straw sandals, resembling a rustic farmer. However, at the moment Li Xuandu laid eyes on the elder, a surge of energy coursed through him, and a palpable sword intent surged forth. This posture, akin to facing a formidable foe, was even more intense than his previous demeanor when confronting Qian Xing at the Taiping Inn. As their gazes locked amidst the bustling crowd, Li Xuandu felt his own blood boiling within him, and he discreetly activated the Qingxinju of the Miaojin sect to suppress the rising tide of emotion. Inevitably, the moment had arrived, and he found himself ensnared by the Qingwan guard. This had been anticipated by Li Xuandu, though it came swifter than he had expected. He had initially surmised that the Qingwan guard would only catch up with him at the borders of Zhengzhou, by which time he would have already reunited with his waiting companion, rendering him unafraid. Yet now, he found himself in a precarious situation. His friend had not yet arrived. But the Qingwan guard had come first, placing him at a significant disadvantage. Li Xuandu pondered how this guard, devoid of the Qingwan official attire, had managed to track him down. Was it through some arcane divination, or had he inadvertently left behind a trace? However, such considerations were of little consequence now. What mattered most to Li Xuandu was whether he could prevail against the formidable Qingwan guard before him and how he might extricate himself from this predicament. Although Li Xuandu was no longer the man he once was, his discernment remained sharp, and he could ascertain that this individual was likely even more formidable than Qian Xing, who had perished at his hands, perhaps already standing on the threshold of the innate realm and proficient in sorcery to boot. Zhou Shunning had also spotted the elderly man, her face instantly reflecting terror. While she was unaware of his identity, she sensed Li Xuandu's momentary tension and could roughly surmise that the person before them harbored ill intentions, most likely being the nightmarish Qingwan guard. To her, the Qingwan guard was more detestable and terrifying than the demons of hell. "Shunning, get down," Li Xuandu whispered. Zhou Shunning, having already stepped into the realm of qi manipulation, immediately performed a backflip, gracefully landing on her feet away from Li Xuandu's shoulders. Although the streets were bustling with people at this moment, none noticed the peculiarities surrounding the two individuals. The onlookers were merely astonished by the agility of the young girl, comparable to that of children in a juggling troupe. Li Xuandu, his voice as taut as a drawn line, inquired, "Who approaches?" The elderly man responded with a gentle smile, employing the same method, from the capital. As his words fell, the garments on Li Xuandu rustled in the wind. Surprisingly, Zhou Shunning, standing behind him, was pushed back several steps by a sudden gust, nearly losing her balance and collapsing onto the ground. The elder's mere release of internal energy, without any visible movement, overwhelmed Zhou Shunning, who had just entered the realm of qi mastery, showcasing the profundity of the elder's cultivation. This emanation of energy was directed solely at Li Xuandu and Zhou Shunning, sparing others, highlighting the elder's remarkable skill. His intention was to demonstrate strength rather than to inflict harm. While the Qingwan guard is often perceived as arrogant and overbearing, they are, in truth, individuals of great caution. Whether gathering intelligence, executing assassinations, or apprehending high-ranking officials, impulsiveness is a luxury they cannot afford. The individual before them had single-handedly slain Qian Xing within the peaceful inn, demonstrating formidable combat prowess. Although the elder surpassed Qian Xing in cultivation, he would not presume to guarantee victory in a life-and-death confrontation. Thus, his presence here was primarily to track movements, waiting for the opportune moment to act, having no intention of direct confrontation. The Qingwan guard is adept at killing, not merely engaging in contests of skill. The elder, having been seen through by Li Xuandu, was compelled to reveal himself and release a fraction of his energy, dissuading any rash actions from Li Xuandu. Both parties understood the nature of this pursuit. It was merely a game of countering each other's moves. The elder's ability to discern Li Xuandu's whereabouts was not unexpected. Among the myriad of cultivators in the world, they can generally be categorized into two types: those who focus on the spirit, manifesting astral projection and condensing the primordial infant to achieve the yang spirit, and those who emphasize physicality, possessing bodies as resilient as bronze or iron, impervious to damage. Qian Xing belonged to the latter, while the elder represented the former. The latter excels in martial arts and combat, while the former is proficient in mystical arts. Though not necessarily adept in direct conflict, their skills hold various applications. As demonstrated earlier when the elder used a lantern to create a portal directly appearing at the governor's office. This technique, transcending the realm of martial arts, allowed him to traverse the gap between the realms of yin and yang, covering hundreds of miles in a single step. However, such methods are fraught with limitations. In areas protected by formations, opening the yin-yang gate is nearly impossible. In combat, even if one could reluctantly open the gate amidst the turbulence of energy, the opponent would likely not afford that opportunity, especially if they are skilled in martial arts. The outcome of battles often hinges on a mere instant. And before the yin-yang gate could even be activated, one might meet their demise. While this mystical art appears extraordinarily profound, surpassing common understanding, its utility in direct combat is rather limited. Upon arriving in Luzhou, the elder made a special trip to the Taiping Inn, where he expended a substantial sum of 2,000 taels of silver to acquire a hilt of a now bladeless Leigang sword from the avaricious innkeeper. From the hilt, he drew forth the faint remnants of energy that had yet to dissipate entirely. That very night, after hastening from the governor's residence to the territories of Fengyin Prefecture, he intended to utilize this wispy essence as a conduit to search the entirety of the 8 counties within the prefecture, thereby confirming that Li Xuandu was indeed within the confines of the city. Despite Li Xuandu's meticulous planning, he had overlooked a critical detail. Though he had traversed the tumultuous path of the Jianghu for over a decade, he had never feared the pursuit of others. In past years, a duel had sufficed to determine life and death. His continued existence in this world was a testament to his resilience. However, times had changed. The once audacious Li Xuandu no longer possessed the same confidence. Even the trivial tactics he had once dismissed were now employed as the very foundation of his survival. Thus, he refrained from taking action in this precarious situation, devoid of the youthful bravado that once characterized him. The two exchanged glances for a moment before the elder gradually retreated, ultimately vanishing into the vast crowd. Zhou Shunning stood behind Li Xuandu, gently grasping his sleeve. Li Xuandu murmured, "This place is not suitable for lingering. We must depart immediately." Zhou Shunning inquired, "Should we not return to the inn?" Li Xuandu shook his head and strode purposefully toward the city gate with her in tow. The elder reappeared atop the city gate tower, gazing distantly in the direction of Li Xuandu. Within his line of sight, a glaring point of light persisted, impervious to the throngs of people and structures that surrounded it. Yet, this luminous point was gradually diminishing, for the wisp of energy he had employed as a medicinal guide was beginning to disintegrate. In a matter of moments, it would vanish entirely, rendering him unable to trace the whereabouts of this individual. Reflecting upon this, the elder's expression darkened, a realization of the necessity to arrive in the city before the energy dissipated completely, to seize the fleeting opportunity to follow this individual's trail. He envisioned a scenario where reinforcements would arrive, encircling their quarry. Yet, he was wholly unprepared for the revelation that his concealed energy had been effortlessly discerned by Li Xuandu, placing him in such a vulnerable position. As for the notion of forcing an attack, the elder had never entertained such an idea. In Taoist philosophy, the pursuit of longevity emphasizes the cultivation of essence, energy, and spirit. The spirit is represented by the 3 flowers atop the head, energy by the 5 energies within the chest, and essence by the vitality of blood and body. Regardless of the sect, the fundamental basis lies in energy, culminating in the harmonious unity of the 3 to achieve immortality. However, within this process, divergence arises as to whether the emphasis lies on the physical form or the spiritual essence. Even the transcendent sword immortals are not exempt. Those wielding swords tend to prioritize the physical, while those commanding swordless blades through intent lean towards the spiritual. Over millennia, this schism has led to mutual disdain, with adept practitioners of the arcane arts derisively labeling martial scholars as mere brutes, akin to commoners. Those devoted to martial arts are equally unyielding, referring to those proficient in esoteric arts as fengshui, a term shrouded in deception and implying a deviation from orthodoxy. This notion traces back to the era of the ancestor dragon's unification of the realm. The term fengshui signifies a person of distinction and encompasses a wide spectrum. In strict terms, both Taoists and scholars could be classified as fengshui. However, following the ancestor dragon's consolidation of power, certain fengshui deceived him under the guise of elixirs for immortality, prompting the ancestor dragon to execute 400 fengshui. Coupled with the silence of the Sage of Saints regarding supernatural forces, the Confucian doctrine subsequently emerged as the orthodox belief, leading to a significant denigration of fengshui, which began to be viewed as a form of heterodoxy. Over time, the original derogatory connotation faded, and subsequent generations accepted the labels of feng shui and martial artist as their identities. The elder, focusing on the spirit and mastering the path of esoteric arts, is a true embodiment of a feng shui. When considering the threshold for entry, the standards for feng shui are considerably higher than those for martial artists, and their numbers are fewer. Moreover, feng shui excel in talisman crafting, alchemy, artifact creation, divination, and the formation of arrays, making them far more esteemed than martial artists. Nonetheless, in one-on-one combat, feng shui may find themselves at a disadvantage, particularly in close-quarters confrontations, where survival is precarious. It is noteworthy that Qian Xing is a genuine martial artist of the Xianyuan realm. Renowned for his formidable strength and physical prowess, even he fell to this adversary's hand. As a feng shui yet to attain the innate realm, the elder hesitates to act recklessly. For should he find himself in close proximity to that foe, his fragile frame may not withstand a few strikes. As the elder gazed towards Li Xuandu, the latter, sensing a shift, lifted his gaze towards the city gates. In the realm of the 9 grades and 9 realms, the most peculiar phenomena arise within the middle 3 realms, entailing discussions on the 5 elemental energies and the distinctions between feng shui and martial artists. Within the foundational realms of solid, qi manipulation, and spiritual entry, there is no differentiation of elemental energies or emphasis on spirit versus physicality. In the transcendent realms of return to essence, celestial being, and immortality, the convergence of energies and the gathering of the 3 flowers also reveal no distinctions. Only within the more rigid and stratified realms do various classifications emerge. The 3 flowers delineate the martial and scholarly paths, while the 5 energies correspond to the 5 elements. In his plummeting state, Li Xuandu resembles a high-ranking official relegated to a distant post. Although he must adhere to the hierarchy of positions, there are moments when he can circumvent certain entrenched customs. This is dictated by one's perspective. The multitude of cultivators in this realm, in their attempts to delineate the 5 elements in the scholarly versus martial paths, are often unaware of the true nature of the 3 flowers and 5 energies. However, Li Xuandu comprehends that the ultimate destination is the confluence of all rivers into the sea, the unification of myriad streams into one. If one were to liken the pursuit of immortality to a mountainous journey, the endpoint remains the summit. The only difference lies in the paths taken, one ascending from the eastern trail, while the other approaches from the western ascent. Therefore, following their descent, both Li Xuandu and Yu Qingning resumed their climb, neither favoring the feng shui nor the martial artist path, but rather advancing through the 5 elemental energies in tandem. For they understand that ultimately, all paths lead to the same destination. As for others, even if they grasp this principle, they remain ensnared in the age-old predicament of knowing yet failing to act until they have truly savored the scenery atop the mountain. Despite the presence of a wise master willing to guide, the essence can ultimately only be comprehended but not articulated. It is for this reason that Li Xuandu cannot simply be categorized as a mere martial artist or sorcerer. He is adept in both martial arts and mystical arts, wielding the thunder blade against foes while also commanding the flying sword Qingjiao. He can easily see through the old man's probing methods and even infer some clues. This distinction reflects the disparity in perspective. As for the elder, under the condition that he does not engage in a desperate fight, Li Xuandu indeed lacks absolute confidence in subduing him. However, it would be folly to believe that he could single-handedly obstruct Li Xuandu. Li Xuandu continued to stride towards the city gate, traversing a winding alley that led him away from the bustling marketplace, arriving at a desolate, uninhabited street. Exiting the street, he found himself on the main thoroughfare leading directly to the city gate. Suddenly, Li Xuandu halted, glancing to either side of the street. He turned to Zhou Shunning and instructed, "Shunning, take refuge in that archway we just passed. No matter what transpires thereafter, do not emerge." Having been alarmed by the earlier events, the young girl understood immediately that trouble was imminent upon hearing Li Xuandu's words. Recognizing her status as a burden to him, she did not linger but obediently ran towards the nearby archway, positioning herself close to the closed door, holding her breath and focusing intently. Almost simultaneously as the girl concealed herself, 2 figures descended from the rooftops on either side of the street, effectively blocking Li Xuandu's path. To the left stood a middle-aged man with his hair tied in a bun, adorned in a deep blue robe, and wearing Shifang shoes. A jade hairpin graced his head, and in his hand, he wielded a black-handled, silver-threaded whisk, exuding the demeanor of a Taoist practitioner. On the right stood a woman with narrow eyes and thin lips, her delicate face carrying an air of authority, albeit with a hint of harshness. A long sword was slung across her back, its hilt wrapped in silver thread. and she donned a white garment that bore more resemblance to coarse mourning attire than the ethereal silk typically associated with the color. This unexpected pair, whether perceived from any angle, appeared far from ordinary commoners, nor did they resemble the Qinghuan Guard. Yet the palpable hostility emanating from them was unmistakable. The woman fixed her gaze on Li Xuandu and coldly declared, "I am Ma Suzhen from the Zihong sect, known in the martial world by the moniker Long Windsword. The reason for obstructing your path today is that a few days ago, one of my disciples was injured by you. Thus, I have invited Brother Zhang from the Jingyi sect to come and seek an explanation from you." The middle-aged Taoist intoned a reverent Wuliang Tianzuan, slightly bowing his head as he introduced himself. "I am Zhang Lianshan of the Jingyi sect. Honored to meet you." Li Xuandu chuckled softly, choosing silence as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The woman fixated on the matter of Li Xuandu's alleged wrongdoing. Yet she made no mention of the preceding circumstances, a hallmark of the conduct typical of prominent sections. However, such behavior was not surprising given their established traditions. Upon witnessing Li Xuandu's audacity, Ma Suzhen and Zhang Lianshan exchanged glances, filled with a hint of hesitation. Their boldness in approaching was rooted in the assertion made by Zhang Qingshan and by Ru Shuang, who claimed that this individual possessed merely the cultivation of the Dan realm. Given that both of them were also at the Dan realm, they reasoned that even if he were slightly stronger, it would be difficult for him to withstand their combined efforts. However, they found themselves perplexed as to why he appeared so unfazed. While they struggled to comprehend Li Xuandu's demeanor, he had already grasped the unfolding circumstances. Fate had conspired against him, just as he was being targeted by the Qinghuan guards. He was also confronted by the Zhengyi sect and the Zihong sect, whom he had previously offended. This was not merely a matter of the grudges stemming from the conflict in the imperial capital years ago. To put it bluntly, these two were not even qualified to seek retribution for past grievances. It would require the presence of the two principal figures, Yan Feiqing and Su Yunxian, to address such matters directly. As for the incidents involving Zhang Qingshan and Bai Rushuang, Li Xuandu had neither taken lives nor crippled anyone's cultivation, nor had he publicly humiliated their sections. Thus, it was unlikely that a mortal enmity would arise from this. Ultimately, both parties sought him to yield and acknowledge their authority. As the woman had expressed, a mere request for an explanation. This issue could be perceived on a grand scale or a trivial one. Viewed in a broader context, it pertained to the authority of the two sections. Should it be left unaddressed, it would set a precedent, emboldening others to show disrespect towards them. A decisive action was necessary to establish their dominance. Conversely, on a smaller scale, the incident had no witnesses, and Li Xuandu had not acted ruthlessly. A simple apology could suffice. If managed adeptly, it could transform animosity into camaraderie, crafting a tale of reconciliation and mutual understanding, particularly in the current circumstances. It was crucial for Li Xuandu to avoid further conflict with the two. His gaze briefly traversed the two individuals. Compared to the enigmatic Zhang Lianshan, Ma Suzhen undeniably stood out. The long sword she bore on her back exuded a chilling sword intent, suggesting it was a weapon of remarkable quality. Coupled with her moniker of Swift Windsword, she likely excelled in wielding the sword with speed, and it could be surmised that she had claimed many lives beneath her 3-foot blade. Nonetheless, in comparison to Ma Suzhen, Li Xuandu placed greater importance on the taciturn middle-aged Taoist. To speak candidly, a barking dog seldom bites. If Zhang Lianshan and Ma Suzhen were to engage in a duel one-on-one, it was certain that Zhang Lianshan would emerge victorious. Li Xuandu withdrew his gaze, contemplating a decisive course of action. Logically, he should reconcile with the two individuals at this juncture. Yet, such reconciliation would inevitably involve the prior events at the Taiping Tavern, compelling them to remove Zhou Shunning from Li Xuandu's side. This was something Li Xuandu could not acquiesce to. Moreover, the grievances between Li Xuandu and both the Zhengyi sect and the Zihong sect extended far beyond the matter of the Taiping Tavern. As for how these two had located him, Li Xuandu was not particularly astonished. Although the Qinghuan Guard excelled in tracking these sects, deeply rooted in the world for millennia and having survived numerous dynastic changes, possessed foundations far superior to the mere 2 centuries of history of the Qinghuan Guard. Additionally, given that Luzhou was the territory of the Taiping sect, should the Jingyi sect seek assistance from the Taiping sect, the latter would likely extend a helping hand. Considering their shared status as one of the 12 righteous sects, Li Xuandu spoke softly, "I cannot provide the explanation you seek." Zhang Lianshan sighed. "Is there nothing to discuss?" Li Xuandu shook his head. "It is not that there is nothing to discuss, but rather that I am aware of what you desire." The reason Empress Dowager Xia was able to triumph over Prime Minister Zhang was not due to her superior wisdom, but because Prime Minister Zhang had deliberately suppressed the power of the royal family, leading them to harbor deep resentment against him. However, during Emperor Muzong's reign, they could not move against Zhang. Once Emperor Muzong passed away, they allied with Empress Dowager Xia to confront Zhang, with Prince Jin at the forefront. At this revelation, both Zhang Lianshan and Ma Suzhen's expression shifted. Li Xuandu continued, after Zhang's demise, Empress Dowager Xia was able to govern from behind the curtain, and Prince Jin achieved his long-desired position as regent. It is rather intriguing, for although I am not a man of the court, I understand that when an emperor is young, governance is either in the hands of the Empress Dowager or the uncle regent. It is rare for both the Empress Dowager and the regent to jointly exercise power. Thus, a conflict must inevitably arise between Prince Jin and the Empress Dowager. You of the Jingyi sect and the Cihang sect have long since parted ways with Empress Dowager Xia, yet now you find yourselves under Prince Jin's banner. Seeking to exploit Zhou Tingchao's legacy, how could I be unaware of your intentions? Yet now that Zhou Tingchao is deceased, leaving only a frail girl behind. If you still refuse to relent, I cannot possibly acquiesce. Upon hearing this, Ma Suzhen stepped forward, coldly asserting, why waste words with such individuals, Zhang Shixiang? Let us take them down directly. Zhang Lianshan waved his hand, and despite his momentary hesitation, when it came to the grand schemes of the sect, he ultimately nodded in agreement. In the next instant, Ma Suzhen propelled herself forward, shattering the cobblestone beneath her feet, appearing before Li Xuandu in a heartbeat. The swiftness of her movement caused her white garb to flutter audibly. With a countenance as cold as frost, she drew the long sword from her back, the blade flashing ominously as it aimed for Li Xuandu's head. Though this woman hailed from the Cihang sect, her strike bore no trace of mercy. Li Xuandu deftly retreated, narrowly evading the blade that grazed his throat without inflicting harm. As her sword swung wide, Ma Suzhen felt a jolt of realization. The individual before her was not to be underestimated, prompting her to retract her sword and prepare for defense. Yet how could Li Xuandu allow her to come and go at will? With a light and effortless motion, she struck out with her palm. Although a long sword attempted to block her, Ma Suzhen found herself uncontrollably retreating. At that moment, Zhang Lianshan finally intervened, pressing his hand against Ma Suzhen's back to halt her backward momentum. With a flick of his wrist, the silken strands of the whisk in his hand unfurled in the wind, sweeping horizontally towards Li Xuandu. Li Xuandu swayed like a drunken man, staggering perilously as he narrowly evaded the sweeping whisk. Zhang Lianshan advanced gracefully, his whisk dazzling to behold, moving silently and continuously towards Li Xuandu. It is said that one who wields a whisk is no ordinary person. In Taoism, the whisk symbolizes the act of dispelling worldly attachments, embodying the essence of transcending the mundane. It is a companion of those who wander as Taoist practitioners. As a Taoist artifact, the whisk has inspired various martial arts, emphasizing harmony with nature, aptly described as moving like clouds and flowing like water. At this moment, Zhang Lianshan wielded the yin-yang whisk of the Jingyi school, a fusion of hard and soft, reversing the forces of yin and yang. It appeared as delicate as a woman's flowing hair, yet wielded with the precision of a 3-foot-long sword, seemingly solid like iron, yet transforming into gentle softness that left opponents defenseless. Li Xuandu drifted along the street, employing the Zhengyi school's stepping techniques, transforming into Bagua and navigating the 9 palaces, effortlessly countering Zhang Lianshan's whisk with both Bagua palm and 9 palaces fist. To an outsider, it might seem as though 2 brothers from the same Zhengyi school were merely engaged in friendly sparring. Once Ma Suzhen had halted her retreat, she took a moment to stabilize her internal energy and advanced once more with her sword. Simultaneously, Zhang Lianshan quickened his movements, the silver strands of his whisk dancing chaotically, blocking every potential retreat for Li Xuandu. Yet, Li Xuandu had no intention of dodging. As a sword thrust toward her chest, she activated the formidable power of the Vajra finger from the Golden School, capturing the blade between her 2 fingers with the strength of 1,000 pounds. Capable of shattering bones and severing sinews as though they were dry twigs or brittle stones. Li Xuandu spoke with an air of indifference. It is said that the sword energy of the Qingwei school and the sword intent of the Cihang school are both admirable. Yet your great compassion sword still lacks a certain finesse. Ma Suzhen, filled with astonishment and fury, attempted to withdraw her long sword from between his fingers, only to find that they were as immovable as iron, rendering her weapon completely stationary. Such strength in his fingers was beyond the realm of the dance stage. Even a master of the Xianyuan realm could hardly compare. With a slight increase in pressure, Li Xuandu produced a resounding crack as the 3-foot-long sword could no longer withstand the immense force and shattered into 3 pieces. It was not that Ma Suzhen was inept, but rather that Li Xuandu operated on an entirely different plane of existence. Ma Suzhen's dance stage was a genuine achievement, painstakingly earned step by step. Yet it was akin to comparing officials of the same rank in the imperial court. One might be a mere editor in the Hanlin Academy, surviving on meager stipends, while another might be a county magistrate, a figure of authority known for his wealth and influence, commanding respect from all who encountered him. The disparity between the two was far too great to be equated. In terms of the sheer intensity of one's vital energy, aside from Yu Qingming, there exists no one in the realm of Baodin who can rival Li Xuandu, even when considering the Xian Yuan realm. It is rare to find an individual of comparable prowess. The middle-aged Taoist, wielding a dust brush, paused his actions upon witnessing this scene, letting out a soft sigh. The disparity in strength between the two parties was stark. They had indeed kicked against an iron wall this time. The young man before him was likely not merely of the Baodin cultivation level, but had already stepped into the Xian Yuan realm. What perplexed him further was the affiliation of this individual with the Zhengyi sect. The ease with which he executed his techniques was far beyond that of someone who had merely learned a few tricks in the martial world. Could it be that he had once been a member of the Zhengyi sect? Perhaps a clandestine disciple of the sect leader? However, that seemed unlikely. The tone of his words suggested an alignment with Zhang Suqing's faction. Among the 4 sects that had supported Zhang Suqing in the past, 3 were of Taoist origin, subtly opposing the leading Zhengyi sect. In this ambiguous situation, both he and Ma Suzhen ought not to have rashly intervened at this juncture. Just then, a voice rang out from the end of the street. "Your skills are remarkable. No wonder you could effortlessly slay Qian Xing at the Taiping Inn." Zhang Lianshan turned to look, his heart sinking. The elderly man who had been observing from the city wall had suddenly appeared here, still clad in his simple farmer's attire, short brown pants, rolled up high, and a pair of straw sandals, still muddied, as if he were merely missing a hoe on a shoulder. This was Bai Choqiu, the deputy commander of the Qingyuan Guard in both Chuzhou and Luzhou. A genuine practitioner of the Xian Yuan realm, his cultivation surpassed that of the martial brute Qian Xing, having already brushed against the threshold of the innate realm. He was but a final stride away from becoming a true master. The presence of such a figure, who was ostensibly a quasi-master and acted under the orders of the Empress Dowager, was hardly favorable news for the two of them. The old man reappeared before Li Xuandu and spoke softly. "The breadth of your learning is truly the most extraordinary I have encountered in my lifetime. I no longer wish to inquire about your origins. I simply desire to claim your head." He then addressed Zhang Lianshan and Ma Suzhen. "If you too seek a reckoning from this man and wish to take that young girl along, I too seek an explanation. Why not join forces to demand an answer? Afterward, you may take the girl, while I shall claim his head. What say you?" Zhang Lianshan and Ma Suzhen exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Both were resolute individuals, supported by their respective sects, unafraid of this old ghost from the Qingyuan Guard reneging or resorting to treachery. After all, the Empress Dowager and the 12 orthodox sects had yet to sever ties openly. Even the most prominent sects, such as Qingwei, Miaozhen, Donghua, and Xinxiao, maintained a facade of harmony, not to mention Zhengyi and Sihong, who were celebrated heroes of yore. Having made their decision, Zhang Lianshan stepped forward first, channeling his internal vital energy, which surged like the rising sun, his presence magnified several-fold compared to before. This is the pure yang technique of the Zhengyi sect. Should one cultivate the Zixia technique in conjunction, thereby merging the two to generate fire from wood, it would yield the pure yang purple energy of the Zhengyi sect. Regrettably, Zhang Lianshan still lacks a few vital elements. It is precisely these elements that have allowed him to grasp the threshold of the Xian Yuan realm, yet he remains unable to cross it. Although Ma Suzhen has lost her longsword, her prowess as a disciple of the Zihong sect does not solely rely on the blade. With her palms facing each other, she cultivates a faint, visible purple energy between them, which complements the pure yang technique perfectly. Li Xuandu merely glanced at them before diverting his attention. Even if the two of them combined their half-formed pure yang energy, it would not compare to even a fraction of Yin Feiqing's prowess from years past. And what of Yin Feiqing's pure yang energy? It is said that every morning, he would leave the Grand Master's residence to ascend to the summit of Tianshi Mountain, gathering the first rays of pure yang energy at dawn using the Zixia technique, refining it with his pure yang skill to eliminate impurities, ultimately preserving only a pristine shade of purple. Over time, he amassed a formidable 100 zhang of purple energy, which proved immensely effective against spirits and ghosts. No matter how powerful a ghostly being might be, As long as it maintained its pure Yin form, it would be suppressed. Yet, he was not a specter of any sort, unperturbed by pure yang or purple energy, easily dispelling it with a single stroke of his sword. His true concern lay with the old man, who was but a step away from the innate realm. Ma Suzhen struck Zhang Lianshan's back with her palms, directly infusing her cultivated purple energy into him. Instantly, a veil of purple mist enveloped Zhang Lianshan's face, elevating his aura significantly as he forcibly stepped into the Xian Yuan realm, his form gliding forward, one palm moving like a cloud, languidly striking towards Li Xuandu. Li Xuandu responded with his own palm, their hands meeting in a clash that sent him gracefully retreating, leaving ripples of energy in his wake, akin to blooming lotus flowers. At that moment, the elder appeared stealthily behind Li Xuandu, fingers splayed wide, a thread of emerald energy emanating from his palm, deepening into a verdant hue that evoked a sense of unease. Without needing to turn, Li Xuandu was acutely aware of the situation behind him. Like the day Yu Qingning had spun in place, he summoned countless spiraling energies around him, layering and intertwining, causing the elder's palm to seem ensnared in a quagmire. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, the elder decisively withdrew, his form vanishing without a trace, employing the art of shrinking space. In the next instant, he reappeared on the nearby bluestone street, his palms forming a yin-yang symbol, gathering energy to conjure a green serpent approximately 10 feet long, vibrant and lifelike, flicking its tongue as it slithered towards Li Xuandu at the elder's command. Concurrently, Zhang Lianshan, temporarily elevated to the Xian Yuan realm, also advanced, employing the soft palm techniques of the Zhengyi sect and the 8 trigrams palm to ensnare Li Xuandu. Li Xuandu stood resolute, undaunted, multitasking with his left hand, employing the dragon-seizing technique of the Jingchan sect to grip the serpent's vital point, rendering it unable to escape his grasp despite its thrashing. Meanwhile, his right hand unleashed the wind and thunder finger technique of the Xinxiao sect, accompanied by a faint sound of howling winds, effortlessly neutralizing Zhang Lianshan's palms with a single hand. Zhang Lianshan grew increasingly apprehensive as he exerted himself, temporarily stepping into the realm of Xian Yuan with the aid of Ma Suzhen, managing to summon the pure yang purple energy of the Zhengyi sect. Despite the presence of a skilled Qingluan guard by his side, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. In a fair duel, he feared that he would meet his demise within 3 moves. In a moment of distraction, Li Xuandu's finger technique underwent a sudden transformation, shifting from the Fenglei finger of the Xinxiao sect to the Xianhe finger of the Donghua sect. The Fenglei finger, characterized by its rapidity and complexity, boasted 64 variations, while the Xianhe finger, though singular, was exquisite in its execution. The timing of Li Xuandu's strike was exceptional, catching Zhang Lianshan off guard. Unprepared, he was struck in a crucial point on his chest, letting out a muffled groan as he staggered backward for several steps. Once he regained his footing, he realized his upper body had gone completely numb and was immobile. Instinctively, he attempted to channel his energy to alleviate the blockage, only to discover that his internal energy was dissipating rapidly, causing him to plummet from the Xian Yuan realm back to his original Danbao state. After repelling Zhang Lianshan, Li Xuandu pivoted and directed his attack toward Bai Qiu. He crushed the green serpent in his hand, unleashing the formidable power of the King Kong palm from the King Kong sect, an attack imbued with strength yet devoid of any energy leakage, producing a resounding whoosh. Witnessing the earlier confrontation, the elder found himself increasingly perplexed by Li Xuandu's depth of skill. Coupled with the lessons learned from previous encounters, he chose not to linger, deftly evading the dual palms and preparing to make a swift retreat. Li Xuandu retracted one palm, while the other remained poised like a blade, delivering a downward strike. This was the QNGWI Sect S split air palm. The energy surged through the air, striking the elder squarely in the back. The elder let out a muffled grunt and, propelled by the force of the blow, was sent sprawling forward, ultimately colliding with a wall. In an unexpected turn of events, he did not crash through the wall nor suffer any injury. Instead, he passed right through it, vanishing from sight. Li Xuandu maintained an expression of calm, displaying little surprise. This was the art of wall passing, or more accurately, the earth-based technique of the 5 elements escape. Practitioners in the third realm often lacked prowess in life-and-death combat, yet their skills in self-preservation and flight far surpassed those of martial artists of the same level. Techniques such as Qi and Duanjia and the 5 elements escape were among the most effective means of survival, enabling them to retreat unscathed unless facing an opponent of significantly higher cultivation. Presently, Li Xuandu was merely at the Danbao realm, a level below the elder, and ultimately lacked the strength to detain him. Bai Qiu, utilizing the earth escape technique, traversed through walls and buildings until he finally halted on the main thoroughfare. His expression darkened. It was not that he was incapable of contending with Li Xuandu. In a life-and-death struggle, his cultivation nearing the innate realm would render him unafraid, even as a practitioner unskilled in combat. However, he deemed it unnecessary to engage further, especially with the formidable Qingyuan guard forces behind him. Yet, keeping a watchful eye on Li Xuandu would undoubtedly prove a challenging endeavor. Previously, the trace of energy he had extracted from the hilt of the Thunder Blade had completely dissipated. To pursue this individual further using the art of sensing energy was now impossible. Was he truly to resort to that method, which would severely deplete his own lifespan? As this thought crossed his mind, Bai Qiu's mood darkened even further. With no alternative, he could only hope that the reinforcements from the Qingyuan guard would arrive swiftly. Meanwhile, only Li Xuandu, Zhang Lianshan, and Ma Suzhen remained. Under Ma Suzhen's gentle manipulation, Zhang Lianshan finally managed to catch his breath. He could move his upper body with difficulty. Yet to engage further was beyond his strength. Moreover, even if he were able to act, he was acutely aware that he was no match for Li Xuandu. The latter showed no intention of attacking further, merely gesturing for someone behind him. Cautiously, Zhou Shunning, who had been hiding in the doorway, emerged and stood behind Li Xuandu. Peering out, Bai Qiu had contemplated using Zhou Shunning to threaten Li Xuandu, but the latter had never allowed him that opportunity, maintaining his focus solely on Zhou Shunning. Anyone daring to harm her would inevitably face Li Xuandu's wrath. Bai Qiu had long surpassed the age of impetuousness, as the saying goes. The older one becomes in the martial world, the more cautious one grows. After years of navigating the complexities of the Jianghu, he no longer dared to recklessly gamble with his life. In other words, when opportunities arose, he would seize them, as he had unexpectedly done this time. However, without such chances, he would not take the risks he once did in his youth. Though he possessed the earth escape technique, he chose not to risk being gravely harmed by Li Xuandu while attempting to capture the likely vulnerable young girl. If Bai Qiu was powerful yet hesitant, Zhang Lianshan and Ma Suzhen were entirely devoid of strength, even with the girl so close at hand. They were self-aware enough to know that even if they fought to the death, they would likely not even graze a hair on her head. Li Xuandu allowed the young girl to grasp his sleeve and address the two. The 12 orthodox sects. But in this world, what defines righteousness and what defines wickedness? Do you deem yourselves righteous simply by claiming to be so? Of course, one cannot outright declare you unvirtuous, at least, compared to the 10 evil sects. You are deserving of the term righteous, albeit somewhat misleading. Zhou Shunning, still inexperienced, listened to these words with a mixture of understanding and confusion. She observed the expressions on the faces of the two adults, first marked by the indignation of having their sore spots prodded, then followed by a simmering anger that they could not voice. Li Xuandu continued. The 12 orthodox sects and the 10 evil sects comprise a total of 22 factions within this vast Jianghu. Now, the 10 evil sects have risen in the northwest, claiming half of the territory, while we, the 12 orthodox sects, remain mired in the quagmire of the imperial capital's battle from years past. Is that not laughable? As he spoke, Li Xuandu waved his sleeve with remarkable swiftness. Zhang Lianshan and Ma Suzhen were caught off guard, as a surge of energy enveloped Zhang Lianshan, dissipating the remnants of the celestial crane finger technique he had previously endured. There exist individuals who neither belong to the 12 sects of the righteous path nor to the 10 sects of the evil path. They are referred to as wandering immortals. Some indulge in the pleasures of the mortal world, while others retreat into seclusion, engrossed in their own spiritual cultivation, indifferent to worldly affairs. As for the state of this world and the plight of its populace, they have never shown any concern. Without delving into these individuals or the 10 sects of the evil path, it is evident that they consider themselves part of the demonic way. Let us speak solely of the 12 sects of the righteous path. Over the years, under the guise of righteousness, they have basked in worldly veneration. Yet, how many genuine deeds have they accomplished? Is it not somewhat hypocritical? At this juncture, Ma Suzhen could not resist interjecting with a scornful remark. And what have you, hero, done? Must you complicate matters for us? Li Xuandu could not help but laugh aloud. What have I done? Indeed, I have attempted and failed. What is the difference between that and doing nothing at all? He raised his arm in a gesture as if grasping a sword. I am unversed in governing a realm, let alone safeguarding the world. However, I have always felt that Zhang Suqing would be a fitting candidate, at the very least more suitable than the current Empress Dowager Xie. Zhang Lianshan, aware of some secrets from years past, immediately displayed a grave expression and softly inquired, Did you partake in the battle of the imperial capital? Li Xuandu refrained from a direct response, stating, "The reason I share these words with you is that I am acquainted with your elder brother, Zhang Wanshan. We share some rapport. He is a discerning individual, yet fate has dealt him a cruel hand, depriving him of the leadership position within the Zhengyi sect, which is truly lamentable. The Zhang clan is the direct lineage of the Zhengyi sect, with half of its leaders hailing from this esteemed family. In Li Xuandu's generation, they happen to belong to the Shan generation. Among their peers, the younger ones, like Zhang Qingshan, are yet to reach 30, while the elder, Zhang Wanshan, has already reached the age of discernment. Speaking of Zhang Wanshan, he is indeed renowned. Over 20 years ago, he was a prominent figure on the lesser mysterious rankings, destined for a promising future. Coupled with his identity as a Zhang clan scion, it seemed only natural that he would one day assume the leadership of the Zhengyi sect. However, the arduous journey of seeking the Tao and cultivating true immortality is often fraught with unforeseen challenges. The threshold from the innate realm to the returning to true realm mirrors the progression from the three realms of entering the hall to the three realms of transcending into the divine. Crossing this threshold is no easy feat in those days. Li Xuandu attained enlightenment amid the relentless pursuit of countless adversaries, teetering on the brink of life and death, which allowed him to unify the five energies and step into the returning to true realm. Thus, his threshold is defined by life and death, while Yin Feiqing's threshold revolves around the concept of love. Hence, the leader of the Zhengyi sect extinguished all emotions, entering the path through pure yang. And his intention to form a Dao partner with Su Yunxian pertains more to an alliance between two major sects than to matters of the heart. The matter of love is both complex and simple, ultimately reducible to three strategies: the supreme strategy of forgetting love, the middle strategy of deepening love, and the inferior strategy of extinguishing love. Those who can genuinely forget love are invariably the great masters who ascend to the Tao. Possessing a heart as clear as a mirror, free from dust, wielding the sword of wisdom to sever emotional ties. Those who achieve the middle strategy are often regarded as passionate souls, steadfast through the ravages of time, their stories both tragic and heroic. As for the inferior strategy, it demands immense fortitude. One must sever ties with resolute determination, their heart as unyielding as rock, akin to the character of Yin Feiqing. More individuals find themselves ensnared, mired in the quagmire, unable to extricate themselves, unable to transcend. Zhang Wanshan serves as a prime example. With his remarkable and extraordinary talent, he ought to have entered the realm of true return far earlier than Yin Feiqing. Once he stepped into the true return realm, crossing that formidable threshold, even the celestial realm would likely have been within his grasp. At that point, his name would grace the esteemed Taishan list, and he would hold the illustrious title of the Grand Master of the Zhengyi sect. What an illustrious status that would be. It is noteworthy that the current top figure on the Taishan list has merely just entered the celestial realm for 20 years. Yet, this prodigy, Zhang Wanshan, who was endowed with high hopes by numerous elders of various sects, could not surmount the emotional barriers. The greatest bitterness in life lies in the heart being sullied by the mire. One knows the truth yet cannot sever the ties. As Zhang Wanshan grew older, he found no mention of himself on the minor Xian list, nor on the Taishan list, ultimately fading into obscurity. In today's world, who does not know Yin Feiqing? Yet, who still remembers Zhang Wanshan from years past? Hearing Li Xiandu speak thus, Zhang Wanshan could not help but feel a surge of sorrow. With hands clasped in salute, his voice quavered slightly as he implored, "I hope you will leave a name, so when I return to my mountain, I may relay these details to my elder brother." Li Xiandu replied, "My surname is Li, my given name Xiandu in the end." Out of regard for Zhang Wanshan, Li Xiandu spared Zhang Wanshan and Ma Suzhan, allowing them to depart. Of course, Li Xiandu had his own calculations. During the past few years, he had sought seclusion, temporarily setting aside many connections. Now, he wished to rekindle the ties of old, yet it would not be prudent to approach directly, for he was no longer the Zifu sword immortal of yore. Thus, he intended to employ this indirect method, gradually re-establishing contact based on the closeness of their previous relationships, with Zhang Wanshan being among the more trustworthy individuals. This was akin to a seemingly inconsequential move in a game of chess, potentially useful, yet not without its uncertainties, to be seen in the days to come. Following the original plan, he departed Fengyin Fu City with Zhou Shuning. Upon passing through the city gates, they traversed a vast lake, walking along the long embankment. Gazing at the shimmering water, Li Xiandu, filled with interest, remarked, "I recall this lake. It is said that beneath the waters dwelled a malevolent dragon. Once, a sword immortal passed through here, wielding his sword to confront it. The two engaged in a fierce battle upon the lake, stirring countless waves. Ultimately, the sword immortal unleashed a strike of the celestial level, slaying the dragon before departing. Hence this lake was renamed Dragon-Slaying Lake. Zhou Shuning's eyes widened. She first scrutinized the lake, then turned to Li Xiandu, her curiosity piqued. "Brother, are you a sword immortal?" Li Xiandu shook his head. "At a certain time in the past, I was referred to as a sword immortal by the world, yet in my own view, I do not consider myself one. The true sword immortal is the venerable old master of the Qingwei sect." Although during this time, the young girl had garnered a general understanding of the 12 orthodox sects, her familiarity with the circumstances of the other sects, aside from the Xiannu sect, was limited. Thus, she inquired, "What is an old master?" Li Xuandu spoke softly. "It is true that the former sect master, now advanced in years, has relinquished the burdens of mundane affairs, preferring instead to pursue the profound path of enlightenment. He has entrusted the position of sect master to the younger generation, allowing them to take the helm. However, the significant power of the sect remains firmly in the hands of these elders. Hence they are often referred to as the old sect masters. The Qingwei sect is situated by the Eastern Sea, built near Jieshe, with a splendid view of the vast ocean. The old sect master is now nearing a century of age, having achieved fame for over 80 years, a rare talent in the art of swordsmanship, appearing once in a century. In his youth, he wielded an indestructible celestial sword, dominating the world. In middle age, he transitioned to a heavy jade sword, and after his 60th year, he took up a humble bamboo sword, remaining unmatched. At the age of 80, having perfected his swordsmanship, he challenged the master of the Wudao sect among the 10 wicked sections. With a single stroke, he cleaved rivers. With 2 strokes, he split mountains. And with 3 strokes, he defeated his foes, captivating the world and earning the titles of Divine Sword Master and Great Sword Immortal. However, in recent years, this venerable sect master has seldom made public appearances. Li Xuandu's narration was grand, yet the young girl listened with little interest. After all, at her tender age, she was more intrigued by gallant young gentlemen, chivalrous heroes, or ethereal fairy maidens. The prospect of a nearly 100-year-old man, regardless of his prowess, did little to ignite her enthusiasm. Observing her disinterest, Li Xuandu could only smile in resignation but continued, "Pay close attention. What I am about to share is common knowledge in the martial world. If you are unaware of this, you shall become a subject of ridicule when traversing the realm." Upon hearing this, Zhou Shunning promptly straightened her posture and nodded earnestly. Li Xuandu continued, "People in this world are fond of establishing hierarchies, especially in the martial community. It is often said that there is no first in literature, nor second in martial arts. Thus, at some point, a concept known as Tianxiaoping emerged, which essentially appraises contemporary figures. Claiming that the movement of tongues can shape the annals of history, this is akin to the monthly evaluations conducted by literary scholars. The young girl's eyes sparkled with recognition as she exclaimed, "I am familiar with the monthly evaluations. The texts mention that they critique scholars and their literary works. And since they are announced on the first day of each month, they are called Wei Dan Ping. Anyone who receives a mention in the Yu Dan Ping sees their worth multiply manifold, becoming a celebrated topic in society and achieving widespread fame." Li Xuandu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that is the essence of it. Tianxiaoping operates in a similar vein, yet with a grander scope. It is not issued monthly, but rather once every 3 years, divided into 3 lists: the Shaoxian list, the Taixian list, and the Laoxian list. The Shaoxian list features young prodigies under 30, ranked by their cultivation levels. Once they reach 30, they are immediately removed from the list, regardless of their prowess. The Taixian list, however, does not consider age, ranking individuals solely based on their cultivation levels. The so-called top 10 martial experts of the world are derived from this list. Although the accuracy of those featured may vary, they are widely recognized by the masses. Zhou Shunning inquired, "And what about the Laoxian list? Is it specifically for the elderly?" Li Xuandu chuckled and shook his head. "The Laoxian list does not catalog the elderly, but rather encompasses reclusive masters who seldom reveal themselves to the world. As I previously mentioned regarding the venerable master of the Qingwei sect, whose swordsmanship transcends the mundane, he stands as one of the preeminent figures in the realm. Similarly, the esteemed leader of the Jingyi sect, who happens to be Yan Feiqing's mentor, possesses profound mastery akin to the essence of creation, thus embodying the pinnacle of humanity. Who, then, possesses the authority to judge the stature of such individuals? Hence, the Laoxian ranking was established for these true masters, without any hierarchy, allowing for concurrent standings. Zhou Shunning immediately comprehended that the individuals listed on the Laotian ranking are indeed the most formidable, while the top 10 masters on the Taishan ranking are, in fact, somewhat misrepresented. Li Xuandu, somewhat bemused, remarked, "Your assertion is not entirely incorrect. However, we must not underestimate the experts on the Taishan ranking. After all, those on the Laotian ranking either shun the world or wander the lands, rarely making their presence known. Take, for instance, the aforementioned leader of the Zhengyi sect, who has been traveling for years. Aside from the occasion when Yin Feiqing assumed the position of sect leader and returned to Tianshi Mountain, it is exceedingly difficult for even the elders of the Zhengyi sect to meet this venerable ancestor. From this perspective, it is reasonable to exclude these masters from the top 10 rankings, as they have become rather detached from the martial world. Furthermore, given their esteemed status, they likely do not concern themselves with rankings or evaluations." Zhou Shunning inquired, "Who, then, is responsible for these evaluations?" Li Xuandu hesitated slightly before responding. "There has yet to be a definitive answer. However, rumors suggest that it is the work of individuals from the Taiping sect, who have long been adept in the arts of divination and calculation. If they are indeed the authors, it would not be unfounded. Yet, I find it perplexing why they would intentionally conceal this and refrain from acknowledgement." Zhou Shunning replied, "Naturally, it is because they prefer to perform good deeds without seeking recognition." Li Xuandu could only chuckle in silence. As they conversed, the two traversed the long embankment and arrived upon a broad official road. After approximately half an hour, they neared a guest-sending pavilion situated alongside the road. From a distance, they spotted a burly man lounging within the pavilion, using the heavens as a blanket and the earth as a bed, basking in the afternoon sunlight, snoring heartily, with a long knife cradled in his arms. Li Xuandu's expression abruptly shifted to one of complexity, a blend of helplessness, astonishment, and indignation. Observing his demeanor, Zhou Shunning felt a surge of tension, fearing they had encountered an enemy. However, to her surprise, Li Xuandu merely instructed her to wait outside the pavilion while he ventured in alone, delivering a well-placed kick to the man's side. This kick was executed with finesse, intended to awaken rather than harm, for with Li Xuandu's current prowess, inflicting injury upon this man, even with intent, would require considerable effort. The blade-wielding man, startled from his slumber, initially rubbed his eyes in confusion before erupting into a tirade. "Which fool dares to kick me?" His words were thickly laced with a Qingzhou accent. Yet, upon recognizing his visitor, his anger dissipated, replaced by a sheepish demeanor as he wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and sheepishly greeted, "Oldly." Li Xuandu rubbed his chin and regarded this fellow, noting that he appeared decidedly younger than he, yet this rascal insisted on addressing him with the prefix old. The robust man rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his attire. Li Xuandu, with a stern countenance, remarked, "I have waited for you in Phoning City for 3 days, yet you have not shown up, nearly leading me to be entangled with the Qinghuan guards. While you choose to sleep here." Upon hearing Li Xuandu's words, Zhou Shunning outside the pavilion let out a sigh of relief, realizing that this was the individual who had made them wait for 3 days. However, this man did not appear to be a formidable expert in comparison to Li Xuandu. He fell considerably short. Yet, she reconsidered. Although she had not truly traversed the rivers and lakes, she had heard numerous tales from Li Xuandu during these days. It was said that in the world of martial arts, aside from the 4 major taboos of monks, Taoists, women, and children, one must also be wary of those who seem disheveled, such as beggars, drunks, and madmen. The less they resemble experts, the more caution one should exercise, for they might be hidden masters of the streets. Conversely, those adorned in opulence were often mere decorative pillows, unworthy of concern. Reflecting on this, the young girl scrutinized the man anew. His appearance was indeed unkempt and scruffy, although he did not quite resemble a beggar or a madman. The gourd hanging at his waist was likely intended for holding alcohol. He was indeed a drunkard. Within the pavilion, the man remained oblivious to the girl's assessment of him. After hearing Li Xuandu's remarks, he grimaced and replied, "In our line of work, a promise is worth 1,000 gold pieces. There is no reason to deliberately miss an appointment. My journey from the northwest was interrupted by an elder of the Wudao sect, and I fought my way from Qin Prefecture to Zhong Prefecture, which truly consumed a considerable amount of time. Thus, in the following days, I traveled day and night, covering 1,000 miles by day and 800 by night, fearing I would be late. By today, I could no longer bear it and simply needed to take a brief rest here." Li Xuandu knew his words to be true. Upon reaching the innate realm, one could cease sleep, sustaining themselves through breath regulation and fasting, free from calamities and diseases, extending life. The vital points of life opened, merging into the grand mysteries, harmonizing spirit and essence, allowing for transformation and rejuvenation. Every inch of flesh and bone returned to its primordial state, and theoretically, sleep was unnecessary. However, when the internal energy was excessively depleted or the body was injured, one would still enter a state of sleep, known as pseudo-death, during which one could swiftly recover from injuries. The burly man before him was indeed a genuine master of the innate realm. Otherwise, Li Xuandu would not have summoned him for assistance. Yet, it was unexpected that this rescuer had encountered troubles along the way. Li Xuandu inquired, "How is your condition now?" The man stroked his beard and replied, "After this nap, I feel quite comfortable. I have recovered about 70 to 80%. I should have no problem facing an ordinary innate expert." Li Xuandu shot him a glance and succinctly stated, "Do not boast." The man patted the long blade at his side, asserting, "With this, I am fine." Li Xuandu chuckled softly, "Were it not for that, you would not have attracted the attention of the Wudao sect." The man fell silent, only able to chuckle awkwardly, lamenting, "An innocent man bears the burden of possessing treasure." Li Xuandu gestured for the girl outside the pavilion to come in. She entered swiftly, casting a quick glance at the burly man before lowering her head, instinctively seeking refuge behind the more familiar and handsome Li Xuandu. The robust man stroked his beard and chuckled, chiding, "Indeed, women of the world, regardless of age or stature, are all prone to judge by appearances." In their earlier days traversing the martial world, whenever they encountered any female hero or celestial maiden, she would often shyly address him as masterly. Yet when it came to him, he was merely referred to as brother who or hero who, devoid of any romantic undertones. While such titles were not inherently derogatory, they paled in comparison to the delicately nuanced address of master. On another occasion, they rescued a woman who had been abducted by wicked individuals. She possessed a certain beauty, and in the presence of Li Xuandu, she was bashful, her eyes sparkling with unspoken gratitude, almost uttering the phrase of devotion, "I can offer no greater repayment than myself." However, when she turned to him, her words transformed into, "You have done me a great service, and I can only repay you in the next life by becoming your servant." Initially, he was oblivious to the underlying truth until a roguish fellow pointed it out to him, leading to his epiphany that he was simply overshadowed by his companion's handsome visage. In their youth, Li Xuandu had garnered fame and admiration, exuding charm and grace, yet it was clear that he was the backdrop to Li Xuandu's brilliance. A green leaf complementing the red flower, and any woman worth her salt would naturally know whom to choose. Reflecting upon this experience, the man felt a deep sense of injustice. Why was there such a disparity in their journeys through the martial realm? Henceforth, he began to refer to Li with a touch of malice as old Li. Li Xuandu patted Zhou Shunning's shoulder, signaling her to remain unafraid, and said, "Do not heed his ramblings." Zhou Shunning nodded, timidly gazing at the man. The two, one tall and one small, exchanged glances. The man wore what he deemed a benign smile, leaning forward slightly, and cheerfully remarked, "Greetings." The little girl, taken aback by the fierce grin on the man's face, instinctively clutched the sleeve of Li Xuandu, peeking out from behind him, and softly replied, "Hello." The man's malicious smile widened as he introduced himself. "Allow me to present myself. Ahem. I am Hu of Mischief, with the given name Liang, and my courtesy name is Tian Yang, which translates to the morally bankrupt." "Indeed. I am a villain of the highest order." The little girl's eyes widened in astonishment, glancing at Li Xuandu before whispering, "Brother, this uncle is quite frightening." Though her voice was barely above a whisper, it did not escape Hu Yang's keen ears. He sighed dramatically, adjusting the long blade at his waist, and stroked his bushy beard with a hint of melancholy. It was one thing for female heroes to refer to Li as master or brother, but how could a mere child deem him an uncle? He was hardly much older than Li. The injustice of it all was palpable. Speaking of Hu Yang, he could be counted among the few confidants of Li Xuandu. Their acquaintance blossomed from humble beginnings as they roamed the martial world together, achieving many youthful aspirations. At that time, Li Xuandu had not yet adopted the moniker Purple Mansion Guest, but was known by his birth name. Later, Hu Liang expressed his intention to return to his hometown of Qinzhou to enlist and fight, while Li Xuandu, under his new identity, stirred up quite a tempest in Jiaobei. When the two met again, Li Xuandu had already become the renowned sword immortal of the Purple Mansion, while Hu Liang had risen to the rank of a general under Qin Xiang. At that time, Qin Xiang had achieved a significant victory against the Golden Ten Army. Discontent with military regulations, Hu Liang relinquished his official status and chose to wander the martial world alongside Li Xuandu once more. The pair engaged in several encounters with the masters of the 10 evil sects in the northwestern territories, thereby making quite a name for themselves. Subsequently, Li Xuandu traveled to the imperial capital, where he befriended the siblings Zhang Baigui and Zhang Baiyu, and found himself inexplicably embroiled in the battle for the imperial capital. Hu Liang, due to his former superior Qin Xiang, also participated in that confrontation. During the siege of the Qingwan Guard's commander at the Qingtian Gate, Hu Liang severed the commander's right arm but sustained severe injuries from a retaliatory strike. Fearing further complications, he dared not linger in the capital and thus fled, returning to a carefree life in the martial world. After departing from the send-off pavilion, Li Xuandu carried Zhou Shunning on his back, and the trio opted for a less traveled path instead of the official road, dashing forward with great speed. Zhou Shunning felt as if the scenery beside her was rapidly retreating, a blur of fleeting images that made it difficult to discern. The howling wind that met them forced her to bury her face in Li Xuandu's back, a sensation far more terrifying than when she was a child, held by her father as they galloped on horseback. Indeed, considering the pace of Li Xuandu and Hu Liang, their current speed surpassed that of ordinary horses on a flat road, as they traversed mountains and forded rivers with remarkable swiftness. By the time evening approached, the trio was nearing the outskirts of Fengyin Prefecture, where they could see the broad Lu River that separated Luzhou from Zhongzhou. The riverside dock was bustling with activity, with a multitude of people and numerous boats on the water. Had it not been for the need to care for Zhou Shunning, their pace could have been even swifter, and they would have crossed the river well before noon. Hu Liang remarked, "There are plenty of boats on the river. If we were to cross the river on a single reed in broad daylight, it would not bode well, as the Qingwan Guard would surely catch our scent." Li Xuandu replied, "Then we shall take a boat across the river and find something to eat first." Hu Liang shrugged, "I have no loose silver on me. Just a few pieces of red gold." Li Xuandu produced a coin pouch from his robe. "I have some." The three made their way to a tea stall at the dock, ordering a steamer of buns and 3 bowls of porridge while they awaited the ferry. Hu Liang, citing that young ladies do not eat much, shamelessly claimed the bulk of the buns for himself, leaving Zhou Shunning with just 3 small ones, devouring them one after another. Li Xuandu, however, abstained from the buns, merely sipping his porridge. Despite being in the Dan stage of cultivation, he had long since mastered the art of fasting, rendering the necessity of food a matter of indifference. Zhou Shunning delicately nibbled on her buns, embodying grace. Indeed, as Hu Liang had claimed, 3 buns were just the right amount for her appetite. As Hu Liang munched on the buns, he mumbled, "Speaking of buns, the ones from the imperial capital are the best, thin skin, generous filling, and bursting with flavor." Zhou Shunning, mustering her courage, reminded him, one should not speak while eating, nor talk while resting. However, Hu Liang paid no heed to the young girl's reminder, devouring bun after bun without a hint of restraint, and continued to speak. Li Xuandu placed his bowl of porridge onto the table, remarking that consuming buns would not silence him. After swallowing his mouthful of bun, Hu Liang chuckled knowingly, aware that the mention of the capital stirred painful memories for Li Xuandu. Yet, such matters cannot be concealed forever. Scars must eventually be revealed, and vengeance shall come to pass. The word kill, though uttered softly and without venom, carried an undeniable weight, sending a shiver through the young girl, who was bowing her head over her porridge. Li Xuandu remained non-committal, simply inquiring if the girl had eaten well. Zhou Shunning nodded, and Li Xuandu retrieved his pouch to settle the bill, offering a piece of silver smaller than a fingernail, only to receive a handful of copper coins in return, which he promptly returned to his pouch. This surprised Zhou Shunning, as Li Xuandu had previously spent precisely, yet this time he accepted change. She recalled tales of celestial beings, often depicted as ethereal and detached from worldly affairs, or wealthy merchants indifferent to money. Even wandering heroes were portrayed as generous, leaving behind a hefty sum after wreaking havoc in taverns. Should not Li Xuandu have done the same? Why then did he require change? He was neither a celestial being nor a hero. Hesitating, the young girl voiced her curiosity to Li Xuandu. Upon hearing her, he smiled and explained, "Firstly, this is my hard-earned money. Every coin is earned with integrity, and it is only right that I spend it. Secondly, the tavern thrives. It is not a place of poverty, so why should I bestow my silver upon them? There is no need for such charity. Thirdly, to act without cause would leave a lasting impression, easily leading to the leakage of our whereabouts, causing unnecessary troubles." Zhou Shunning suddenly understood. recalling her father's saying that wisdom comes from understanding the world, and familiarity with human nature is a form of knowledge, filling her with admiration. Yet, recalling Li Xuandu's third point, she could not help but voice her concern. Brother, when you mention leaking our whereabouts, does that mean the Qingwan guards are still following us? Li Xuandu nodded, affirming, indeed, the Qingwan guards bear an unflattering nickname, dogskin plaster. Once attached, it is difficult to shake off. Particularly among this contingent, there is one skilled in tracking, adept either in divination or in the art of observation. Zhou Shuning inquired curiously, are they akin to fortune-telling deities? One could say so, Li Xuandu replied with a gentle smile. As Zhou Shuning gazed at him, she suddenly realized that his countenance was remarkably handsome and gentle. Had he not been born in such tumultuous times, and if the weapons he wielded were not stained with bloodshed but rather adorned with the wisdom of literature, perhaps he would have blossomed into a refined scholar. His father often remarked that a gentleman is like jade, and to associate with a gentleman is akin to basking in the gentle warmth of spring breezes. In Zhou Shunning's eyes, Li Xuandu embodied this ideal. His laughter only served to amplify the sentiment, reminiscent of the soft caress of spring winds. However, the young girl, still in the bloom of youth, did not linger long in such contemplations. Like a spirited colt, she swiftly shifted back to the previous topic, inquiring, can you fly a sword to sever a man's head from 1,000 miles away? Or ride your sword across the seas at dawn and to the mountains at dusk? Li Xuandu sighed with a wry smile. I once grazed the threshold of such abilities. But now, alas, I am leagues away from that prowess. The girl cast him a look that implored him to remember their pact. He gave her a gentle pat, teasingly admonishing, there is no need for your concern. Focus on your own studies. Strive to master your skills before we reach the Xian sect, lest those haughty women look down upon you. In a soft voice, the girl asked, is it possible we might avoid the Xian sect? Li Xuandu's smile faded as he calmly replied, then do you still desire vengeance? Her eyes hardened with resolve. She did. To seek revenge. You must go to the Xian sect, he affirmed softly. After enjoying their steamed buns, they timed their departure perfectly to catch the last ferry. The river spanned over 20 miles, and the opposite shore was 100 miles downstream, necessitating some travel along the waterway. Thus, the ferry was sizable enough to accommodate over 100 passengers. Lanterns were already hung aboard, their glow dancing upon the shimmering waters, creating a picturesque scene. Hu Liang boarded the vessel ahead, leaving Li Xuandu and the young girl to converse leisurely as they approached the ferry. Just as they were about to embark, Li Xuandu unexpectedly grasped the girl's shoulder. Startled, she looked up to find 3 unscrupulous men leering at her with malicious intent, their eyes filled with a repugnant leer. The girl furrowed her brow, glaring back at them defiantly. Unfazed, the lead man, a gaunt figure, made an obscenely subtle gesture. Though the girl was yet a true princess of peace, this gesture ignited a tempest of anger within her, causing her chest to rise and fall with indignation. However, having been restrained from a young age, her instinct was not to confront them, but rather to stew in silence. Li Xuandu, observing this, chose to remain silent and watch her response. After all, she could not forever dwell under his protective wing. One day, she would need to navigate the world independently. Rather than allowing her to stumble in the future, it would be wiser to teach her self-reliance now. He purposefully stepped back a few paces. Yet, to the eyes of the men, this retreat appeared as cowardice, a fear of conflict. Perhaps sensing that the young man beside the little girl was nothing more than a pushover, the previously cautious, lean man suddenly became brazen. After exchanging glances with his 2 companions, he boldly approached them. Zhou Shuning, feeling a surge of panic, glanced back at Li Xuandu. Yet, Li Xuandu stood immobile, hands clasped behind his back. He remained directly behind Zhou Shuning, and she understood deep down that if true danger arose, he would intervene. However, if she could not act in such a situation, how would she cope when he was no longer at her side? Seeing Li Xuandu's indifference, Zhou Shuning turned back, only to witness the lewd man reaching out with the intent of wrongdoing. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her inner energy and instinctively executed the Xuanji finger technique that Li Xuandu had taught her. The man, clearly taken aback by the little girl's audacity to resist and her possession of such martial prowess, was caught off guard and struck in the chest. With a yelp, he stumbled backward. His 2 companions were startled and rushed to assist him, only to find that the girl's strike had not caused significant harm, merely a misalignment of breath. After helping the lean man to his feet, the trio, now infuriated and embarrassed, surrounded her once more, intent on teaching the girl a lesson. Intimidated by their presence, the little girl retreated a few steps, inadvertently colliding with Li Xuandu. The man halted, his gaze dark and brooding while a smirk played on his lips. Crossing his arms, he said, Hey, causing injury is rather uncivilized, don't you think? Finally breaking his silence, Li Xuandu introduced himself. I am Li Baiwei. And this is my younger sister, Li and I. My sister has misbehaved and offended you. It is our fault, and I apologize on her behalf. There is a saying in the world, the good are often bullied, and the kind are often ridden. Another saying goes, one who gives an inch will take a mile. The more Li Xuandu conceded, the more audacious they became. One of the men, with buck teeth, laughed heartily. You think a mere apology suffices for offending us? Li Xuandu inquired. I have already apologized. What more do you want? The man replied, smiling slyly, apology? If apologies were sufficient, what need would there be for the authorities? Let me be clear. Unless you kneel and crawl through my legs or hand over 100 taels of silver, this matter is far from resolved. A look of suppressed fury crossed Li Xuandu's face. The leader of the group waved his hand, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned thug, signaling his subordinates not to act rashly. Discussing money is rather vulgar. We are not short of silver. Moreover, we are generally amicable. However, since you insist on apologizing, I want to make it difficult for you. Step aside and let your sister apologize to me in person. He emphasized the word apologize, his grin growing increasingly lecherous. Li Xuandu's smile turned cold. You wish for my sister to apologize in person? Beside him, a man chuckled oddly and remarked, Indeed, though this girl is young, she possesses the beauty of a rare gem. When she matures, she may rival the courtesans of the Qinhuai River in Jiangnan. Wouldn't you agree, brothers? As he spoke, the man reached out his hand once more. Suddenly, with a resounding slap, a vivid red handprint appeared on his face, the result of the young girl's furious retaliation. Although her palm strike had become somewhat distorted and no longer resembled its original form, it nonetheless sent the man staggering, causing him to spit out blood mixed with a few teeth. This startled the lean man, his expression turning serious, though he was not yet fearful. The girl certainly demonstrated some skill. However, her abilities were not fully honed. They had merely been careless earlier. If a proper confrontation ensued, a slight opening would surely lead to her downfall. Just as the man contemplated engaging the girl seriously to test her strength, Li Xuandu formed a Taoist hand gesture with his right hand. In an instant, the three men collapsed simultaneously to the ground, landing in a most undignified manner. A few of them instinctively attempted to rise, only to tumble again as if they were on a slippery surface, struggling to regain their footing. Xu Ning turned to Li Xuandu, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Brother? Li Xuandu smiled and replied, This is the fall charm, a little trick used by wandering sorcerers for self-defense. It is of little consequence, merely causing one to trip. If you wish to learn, I can teach you, he added. Xu Ning nodded earnestly. With another snap of his fingers, the men who had been tumbling suddenly froze in place. This is the binding spell, Li Xuandu explained. Similar to striking acupoints from a distance, though it is not particularly sophisticated. Xu Ning genuinely marveled. How impressive. Li Xuandu, no longer paying heed to the trio, took Xu Ning's hand and led her toward the ferry, praising her. You performed admirably today. At least you had the courage to take action. In the future, should you encounter such individuals again, do not show mercy. The young girl softly affirmed with an The three unfortunate men, having unknowingly provoked a formidable entity, remained in their undignified position, their rears raised high, utterly immobilized. Before long, a few passers-by, sensing something amiss, did not offer to rescue the hapless fellows but instead looted their belongings, vanishing into the night. Thus, the trio was left desolate, wishing to weep but finding no tears. After Li Xuandu and Zhou Shunning boarded the ferry, the boisterous Hu Liang, a gallant swordsman from the northwest, engaged in lively banter with several fellow travelers, exuding an air of sophistication that clearly marked him as a seasoned veteran of the world. His eloquence commanded the respect of wandering souls, who referred to him with reverence as Hero Hu. Leaning against the railing of the ferry, Li Xuandu retrieved a Taiping coin from his pocket, remarking, Gold cannot be perfect, nor can a person be without flaws. In this world, who among us is entirely without blemish? Human hearts are a blend of black and white, akin to the duality of yin and yang in Taoism. Yet, the majority struggle to maintain a balance between the two. The distinction lies in whether one leans more towards black or white. Zhou Shunning interjected, Brother, you must surely lean more towards the white. Li Xuandu was taken aback, then chuckled softly, the laughter liberating, as though he were expelling years of pent-up frustration. In the past, he had received numerous accolades, such as Celestial Outcast, the youngest sword immortal, and the future pillar of swordsmanship. but none brought him as much joy as this innocent remark from the young girl. Reminiscent of savoring a fine wine that lingers on the palate and reverberates within, leaving him slightly intoxicated with delight. Once his mirth subsided, Li Xuandu spoke softly, shunning. The last time I was praised to such heights was during my studies under my master, who claimed my swordsmanship surpassed that of my senior brother by 3 feet. He then added with self-deprecation, "Yet, it was precisely this remark that turned my senior brother into a thorn in my side, eager to see me removed." Zhou Shunning, with an air of maturity beyond her years, sighed, "Father has expressed similar sentiments." He mentioned a close friend who ceased all contact due to differing political views. Just as Li Xuandu was about to respond, he suddenly closed his eyes, a slight furrow appearing on his brow. At that moment, Hu Liang approached him and whispered, "Within the Qingyuan Guard, there is an adept who nears the innate realm. Although we have traveled several hundred miles with intent, he has still managed to catch a whiff of your trail. This adept has now begun to use his skills in divination to seek you out." Hu Liang paused, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, and continued, "I have long heard of the Qingwei sect's theory of reversing the sword to manipulate yin and yang, a supreme art that allows one to advance while retreating, to bend while extending, to strike as if returning, transforming clarity into obscurity, and traversing the path of the sword in reverse. It is said that one does not harm others with the sharpness of the blade or the energy of the sword, but rather severs the invisible threads of fate with sword intent. I have been renowned for this long. Why not allow me to lend you a hand today, and in turn, grant me the pleasure of witnessing your prowess?" Li Xuandu remained silent. Hu Liang then placed a hand upon his back, channeling a torrent of energy into Li Xuandu's body. Despite having fallen from the true essence realm and currently residing in the Dan realm, Li Xuandu's foundational strength remained intact. To draw an imperfect analogy, a typical Dan realm practitioner might be compared to a pond overflowing with water, while Li Xuandu resembled a vast lake, its waters nearly depleted. In terms of volume, they appeared similar, yet in terms of capacity and potential, they were worlds apart. The reason for Li Xuandu's descent into the abyss lies in the presence of a vast breach on the banks of his lake. The waters above this breach must completely drain through it. His task is to mend this gap and subsequently replenish the lake. Hu Liang's ability to infuse Li Xuandu with vital energy without resorting to the esoteric initiation techniques of the True Word sect is also attributed to this very breach. For an ordinary individual, imparting energy to another without the sacred rites of the True Word sect is an arduous endeavor, often leading to the loss of one's cultivation and the catastrophic rupture of meridians. However, the breach within Li Xuandu transforms his internal structure into a state of open gateways, allowing external energy to seep easily into his energy sea. As long as the energy does not overflow, Li Xuandu can withstand it. Yet, it must be noted that in his prime, Li Xuandu existed within the realm of returning to truth, making the endeavor of filling his energy sea a formidable challenge. As the saying goes, fortune often conceals misfortune, and misfortune can harbor fortune. If it were merely a pond, how could it accommodate Hu Liang's vast expanse of water? Yet, transformed into Li Xuandu's Grand Lake, even if unable to retain that volume indefinitely, it can nonetheless store it temporarily without issue. Upon Hu Liang releasing his grip, Li Xuandu abruptly opened his eyes, his energy surging upward, crossing the threshold between the holding Dan and the profound origin realms, stepping into the latter. Without any visible movement, the renowned blade named Grandmaster at Hu Liang's waist unsheathed itself and flew toward Li Xuandu. Li Xuandu grasped the Grandmaster and executed a straight downward strike. Yet it made not a whisper. The river was not cleaved in two, nor did it even stir a ripple. Subsequently, Li Xuandu returned the Grandmaster to Hu Liang, his energy now wavering, with many streams of energy seemingly spilling forth like overflowing waters toward Hu Liang, causing him to plummet back from the profound origin realm to the holding Dan realm. Hu Liang sheathed his blade with remarkable precision. Zhou Shunning, bewildered, suddenly slashed at the river with her sword, then sheathed it again, yet she observed no grand spectacle akin to the tales where the waters would part thunderously. Was her strike merely to intimidate the water spirits? However, Zhou Shunning, with her still nascent abilities, could not perceive the faint sound in the air, akin to the snapping of a string. In a dense forest far from the ferry, a sudden clap of thunder startled birds into flight and sent leaves cascading down. Within a dilapidated temple, Bai Chochio's expression shifted dramatically, as if struck by a heavy blow to the heart, causing him to stagger back several paces. The flickering flame of a tiny lamp ignited within the temple began to waver precariously, threatening to extinguish. The pallid elder wiped the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth and gestured for the 10 or so Qingyuan guards nearby to remain calm. He then muttered in confusion, "To disrupt my heavenly gazing technique with pure sword intent should be the work of the reverse sword of the Qingwei sect. Yet, to wield such a sword requires at least the cultivation of the profound origin realm and must come from a direct disciple of the Qingwei sect. Could it be that a master from the Qingwei sect has intervened?" On the ferry, having severed the entangling aura that clung to him with a stroke of sword intent, Li Xuandu exhaled a sigh of relief. Observing the technique of the assailant, it was evident that he hailed from the Hunyuan sect, one of the 10 evil sects. Renowned for their expertise in divination and foresight, when perfected, their skills could rival those of the Taiping sect, one of the 12 righteous sects. Had it not been for your assistance, my journey to Luzhou would have likely ended in dire straits. Hu Liang, gripping the hilt of the Grandmaster's blade at his waist, chuckled, "There's no need for gratitude. Ultimately, it is the Grandmaster's blade that deserves the credit. Without it, even with your help in stepping into the Xianyuan realm, breaking this man's divination technique would have been far more arduous. That said, had you not intervened back then, this Grandmaster's blade would not have come into my possession." Li Xuandu merely smiled in response. In the realm of martial arts and qi cultivation, countless practitioners wield a myriad of weapons. Yet the most prevalent among them remains the sword and blade. Thus, within the realm's weapon rankings, a special list for swords and blades exists, with the legendary Kudiaman sword of the former leader of the Qingwei sect reigning supreme. The second and third places are held by the swords of the mortal realm and the emperor of the Ying dynasty, respectively. The former's whereabouts are unknown, while the latter is concealed within the imperial palace, leaving both without a confirmed owner. Beyond these 3 illustrious swords, the 4th and 5th positions are occupied by the twin swords of the Jingyi sect, known as the Tianshi dual swords. The feminine sword, entirely violet, is named Zixia, while the masculine sword, entirely azure, is called Qinyun, collectively referred to as the Ziqing twin swords. When united, these swords surpass even the top 3, yet when considered individually, they fall short, thus securing their places in the rankings, wielded respectively by the former and current leaders of the Jingyi sect, Yan Feiqing. The 6th position is claimed by the of the Jingchan sect, known as Qi Jing Bodhi, held by the head of the discipline hall. The 7th is the of the Cihang sect, named Miaofu Lianhua, currently wielded by senior sister Su Yunqian. The 8th is the of the Huaqing sect from the 10 evil sects, known as Qifeng Wangdao, derived from the notion that a gentleman can deceive with propriety, but cannot be misled by anything contrary to his path. The 9th position is held by the of the Vajra sect, named Mo Jialua, personally wielded by the great bright king of the Vajra sect. The Grandmaster's blade in Hu Liang's possession ranks 10th. This blade was once the personal weapon of the leader of the Wudao sect among the 10 evil sects. After the disappearance of that formidable figure, the blade came into the possession of an elder of the Wudao sect, who cherished it dearly, rarely parting with it until his demise. Unfortunately for this elder, he encountered the peak of the Zifu sword immortal, Li Xuandu, who, during that time, not only claimed the top position on the Shaoxian list, but also ascended to the 10th place on the Taishian list, humorously dubbed Xiaotu Taiwei, and hailed as the foremost figure in the Guasian realm. This was later substantiated in the battle in the imperial capital, where even the combined efforts of Yan Feiqing, Su Yunqian, and Yu Qingning could not surpass the prowess of Li Xuandu at that time. Inevitably, the Wudao elder was no match for him and fell beneath Li Xuandu's blade, from which Li Xuandu personally retrieved the Grandmaster's sword, later bestowing it upon his dear friend Hu Liang. Hu Liang's prowess stemmed from the blade he wielded, allowing him, despite his innate cultivation, to contend with ordinary practitioners of the returning truth realm. However, should he encounter equally equipped masters of the returning truth, such as Yan Feiqing or Su Yunqian, the battle would demand all their skills. Thus, the concept of transcending realms in combat often resides solely in theory when faced with the life and death struggle. Any individual who has reached the transcendent realms possesses immense fortunes and secret techniques. Achieving true transcendence in combat is no simple feat in discussing this matter. One cannot overlook Yu Qingning. At that time, Yan Feiqing presided over Qingyun, and Su Yunqian governed the mysterious lotus of Dharma. As the prospective sect leader of the Xian sect, Yu Qingning stood alongside them, undoubtedly possessing a corresponding treasure, not a sword or blade, nor the famed Taijiu umbrella, but rather an ancient zither named Jiutianxianin. During the battle in the imperial capital, she played atop the city walls, transforming her melodies into thunderous roars, and her zither's tones into a rain of swords. Consequently, her duel with Li Xuandu resonated with far greater might than the preceding contest between Yan Feiqing and Su Yunxian. Ultimately, when the clash escalated to life-threatening extremes, the 7 strings of Jiutian Xianin snapped, rendering the instrument severely damaged. Nevertheless, this treasured zither rivaled the esteemed purple and blue twin swords of the Zhengyi sect, and thus the destruction of Li Xuandu's sword was entirely justifiable. The ferry drifted downstream, expected to reach the next port in approximately 2 hours. Li Xuandu, grasping the railing of the ferry, smiled at Zhou Shunning, who barely managed to rise above the railing on tiptoe. After we disembark, the 3 of us shall head southwest, departing Lu Prefecture and entering the Yiyang Prefecture of Zhengzhou, eventually making our way to Long'an Prefecture. This journey spans thousands of miles and is fraught with the relentless pursuit of the Qingwan guards. You must be prepared for hardship. Zhou Shunning nodded, about to respond, when her eyes widened in astonishment. On the expansive river surface, 2 warships of the Lu Prefecture Navy approached, towering 3 zhang high with 3 decks, their prows clad in fearsome iron armor resembling beastly visages. The ships, bristling with a myriad of arrow slits along their battlements, advanced with an imposing presence, rendering the already substantial ferry appear minuscule by comparison. Li Xuandu glanced at Hu Liang. After a moment of introspection, Hu Liang shook his head. There are no masters of the innate or profound Yuan realms on board, only a practitioner of the embracing Dan realm. It seems our presence has not been disclosed. If the Qingwan guards had already detected our trail, they would not need to employ techniques to seek us out. It is likely that they have informed the Lu Prefecture's governor's office, setting up checkpoints to seal off the borders and search for us. Li Xuandu sighed softly, his tone steady. We evaded the pursuit of the Qingwan guards, only to unwittingly stumble into their prearranged net. It appears our fortune is not particularly favorable. A sinister grin spread across Hu Liang's face as he reached for the Grandmaster at his waist, preparing for battle. The common soldier, merely possessing the cultivation of the solid realm, even the most seasoned veteran, at most reaches the Qi mastery, and is truly no match for the prowess of a master like Hu Liang, who is of the innate realm. However, the populace generally refrains from confronting the authorities, particularly when it comes to wandering martial artists without the support of a sect, which adds an element of caution. Yet, Hu Liang, being of military origin, would not hesitate should a conflict arise. After all, chaos once reigned in the imperial capital, and even the commander of the Qingwan Guard was slain. What fear could there be of these local soldiers? Li Xuandu spoke softly. It is preferable to avoid conflict if possible. Let us observe for now. Hu Liang grunted in acknowledgement, his expression remaining relatively calm, though his tone betrayed an unmistakable air of menace. As the 2 warships gradually approached, the soldiers on deck became clearly visible, wielding longbows with feathered arrows slung across their backs. At the forefront stood an armored commander, a dagger at his waist, donning a grand black and red cloak in this early autumn chill, exuding an air of ostentation. The warships halted approximately 10 paces from the ferry, the rippling waves causing it to sway gently. The martial commander stood with his hand on his blade, his cloak billowing slightly in the wind, presenting a regal and imposing figure. A junior officer stepped forward and shouted towards the ferry, "By order of the governor's office, we are to apprehend the wanted fugitive. Anyone who dares to conceal or harbor the fugitive or resist this search shall be executed without mercy." Hu Liang remarked, "While we may manage to slip by, I fear the young lady might be recognized." Li Xuandu replied softly, "If we cannot remain inconspicuous, then you must take action." Hu Liang nodded slowly, his sleeves fluttering, as he subtly drew his Grandmaster sword a third of the way from its sheath. The commanding officer aboard the warship was indeed a genuine practitioner of the Baodan realm, serving as a vice commander under the regional military governor of Luzhou. The governance system of the Great Wei dynasty was inherited from the previous dynasty, establishing a structure of military posts. The hierarchy extended from the imperial court to local states, managed by the Grand Commander's office, the district commanders, and the military garrisons. The Grand Commander's office and the district commanders represented the highest military authority in the court and local states, respectively, with the district commanders overseeing the garrisons. Each garrison was subordinate to the Grand Commander's office and answered to the Ministry of War. The Grand Commander's office was led by a first-rank Grand Commander, with 5 military governor offices beneath it, each staffed with a second-rank left commander and a third-rank right commander, among other ranks. The district commanders, who were the highest military officials in a state, held the third-rank title. In times of war, the court would dispatch a grand general or a chief general to oversee military affairs, with no fixed rank, often filled by left or right commanders, or noble titles such as duke or marquis, to regulate the local district commanders without having the authority to dismiss them. Once the conflict concluded, the seals of office would be returned, and the Grand General would relinquish their position. In the past, when Qin Xiang embarked on a campaign to the northwest as a left commander, he bore the seal of the general of the expedition against the northern barbarians, taking command of the military affairs in Qinzhou and Zhongzhou. Later, as conflicts persisted in the northwest and could not be swiftly resolved, it became customary for the Grand Generals to remain stationed locally. To prevent them from amassing undue power, the court would dispatch a provincial governor to oversee state affairs, thereby curtailing the military authority of the Grand Generals. As time has progressed, numerous matters now involve multiple provinces. To coordinate these regions, the role of governor has been elevated to that of a viceroy, who holds the title of Minister of War and commands the military and political authority over several provinces. Although the viceroy, governor, and general are colleagues rather than being in a hierarchical relationship, the viceroy's authority supersedes that of both the governor and the general. The current viceroy of Jingshu governs the territories of Luzhou, Jingzhou, and Chuzhou, holding a first-rank official title as the viceroy of Chuzhou, Jingzhou, and Luzhou, overseeing military provisions and the affairs of the governor, thus embodying the essence of a regional authority. Generally speaking, there is no direct subordinate relationship between the viceroy and the governor, as both report directly to the court. This often leads to conflicts between the two positions. Yet the viceroy wields greater power. The current viceroy of Jingshu also serves as the governor of Luzhou, making him the highest authority within Luzhou's borders, including commanding the general of Luzhou, who must heed the directives of this esteemed official. Beneath the general lie the deputy general, staff officers, skirmishers, and defenders, all of whom are temporarily appointed and subject to the general's command. However, the Wei court practices a system of checks and balances. The general possesses the authority to lead troops in wartime and can command the deputy general, staff officers, and skirmishers, but lacks personnel authority. Thus, while the title of general may sound imposing, his actual direct military force consists of merely one regular battalion, with various auxiliary battalions under the leadership of the deputy general, staff officers, and skirmishers, adhering to the principle of size-based command. Therefore, although this staff officer does not hold the title of general, he nevertheless wields substantial military power and possesses the capability befitting a practitioner of the Dan realm. In his view, the current blockade on the river is not a significant issue. It is merely a routine affair initiated at the behest of the Qingyuan Guard. According to their intelligence, the so-called criminal is merely a practitioner of the Xianyuan realm, accompanied by a child. Faced with his 1,000-strong army and 2 warships, he doubts the criminal could pose any real threat. Moreover, the criminal may not even pass through. If he does not, it would be best for both sides to coexist peacefully. He is merely leading troops for show, which could also foster goodwill with the Qingyuan Guard, an endeavor he finds worthwhile. However, upon sensing a sudden surge of formidable energy emanating from the ferry, his expression turned grave, tinged with a hint of darkness. He realized he had indeed encountered the criminal, and judging by the demeanor, it appeared that this criminal intended to engage him in a test of strength. The staff officer stepped forward, prompting the previously vocal young officer to retreat. With his hand resting on his waist blade, the staff officer gazed toward the ferry and inquired, "Might a distinguished individual step forth for a meeting?" His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly across the entire ferry. No one responded, yet the overwhelming energy continued to rise. The individuals on the ferry exchanged glances, perplexed by the staff officer's words. A shadow crossed the staff officer's face, raising his hand. He ordered all soldiers from the cabin to emerge. Among them were several soldiers standing ready with crossbows, an unparalleled weapon against rogue warriors, particularly when arranged in formation, as even masters of the Xianyuan realm would hesitate to claim they could escape unscathed. Consequently, while the court does not prohibit wandering heroes from carrying swords, bows, or spears, it strictly forbids the private possession of crossbows, imposing severe penalties for violations as acts of treason. Even though he had assumed such a formidable stance, that aura showed no sign of abating, transitioning from the Dan stage to the Xianyuan stage, and further ascending from the Xianyuan stage. It now seemed to faintly possess the potential to break through to the innate stage. If he truly were a master of the innate stage, rather than the anticipated Xianyuan stage, the implications would be entirely different. Although both stages belong to the 3 realms of initiation, there had been dissent at the initial classification of these realms. A prominent figure of the celestial stage once argued that the innate stage should be classified within the realm of transcendent mastery, while the divine stage could be categorized under the realm of initiation, ultimately placing the longevity stage in a category of its own. However, this proposal was dismissed by a highly esteemed elder of the longevity stage, on grounds that seemed almost naive, claiming it was inconsistent with the principle of threes. Thus, despite the longevity stage being almost transcendent, it remained classified within the realm of transcendent mastery, preventing the innate stage from ascending to the final three realms, relegating it to a precarious middle ground. This, however, does not imply that the gap between the innate and Xian Yuan stages is insignificant. In reality, the threshold separating the two is nearly as formidable as that between the innate and the true return stages. During the battle in the imperial capital, even with the involvement of over a dozen experts from the true return stage, a greater number of innate experts could still participate, and, leveraging their numerical superiority, they managed to surround and slay a commander from the true return stage. This illustrates that the disparity between the innate and true return stages is not as vast as one might presume, whereas the chasm between the innate and Xian Yuan stages is indeed considerably greater. If that so-called criminal were indeed a master of the innate stage, capable of initially harnessing the surrounding elemental energies, his aura would be ceaseless. Hence, attempting to exhaust his energy through sheer numbers would be a formidable challenge. Yet, it is not to say that there are no methods to contend with an innate master. After all, the experts of the true return stage were once overwhelmed and slain, indicating that strategies do exist for dealing with innate masters. Nonetheless, this lieutenant had never anticipated that his adversary would be an innate master when he brought his troops to set up a blockade, and thus he was ill-prepared for such a confrontation. Contemplating this, the lieutenant could not restrain himself from gritting his teeth and cursing, "Damn those Qing Yuan guards. Did you not claim they would at most be of the Xian Yuan stage?" The emperor had once articulated a profound truth. The court is merely a collection of palaces and offices, and sustenance is still divided among the people. This statement holds true within the court, in local governments, and even extends to sects, the martial world, and the entire realm. The Qing Yuan guards are representatives of the court, and this lieutenant is also a servant of the court. However, the hierarchy of the Qing Yuan guards leads to the commander's office, while his leads to the governor's office. Taking Lu Prefecture as an example, it has the governor's office, the provincial inspector's office, the office of public proclamation, the office of judicial supervision, the office of military command, various local magistrates' offices, the Qing Yuan Guard's office, the River Bureau, the Transport Bureau, the Weaving Bureau, and several other offices of substantial authority. With such a multitude of offices, how can one not divide the spoils? When the Qing Yuan Guards approached the governor's office, the office naturally had to afford the Qing Yuan Guard some respect. Yet this respect was not sufficient to compel him to fight desperately on their behalf. Why is it often said that there are no friends in the officialdom? At this moment, the vice-general has already begun to contemplate retreat. However, certain matters are not as easily managed as one might wish. It is akin to a quagmire. While stepping in is effortless, retracting one's foot proves to be quite the challenge. Aboard the ferry, Hu Liang has elevated his own energy to its zenith, breaking through to the Xian Yuan realm and stepping into the innate realm. This is also due to his injuries. Although he speaks nonchalantly while explaining to Li Xuandu, the opponent, being an elder of the Wudao sect, is certainly no trifling matter. It is impossible for him to extricate himself from this adversary without incurring some cost. On Li Xuandu's side, their initial intention was to use the ferry to conceal their movements and evade the pursuit of the Qing Yuan Guard. Yet, they did not anticipate that the Qing Yuan Guard would deploy the local governor's forces to set up checkpoints and conduct inspections along the borders of Fengyin Prefecture, rendering further concealment impossible. Consequently, Hu Liang is compelled to take action, especially at this moment when there is no room for mercy. After all, whether it is the young girl or Li Xuandu and Hu Liang, they are all regarded as criminals in the eyes of the court. The young girl is a criminal of consequence, with the best possible outcome being her conscription into the Ministry of Rights. Hu Liang has previously participated in the battle in the imperial capital and was involved in the ambush of the commander of the Qing Yuan Guard. It stands to reason that he appears on the list of wanted rebels. As for Li Xuandu, even if the Qing Yuan Guard is unaware of his identity as the Purple Mansion Sword Immortal, merely abducting a court criminal and killing members of the Qing Yuan Guard is a capital offense. Since they are all considered rebels by the court, it is aptly said that ice and fire cannot coexist. Thus, Li Xuandu harbors no intention of holding back. Zhou Shunning, shielded behind Li Xuandu, can only cautiously peek her head out, gazing at the two colossal warships that resemble small mountains, her face etched with worry that belies her tender years. Though Li Xuandu does not look down, he can surmise the young girl's furrowed brow, reminiscent of an adult's concern. After a moment's contemplation, he speaks. Would you like to witness the true nature of the Jianghu today? The Jianghu has never merely been the domain of its denizens. It may seem distant from the court, yet it is, in truth, remarkably close. A slight disturbance in the court may unleash tumultuous waves upon the Jianghu. Much like the situation we face today, which could very well be a consequence of a single decree from the provincial governor, prompting the dispatch of hundreds, if not thousands, of soldiers. These soldiers are living beings, each with parents and families, yet what does that matter? If they do not perish, we must. We are not saints who would sacrifice our flesh to feed the eagles. All we can do is strive for our own integrity. Li Xuandu's words are somewhat convoluted. Yet Zhou Shunning comprehends them, her small face paling in an instant. She realizes that Li Xuandu and that Uncle Tian Liang are likely preparing to kill. With his hands clasped behind his back, Li Xuandu continues, in the realm of Jianghu, the oft-repeated phrase is life and death are self-born. Once one steps into the Jianghu, one's fate is no longer in their own hands. Whether one forges ahead through the glare of swords and the flash of blades to achieve fame and fortune, or perishes in the muck, drowning in this Jianghu, depends on both fate and personal agency. There exists a saying in the Jianghu: one is not their own master, which has always been a piece of timeless wisdom. Zhou Shunning inquires, is that true for you as well, brother? Li Xuandu spoke softly, indeed. Whether it is provoking enemies or standing in opposition to the six sects, it was never my intention. However, circumstances do not shift according to my desires. Rather, I must adapt my intentions in accordance with the unfolding events, which leaves me at the mercy of fate. Zhou Shunning responded with a faint acknowledgement. Li Xuandu sighed. One cannot comprehend the difficulties without having experienced them. What I share with you now may seem unclear, but worry not. When you mature and truly venture into the martial world, you will inevitably understand. At that moment, the deputy general could no longer endure the suffocating pressure and commanded preparations to face the enemy. The Great Wei dynasty possessed a total of 6 types of crossbows. And aside from several designed exclusively for battlefield use, the repeating crossbow boasted immense lethality, rivaling even the strongest longbows. With the deputy general's command, 20 repeating crossbows were raised, aimed at the ferryboat. In the next instant, a resounding hum echoed, sharp and jarring, though it sounded like a single note. Over 20 crossbow bolts were launched toward the vessel. The arrows fell like rain, indifferent to the ordinary citizens aboard the ferry. Li Xuandu furrowed his brow, extending a hand to employ the Xuanji finger, deftly redirecting the barrage of bolts to the ground. As the first wave of arrows fell, a second wave swiftly followed, which was crucial to the military's advantage in numbers to besiege the martial heroes. Typically, an expert of the Xian Yuan realm could withstand a single volley. But sustaining against a second was challenging, as it occurred precisely when one's energy was depleted yet had not yet renewed. Many Xian Yuan experts, unable to replenish their breath, fell victim to the second wave, either wounded or slain. As Li Xuandu deflected the first wave, he had already extended his palm, drawing the arrows he had deflected into his grasp. When the second wave approached, he flicked his wrist and hurled the captured bolts back, using them to counter the incoming barrage, thus neutralizing it without sustaining any harm. The 2 successive waves of arrows, akin to a torrential ink spill, were discreetly thwarted by this young man. The deputy general's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze on this unknown youth. If his calculations were accurate, this must be the Xian Yuan expert reported by the Qingyuan Guard. Yet, more alarmingly, the formidable aura that seemed to approach the innate realm did not emanate from this individual, but from another presence. In other words, the intelligence from the Qingyuan Guard was correct. Indeed, there existed a Xian Yuan criminal, but during this interval, this criminal had reunited with his accomplices, and the situation was far worse than previously anticipated. This was no longer merely a matter involving one expert of the Xian Yuan realm, nor even one of the innate realm. It was a convergence of one innate expert alongside a Xian Yuan expert. How could they possibly contend with such odds? Just as the rain of arrows ceased, Hu Liang let out a cold laugh. He stepped forward from the bow of the boat, moving with the grace of a dragon emerging from the river. After a prolonged build-up, Hu Liang finally drew his blade. The momentum of his blade cleaved through the river, revealing the muddy bottom, extending 100 feet in length. Between the 2 warships, the river was abruptly cleaved in 2, creating 2 verdant walls of water. Through these walls, One could observe the tumultuous churn of silt and the graceful movement of fish and shrimp, a sight of unparalleled wonder. Both the passengers on the ferry and the soldiers aboard the warships were struck with dread at this spectacle, their hearts quaking with fear. Could this formidable figure with the flowing beard be a legendary immortal? In the next moment, the towering walls of water collapsed with a thunderous roar. As the surging river reclaimed its bed, unleashing a torrent of waves and spray that filled the air with mist, the two warships, caught in the river's current, were inexorably drawn together, colliding with a resounding crash. The soldiers, who had previously stood firm on the decks, found themselves unable to shoot arrows or even maintain their footing, tumbling into the water. Fortunately, being seasoned sailors and unarmored, they merely lost their bows and arrows, their lives spared. It seems that Hu Liang, having heard Li Xuandu's earlier words, took pity on these men, considering they had families to return to. Given Hu Liang's past experience in the military, he chose to show mercy. Had it been earlier, his strike would not have been directed at the river's surface, but rather aimed to cleave one of the ships in twain. However, despite the dramatic display of power, the act of parting the river signified that all of Li Xuandu and Hu Liang's prior efforts had been rendered futile. They had painstakingly erased their traces and even resorted to using a reverse sword technique to disrupt the celestial divination of the Qingyuan Guard, all to evade detection. Yet, fate had conspired against them, and the local officials and soldiers of Luzhou had inadvertently uncovered their whereabouts. In this regard, their fortune had indeed plummeted to its nadir. Nevertheless, the Qingyuan Guard's interception was not solely a matter of chance. Their reputation for tracking and apprehension was well earned. Their ability to deduce that Li Xuandu and his companions might flee from Fengning Prefecture to Zhangzhou's Yiyang Prefecture stemmed from years of investigative experience. Thus, without waiting for the ferry to dock, Li Xuandu and Hu Liang, disregarding the startled gazes of the passengers, leaped from the vessel with Zhou Shuning in tow. They skimmed across the river's surface, leaving behind a series of ripples as they departed at a swift pace. As they fled, Li Xuandu spoke gravely to Hu Liang. For the time being, we must alter our course. We should not hastily abandon Luzhou but instead seek a place to lay low for a while, biding our time. Hu Liang, a veteran of many encounters, grasped Li Xuandu's intent immediately. The Qingyuan Guard would not limit their checkpoints to just this one. To continue on their original path would likely entrap them in a meticulously laid snare. It would be folly for two men to confront the might of the Qingyuan Guard and the local authorities head-on, should they find themselves ensnared in a quagmire. With reinforcements from the Qingyuan Guard arriving in droves, their situation would turn dire. Thus, retreating temporarily was indeed the wisest course of action. Hu Liang inquired directly, "Where to?" Li Xuandu hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I have an old friend, Chen Guhong. In the past, when he was pursued by the masters of the Zhengyi sect and found himself cornered, I came to his aid. Now, he resides in the Jiuho mansion of Luzhou. Perhaps we should seek refuge in his estate before devising our next course of action." Hu Liang simply responded with a word of agreement, expressing unwavering faith in Li Xuandu's judgment. Subsequently, the two altered their course, eschewing the main thoroughfare for the dense woods, traversing the thickets with ease as they made their way toward Jiuho Mansion. As Li Xuandu ran, his thoughts meandered. This was not the first time he had been pursued. In his youth, he had emerged with unbridled ambition, provoking numerous adversaries and finding himself in similar peril. Back then, he faced a far greater threat. With over a dozen masters of the Xian Yuan realm, 7 innate realm experts, and 2 returning truth realm masters united against him. Yet, he had managed to escape, turning the tables and vanquishing most of his pursuers with ease. At that time, he never imagined he would one day be hunted by mere Xian Yuan realm Qingyuan guards. Sometimes, Li Xuandu almost forgot who the Zifu sword immortal was, and who still remembered the second-ranked figure in the Tao of Swords. As dusk fell and rain began to drizzle from the heavens, an elderly man with white hair, gaunt features, and a weary demeanor stood at the bank of the Lu River, which divided Luzhou from Zhangzhou. On the river floated a black canopy boat, where Gu Fengstin, clad in azure brocade, stood at the bow, allowing the rain to drench him, his expression clouded with gloom. The two faced each other, and Gu Fengstin spoke first. In the court's power struggles, even the smallest matters are of great significance. We may perceive them as isolated individuals, yet unbeknownst to us, they have allies. The demise of Lord Qian speaks volumes. The elderly man, reluctant to dwell on this topic, diverted the conversation. Who is that bearded swordsman? With innate realm prowess, he surely cannot be an insignificant figure. Gu Fengstin shook his head, saying it is difficult to ascertain. He resembles a swordsman who appeared in the battle of the imperial capital. and I recall him vividly for wielding a blade that ranked 10th in the sword and blade rankings, which he once used to sever the arm of the former governor. The old man's expression grew somber as he remarked, "If this involves the battle of the imperial capital, then this matter may prove troublesome. I believe we should report to the governor's office and seek the judgment of several esteemed governors." Gu Fengxian nodded in agreement, responding, "That is indeed prudent." The elderly man pondered for a moment before adding, "It seems that the young man who abducted Shou Tingchao's daughter is no simple character. He is likely affiliated with one of the four sections." Gu Fengxian's expression turned peculiar. His tone hesitant. "You must know that the individuals from the four sects would not dare to oppose Her Majesty at this juncture." "One can never tell," Bai Choqia replied, shaking his head. "The human heart is fickle. Whatever these sects may do should not come as a surprise. Previously, I sought the whereabouts of this individual using the celestial observation technique, only to have my efforts thwarted by the countering sword of the Qingwei sect." Gu Fengxian's face displayed a hint of astonishment as he remarked, "Among the 12 orthodox sects today, half have aligned themselves with His Highness the Crown Prince, particularly the Jingyi sect. The only sects that can rival Jingyi are the Jingchan, Taiping, and Qingwei sects. Now, with the Jingchan sect closed and the Taiping sect sealed off, only the Qingwei sect remains." Gradually, a shadow of concern enveloped Gu Fengxian's visage. If this matter also implicated the Qingwei sect, then. The commander of the Qingwan Guard found himself momentarily speechless. The Qingwei sect's influence is indeed formidable, especially under the leadership of its venerable patriarch, who is renowned as the Great Sword Immortal, although he rarely makes an appearance in the mundane world. His status as a figure listed among the greats of the Xian rankings is on par with that of the old headmaster of the Jingyi sect. Rumors even suggest that this Great Sword Immortal has already transcended to the realm of immortality. In the presence of such a transcendent figure, whether one is in the innate realm or the return to truth realm, are they not but mere fledglings? Bai Choqia's expression was equally grim. "If the Qingwei sect is involved, we must request the governor to dispatch additional personnel. Otherwise, the two of us cannot bear such a significant burden alone." Gu Fengxian remained silent for a moment before slowly replying, "Do not be overly concerned, Master Bai. Lu province is, after all, under the jurisdiction of the Taiping sect. The Qingwei sect is unlikely to extend its reach this far. As for subsequent matters, the governor will handle them. We need only focus on our duties." Bai Choqia pondered for a moment, his countenance still dark, but he nodded in agreement. "It seems we have no other choice." Gu Fengxian continued, "By the way, I have just received a report from the governor's office. I rushed here immediately and have dispatched personnel for a thorough investigation. Fortunately, the three individuals left in haste and did not have time to cover their tracks. They are likely headed towards the Jiuhou prefecture." Bai Choqia nodded in acknowledgement. The fine rain continued to fall. After their meeting, the two parted ways. Each had their responsibilities. In addition to mobilizing the Qingwan Guard and local officials in Lu province to cast a wide net for capture, they also needed to utilize the 1,000-mile talisman technique to report the situation here to the Qingwan Guard governor's office in the imperial capital. Whether it pertains to addressing the Qingwei sect's accountability or dispatching reinforcements, such decisions must be made personally by the governors at the Qingwan Guard office. Jiuhou Prefecture, located in the north-central part of Lu province by the banks of the Great River, derives its name from the 9 rivers that traverse it. Additionally, it borders Jing province and Zhong province, earning it the title of the Throat of Zhong province and the Southern Barrier. Since Lu province is the domain of the Taiping sect, and Jiuhou Prefecture is adjacent to Huainan, where Taiping Mountain resides, with Fengyin Prefecture lacking any sect presence. It is a haven for wandering heroes and an amalgam of diverse characters. Thus, Chen Guhong chose to reside here in seclusion to evade the pursuit of the Zhengyi sect's formidable experts. After years of diligent management, Chen Guhong has amassed a considerable fortune. Situated 20 miles outside the city of Jihufu, nestled among mountains and waters, he possesses a magnificent estate known as Nanshangyuan, spanning over 100 acres. Modeled after the exquisite gardens of Jiangnan, it is both elegant and refined. Within the estate, intricate formations have been crafted using the art of Qimen Duanjia. Complemented by the numerous wandering heroes Chen Guhong has attracted over the years, making the estate truly formidable. The city of Jihufu lies approximately 600 miles from Fiji-Infiu. Li Xuandu and his 2 companions circumvented the official roads, traversing mountains and fording rivers, and arrived in Jihufu's territory in about 2 days. Nanshangyuan is perched on the mountainside south of Jihufu's picturesque peaks. Before ascending to the estate, they first pass through a bustling little town at the foot of the mountain, aptly named Lingxiu Town, alive with activity. Upon reaching the town, Hu Liang could no longer suppress his desire for wine. He borrowed a few silver coins from Li Xuandu and purchased 2 jars of what was said to be the finest huadiao from Jiang'an. Meanwhile, Li Xuandu procured some portable provisions, not for himself and Hu Liang, but for the young girl accompanying them. After acquiring the wine and food, the trio departed the town and made their way to the mountainside estate. However, upon arriving at Nanshan entrance, Li Xuandu realized he had underestimated the situation. The place was bustling with visitors, a multitude of wandering heroes, some even possessing remarkable skills, all eager to pay their respects. Hu Liang inquired with a local, and soon learned the reason behind the crowd. It turned out that Qin Guhong, known for his generosity and willingness to welcome talented individuals from all corners, had earned the reputation of being the Mengchong of Zhihefu. This attracted many wanderers to Nanshan, which had gained considerable prominence, establishing itself as the foremost establishment within Zhihefu. With such renown, expectations naturally rose, thus drawing many who sought to align themselves with Qin Guhong. The trio approached to request an audience, only to be received by a middle-aged steward, presumably of Guatian realm cultivation, who was quite adept in dealing with visitors. However, upon learning that 3 nameless individuals wished to meet the esteemed master, a hint of displeasure flickered within him. The master, an undeniably formidable figure of innate cultivation, was one of the elite practitioners in all of Zhihefu. Although he was often referred to as a modern-day Mengchong Jun, he typically delegated such interactions to a steward, who would either arrange accommodations or provide funds based on the visitor's needs. It was unrealistic to presume that anyone could simply meet the master at will. Nanshan was not a tavern catering to all who passed. Ultimately, one's status dictated the treatment received. Only renowned heroes of the martial world would gain an audience with the master. Thus, the 3 experienced a polite yet firm rejection, a modestly disappointing closure to their endeavor. The martial world of Luzhou is not particularly vast, positioned between Jiangnan and Jiangbei. It does not rival the 8 righteous sects of Jiangnan, nor does it compare to the esteemed Qingwei sect, Jingchan sect, or Miaozhen sect of Jiangbei. With Hu Liang's innate cultivation, he could freely roam Zhihefu, especially with the formidable grandmaster he possessed, facing few rivals. Had Hu Liang chosen to reveal his true abilities, he could have effortlessly encountered Qin Guhong. However, the present situation dictated caution, for the area was crowded and eyes were numerous. The 3 individuals, wishing to evade the pursuit of the Qingwan guards, needed to remain inconspicuous. Moreover, the garden was laden with intricate formations. Entering without prior notice could potentially cause a greater uproar. Li Xuandu pondered for a moment and lamented, if all else fails, we shall have to present an invitation. As he spoke, he retrieved a golden threaded card from the orb on his wrist, the front inscribed with the 2 prominent characters Zifu. Upon seeing the card, Hu Liang couldn't help but chuckle. I never anticipated you would still possess this relic. I once heard tales of it, back in the day. The Zifu sword immortal would challenge the heroes of Jiangbei by first delivering such a card, followed by a personal challenge. During that period, everyone would turn pale at the sight of it, dubbing it the Zifu invitation, which contributed to the fearsome reputation of the Zifu guest. Li Xuandu displayed an unprecedented hint of embarrassment. In his youthful arrogance, he had concocted this intimidating gimmick, only to end up shooting himself in the foot. Hu Liang unceremoniously took the Zifu invitation from Li Xuandu's hands. Leave this matter to me. After all, we are not in Jiangbei or Heshua. We shall claim to be disciples of the Zifu sword immortal, which should pose no issues. Li Xuandu nodded in agreement. This time, Hu Liang no longer concealed his prowess, revealing an aura akin to that of the Baodan realm, and strode forward confidently. The martial world is akin to a circular lake, where larger circles encompass smaller ones. The closer one is to the shore, the more expansive the area, while towards the center, the space diminishes. Conversely, proximity to the shore signifies shallower waters, reducing the likelihood of drowning, while the lake's heart holds the deepest depths. Recklessly venturing there without adequate skill only leads to perilous outcomes. Thus, many within the martial realm are mere novices, with few attaining true mastery. Naturally, reaching the lake's center complicates the quest for escape. Finding solid ground becomes an arduous endeavor. At this moment, the wandering practitioners outside Nanshan Garden were merely floundering in the shallow waters at the shore, devoid of ancient turtles or dragon-like figures, with barely any sizable fish, mostly small fry. As Hu Liang revealed his Baodan prowess, his imposing presence compelled the wandering practitioners from afar to willingly make way. The reason for assigning this task to Hu Liang lay in his rugged appearance, which aligned more closely with the archetypal martial hero, ensuring he would not draw excessive attention. Li Xuandu and Zhou Shunning followed closely behind him, arriving once more at the entrance of Nanshan Garden. The steward, upon seeing the trio again, exhibited a touch of impatience. Yet, intimidated by Hu Liang's aura, concealed his irritation and bowed in apology before retreating into the estate. Soon, a middle-aged woman clad in brocade emerged to greet them, radiating the cultivation of the Xian Yuan realm. She approached the trio gracefully, executed a deep bow, and inquired with a smile, "May I ask what brings the three of you to Nanshan Garden?" Hu Liang presented the invitation. The middle-aged woman smiled as she accepted the visiting card. But her heart suddenly jolted when she discerned the two characters Zifu inscribed upon it. Having accompanied her master for several years, she had experienced a fair share of the world and had certainly heard of the illustrious name of the Zifu sword immortal. Thus, upon seeing those characters, her thoughts immediately drifted to the legendary figure who once swept through the lands of Jianbei and Heshua with nothing but a sword. Li Xuandu softly spoke. "If you would kindly deliver this card to Mr. Chun, please inform him that an old acquaintance has come to visit. As for whether he chooses to meet or not, let him decide." Given the association with the Zifu sword immortal, the middle-aged woman did not dare to make decisions on her own. After accepting the card and expressing her apologies, she turned and entered the garden. Before long, she returned to Li Xuandu, speaking softly. "My master is unable to greet you in person. I beg your pardon. Please, follow me." Entering the estate, they navigated around the shadow wall and through corridors, eventually arriving at the main hall, where an elderly man with white hair and beard awaited. Upon seeing Li Xuandu, he immediately approached, gesturing for several attendants to withdraw before smiling and clasping his hands. "It has been many years, my benefactor. I trust you have been well." Zhou Shunning, who was shyly peeking from behind Li Xuandu, regarded the elder. His snowy hair and kind smile exuded a sense of gentility, and his dark cloak gave him an ethereal presence. Yet, for reasons she could not quite comprehend, she felt an unspoken trepidation towards him, far removed from the comfort she felt around Li Xuandu and Hu Liang. Li Xuandu returned the gesture, saying, "Your concern is most appreciated. You seem to have fared much better than before." The elder was none other than the renowned Qin Guhong of Jiuhou Prefecture. He waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a small commotion, not much different from those mountain bandits claiming dominion over their territories. It only serves as a source of amusement. He then gestured for the three to enter the main hall. Once they were seated, Li Xuandu introduced, "This is Hu Liang, a man from the northwest." Hu Liang respectfully clasped his fist in greeting. Chen Guhong returned the gesture, remarking, "I have long heard of the famed Hui Dao from the northwest." Li Xuandu then turned to the timid girl beside him. "This is Zhou Shunning, my adopted sister." The little girl nervously stood and offered a deep bow. The elder nodded with a smile. After a moment of hesitation, Li Xuandu confessed, "To be candid, I have come with a request, seeking refuge from a storm." The elder smiled. "My benefactor, do not speak so. Years ago, when I was pursued by the disciples of the Jingyi sect, if it were not for your timely intervention, I would have long since become a mere pile of bones. Now that you face difficulties, how could I stand idly by? Just say the word, and I, Chen, would brave any peril without hesitation." Hu Liang furrowed his brow, but remained silent. Li Xuandu continued, "In that case, I shall speak plainly. I have encountered some troubles in Luzhou related to the Qingwan Guard." The elder's expression faltered for a moment before he chuckled. "It is merely the Qingwan Guard. This is not the imperial capital. In Luzhou, they cannot stir up much trouble." Without waiting for Li Xuandu to speak, Chen Guhong continued, "You may stay in my estate without concern. No matter how fierce the storms rage outside, they shall not touch you in the slightest." Li Xuandu rose and expressed his gratitude with a bow. Chen Guhong personally escorted the three to a secluded courtyard, ensuring that all arrangements were in place before he reluctantly took his leave. Once they were alone, Hu Liang inquired, "Oldly, does this man know your background?" Li Xuandu shook his head, replying, "He does not. Years ago, he was relentlessly pursued by the disciples of the Zhengyi sect until he reached the banks of the great river. I happened to pass by and, fortuitously, those pursuers were also my foes, so I intervened and rescued him. Although he did inquire about my name, I simply told him I was Li Xuandu to avoid drawing unnecessary trouble." Hu Liang pressed further, "Are you aware of his background?" Li Xuandu replied, "We have not formed a deep bond. We have exchanged letters occasionally over the past few years." Hu Liang nodded thoughtfully. Li Xuandu asked, "What do you sense?" Hu Liang shook his head. "Nothing specific, just an unsettling feeling." Li Xuandu frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" After a moment's contemplation, Hu Liang said, "Perhaps I am overthinking. but I cannot shake the impression that he appears forthright and bold while harboring ulterior motives for self-preservation. Li Xuandu remained silent for a moment before responding. It is said that one acts in their own interest to survive. Even if Chun Guhong has his reservations, it is only natural. You need not be overly critical. Hu Liang sighed softly, recognizing that Li Xuandu had already formed his opinion and chose to remain silent. Zhou Shunning had been quietly listening to their exchange, aware that Li Xuandu and Hu Liang held differing views on the matter. However, this time she found herself leaning towards Hu Liang's perspective rather than Li Xuandu's. For reasons unknown, the picturesque estate instilled in her an inexplicable sense of discomfort, reminiscent of the Taiping Inn, where many lives had perished. Although Li Xuandu had ensured that Shen Changsheng had almost finished handling the bodies when he brought her downstairs, she still detected the lingering scent of blood that the rain could not entirely mask, causing her to feel faintly nauseous. Casting a glance at the two, Zhou Shunning murmured, "I too sense something amiss here." Li Xuandu replied softly, "An abode of a master in the innate realm certainly holds its mysteries. However, we are merely seeking a temporary refuge and shall not linger long." Hu Liang looked to Li Xuandu, asking, "Oldly, how long do you propose we stay?" Li Xuandu pondered briefly before saying, "Since you harbor concerns, we shall remain here for 3 days at most before departing from Jiuhou Prefecture." Hu Liang nodded in agreement. "It seems we have no other choice." Li Xuandu glanced upwards at the sky, noting the impending rain. Hu Liang stroked his chin. "The northwest is preferable. It often boasts clear skies." As dusk approached, a torrential downpour arrived as expected, beginning with soft patters on the black-tiled eaves in the flagstone ground, enveloping the entire estate in a thin veil of mist. Then, amidst the incessant pattering, a veil of rain enveloped the entire expanse, rendering the landscape a misty blur. Zhou Shunning gazed out at the curtain of rain, recalling Hu Liang's earlier words, and could not help but inquire, "Uncle Tian Yang, why is a cloudless sky considered good weather?" Hu Liang chuckled. "Rain comes from clouds. Without them, there is neither wind nor rain, thus it is indeed good weather." Li Xuandu rose from his seat and stepped under the eaves, observing the downpour outside, and suddenly asked, "Tian Yang, what is that saying you often ponder regarding the human heart?" Hu Liang replied softly, "It is a teaching from the Confucian sage, who believed in the innate goodness of human nature. Thus, he likened the human heart to water." Li Xuandu murmured, "People aspire to ascend, while water flows downward. Do you consider the human heart to be high or low?" Hu Liang shook his head and answered indirectly, "The human heart, like water, may ripple in myriad ways, which may not necessarily be a good thing." As night deepened, the rain intensified. The raindrops struck the steps before the hall, the eaves, and the ground, producing an unceasing symphony of falling rain. Zhou Shunning, unable to withstand the chill and drowsiness, retired early, leaving only Li Xuandu and Hu Liang seated in the main hall. The layout of the hall was quite conventional, with a long table positioned against the wall directly facing the entrance, and in front of it, a square table flanked by 2 grand chairs, the right for the host and the left for the guest. Above the table, a landscape scroll depicting the scenery of Nanshan Garden hung centrally on the wall, while the 2 flanking paintings showcased crane flying over misty rocks and deer calling amidst fragrant grass. The side walls were adorned with couplets, predominantly featuring maxims of benevolence from Confucianism and tranquility from Taoism. The central area was symmetrically furnished with benches and chairs, designated for younger relatives or subordinates. At that moment, neither Li Xuandu nor Hu Liang occupied the host's grand chair. Instead, they sat in the positions closest to the entrance, one on the left and the other on the right, facing each other. Hu Liang placed the esteemed book across his knees and remarked, "The Jiuhou Prefecture is a pivotal location, being in such close proximity to Jiangnan, merely a river apart from Jingzhou, with the central plains to the west, where the silent Zen sect resides. Now, do you intend to proceed directly to the central plains, or first to Jingzhou?" Li Xuandu, resting his hands on the armrests, slowly replied, "At the convergence of the 3 provinces, even the Qingwan Guard would find it challenging to muster a large force to encircle us. Perhaps the provincial governor of Jingzhou could manage it, but how much respect could the governor command from the Qingwan Guard? That would depend on who represents them. If it is the commander of the Qingwan Guard, then it might be feasible. However, if it is merely a few subordinate commanders, I find it improbable." Li Xuandu turned his gaze towards the rain-soaked scene outside and continued, "Therefore, I have opted to take a detour through Fengyin Prefecture to Jiuhou Prefecture, then redirect to Jingzhou Shuiyang Prefecture, and subsequently proceed via Jialing Prefecture towards the northern Yang Prefecture of the Central Plains, ultimately reaching Long'an Prefecture. Hu Liang responded. The Qingyuan Guard would not overlook this possibility. Thus, after their unsuccessful interception at Fengyin Prefecture, they will surely deduce our path to Jiuhou Prefecture, and they will soon follow us there. Boldly, if the Qingyuan Guard were to dispatch a master at the innate realm, accompanied by 3 adept practitioners at the Xianyuan realm, defeating them would indeed prove quite challenging, especially given my current unhealed wounds. Li Xuandu inquired. If you were to face an innate realm master alone, would you have a chance of victory? There is a chance, yet I cannot claim absolute certainty. Even with this grandmaster in my possession, Hu Liang candidly responded. Boldly, you entered the world at the pinnacle of your prowess, frequently outnumbering your foes. A feat I cannot aspire to match. Particularly, the most significant distinction between an innate realm master and those at the Xianyuan realm lies in the myriad of peculiar secret arts possessed by the former. While the potency of these arts may not be substantial, they can yield unexpected results against highly skilled individuals in the 3 realms of transcendence. Hence, in contests among equals, they often manifest extraordinary efficacy. Li Xuandu listened intently, devoid of any dismissive attitude that one might expect from someone who has traversed the vastness of experience. Setting aside the Grandmaster resting upon his lap, Hu Liang continued, thus, when confronting an enigmatic master of the innate realm, I can only assert that I have a chance. Yet I dare not boast about the extent of that chance. It ultimately depends on the hidden techniques they possess or whether they wield formidable treasures. Li Xuandu nodded in acknowledgement. That makes sense. Hu Liang, perplexed, asked, were you entirely unaware before? To which Li Xuandu retorted, if you were faced with an opponent that could be dispatched with a single strike, would you delve into their concealed capabilities? Hu Liang paused, then mused. That is indeed a valid point. If one can overpower with sheer strength, why invite unnecessary complications? Suddenly, Hu Liang inquired, boldly. What was it like at the pinnacle of your swordsmanship? Li Xuandu fell silent for a moment, then rose from his seat. Aligning the index and middle fingers of his right hand to form a sword gesture, pointing towards the curtain of rain outside. In my current state, when I wield my sword, I can only make a singular point, piercing through the rain curtain only for a fleeting moment, unable to sustain the effect. Were you to wield your blade, you could connect points into a line, cleaving the rain curtain before us in 2. Li Xuandu shifted from the sword gesture to mimicking the grip of a long sword, twisting his wrist as if grasping an actual blade. Were it the former me executing this strike, it would be akin to a singular face. A face? Hu Liang queried, puzzled. Li Xuandu's expression remained serene. His tone equally calm, as he declared, with a mere sword intent, I could elevate the rain curtain back to the heavens, and with my sword aura, disperse the rain clouds, revealing the sun. Hu Liang gazed at the rain curtain outside, murmuring, it is said that masters at the Return to Truth realm can summon wind and rain. Yet that merely harnesses the opportune moment, acting in accordance with nature. It is commonly said that water flows downward, thus, going with the flow is simple. But resisting it is challenging. No wonder you, with just one person and one sword, could dominate the lands of Jiangbei and Hesha in those days. Li Xuandu withdrew his sword-holding posture, self-deprecatingly remarking, all that is now in the past. Hu Liang chuckled, historical records indicate that Skegong achieved fame in his youth, repeatedly declining offers of official positions. He withdrew to Mount Dongshan, only to re-emerge at the age of 40 as a Sima, eventually ascending to significant posts such as the Minister of the Interior and the Minister of Works, thus aiding the imperial family in turning peril into safety. This is the origin of the idiom rising again from Dongshan. Oldly, you are yet to reach your 40th year. You still have over a decade to go. So whether all is indeed in the past is a matter still too premature to declare. Li Xuandu smiled faintly and replied, let us hope so. Hu Liang suddenly recalled something and said, I once heard General Qin speak of the eminent figures of our time. Without delving into those extraordinary individuals on the old Xian ranking, let us consider the top 10 masters who have ascended the Tai Xian ranking. Aside from the former Zifu Sword Immortal, who has reached the realm of returning to truth, the rest are all in the celestial being realm. General Qin mentioned that there are distinctions within the celestial being realm as well, but he did not elaborate. Do you know of this, Oldly? After a moment of contemplation, Li Xuandu replied softly, indeed, there are distinctions. It was only after I reached the pinnacle of the returning to truth realm that I realized the celestial being realm beyond it is an entirely different world. The celestial being realm is often referred to as the realm of unity with heaven and man, and based on the degree of this unity, it can be divided into 3 levels: carefree, limitless, and transformation. The carefree celestial being realm draws from the Taoist classic carefree travels, allowing one to traverse boundlessly. In this state, one can wander the vast seas in the morning and the endless mountains in the evening. The limitless celestial being realm, as its name suggests, allows one to harness the primal energies of the universe, resulting in an almost infinite flow of vital force. As for the deeper level, the transformation of the celestial being realm, it is ineffable, and I dare not speak of it lightly. Hu Liang inquired softly, oldly. Did you once have one foot already poised at the threshold of the celestial being realm? Li Xuandu hesitated for a moment before responding. I have faintly glimpsed the threshold of the carefree realm, yet I have not yet taken that step. Having witnessed the glory of Li Xuandu in the past, Hu Liang was filled with countless emotions. In those days, the Zifu sword immortal traversed the world, unmatched in swordsmanship, captivating the hearts of countless women. Alas, that blade was lost in the battle at the imperial capital, and since then, the Zifu sword immortal has vanished without a trace. Some say he perished. Others believe he met his demise, leaving countless hearts shattered. Li Xuandu turned his head slightly to listen to the sound of the rain and said softly, Now, there is only Li Xuandu in this world. The heavy rain enveloped the entire realm, and amidst this misty downpour, an unexpected guest arrived quietly at Nanshan Garden. Braving the stormy night, and soon came face to face with the local host, Chen Guhong. In Chen Guhong's study, the two sat across from each other at a writing desk. The visitor placed the lantern he carried upon the desk and gazed at his old friend, saying, Brother Chen, it has been too long. Reflecting on the years we spent together feels like it was just yesterday, yet it has been a full 20 years. Chen Guhong glanced at the lantern and replied gently, It is uncommon for someone to visit without reason. I presume your purpose tonight is not merely to reminisce. The visitor was Bai Chochio, the deputy commander of the Qingwan Guard. Originally hailing from Liaodong, he emerged from the cult of the Huntian sect among the 10 evil sects. His address of Chen Guhong as brother stemmed from the fact that this renowned master of Nanshan Garden also hailed from the 10 evil sects, although they belonged to different sects. The familial ties among the 10 evil sects made such a form of address entirely appropriate. To speak of the 10 evil sects inevitably brings to mind the 12 righteous sects. The two are, in essence, branches of the same root. After the spring and autumn period, the ancestor dragon unified the realm. Following the ancestor dragon, Emperor Wen esteemed the Taoist principle of non-action in governance. During the reign of Emperor Wu, the sages' council was heated, resulting in the dismissal of various schools of thought in favor of Confucianism. Consequently, Taoism, once the most powerful sect, faced suppression from Confucian ideals, leading to its fragmentation. This division birthed two factions within Taoism, one, led by the Zhengyi school, which adhered to orthodox principles and later amalgamated Buddhist teachings, gradually evolving into the nascent form of the 12 schools of the right path. The other faction retained its Taoist foundation while integrating elements of witchcraft, geomancy, yin-yang philosophy, and various other doctrines, ultimately establishing its own identity. This faction migrated from the Central Plains to Liaodong, resulting in a geographical split that distinguished the northern and southern Taoist sections. It is often said that the Tao manifests in both yin and yang, and humanity experiences life and death. Both factions originate from Taoism and share a common lineage but emphasize different aspects. The supreme Taoist ancestor once proclaimed that the universe is indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder, and the Tao Te Ching contains many observations that reflect a detached perspective, illustrating that Taoism encompasses both benevolence and indifference, as well as emotion and apathy. The indifference and apathy of Taoism were perpetuated and developed by the northern Taoist sects, whose founding masters espoused principles such as sacrificing personal gain for the benefit of the world, demonstrating their ethos. Moreover, due to the northern sects' historical collaboration with the Jin dynasty in their incursions into the Central Plains and their slaughter of Confucian scholars, they were deemed heretical by the southern sects, leading to the derogatory label of heretical Taoism, which has persisted through the years, resulting in the contemporary classification of the 10 heretical schools. The 10 heretical schools consist of the Wudao school, the Pinyin school, the Zayaj school, the Yinyang school, the Daozhong school, the Butian school, the Wangqing school, the Tianla school, the Huntian school, and the Jinchuan school. Among these, the Wudao school boasts the largest following, with its former grandmaster among the most prominent figures. Following closely is the Pinyin school, predominantly composed of women, with only a few men who fail to make a significant impact. The women of this school, in stark contrast to the celibate disciples of the Zhuan school, embody two extremes. They excel in the art of yin absorption and yang enhancement, quickly usurping others' vital essence for their own advancement. Their mastery of various enchanting techniques often leads even those of higher realms, but weaker will fall prey to their charms, securing the Pinyin school's position as the second most powerful after the Wudao school. Within the 10 heretical schools, the Huntian school is the least influential, while the Jinchuan school has the fewest members. In this regard, they share common ground. Bai Qiu remarked, since the ascension of the last sage a century ago, our 10 heretical schools have lacked a leader, leading to disarray and decline. Had it not been for the Sanus' unwavering efforts, we might not have even set foot in the Central Plains these past years. Qin Guhong replied nonchalantly, what do the 10 schools matter to me? Bai Qiu countered. You hail from one of the 10 schools. How can you claim indifference? Qin Guhong scoffed. Where were the members of the 10 schools when I was pursued by those from the Zhengyi school? Bai Qiu softly replied, in the current imperial court. Qin Guhong's expression faltered, filled with confusion. The court? Bai Qiu nodded. In your years of seclusion, you remain unaware of several significant events. Under the Saintesses consolidation, apart from the Wudao, Pinyin, Daozhong, Zayav, and Yinyang schools, the other 5 sects entered the capital in the 5th year of the Tianbao era, all under the Sanus' command. Qin Guhong let out a scoff, remarking on the most powerful 5 sects. Surely they are all in the northwest. While they carve out their territories and crown Dantai Yun as the new holy sovereign, we, the 5 sects, can only survive under the eaves of others. Bai Qiu's expression reflected a hint of awkwardness. The 10 evil sects, of course, were not a monolith. Their internal strife was perhaps no less than that of the 12 righteous sects. Originating from Liaodong, the 5 major sects gradually migrated to the northwest, predating the establishment of the Great Way, which led to the current unrest in that region. After a moment of silence between them, Qin Guhong spoke again. Enough of this. You did not come to discuss the situation in the imperial capital, so please, speak plainly. Bai Qiu, no longer beating around the bush, stated, as I understand it. You have received several guests. Qin Guhong replied with a hint of amusement, and what of it? Bai Qiu continued, they are wanted by the court. I am acting under the orders of the governor to apprehend these fugitives, and they have taken refuge in your Nanshan garden. Therefore, I seek your assistance. Noticing Qin Guhong's indifference, Bai Qiu added, this request is not solely from the governor. It also aligns with the wishes of the Holy Maiden. Qin Guhong chuckled lightly. With a touch of sarcasm, the Holy Maiden? What does that title signify? The teachings of our ancestors are clear. The Holy Maiden must uphold her purity, remain unbound by worldly desires, devoid of emotions and lust. Yet, what has our Holy Maiden accomplished? She is already married with children. How can she still rightfully bear the title of holy? Bai Qiu fell silent, at a loss for words. Logically, in the absence of the Holy Sovereign, the Holy Maiden should wield authority over the entire 10 evil sects. However, due to her marital status, she had forfeited her claim to righteousness, allowing the other 5 sects to openly defy her commands and even support Dantai Yun as the new holy sovereign, positioning themselves against her. Nonetheless, Bai Qiu would not retreat. Since appeals to sentiment and righteousness were ineffective, he resorted to coercion, subtly laced with threat. Senior brother Chun, you may choose not to assist, and I cannot force your hand, but this task was indeed assigned by the governor. Should the governor pursue this matter later, it may not end well for you. Qin Guhong smirked coldly. If the Qingluan Guard is so formidable, why seek my assistance? Furthermore, I have never feared the once mighty Zhengyi sect. Why would I fear you today? I am eager to see how this matter cannot end well. Seeing that Qin Guhong remained unyielding, Bai Qiu, recognizing the need to persuade rather than threaten, softened his tone. Would you not wish to re-establish the true lineage of your sect? Qin Guhong maintained a stoic expression. Bai Qiu added, with the support of the court. Though Qin Guhong's demeanor showed little change, his pupils widened momentarily. As dawn broke, the rain ceased. The weather today remains rather unremarkable, although the heavy rain has ceased. Dark clouds still loom over Nanshan Garden, appearing as oppressive as lead, hanging low enough that one might feel they could reach out and touch them from a high building, leaving a weighty stone upon the heart. Clad in a black cloak, Qin Guhong personally invited the 3 to a banquet, claiming it was to welcome them and wash away the dust of their travels. Several notable masters from the Baodian realm were also summoned by Qin Guhong, standing respectfully outside the hall, bestowing a considerable honor upon the trio. However, Li Xuandu declined, citing that Zhou Shunning had caught a chill the previous night and remained bedridden. Thus only he and Hu Liang attended the banquet. Upon entering the hall, they found a grand round table, accommodating over 10 guests. After a brief exchange of courtesy, Chen Guhong insisted that Li Xuandu, his benefactor, take the seat of honor, while he positioned himself at the main host's side. Soon after, a succession of maidens arrived, each bearing an array of exquisite dishes, 8 meat and 8 vegetable offerings, both cold and hot, demonstrating considerable culinary finesse. Chen Guhong first filled a cup of wine for Li Xuandu, then for himself. Raising his glass with a smile, he declared, "To me, you are akin to a rebirth. For without you, there would be no Chen Guhong as I am today. Therefore, I dedicate this first cup to you, my benefactor." Li Xuandu reciprocated, clinking glasses with Chen Guhong before both consuming their drinks in one swift motion. Next, Chen Guhong filled a cup for Hu Liang. Raising his glass once more, he proclaimed, "Brother Hu, as a friend of my benefactor, you are naturally my friend as well. Hence, I offer this second cup in your honor." Hu Liang chuckled, lifting his glass but pausing before drinking. He grinned and remarked, "I have heard that Brother Chen is renowned in Jiuhou Prefecture as a second Meng Chong. Seeing you today, I find the reputation well-deserved, so this cup should rightfully be offered by me to you, Brother Chen." Chen Guhong, holding his cup, waved his hand dismissively. "Such titles are merely the flattery of local peers. I am truly unworthy of such praise." Hu Liang gazed at the wine, his nostrils fluttering as he inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "30-year-old top-grade Huadiao. Brother Chen, you possess exquisite taste." Chen Guhong replied with a smile, "Brother Hu, your discerning palate can identify the vintage merely by aroma. You must indeed be a connoisseur of fine wines." Hu Liang unabashedly stated, "Indeed. I have 2 great passions in life, decapitating foes and indulging in wine. It can be said that I find no joy without the latter." Chen Guhong responded, "Since you enjoy it so, I shall prepare 20 jars for you to take along for your journey." Unbeknownst to him, the emphasis on the word journey carried a certain weight. Hu Liang gave a thumbs up. "Brother Chen, you are truly generous, living up to the title of a second Meng Chong. Even the ingredients in this wine are selected from the rare and peculiar Jistian run of the Qingwan Guard, said to be priceless and capable of incapacitating even innate realm masters for a significant duration. Brother Chen, you truly have an exquisite touch." The once lively banquet suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Li Xian, who had remained silent, gently pinched the now empty wine cup between his fingers and spoke slowly. "The cup conceals mysteries, and the wine harbors an air of menace." The countenances of several masters from Nanshan Garden shifted dramatically, with one rising abruptly. Yet, Chen Guhong remained composed, betraying no sign of distress, and lowered his gaze to savor his own drink, exclaiming, "Brother Hu, your discernment is indeed remarkable. You have detected this." Chen Guhong set down his cup and replied with calm assurance, "Brother Hu is correct. This wine is indeed laced with the peculiar poison known as exiled immortal, specifically designed to target those of innate mastery. It was the very poison used by Emperor Xiaozong to assassinate the esteemed Yu Yiqing from the Jingyi sect years ago." Hu Liang turned to the elder and remarked with a smirk, "It seems Brother Chen truly perceives us as novices embarking on our first foray into the martial world." Chen Guhong shook his head and gazed at Li Xian, inquiring, "If I may ask, how did you discern the true nature of this banquet? I believed I had concealed any flaws, and if you were aware of the poison in the wine, why would you still partake? I would greatly appreciate your elucidation." Li Xian did not respond directly, but rather posed a question, "Are you a member of the Qingwan Guard?" Chen Guhong chuckled softly, shaking his head. "I am not a member of the Qingwan Guard. I merely engaged in a transaction with them. They promised that should I assist in capturing you and your companions, they would aid me in establishing a sect here, thereby honoring my ancestors." Li Xian sighed, reflecting on the nature of humanity, which is akin to water, ever rippling with complexities. Chen Guhong appeared oblivious to the sarcasm in Li Xian's words and continued, "The term exiled immortal implies that even an immortal would be condemned to the mortal realm. Of course, this is an exaggeration. In truth, anyone possessing the sublime mastery of the third realm can disregard this poison. Alas, no matter how prodigious your talent, it is unlikely that one so young can attain such an extraordinary level, thus sealing your fate to succumb to this toxin today." He cast a glance at Hu Liang, acknowledging that, despite Hu not having consumed the wine, it would be difficult for him alone to escape Nanshan Garden. Chen Guhong fixed his gaze intently on Li Xian, attempting to discern any trace of panic upon his visage, and spoke softly, "You might believe that I alone cannot impede Brother Hu, but the act of killing is not solely reliant on my hand." Suddenly, sparks of ethereal fire flickered into the air, forming the outline of a portal. Moments later, Bai Choqiu and Gu Fengxian emerged from the portal, one following the other. Chen Guhong continued to fixate on Li Xian. In this dire situation, it seemed inevitable that death awaited, yet Chen Guhong could not detect any sign of trepidation from Li Xian, which incited his irritation. He had wished to witness how this benefactor would crumble in the face of death, the very reason he had laid bare his schemes. However, this benefactor's pretense of calmness, even at death's door, rendered his words mere empty rhetoric. With a grim expression, Chen Guhong slowly rose from his seat, positioning himself alongside Bai Qiuqiu and Gu Fengxian, subtly forming a triangle that closed around Li Xian and his companion. In the midst of the Nanshan Garden, the adept masters of the Baodan realm stood ready to assist, creating an impenetrable net. Hu Liang, grasping the hand of the Grand Master, addressed Li Xuandu, saying, "Old Li, Brother Chen refers to me as Hu brother with such familiarity. Thus I shall take charge of him." He then turned his gaze toward Gu Fengxian and Bai Qiuqiu, adding, "As for these two esteemed members of the Qingyuan Guard, I entrust their encounter to you." Old Li, Bai Qiuqiu chuckled. "Having consumed the exiled immortal, I am genuinely curious to see if you can still wield your prowess as you did in the Windy Inn prefecture." Li Xuandu slowly rose, uttering a simple greeting. As his words faded, Hu Liang unsheathed his blade and delivered a horizontal slash. A blade aura, spanning nearly 10 feet wide, surged toward Chen Guhong, who, unwilling to confront this strike head-on, was compelled to retreat outside the hall. Hu Liang laughed heartily, kicking over the banquet table before pursuing. In that moment, the hall was left with only Li Xuandu, Bai Qiuqiu, and Gu Fengxian among others. The reason Li Xuandu remained unaffected by the exiled immortal's influence was straightforward. As Chen Guhong had remarked, a master at the pinnacle of the three realms could disregard such poison. Although Li Xuandu's current state did reflect a decline, his physical form remained akin to that of his former self, despite lacking the support of an equivalent aura, which rendered his body in a state of false death rather than its former seamless perfection. The essence still resided within. To draw an imperfect analogy, the body is like a firearm, and the aura resembles gunpowder. Without the latter, the firearm becomes merely a stick for kindling. Nevertheless, even as a mere stick, it is forged from copper and iron, impervious to ordinary blades, thus easily capable of resisting the exiled immortal's poison. Li Xuandu glanced at Bai Qiuqiu. Behind her and Gu Fengxian, a woman had appeared unbeknownst to him, the same middle-aged lady who had previously welcomed their party. This alluring woman held a complicated status. She was not only a direct disciple of Chen Guhong but also a half-concubine and, in essence, the de facto head of the Nanshan Garden. The sordid details of her ties were not known to outsiders and ought not to be uttered. However, she was undoubtedly Chen Guhong's confidant, and in his absence, she effectively served as the second master of the Nanshan Garden. Li Xuandu felt a weight upon his heart. The pursuit by the Qingyuan Guard evoked memories of a past chase, where a similar web had been woven to ensnare him. While tales circulated of his solitary, sword-repelling foes with ease, the true peril was known only to him. During this journey to Luzhou, Li Xuandu had exercised considerable caution, inviting his old friend Hu Liang for protection and devising numerous contingency plans. The route from Jiuhou Prefecture to Jingzhou had been one such strategy. Yet, he had underestimated the Qingyuan Guard. Fortuitously, their reinforcements had not yet arrived. Should another innate realm master join the fray, given Li Xuandu's current bout in cultivation, it would surely lead to a fatal outcome. However, with the absence of reinforcements, there remained a glimmer of hope for Li Xuandu to escape Luzhou unscathed. Li Xuandu, having once traversed the realm of return to truth, has acquired numerous other disciplines over the years, resulting in a rather eclectic array of martial arts and techniques. While he may not be considered a master, compared to individuals like Yan Feiqing and Su Yunxian, he undeniably surpasses the average person, be they from a sect or a wandering hermit. This disparity constitutes his greatest advantage at present. Silently, Li Xuandu invoked the Tai Wanlu of the Miaojin sect, surrounding himself with a delicate mist of 5 colors: white, red, blue, purple, and gold. This mystical ability is profoundly arcane. It can evade water and fire, deflect blades and spears, guard against toxins and miasma, and manipulate vital energies, rendering him impervious to malevolent forces. However, such mastery requires the possession of the 5 vital energies, thus establishing a prerequisite of innate realm cultivation. Nevertheless, Li Xuandu, despite embodying the 5 energies, defies conventional understanding. 3 formidable masters of the Baodan realm, enticed by Chen Guhong, eyed him with predatory intent, akin to wolves circling their prey. Bai Qiuqiu and his companions refrained from immediate action, haunted by the vivid memory of their prior encounter in Fengmin City. Furthermore, Witnessing Li Xuandu nonchalantly consume a beverage laced with the peculiar poison of a fallen immortal instilled in them a sense of trepidation. Consequently, he resolved to let the three bowed-in masters first gauge the depths of the situation before making a decision. Before him stood three bowed-in masters, a robust warrior with skin as tough as bronze, a sword-wielding fighter devoid of a flying sword, and a sorcerer adept in various arcane arts. Li Xuandu's gaze swiftly traversed the trio. The warrior, a towering figure clad in black armor, resembled an imposing wall, his physique extraordinarily formidable. Through the gaps in his armor, a faint golden sheen suggested he had practiced the Buddhist art of the golden body, implying that he was likely a defender. However, the quality of his black armor remained uncertain. It was improbable that it was a treasured artifact, as even an ordinary Xian Yuan realm cultivator would consider themselves fortunate to possess a single spiritual item, with true treasures typically within the grasp of innate realm experts. The swordsman, a gaunt middle-aged man, wielded a notably fine longsword, its cold gleam and sinister aura indicating it had tasted the blood of many foes. Among the three realms of martial prowess, the sword cultivator's lethality is unparalleled, marking him as the primary aggressor. Yet, given his affiliation with Qin Guhong, it is evident he does not belong to the Qingwei sect, likely being a rogue cultivator. Consequently, it is improbable he possesses a flying sword, as the resources required for forging one are beyond the means of an ordinary wanderer, even with sufficient wealth. Commissioning a swordsmith from the Qingwei sect to forge a sword would entail considerable expense, and unless fate offers an alternative chance, he may never wield a flying sword in his lifetime. At last, a tall, gray-robed elder emerged, his pallid complexion and hands exposed from his robe resembling the lifeless grasp of a corpse. His sunken eyes and profound gaze exuded an eerie aura, indicative of an overwhelming presence of sinister energy. It was evident that this individual had traversed the path of ghostly cultivation. Thus, one could conclude that he was neither adept in offense nor defense, yet possessed a mastery over various esoteric arts, often yielding unexpected and uncounterable results. If he were to be restrained from the sidelines, it could provide an exceptional opportunity for the most formidable swordsman among them, rendering him a considerable nuisance. Li Xuandu resolved in his heart that, should an opportunity arise, he would first eliminate this man. Of course, his true adversaries remained the three formidable masters of the Xian Yuan realm. Although these three were not pure martial artists and might appear slightly weaker than Qian Xing in raw combat prowess, their combined strength would undoubtedly surpass that of Qian Xing by a significant margin. If they could collaborate sincerely, it would be nearly impossible for Li Xuandu to overcome them single-handedly. However, he did not succumb to panic. After all, the perilous circumstances he faced when pursued by the heroes of Jiangbei years ago were far more treacherous than the present situation. At that time, he seemed ensnared in an inevitable death trap, yet he managed to survive. Having weathered countless tempests and tribulations, how could he falter at today's minor banquet of destiny? A middle-aged woman, who had appeared last, stepped forward and smiled at Li Xuandu. "I am Yang, with Lu as my given name. Mr. Qin is my esteemed mentor, and I have been by his side for many years, managing the Nanshan Garden in Zhehefu. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, Mr. Li, yet regrettably, we have not crossed paths until now. I apologize if my hospitality falls short during your visit." Li Xuandu glanced at the surrounding devastation and replied nonchalantly, "This hospitality has already overwhelmed me. As for its adequacy, that depends on whether I can safely depart from the Nanshan Garden." At that moment, the three individuals of the bowed-in realm appeared tense. Their decision to affiliate with the Nanshan Garden stemmed from various desires, be it for secret manuals, weapons, or elixirs. However, such treasures are rarely obtained without effort, especially when contending with an adversary capable of orchestrating such a formidable display, particularly one referred to as a benefactor by Qin Guhong himself. In the world of martial arts, the greatest danger lies in misjudgment, especially during a confrontation. A single error could cost one their life, regardless of their esteemed status. It is reminiscent of the heroes of Jiangbei from years past. All renowned champions of the martial world, yet they ultimately fell to the nascent Zifu sword immortal, a classic case of misfortune befalling those who had long been celebrated. Yang Lu gazed at the vibrant, five-colored smoke rising from Li Xuandu, and softly remarked to the three before her, in the Nanshan Garden, "There are no rewards without effort regarding our techniques, spirit treasures, and elixirs." Upon hearing her words, the expressions of the three men turned grave. The martial artist sought refuge in Nanshan to procure a renowned elixir known as the Golden Pill, which would aid him in mastering a half-scroll of a technique he fortuitously obtained. the Copper Man form, originating from the Vajra sect. Upon its completion, his physique would be as resilient as bronze, impervious to blades and arrows. However, possessing only a fragment of the scroll, he requires the assistance of external forces, such as the elixir, to fully realize this technique. The swordsman, on the other hand, yearned for the long sword he currently clutched, an exquisite weapon capable of slicing through iron and jade with ease, leaving no trace of bloodshed in its wake. The sword emanated a chilling sword aura, marking it as a rare treasure. As for the ghostly cultivator, his ambition lay in mastering the secret technique of the true transmission sect, the thousand-handed boneless art. Once perfected, this skill would render him frail and boneless, enabling him to manifest an array of hands, each capable of extending to inflict harm, guided by the quantity of internal energy he possessed, an enigma beyond comprehension. Now that they had acquired their desired possessions from Nanshan, any attempt to renege on their agreement would invoke the wrath of Yang Lu, who stood resolutely behind them. The martial artist gritted his teeth and charged first at Li Xuandu, anticipating the moment he would consume the golden pill and attain the Copper Man form. What difference did it make? The outcome of life and death was still uncertain. This warrior, already of imposing stature, appeared even more formidable clad in armor. Advancing like a descending mountain, unstoppable, the swordsman followed closely, channeling his internal energy into the long sword, which shimmered with a faint icy blue hue, shrouded in mist as the sword aura surged forth. Lastly, the cultivator gently pressed his snow-white palms against the ground, unleashing a myriad of black wisps that spread across the surface. Li Xuandu remained steadfast, allowing the three of them to unleash their respective techniques. Though all three were at the Dan-holding realm, even as Li Xuandu belonged to the same realm, he regarded them with indifference. The martial artist in black armor could already perceive the swirling smoke surrounding his opponent, a kaleidoscope of colors, ever-shifting, unfathomably profound, surpassing his Copperman form by leagues. This ignited a surge of resentment within him. Why must he risk his life, wallowing in the mire, while others were born amidst the clouds? With a furious roar, the giant exhaled a breath of foul air, harnessing his momentum to deliver an unparalleled punch. A faint sound of explosive energy echoed. Li Xuandu showed no inclination to evade this strike. The martial artist, feeling utterly belittled, bellowed, "To hell with you. Die." The punch descended heavily, yet it produced neither the sound of shattering bones nor the clash of metal against fortified flesh. It was as if he struck a mass of cotton, lacking any force. Could this individual's energy truly extend beyond his body? The Dan-holding realm could indeed manipulate energy to inflict harm, but not indefinitely. Yet, the person before him could sustain an outward flow of internal energy. Was this not the hallmark of the Xianyuan realm? How could he not feel envious? This young man had only consumed a few years' worth of sustenance, and had already reached the Xianyuan realm. He has lingered in this realm for many years, yet he remains merely at the Dan realm. The warrior, disregarding any notions of boxing techniques, was resolute in his determination to shatter the protective aura with a single blow. He exerted every ounce of strength, yet traversed only a mere inch, taking an entire breath to do so. For a warrior of the Dan realm, who is reputed to strike dozens of times in an instant, this was an exceedingly prolonged moment. A peculiar flush appeared on his face as he bellowed, "Open up for me." At last, the Tai 5 smoke net was breached, revealing a slender gap. Li Xuandu furrowed his brows slightly, advancing rather than retreating, bending his arm to deliver an elbow strike to the warrior's abdomen. The force penetrated deeply, reaching within. This was a technique from the Qingwei sect, known as sword shaking that song thunder, which resonated the sword intent with the opponent's aura, causing a tumult within their energy. In this instance, Li Xuandu substituted his elbow for a sword, the intent swiftly piercing through the warrior's armor, reverberating within him incessantly. The warrior's insides echoed with a series of muffled thunderclaps as he staggered backward, cracks appearing in his armor, dark blood seeping from the fissures. Following closely behind him, a swordsman momentarily lost his focus, yet disregarding the fear that surged within, he darted forward like a startled rabbit, unleashing a flurry of strikes akin to rain falling on pear blossoms. Each thrust targeted a vital point on Li Xuandu, while he continuously shifted positions, creating a dizzying spectacle of swordplay. In the span of mere moments, he had unleashed over 100 strikes. Alas, he had encountered Li Xuandu. This barrage of attacks was akin to a novice displaying his skills before a master. Not only did he fail to achieve any success, but Li Xuandu effortlessly seized his wrist, compelling him to involuntarily slash backward. The sorcerer, deeply engrossed in his incantation, suddenly felt a chill on his face. followed by a searing pain on his neck. He hastily wiped his hand across his throat, only to behold a sight drenched in crimson. Terror gripped him, and cold sweat trickled down his back, realizing that if that strike had been executed with a fraction more force, his head could have been severed from his body. The swordsman seized this opportunity to free himself from Li Xuandu's grasp, retreating to the side of the sorcerer, glancing down to find 5 deep impressions on his wrist, already injuring the bone. As for the warrior, he was in a dire state, stumbling nearly 10 paces backward before managing to halt. Leaving 2 deep imprints in the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood, the reverberations within him finally fading into silence. The onlookers, by Chochio, Gu Fengxian, and Yang Lu, still showed no intention of intervening, yet their expressions grew increasingly grave. How could 3 warriors of the Dan realm be so easily overwhelmed? They believed that had they been in the same position, facing 3 Dan realm fighters simultaneously, the outcome would have been far from effortless. Yang Lu cast a glance at the 2 Qingwan guards beside her, her voice soft and gentle, fortunately, with the 2 esteemed gentlemen present. I truly would not stand a chance against this Mr. Li. At that moment, Li Xuandu, who had remained stationary until now, finally moved, almost appearing out of thin air before the warrior, delivering a powerful punch directly to his heart. Since you have mastered the Copperman body of the Vajra sect, I shall employ the same techniques of the Vajra sect to counter you. The Great Vajra Fist. Although Li Xuandu has only grasped the superficial aspects of this technique and cannot compare to the profundity of various Taoist arts, the sheer force he exerts, far surpassing that of an ordinary practitioner in the Dan realm, unleashes a fist that pierces through to the heart and lungs. In an instant, the martial artist is left bleeding from all 7 orifices. The swordsman, witnessing this scene, turns pale, his right hand trembling slightly around the hilt of his sword. Who exactly is this person? With a single punch, he has severely injured an armored warrior, one who has cultivated the Copperman body. How can such a thing be justified? Even a sword strike from a master of the Xianyuan realm pales in comparison. It is often said that those who follow the sword possess the deadliest of capabilities. For the essence and energy of the sword can penetrate the surface and reach the core, regardless of how tough your exterior may be. Unless you achieve the extraordinary realm of being indestructible both inside and out, there will always be a flaw for a swordsman to exploit. Just as with this martial artist before him, though he has accomplished the Copperman body and donned reasonably good armor, even a warrior of the Xianyuan realm might not deliver a fatal blow with a single punch. Yet, he has encountered Li Xuandu, who disregards your outer armor and Copperman body, directly targeting your inner self. What can you do about it? Absolutely nothing. A profound sense of helplessness wells up within the swordsman as he feels the weight of his 3-foot-long sword as if it bore the heft of 1,000 tons. Is it truly worth risking one's life over an object external to oneself? However, at this juncture, there is no room left for regret. As he watches Li Xuandu kick away the incapacitated martial artist, advancing straight towards him, the swordsman resolves to reveal his intentions. With 2 fingers, he glides along the blade, summoning a sharp beam of sword light, and then unleashes a strike into the air. The sword light is inherently fierce, and coupled with this long sword, he is confident it can shatter even the protective aura of a Xianyuan realm master. Meanwhile, the left-handed sorcerer finally plays his part. He plunges his hands into the ground, and from beneath Li Xuandu's feet, 2 frail, boneless hands emerge, coiling around his ankles like serpents. From these hands, a torrent of black energy seeps forth, corroding the 5-colored mist that envelopes Li Xuandu. This is the true inheritance technique of the sect of the 1,000 Hands. Regardless, Li Xuandu currently possesses only the cultivation of the Dan realm and cannot hope to dispel this secret technique of the true sect with a mere stomp. Thus, his movements come to a noticeable halt. Seizing this rare opportunity, the swordsman finally unleashes his full strength in a single strike. Although Li Xuandu has attempted to twist his body, he is nonetheless pierced by the blow, breaking through the 5-colored mist and penetrating his shoulder. Yet, this is where it ends, and the next moment, as the swordsman draws back his sword in shock, he is horrified to find that the 5-colored mist, which had been dispersed, rapidly reconstitutes itself. The spot on Li Xuandu where he was struck shows no sign of bleeding, and instead, he visibly regains his normal state at an astonishing speed. There is no blood. The swordsman is struck with fear, realizing that even those of the innate realm cannot possess such extraordinary abilities. Only those in the transcendent realm can rival this phenomenon. Li Xuandu's presence surged rather than diminished. Devoid of a sword, he radiated an overwhelming essence of swordsmanship, akin to the relentless rise of a mighty river, cascading in layers, far from resembling an injured individual. At this moment, the swordsman finally harbored thoughts of retreat, disregarding the impending wrath of Chen Guhong, and prepared to withdraw. Yet, Li Xuandu had no intention of granting him that chance. With a mere flick of his fingers, he pinned the swordsman's long sword in place, immobilizing it completely. The swordsman, resolute in spirit, promptly relinquished the treasured blade he regarded as vital to his existence. Li Xuandu reversed his grip on the long sword and cast it forth. The 100-step flying sword soared like a radiant rainbow, piercing the swordsman's abdomen in an instant before unexpectedly hurtling towards the left-handed sorcerer lingering at the rear. This sorcerer, obscured by the swordsman's form, failed to perceive Li Xuandu's decisive strike until it was too late. With his hands ensnared in the earth, tightly gripping Li Xuandu's ankle, he found himself unable to release his hold in time. Consequently, the long sword penetrated his brow, traversing through his skull, delivering a fatal blow. The hand that had clutched Li Xuandu's ankle slackened, turning to a lifeless mass that he effortlessly dislodged with a gentle tug. Summoning the long sword back, it extracted itself smoothly, circling its master before hovering in midair. Though this sword did not strictly qualify as a flying sword, nor had it been nurtured with vital essence, it could still be commanded with a degree of finesse. The swordsman, grievously wounded with the sword embedded in his core, crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling incessantly. A pitiful sight. Struggling to lift his head, he gazed at his suspended sword, his eyes brimming with resentment and envy. Flying sword technique, indeed. It was the authentic practice of flying swords. As a cultivator in the Dan-embracing realm, his combat prowess paled in comparison to that of orthodox swordsmen, rendering him incapable of transcending his boundaries in battle. Lacking a sect's legacy and the guidance of a renowned master, he had stumbled through his path, barely achieving the Dan-embracing stage. Yet, owing to his unstable foundation, he harbored no hope of ascending to the higher realms in this lifetime. He had never dared to aspire for a flying sword, nor to master sword control techniques. His sole desire was to learn the flying sword technique. Capable of a 100-step flying sword, that alone would suffice for his contentment. However, he never anticipated witnessing the 100-step flying sword here, and in its most authentic form. The Qingwei sect's flying sword technique. It was no wonder that this individual, ensnared in a dire predicament, displayed not an ounce of panic. It was not arrogance, but rather a reliance on his capabilities. As for the three of them, they were merely pawns pushed forward by the master of Nanshan Garden to test the waters. Upon this realization, the swordsman, lying in a pool of blood, felt his spirit extinguished. Meanwhile, Yang Lu, who had been observing, narrowed her eyes slightly, her allure diminished, replaced by a somber demeanor. She had overestimated Mr. Li. Yet it seemed she still underestimated him. With 2 wounded and 1 deceased among the 3 Dan-embracing experts, they had merely managed to inflict a single wound upon this Mr. Li, which, in light of his physique that could withstand even the wrath of an immortal, was truly insignificant. Nonetheless, one must ponder, if the situation were not so formidable, why would the Qingwan Guard display such an extravagant array? The presence of such formidable abilities is indeed within the realm of reason. However, this alone does not instill fear within her. She had once heard her master, Chen Guhong, mention this individual, who had single-handedly repelled numerous masters of the Zhengyi sect in the past, thereby saving her master. Subsequently, her master speculated that this person possessed at least innate prowess, perhaps even having brushed against the threshold of the returning to truth realm. Yet from the current perspective, it is evident that this individual exhibits numerous peculiarities, but at most, they only possess the cultivation of the profound origin realm. With the assistance of 2 profound origin masters from the Qingwan Guard, and considering this location is the Nanshan Garden, a territory meticulously nurtured by her master for many years, she holds the advantage of both geography and support. Even if this individual had once been a master of the innate realm, or even the returning to truth realm, now, like a tiger fallen into a valley or a dragon stranded in shallow waters, what storm could they possibly stir? Meanwhile, Hu Liang stepped out with his blade, undeterred by the advantageous position of the Nanshan Garden's master. With a carefree smile, he advanced a step, raising his Grand Master's sword to strike, reminiscent of the river's might, cleaving through the air. Previously, he had split water with a single stroke, causing 2 warships to collide thunderously. Now, he carved a chasm into the stone-paved ground. Merely the aftermath of his blade's energy. The force surged towards Chen Guhong, and even from a distance of over 10 feet, the sound of fabric tearing could be heard from his cloak. a testament to the blade's ferocity. Qin Guhong, retreating with a scoff, waved his large sleeve and absorbed the chilling blade energy entirely into his garment. Hu Liang stepped forward, his strike ceaseless. Fragments of stone flew, intermingled with the fierce energy, creating numerous pits upon landing. Within the span of over 100 paces between them, the blade energy danced chaotically, forming dozens of intersecting chasms, each over a foot deep. This exemplifies the might of a master of the innate realm. A mere stroke could shatter gold and crack stone. Should it land upon flesh, the scene would surely be one of utter devastation. With a strike akin to cleaving through 100,000 mountains, Hu Liang's blade energy leapt like flames, descending upon Qin Guhong. Though the energy was met with layers of resistance, it showed no sign of weakening. Forced to retreat hastily, Qin Guhong barely evaded a fierce horizontal sweep from the mustachioed swordsman, which cleaved a rockery in two with a cut as smooth as a mirror. As Qin Guhong, draped in his cloak, landed gracefully, he chuckled softly, remarking on the sweeping might that could vanquish an army. Hu Liang replied with a smile, "You have suffered grave injuries. Even if you once approached the threshold of the returning to truth realm, you have now fallen back to the depths of the innate realm. To slay me, I fear it may not be so simple." Qin Guhong gently stroked the jade ring on his right thumb and smiled. It is mutual. Though my cultivation may be modest, my discerning eyes are sharp. I can see that you, brother Hu, bear wounds of your own, and they are not trivial. Your innate realm is precariously balanced. Had you been at your peak, fortified by that grand master blade of yours, I would stand no chance against you. Merely daring to revere you as a bodhisattva. There exists a benefactor, whose experiences over the years remain unknown to me. However, the individual before me is no longer the same person who once decisively defeated a master of the Zhengyi sect with a single sword strike. Even though I have descended to the depths of the innate realm, I still reside within it, while he has unfortunately fallen to the realm of Dan. Qin Guhong chuckled heartily, stating that as long as one among you still stands at the pinnacle of the innate realm, I would never dare entertain such rebellious thoughts. But does brother Hu possess such prowess? Does the benefactor? Without the innate realm, one is ultimately akin to an ant. Hu Liang smiled, remarking that such a statement might deceive those who have never ventured into the innate realm. Yet I have witnessed the grandeur of both the innate and the returning essence realms. In terms of comprehension of the innate realm, my understanding surpasses yours by a considerable margin. Such talk of being merely an ant cannot intimidate me. Qin Guhong's smile grew increasingly gentle, devoid of the shadow of a demonic overlord, resembling instead a learned scholar imbued with benevolence and morality. With hands folded over his abdomen, he spoke in a calm and deliberate tone. "Brother Hu, are you jesting with me? The chasm separating the Xian Yuan realm from the innate realm is so profound that even a swordsman wielding a flying sword or a pure martial artist would find it insurmountable. This is wisdom gleaned from the sacrifices of countless predecessors. Do you truly believe that you or the benefactor can surpass those who came before?" Hu Liang responded with a hearty laugh. "Why cannot we?" Qin Guhong paused, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous jest, then extended his thumb in approval, exclaiming, "Such ambition! I am humbled." Hu Liang, unfazed by this, inquired, "Qin Guhong, what benefits has the Qingyuan guard promised you that you would suddenly decide to betray us?" At this juncture, Qin Guhong no longer felt the need for pretense and replied candidly, "Titles and promises of wealth and glory, these are the essentials. Yet, how many in this world do not crave such things? There are no truly unwavering individuals, merely those whose price has not yet been met. In truth, I too aspire to be a person of loyalty and righteousness, but unfortunately, the Qingyuan guard has offered a generous price. Thus, I must impose upon you and the benefactor." Hu Liang remarked, "In matters of life and death, it is difficult for even familiar acquaintances to trust one another for collaboration in such a short time. Among the Qingyuan guard's envoys is a master from the Hunyuan sect, which leads me to speculate that you must have originated from one of the 10 evil sects." Qin Guhong clapped his hands and laughed. "Brother Hu, what keen insights you possess. To deduce my origins from such scant evidence is impressive. At this point, there is no need for me to conceal anything. I hail from the True Transmission sect, and I have an old acquaintance in Bai Chochio from the Hunyuan sect, who has facilitated today's affair." Hu Liang nodded. "I understand. It seems the rumors of the 10 evil sects making their grand entrance into the capital are not unfounded." Qin Guhong chuckled. "To be honest, Brother Hu, I have only recently learned of this. It appears I have grown somewhat isolated during my prolonged stay in this corner of the world. After laying bare all his machinations." A sinister expression finally appeared on Qin Guhong's face as he continued, "I am well aware that both you, my benefactor, and brother who come from illustrious backgrounds. Yet, what of it? The rivers and lakes are fraught with treachery and peril, and should one drown within them, one can hardly blame others. If today, you and brother who were to meet your demise in Nanshan, rest assured that someone would inevitably come to tidy up the aftermath. I would personally see to it that you both received splendid caskets of fine golden silk nanmu, granting you a dignified burial in this serene landscape, thus fulfilling our bond of gratitude. However, I must caution you, the preservation of your heads may be a different matter entirely, as the Qingyuan Guard will require them for their return to the imperial capital to report to their superiors. Observing Hu Liang's almost unchanged demeanor, the smile on Chen Guhong's face gradually faded, and he spoke with deliberate clarity. To speak candidly, even if matters were to spiral beyond retrieval, I would harbor no fear. At worst, I could abandon this garden and venture to the capital, where there too exists a place for one of my lineage and tradition. In today's world, sects are numerous and diverse, broadly classified into three categories: men, sects, and schools. The term men encompasses entities such as the Taoist and Buddhist sects, which are not confined to a specific locale but span the entire realm. Notable examples like Zhangyi sect and Miaozhen sect fall under the Taoist umbrella, while Jingchan sect and Sihong sect belong to the Buddhist domain. Beneath these men exist the sects, recognized by the public as the 12 righteous sects and the 10 evil sects. Although they lack the global reach of the aforementioned sects, they stand as significant branches in their own right, wielding considerable influence. Under the umbrella of the sects lie the schools, which signify various factions. These factions often operate independently but remain subject to the authority of their respective sect leaders. Among the multitude of factions, the disputes between the Zhang, Yin, and Qi factions within the Zhengyi sect are particularly renowned. Zhangwan Mountain, allied with Li Xuandu, represents the Zhang faction, while the current leader, Yin Feiqing, heads the Yin faction. Thus, although Qin Guhong is not the ultimate authority of the true transmission sect, he nonetheless possesses a lineage of his own, and the Qingyuan Guard can leverage this to persuade him to cooperate. It is precisely for this reason that he might even relinquish the Nanshan estate he has cultivated for many years in Jihofu to venture to the capital, where, with the support of the Qingyuan Guard, he could vie for supremacy against the true transmission sect. For Qin Guhong, the fleeting gratitude of saving a life and the mere garden pale in comparison to the legacy of his lineage. Years ago, when besieged by the masters of the Zhengyi sect, he suffered severe injuries. Although he has managed to make a resurgence, he is acutely aware of the hardships he has endured. Decades of diligent cultivation, coupled with a significant fortuity, have only just allowed him to reach the threshold of the return to truth realm. He had thought that even if he could not dominate the world, he would at least be able to navigate it, thus abandoning the cautious demeanor he had upheld for half a lifetime, which ultimately led to his exposure and nearly cost him his life at the hands of the Zhengyi sect. Ambitiously proud, Qin Guhong originally aspired to return to the true transmission sect, leveraging his cultivation in the realm of returning to truth to revive his own lineage and perhaps even ascend to the position of sect leader. Ultimately seeking the legendary celestial realm, he envisioned a path that would lead him directly to the exalted status of the sovereign lord. However, now, having fallen from the innate realm and facing the grim prospect of never again breaking through to the realm of returning to truth, he found himself disheartened. He resolved to settle in the Jiuho prefecture, establishing his foundation with the Nanshan Garden, abandoning thoughts of the true transmission sect to avoid further humiliation. Yet, circumstances have changed. The offer from the Qingyuan Guard is simply too enticing for Qin Guhong to decline. With the backing of the Saintis and the support of 5 other sects, even as merely an innate cultivator, he possesses sufficient confidence to contend for the rightful lineage of the true transmission sect. After all, the true transmission sect is not akin to the formidable No-Way sect or the female sect, which rank among the top sections. Among the 10 evil sects, it occupies the lowest tier. The promise of the Saintis is more than enough. Reflecting on this, Qin Guhong cannot help but feel a tinge of melancholy. As the saying goes, those who dwell in high temples worry for their people. Those who roam the rivers and lakes worry for their rulers. In truth, the affairs of temple and lake are one and the same. The selection of the next sect leader is as significant as appointing an heir apparent in a dynasty. One might even argue that while a court may refrain from naming a crown prince, thereby adhering to established laws and principles, it is less likely to lead to immediate downfall. In contrast, the martial world is rife with peril, should an incompetent leader emerge, or worse. If there is no leader at all, the potential for division and collapse becomes imminent. In this regard, sects and courts are quite similar. generally adhering to two standards: the establishment of lineage or the selection of the virtuous. For sects, lineage is the norm, as the choice of disciples by sect leaders does not resemble a monarch begetting heirs, where fortune dictates the outcome. A rigorous process of evaluation precedes the selection of the chief disciple, making lineage a more reliable choice. Yet, the position of chief disciple is not necessarily easier to secure than that of a crown prince. After all, the selection of the virtuous remains paramount. If one's cultivation is insufficient, commanding respect becomes a challenge. Even with the support of the previous sect leader, precariously occupying the leader's position may not guarantee stability. A review of the major sects reveals that few can maintain their leadership without turbulence. Most are embroiled in strife that rivals the courtly conflicts of succession. Take the Jingyi sect, for instance. It was widely believed that the leadership would be secured by Zhang Wanshan, yet unexpectedly, Yan Feiqing emerged as a formidable contender. This reflection inevitably stirs resentment within Qin Guohong. Was he not once in a similar predicament? His failure to secure the leadership against a fellow disciple led him to depart from the true transmission sect, wandering through the world. Therefore, he must seize this opportunity. Should he allow it to slip away, he cannot blame fate for the lack of sustenance but only his own inadequacy. The practitioners of the 10 evil sects have long been characterized by their lack of loyalty and righteousness, prioritizing self-interest above all. It is no wonder they bear the epithet of evil. While there are indeed hypocrites among the righteous, those labeled as demons in the evil sects are not necessarily devoid of character. As the old adage goes, there are only misnamed individuals, not misnamed nicknames. The term evil ascribed to the 10 evil sects has endured for many years and is not without foundation. Had Li Xuandu known that Qin Guhong was affiliated with the 10 evil sects, he would have refrained from offering assistance. The notion that righteousness and evil cannot coexist is not merely a grandiloquent statement. It is a profound truth forged in the crucible of bloodshed. This situation is fraught with intricate grievances and entanglements, far too complex to be elucidated in mere words or resolved by any singular individual. Hu Liang remarked softly today. Old Li's betrayal can be summarized in one phrase: a failure to recognize the true nature of a person and a lack of prudence in friendship. The cause of yesterday leads to the consequences of today. One reaps what one sows. He saved your life back then, and now I shall take it in return. Thus, the slate shall be wiped clean and the karmic cycle concluded. Yet, I wonder how you wish to meet your end? Upon hearing this, Qin Guhong erupted into a thunderous laugh, as if a storm had suddenly descended. In the next moment, he extended his arm, which elongated with astonishing speed, delivering a thunderous strike to Hu Liang's chest. Compared to the 1,000-handed bone technique of the left-hand sorcerer, Qin Guhong executed his moves with remarkable ease and precision. However, Hu Liang was not merely the current Li Xuandu of the elixir-bearing realm. At the crucial moment, he drew his sword in front of him, successfully blocking the blow. With a smirk, he said, "Old brother Qin, that strike lacked a certain vigor." Qin Guhong said nothing, merely offering a cold chuckle as he watched his fingernails grow uncontrollably, reaching an impressive length of 1 foot in mere moments. The nails glimmered with a cold sheen akin to gold and iron, resembling not part of a human body, but rather a weapon. With fingers aligned, he swung his 5 sharpened nails like a sword, crashing against the blade in Hu Liang's hand, sending sparks flying. Old brother Qin, still lacking in sharpness. How did Hu Liang manage to sever the arm of the Qingwan guard commander during the battle at the Qingtian gate? His sword's aura surged. Initially robust like an arm, now transforming into a dragon coiling menacingly, completely overshadowing the sword itself. With a sweeping motion, he shattered Qin Guhong's 5 nails into powder. Furthermore, the blade's energy rampaged like a tempest, leaving Qin Guhong, who had previously been in control, in a state of disarray, his cloak torn asunder by the fierce blade aura. Hu Liang laughed heartily, taking advantage of his momentum, his sword moving in perfect harmony with his intentions, his technique grand and unrestrained. His swordsmanship was defined by the principles of slaughter. In the arid expanse of the northwest, he had slain 18 bandits on the Gobi Desert. The demon of the Wudao sect had wreaked havoc, battling across hundreds of miles. On the battlefields of Qin province, amidst mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. The final clash in the imperial capital culminated in a severed arm within the Qingtian gate. Although he could not compare to Li Xuandu of yesteryear, he was now suffering from injuries, with 1 foot nearly crossing the threshold of the innate realm. Nevertheless, in his grasp remained the formidable Grandmaster, a force that Qin Guhong could not easily manipulate. At this juncture, Qin Guhong could neither afford nor dare to hold back. He prepared to activate the grand array of the Nanshan Garden with his footwork. However, Hu Liang was no novice, and would not allow him to act freely. Taking a step forward, he permitted Qin Guhong's palms to strike against him, an act that bore a tremendous cost. His face turned pale, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, yet he still managed to slice through Qin Guhong's protective aura, piercing his abdomen. With his other hand resting on the sword's hilt, he intensified the force and thrust forward, the blade instantly penetrating Qin Guhong's body. Outside the door, a fierce battle raged between two masters of the innate realm, while within, chaos reigned. Following the demise of the left-hand sorcerer, the swordsman who had been impaled and the bloodied martial artist succumbed to their grave injuries. Before Li Xuandu stood merely three masters of the Xian Yuan realm, facing him in a 1-against-3 scenario. Yet this time, unlike their previous encounter, there was no meticulous strategy akin to that employed by Yan Feiqing and others. Li Xuandu gripped the icy longsword, holding it across his body, though he stood alone with but a single sword. He commanded a presence that deterred the trio from making any rash movements. Gu Fengxian quietly inquired, "Madam Yang, do you think Mr. Qin will be all right?" Yang Lu remained focused solely on Li Xuandu and the sword he wielded, shaking her head and responding. "While it is true that our master has perhaps overestimated himself this time, had he activated the array at the onset, the circumstances would not have unfolded as they have. This is indeed Nanshan Garden, and our master is a genuine master of the innate realm, provided he successfully activates the formation. The downfall of that swordsman would merely be a matter of time." Gu Fengxian nodded in agreement, smiling. "That is reassuring." Bai Qiuqiu interjected solemnly. "We need not worry for Brother Qin. Let us first eliminate this menace before considering anything else." Before the last word left her lips, and before Yang Lu could express a word of agreement, Gu Fengxian had already struck. Though not a purely martial practitioner, he possessed considerable martial prowess. Now, employing the 23 variations of the Qingluan Guard's palm technique, he moved erratically, his form shifting unpredictably. His strikes were feints, deceptive and elusive. Even Yang Lu and Bai Qiuqiu could scarcely discern his movements as he darted diagonally, hands raised to strike at Li Xuandu, one after the other. This unexpected and swift maneuver caught Li Xuandu off guard. He could only rely on the Tai Wuyan Luo, channeling his energy to withstand the blow. Yet, Gu Fengxian's strike was no less formidable than Qian Xing's, and the palm that had shattered the Tai Wuyan Luo with ease could not be disregarded. Seizing the advantage, Gu Fengxian pressed on with greater force, intent on shattering Li Xuandu's chest and claiming his life on the spot. However, Gu Fengxian, being inherently suspicious, hesitated at the moment his palm was about to make contact with Li Xuandu's chest. Noticing that Li Xuandu displayed no sign of panic, he instinctively became alert. Retracting his hand and gracefully retreating, Li Xuandu, no longer attempting to reassemble the disbanded Tai Wuyanlu, remarked nonchalantly, "You are indeed cautious." Gu Fengxian replied matter-of-factly, "From the exchange we just had, it is evident that you are well-versed in various schools of thought, having delved into both the Qingwei sect and the Vajra sect. Caution is always prudent, lest one encounters misfortune in the depths of obscurity." Li Xuandu countered, "While caution may prevent great errors, it seldom leads to grand accomplishments." Gu Fengxian observed softly, "I find myself increasingly unable to fathom you. You possess the sword techniques of the Qingwei sect, the Tai Wuyanlu of the Miaozhen sect, and the great Vajra fist of the Vajra sect. Regardless of your origins, your lineage must be remarkable. Even my position within the Qingluan Guard pales in comparison. Yet, I cannot comprehend why you do not delay your departure from the sect until you step into the Xianyuan realm. If you currently possess the cultivation of the Xianyuan realm, then the three of us would surely stand no chance against you." Li Xuandu offered no response. The earlier strike had not harmed him. Yet Gu Fengxian had gauged his depth. Regardless of the might of his aura, he had not yet reopened his meridians. Thus his 5 energies remained unrefined, indicating he was not of the Xianyuan realm. Had he been, that strike would have shattered the Tai Wuyanlu effortlessly. Gu Fengxian's blow bore more of an exploratory nature than a lethal intent. With this information revealed, all three visibly relaxed. The difference between the Xianyuan and the Baodin realms was indeed vast. A Baodin realm cultivator could potentially slay a Xianyuan realm master. Yet a Xianyuan realm expert could engage effectively against those of the innate realm. The disparity was significant. With 3 Xianyuan realm cultivators facing 1 Baodin realm, victory seemed assured. Yet, contrary to their expectations, Li Xuandu did not remain passive. Instead, he took the initiative, unleashing a sword strike that manifested 3 lotus blossoms of energy directed at the trio. Among them, Yang Lu, the least experienced, felt a pang of anxiety. She had barely reached the Xianyuan realm due to Qin Guhong's pills and lacked combat experience. Not only could she not be compared to a pure martial artist like Qian Xing, but she was also far less capable than Bai Qiuqiu, who was not particularly adept at confrontations. Fortunately, Bai Qiuqiu stepped forward, shielding her while crafting a talisman with her fingers to dispel the 3 lotus blossoms of energy. Simultaneously, Gu Fengxian, with agile steps, advanced and struck out with a series of rapid palm attacks. Once more, Li Xuandu faced Gu Fengxian's 23 transformations. Rather than evade the onslaught, he met the unpredictable palms with his 3-foot azure blade. The speed of the palms was eclipsed by the swiftness of the sword, as both transformed in unison. Li Xuandu's footwork was that of the Zihong sect's lotus steps, his agility borrowed from the Zhuan sect's Su in Li Shuang, and his swordplay embodied the essence of the Qingwei sect's sword that transforms into the 3 purities, with a single sword transforming into 3. It appeared as though 3 individuals wielded blades simultaneously, surpassing even a pair of hands with an additional sword. Moreover, the aura emanating from the swords was formidable. Should one attempt to confront these blades with bare hands, it could very well result in the severing of several fingers. Gu Fengxian dared not confront this force directly, retreating step by step. Fortunately, after a brief moment of distraction, Yang Lu swiftly brandished a soft whip from her sleeve, snapping it towards Li Xuandu's right eye with a sharp crack. After forcing Gu Fengxian back, Li Xuandu faced this whip. With a flourish of his long sword, he unleashed a gust of sword energy that scattered wildly, reducing the whip to shreds before it could even reach him. In his prime, Li Xuandu had earned the title of Sword Immortal through his mastery at the Returning to True realm. His swordsmanship was undoubtedly exceptional. At this moment, he seamlessly melded the techniques of the Clear Micro sect's 1 sword transforms into 3 clear, the Miaojin sect's Tai Yi returns to conceal, the Compassionate Navigation sect's 4 white lotus swords, the Zhengyi sect's true martial pure yang sword, the Donghua sect's 7 green lotus swords, the Xinshao sect's Tai splitting light sword, and even the Wudao sect's yin yang reversal sword. Such an amalgamation of swordsmanship was not something a mere trio of Yuan Xian practitioners could hope to contend with. In an instant, the brilliance of his sword illuminated the surroundings, as Li Xuandu single-handedly subdued all 3 adversaries. This was not to imply that the 3 combined were inferior to Qian Xing alone. Rather, it illustrated the principle that 1 monk has water to drink. 2 monks share the burden of fetching water, while 3 monks find themselves without any. At this juncture, the trio, feeling assured of victory, yet wary of a desperate counterattack from Li Xuandu, prioritized self-preservation, refraining from expending their full strength. Naturally, they could not compare to Qian Xing, who fought with utmost desperation when cornered. Qian Xing had the audacity to risk a hand to counter Li Xuandu's sword manipulation, could they? If Gu Fengxian were willing to sacrifice half of his hand, he could dismantle Li Xuandu's intricate sword net. But would he dare? This hesitation afforded Li Xuandu an opportunity. With a sweeping motion of his sword, he forced Gu Fengxian and Bai Qiuqiu back, then advanced towards the weakest among them, Yang Lu, aiming his sword directly at her. Witnessing this, Gu Fengxian's expression shifted dramatically as he struck forcefully towards Li Xuandu's back, resolutely determined to effect a diversion. Bai Qiuqiu, with a fierce glint in her eyes, waved her sleeve, releasing a yellow talisman that soared into the air. This was the Hunyuan sect's chaotic spirit talisman, capable of sealing a person's 6 senses and 5 perceptions for approximately the duration of an incense stick. In such a perilous moment, should Li Xuandu fall prey to this talisman, it would spell his doom. Almost simultaneously, Li Xuandu unleashed his flying sword technique, propelling his long sword to repel Yang Lu. Then pivoting to sweep his sleeve, a vibrant green light darting forth from his cuff in an instant. This flash of emerald was elusive. Gu Fengxian, who had been maneuvering with ease, now appeared somewhat flustered. Despite having anticipated the attack, the sharp green light still sliced through his azure robe, leaving a faint trace of blood. In that fleeting moment, he had brushed perilously close to death's threshold, merely refraining from crossing the threshold. The green light danced erratically before spiraling back towards Bai Qiuqiu. Fortunately, she had prepared for this eventuality and narrowly evaded the onslaught at the crucial moment. Finally, the true form of the green light was revealed. A small, handleless sword, entirely emerald in hue, hovered in the air. Gu Fengxian's face paled in astonishment as he exclaimed, "It's actually a flying sword." His knowledge was evident. Li Xuandu, with a lack of genuine intent, offered a perfunctory compliment. He then formed a sword gesture with the index and middle fingers of his right hand, pointing forth, and a small azure sword shot forth with remarkable speed. Gu Fengxian was once again pierced in the calf by the flying sword, blood flowing profusely. Fortunately, it did not injure the bone, resulting only in a flesh wound, which was not life-threatening. Yet, the heart and mind of this commander of the Qingyuan Guard were profoundly shaken. He had long heard of the esteemed reputation of flying swords, often lamenting their scarcity. However, upon witnessing one today, he understood the adage, one gets what one pays for, and indeed, there was no exaggeration. After successfully striking, Li Xuandu summoned back the 3-foot-long sword, relentlessly pressing forward with the flying sword against the 3 adversaries. Seeing this scenario, Gu Fengxian bellowed, "Master Bai, if not now, then when?" Bai Qiuqiu exhibited a moment of hesitation upon hearing his words, yet gritted his teeth and cast forth a golden long cord from his sleeve, which was over a foot in length. It unfurled in the wind, resembling a golden dragon, immediately ensnaring the fluttering flying swords, causing them to tremble incessantly, yet unable to break free. The flying sword, though exceptionally wondrous, was not invincible. There existed treasures specifically designed to counteract flying swords, and this long cord was one such item. It could entwine the sword's body, severing the connection between the sword and its wielder's mind, while simultaneously obstructing the flow of its energy. Given the saying that flying swords resemble dragons, this long cord was aptly named the binding dragon cord. Besides restraining flying swords, it could also bind individuals. However, the spiritual energy of a single binding dragon cord could only be utilized thrice. Whether binding a sword or a person, it would deplete spiritual energy, and the creation of such a cord was a time-consuming and costly endeavor, making it worth its weight in gold. The binding dragon cord in Bai Qiuqiu's possession had but one use remaining, causing him considerable distress. Nevertheless, at this juncture, it was imperative to employ it, better than confronting the flying sword with mere flesh. Seizing the opportunity while the flying sword was subdued, Gu Fengxian closed in, abandoning his previous 23 transformations, opting instead for the great azure dragon hand. His fingers curled like claws, azure energy swirling forth, howling like the wind, rivaling the ferocity of a sharp sword's chi. Once in proximity, Gu Fengxian alternated between pointing and grasping, transforming his techniques in mere moments. He had already unleashed over 10 distinct moves. Yet, Li Xuandu was not merely a swordsman reliant on his flying sword. Even the formidable Qin Sheng, renowned for his iron arms and bronze shoulders, had fallen before Li Xuandu's might, demonstrating the latter's prowess. As the two engaged in close combat, Li Xuandu naturally would not hold back. While employing the great azure dragon hand, he simultaneously executed the great white tiger hand, the great vermilion bird hand, and the great black tortoise hand, merging all four into a complete manifestation of the Qingyuan Guard's 4 symbols technique. A combination perhaps even Gu Fengxian had yet to master fully. However, after exchanging over 20 moves, Gu Fengxian found himself at a disadvantage. At that moment, Yang Lu finally extricated himself and launched a lethal strike. Moreover, her timing was extraordinarily astute. It coincided precisely with the moment when Gu Fengxian and Li Xuandu clashed. Their figures swaying slightly, their very essence momentarily disrupted. It was then that she, like a shadowy specter, materialized before Li Xuandu and pointed a finger towards his heart center. With no other recourse, Li Xuandu activated the Tai 5 smoke net, an ethereal aura of 5 colors swirling around him, both tangible and elusive, reminiscent of the vibrant dawn mist. This was a secret technique of the Miaojin sect, rivaling the 4 symbols lotus technique of the Hang sect, emphasizing the ascendance of yang and the descent of yin, employing softness to conquer hardness. Should the force be inadequate, the energy insufficient, an attack would be akin to striking into cotton, ineffectual and ensnared in a quagmire. Yang Lu's finger met the Tai 5 smoke net, causing a momentary stagnation. Yet, this was merely fleeting. After all, she too was a master of the Xin Yuan realm. No matter how profound the Tai 5 smoke net was, it could not ultimately prevail against brute force. After a brief resistance, the net was completely shattered by her strike, continuing its assault towards Li Xuandu's heart. Seizing this brief respite, Li Xuandu executed a backward maneuver, narrowly evading her strike, while simultaneously slamming his palm onto the ground, propelling himself backward. Yang Lu's missed attack prompted her to advance, her foot crashing heavily onto the ground, just a hair's breadth away from Li Xuandu. The sound of her embroidered shoe striking the earth resonated loudly. A flicker of malice crossed Yang Lu's visage. Despite his abilities, he was still merely a dan-holding practitioner. At this juncture, he deserved to perish. Thus, she pursued him relentlessly, intent on delivering a fatal blow before he could rise. Li Xuandu had no choice but to unleash the paired leg techniques, forcing her to block with her arms. With a swift recoil, he finally regained his footing. Yang Lu remained undeterred, her foot propelled forward, fingers curled, aiming to crush Li Xuandu's skull. However, mere steps away from him, she abruptly halted, clutching her throat, blood gushing forth. A small, purple-hued dagger hovered ominously behind her, its dimensions akin to the Qing Jiao, save for its distinct color and the character's purple phoenix etched upon its blade. These two flying swords, modeled after the Zi and Qing'an swords of the Xingyi sect, were similarly a male and female pair, with the Qing Jiao representing the male and the purple phoenix the female. These were gifts bestowed upon Li Xuandu by his esteemed mentor upon his departure from his sect, intended as life-preserving artifacts. However, since entering the Return to Truth realm, he had seldom relied on these small trinkets, never anticipating that he would once again depend on these old companions. The Qing Jiao was ensnared by the binding dragon rope. Just moments prior, Li Xuandu had summoned the purple phoenix, positioning it in Yang Lu's path. Utilizing her own momentum, he pierced her throat. Yang Lu clutched her throat, blood gushing like a spring, emitting an unintelligible, hoarse sound. The residual sword chi of the purple phoenix severed her last thread of vitality. The male and female swords, masculine representing the sun and feminine embodying the moon, demonstrated the elusive and lethal nature of Yin, capable of taking life without a trace. From Bai Qiuqiu using the dragon binding rope to ensnare Li Xuandu's flying sword, Qingjiao, to the close-quarters duel between Li Xuandu and Gu Fengxian, followed by Yang Lu seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, only to be unexpectedly slain by Li Xuandu's flying sword. Zi Wang, this entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving one utterly astounded. The Zi Wang represented Li Xuandu's ultimate trump card. He had refrained from employing it even when confronting Qian Xing, only resorting to it now against three masters of the Xin Yuan realm. The act of drawing the sword equates to the act of taking a life. The distinction between directly controlling a flying sword through sword manipulation techniques and employing detached sword techniques through one's qi is a matter of profound difference. The latter is already considered a rare and esoteric method in the martial world, yet pales in comparison to the former, which, even among innate practitioners, remains an extraordinary celestial art, rarely encountered and mastered by but a handful. Indeed, many obscure and uninformed recluses in the wilderness believe that only true masters who have transcended into the realm of divine transformation can govern flying swords to sever heads. However, this is a misconception. The ease or difficulty of controlling a flying sword is intricately linked to the sword's quality. The better the sword, the lesser the requirement for the wielder's cultivation. Conversely, a sword of inferior quality demands a far greater mastery from its controller. A high-quality flying sword possesses vibrant spirit and smooth energy flow, akin to teaching a child, where understanding comes with but a gentle nudge. A low-quality sword, however, is dull in spirit and sluggish in energy circulation, reminiscent of carving through rotting wood, necessitating a far greater expenditure of effort. Although Li Xuandu's two flying swords may not be considered celestial treasures among their kind, they certainly rank among the finest, thus allowing him, with mere dance stage cultivation, to wield them with ease. The pinnacle of flying swords, however, can be mastered without any cultivation, once refined with one's essence blood. They can be easily commanded, hence the adage of a child's flying sword cleaving through peach blossoms. Li Xuandu extended his hands, his sleeves fluttering dramatically, each cuff emanating waves of azure and violet light, exceedingly mysterious. Witnessing this spectacle, Gu Fengxian and Bai Qiuqiu wore expressions of grave concern, tinged with a hint of gloom. Particularly, Bai Qiuqiu felt turmoil within, fixating intently on this enigmatic young man. The young man's wealth of resources was enough to render even the most esteemed innate practitioners envious. Especially considering those two flying swords, merely possessing one would be regarded as an immense fortune, yet this individual bore two. When did the martial world come to host such a youthful prodigy? Mastering the martial arts and techniques of various sects while possessing two extraordinarily rare flying swords, could he be the scion of a meticulously cultivated sect or perhaps a disciple of some reclusive master? It is no wonder he dared to confront the Qingwan guard alone, aside from anything else. Merely these two exceptional swords could allow him to dominate a province's martial realm, as long as he did not provoke the formidable sects that held sway over their territories. As for the Qingwan guard, while they are dispersed across the land, their elite experts are primarily concentrated in the imperial capital. Should there be a decree, personnel would be dispatched from the governor's office in the capital. In other words, if one were to regard the Qingwan guard as a sect, its foundation lies in the imperial capital and its direct jurisdiction rather than in the Lu province, where the tranquil mountain stands. Thus, the elderly chose to collaborate with Chun Guhong, drawn together by mutual benefit. with the formidable innate master Chen Guhong overseeing their actions and the advantageous terrain of Nanshan, even if their adversary had an innate master by their side. The early strike would offer a significant opportunity to capture these imperial criminals, resulting in a considerable achievement. Their ambush was undoubtedly aimed at success. As he departed from the imperial capital, despite his experience and composure, he could not suppress a flicker of excitement deep within. The case involving the murder of the Qingyuan guard and the abduction of imperial criminals, a matter intricately linked to the Empress Dowager's reputation, if resolved, would surely elevate his status. However, he had already overestimated this young man, who proved to be unexpectedly formidable. This evidently well-bred youth was far from a naive newcomer to the martial world. He not only understood its depths, but also navigated them with remarkable ease. The ploy involving the celestial exile in the wine was swiftly uncovered, and in a 3-on-1 scenario, he managed to retaliate and eliminate one of his assailants, which was truly unforeseen. Now, both parties found themselves inextricably entangled. Even if they wished to withdraw, it was no longer feasible, leaving only a path of relentless conflict ahead. After exchanging a glance, Gu Fengxian steadied his breath, his skin taking on a luminous, jade-like quality, particularly his hands, which resembled exquisite white jade. He was a genuine Xuanyuan-level martial artist. Unlike Qianxing, whose strength stemmed from rigorous training, Gu Fengxian's energy was more aligned with the wood element. His physique, while not particularly robust, was characterized by agile and versatile techniques. In terms of combat prowess, he could not match Qianxing, yet in the realm of future prospects, Qianxing's path had been fraught with challenges, lacking a distinguished mentor, forcing him to tread a narrow path focused solely on physical cultivation. Though he had achieved some success in the initial stages, without unforeseen circumstances, he would likely never attain the divine levels of mastery. In contrast, Gu Fengxian had the privilege of being guided by a right commander, giving him a promising chance to reach those higher realms, along with formidable self-defense techniques, such as the first transformation of the Qingyuan guard's ultimate art, the Qingyuan 9 changes, specifically the Kanjing transformation. A faint azure aura emanated from his back, coalescing into what appeared to be wings, his hands resembling talons, with deep azure energy enveloping his fingers, sharp as blades. Gu Fengxian moved like a specter, swiftly closing the distance to Li Xuandu, his hand striking out as if a furious Qingyuan were attacking. Simultaneously, Bai Qiuqiu produced a small cloth bag from his waist, deftly unraveling it to release a few intricately carved figurines made of willow wood. As willow is associated with the yin element, these figures radiated a subtle aura of darkness, each inscribed with intricate talismans. Upon touching the ground, they instantly grew to human size and arranged themselves into formations, charging fiercely toward Li Xuandu. For an ordinary person, facing such an array, even if these wooden figures lacked agility, would undoubtedly induce chaos. However, Li Xuandu, with his extensive and diverse knowledge of martial arts and esoteric techniques, was well equipped to counter these peculiar wooden adversaries. These wooden figures may appear to be mere puppets, yet they can also be perceived as a form of talisman. As the saying goes, a flicker of spiritual light embodies the talisman itself. Humanity squanders ink and vermilion, only to realize that extinguishing the flicker of spiritual light at the center of the wooden figure equates to shattering this talisman. However, Li Xuandu did not directly employ the Zihuang to dispel these wooden figures' talismans. Instead, he guided the Zihuang with his thoughts to sever the binding ropes that ensnared the Qingjiao. Once the Zihuang cut through the binding ropes, the Qingji would be liberated from its constraints. It seemed that the Qingjiao sensed the arrival of its companion, its thrashing growing increasingly vigorous. Bai Qiuqiu felt an indescribable anguish. The potency of the two flying swords required no further elaboration, yet he found himself devoid of a second binding rope. According to his calculations, entangling this flying sword with the binding rope for a mere incense stick duration would have sufficed for their trio to vanquish it. Who could have anticipated that this individual possessed a second flying sword? He could only watch helplessly as the Zihuang transformed into a streak of violet light, striking the binding ropes, synchronizing with the convulsing Qingjiao, causing the invaluable binding ropes to fracture inch by inch. The Qingji was thus freed, unshackled at last, infused with spirit. The enraged Qingjiao trembled incessantly, thirsting for blood. With a mere thought from its master, Li Xuandu, the Qingjiao morphed into a striking azure rainbow of sword light, piercing towards Gu Fengxian, forcing the martial artist, who had transformed into a hawk, to retreat. Unlike the tempestuous Qingyuan, the Zihuan was elusive and capricious, akin to a koi gracefully navigating through the lotus leaves in a pond, weaving through the myriad wooden figures. Moments later, all the wooden figures ceased their movements. Each pierced through the center of their foreheads as the flicker of spiritual light vanished, causing the engravings upon them to dissipate at a visible pace, ultimately reducing them to mere lifeless wood, devoid of any supernatural essence. Gu Fengxuan's form flickered as he evaded the Qingjiao's flying sword. He narrowly escaped peril several times, sustaining multiple wounds that nearly exposed his bones, rendering him a pitiful sight. He cast a glance at Li Xuandu, who was intently wielding his sword not far away. Although they seemed to be mere steps apart, it was as though an insurmountable chasm lay between them, sowing seeds of retreat in his heart. Bai Qiuqiu, with one hand behind his back, manifested a series of intricate strokes in his palm, which spread in an eerie, specific manner, as if an invisible brush was inscribing symbols within his hand, appearing and vanishing. A scenario that had initially seemed a surefire trap had devolved into a scene of grievous casualties. The young man, merely at the dance stage, remained unscathed, undeniably serving as their greatest mockery. Yet he was not among those reckless youths who, upon tasting defeat, would resort to desperate measures at that moment. He ceased to ponder victory or defeat, focusing instead on how to preserve his own safety. For seasoned wanderers of the Jianghu, survival itself was the paramount principle. His reluctance to retreat immediately stemmed from the fact that the situation had not yet reached a point of irretrievability, after all. The crux of this encirclement did not lie with them, but rather with the two innate realm experts outside. As long as Qin Guhong could triumph over the swordsman named Hu Liang, then even should this individual possess two flying swords, his demise would be inevitable. Li Xuandu understood this principle equally well. With a flick of his sleeves, the flying sword Zihuang suddenly darted towards Gu Fengxian, while the sword Qingjiao, which had been pursuing Gu Fengxian, swiftly veered towards Bai Qiuqiu. He clearly did not wish to allow both men to remain in this place. Gu Fengxian clapped his palms together, employing a technique to slightly deflect the oncoming Zihuang, and simultaneously called out loudly, "This time, we have been presumptuous. We hope that you will spare us for the sake of the Qingyuan Guard. In return, we are willing to offer you a compensation of 10,000 taels of silver. Should you have any further requests, we are equally inclined to comply." Li Xuandu, a seasoned wanderer of the martial world, paid no heed to this appeal. Focusing solely on controlling his sword, Gu Fengxian, a decisive individual, had been observing Li Xuandu's expression. Noticing his indifference, he made a swift decision, sacrificing himself to allow Zihuang to pierce his lower abdomen. With a powerful flap of his azure wings, he broke through the wall and fled outside. The remarkable aspect of the eagle-like wings was their ability to grant temporary elevation, and Gu Fengxian, already adept in lightness techniques, swiftly vaulted over rooftops and vanished from sight. Li Xuandu furrowed his brow, refraining from pursuing him with his sword, instead channeling his thoughts to direct Zihuang towards Bai Qiuqiu once more. Bai Qiuqiu was not a martial artist. Given a moment, he could have escaped. Yet, under the relentless assault of Qingjiao, he found himself bereft of even a fraction of time. Originally, he and Gu Fengxian had joined forces, and even if they were unable to subdue Li Xuandu, they could at least ensure their own safety. Now, with Gu Fengxian fleeing, he was left alone, and his situation appeared dire. Bai Qiuqiu lifted his gaze towards the direction where Gu Fengxian had vanished, then lowered his head to glance at the incomplete talisman in his palm, managing a bitter smile. He was acutely aware that death was inevitable today. His emotions were a tumultuous blend of resentment, reluctance, and a certain realization that had accompanied him since his first steps into the martial world. Once one entered this realm, they bore the weight of life and death. No longer in control of their fate, those who traverse the rivers and lakes inevitably drown in the vast waters. The elder no longer clung to the completion of the talisman that would open the gates of yin and yang, but instead summoned all his energy, nearly burning with intensity. Striding forward as if to engage Li Xuandu in a life-or-death battle, even to the point of mutual destruction, given his cultivation nearing the innate realm. Achieving this was not merely a delusion. Li Xuandu retracted Qingjiao and Zihuang, allowing the two swords to orbit around him slowly, and spoke, "Are you truly seeking death?" Before his words faded, Li Xuandu extended two fingers to grasp Qingjiao and flicked it with his finger. A sound akin to a dragon's roar echoed as Qingjiao surged forth, piercing through the elder's heart. It embedded itself into the wall behind him. Upon successfully penetrating the heart, Qingjiao emitted a triumphant cry, akin to a parched traveler finally quenching his thirst with a refreshing drink, not only alleviating his thirst, but also tasting exceptionally sweet. Yet, the elder still clung to life, charging towards Li Xuandu with determined steps. Li Xuandu flicked his fingers again. Zihuang shot forth in the same manner, gently piercing the elder's brow. Countless sword energies erupted within the elder's skull. The old man abruptly halted, dark blood oozing slowly from his 7 orifices, while crimson streaks seeped from the pores of his entire visage. Li Xuandu did not deign to glance at the lifeless elder. With a flick of his sleeves, 2 flying swords returned like weary birds to their nests, vanishing into the folds of his garments, along with the peculiar purple and azure phenomenon. Li Xuandu shook his sleeves, exhaling a long sigh as the energies within him ebbed and flowed, gradually calming. This time, he had successfully vanquished 2 formidable masters of the Xianyuan realm, attributed to the element of surprise and the disparate intentions of the 3 adversaries. Had they not feared death and collaborated wholeheartedly, even with an additional flying sword, Li Xuandu would have been powerless to alter the outcome. Yet, in this world, how many ifs exist? Allies gather for profit and disperse likewise. The lack of unity among the trio was perhaps more fearsome than a single individual who fights to the death. On another front, Hu Liang thrust his blade into Qin Guhong's body and charged forward, slamming the elder, who sought to activate the Nanshan grand formation, against the wall behind. The tip of his knife not only pierced the old man's flesh, but also embedded itself a foot deep into the wall. This strike nearly pinned the master of Nanshan to the wall. However, for a transcendent master beyond the realm of mortals, such an injury was insufficient to be fatal, barely qualifying as grievous. Qin Guhong pushed forward with both palms, compelling Hu Liang to withdraw his blade. Sliding down from the rockery, Qin Guhong let out a cold snort, retrieving a scarlet pill from his sleeve and swallowing it. Instantly, a faint crimson hue enveloped his eyes, while the wound on his abdomen began to heal rapidly. Throughout the Jiuho prefecture, it was well known that the master of Nanshan was a cultured and courteous individual, treating others with humility and respect. Yet, few were aware that Qin Guhong had not always possessed such a temper. Were it otherwise, he would not have been relentlessly pursued by the Zhengyi sect, believing themselves to be the executors of heavenly justice. His current demeanor was cultivated through the use of various esoteric elixirs, requiring rare ingredients such as the blood of children and the essence of virgin maidens, even the purple river card of pregnant women. Without these precious concoctions, Qin Guhong would never have attained the esteemed reputation he held in Jiuho prefecture today. Moreover, these elixirs bore a backlash. Excessive consumption could lead to a complete reversal, inciting uncontrollable rage and bloodlust, even for a master of the innate realm. Now, having consumed a potent pill, while he was able to mend his injuries, the dosage exceeded his usual intake, turning his eyes a blood-red hue, nearly indistinguishable from the whites of his eyes. In the next instant, the ground behind Hu Liang erupted, as another Qin Guhong emerged from the earth, extending his right hand, his index finger elongating ominously towards Hu Liang's nape. Although Hu Liang did not turn around, it was as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head, swiftly dashing forward to narrowly evade the pointed attack. Meanwhile, the Qin Guhong facing Hu Liang was not idle. He struck with both palms, forcefully impacting Hu Liang's chest. Hu Liang was sent flying backward like a kite severed from its string, yet before hitting the ground, he managed to twist his body midair. Upon landing, the 3 no longer formed a straight line, but instead arranged themselves into a triangular formation. 2 figures of Qin Guhong stood before each other, resembling one another in appearance, both firmly rooted to the ground. Yet one bore the vivacity of a living being, while the other exhibited an expression as rigid as a lifeless doll. The animated Qin Guhong clasped his palms together, gazing at Hu Liang. Upon enduring the force of Hu Liang's palms, a sudden flush surged across Hu Liang's face, his skin ablaze with heat. Should this strike fall upon an ordinary practitioner of the Xianyuan realm, even a martial artist as formidable as Qin Xing would find his bones shattered, reduced to mere pulp. However, Hu Liang remained unscathed, for he was a pure martial artist. His prowess resided primarily in his physical form, allowing him to withstand Qin Guhong's blow with relative ease. Qin Guhong was well aware of this fact, and he did not intend to deliver a fatal strike with this blow alone. However, should Hu Liang merely remain passive, he could not be blamed for withholding his full strength. With a cold chuckle, Qin Guhong made no visible movement, yet the other, more rigid Qin Guhong instantly sank into the ground, only to erupt once more beneath Hu Liang's feet. Anticipating this, Hu Liang unhesitatingly brought his foot down with immense force, capable of shattering the stone slab beneath him. Yet this Qin Guhong appeared as a serpentine entity, pliant and without form, yielding to Hu Liang's stomp as if he were mere mud. Rather than being crushed back into the earth, he coiled around Hu Liang, intent on constricting him like a python ensnaring its prey. With his eyes ablaze and a sinister laugh escaping his lips, Qin Guhong taunted, "Brother Hu, this is the true essence of my sect's thousand-handed bodiless technique. By the way, I am yet to learn which sect you hail from. Are you of the pious Jingyi sect? Or perhaps the pretentious Jingshan sect? Or do you consider yourself of the illustrious Qingwei sect?" Despite being ensnared and immobilized, Hu Liang remained composed and replied, "In terms of lineage, I too belong to the 10 sects and should address you as senior brother Chun." Chun Guhong's eyes glowed even more fiercely, the backlash from the secret drug causing him to gradually lose his clarity of mind. His tone grew increasingly volatile. "Oh, you are also of the 10 sects? How come I have not heard of you? Are you a furnace for the Yin-Yang sect? Or perhaps a pawn of the forgetting emotion sect?" As his words fell, the constricting Qin Guhong tightened his grip like a serpent, his form elongating unnaturally, resembling an extended limb rather than a human figure. The stationary Chun Guhong finally advanced, revealing a third arm concealed beneath his flowing sleeves, akin to a serpent, reaching into the earth only to emerge beneath Hu Liang's feet, ensnaring him tightly. The previously rigid Qin Guhong was merely the manifestation of this third arm, showcasing the profound intricacies of the thousand-handed bodiless technique, a stark contrast to the inferior version employed by the earlier rogue practitioner. A grimace that could scarcely be deemed a smile twisted upon Chun Guhong's increasingly feral visage. "Now, it is time for you to perish." Unfazed, Hu Liang retorted with a hearty laugh. "That remains to be seen." As soon as his words fell, Chun Guhong's entangling grasp on Hu Liang's third arm was severed by Hu Liang's blade, the force of which continued unabated, now aimed directly at Chun Guhong. In that very instant, Qin Guhong let out a furious roar, striking the crown of his head with great force, causing the ground within a radius of 10 feet to fracture with countless fine cracks. A mist of blood enveloped the air as Chun Guhong resorted to self-harm, injuring his 12 primary meridians, and a torrent of crimson gushed forth, soaking his crane cloak and transforming him into a figure drenched in blood. Yet, at that moment, his aura surged dramatically, akin to a roaring inferno, swiftly ascending from the depths of the innate realm to the foothills and continuing its ascent toward the mid-mountain. The pursuit of enlightenment is likened to climbing a mountain. The higher one ascends, the more pronounced the journey becomes. Upon reaching the innate realm, one is classified into 4 stages represented by mountain climbing: the valley, the foothills, the mid-mountain, and the summit. Initially, both Hu Liang and Chun Guhong had glimpsed the threshold of the true return realm from the summit, but due to various circumstances, they had both plummeted to the valley. At present, Hu Liang wielded the power of a grandmaster, while Chun Guhong had failed to activate the mountain and water grand array. Thus, during their earlier confrontation, Hu Liang held the upper hand. However, Chun Guhong was now employing secret techniques to forcibly equalize the disadvantage and subsequently activate the mountain and water grand array to turn the tide in his favor. With a cold glint in his eyes, Qin Guhong sneered, "To practice this bloodthirsty technique is to condemn oneself to obscurity. Even among the 10 paths, one would be reviled. You have pushed me to this extent today. That is enough to be proud of." Throughout his life, Chun Guhong had risked his reputation and integrity to ascend to the elusive true return realm, having once caught a glimpse of its magnificent vistas, only to be cast back into the depths by the Zhengyi sect. How could he not harbor resentment? Yet, what recourse did he have? The Zhengyi sect stands as the foremost among the 12 orthodox sects. Even the Jingshan sect and Qingwei sect must yield to it. In the past, the 12 orthodox sects united to combat the 10 evil sects, establishing 2 banners. One for war, the Heaven's Mandate banner led by the Zhengyi sect, the other for peace, the Carefree banner of the Taiping sect. Now, with the Taiping sect closed off, few of its disciples roamed the world, leaving only the Heaven's Mandate banner to command the righteous forces of the realm. How could a mere practitioner of the innate realm like him dare to aspire for vengeance against such a formidable Zhengyi sect? Even if he were to become the head of the true transmission sect, he would likely not dare to challenge them. His desire for revenge and to become the leader of the true transmission sect could only be realized by allying with the Holy Maiden, leveraging her influence within the court to achieve his ambitions. To enter her service, however, he must present the heads of these 2 adversaries as a token of loyalty. Was he destined to hide in this South Mountain garden for the rest of his life? With arms outstretched toward the heavens, Chun Guhong unleashed a furious roar. The entire South Mountain garden trembled in response. The mountain and water grand array, constructed upon this very ground, began to slowly unfurl. From the 8 trigrams of the South Mountain garden Countless wisps of gray mist emerged, gradually enveloping the entire area, within which dark shadows flitted by. Qin Guhong chose Nanshan as his refuge due to its location, nestled between mountains and waters, allowing for the convergence of natural energies and the formation of a formidable array. This array, derived from the fundamental grand formation of the true transmission sect, the Mountain Water Spirit Transformation Array, was simplified and reinterpreted by Qin Guhong into the current Mountain Water Array of Nanshan. Not only does it provide protection for the estate and conceal his movements, but it also enhances the cultivation of the one who commands it, allowing them to ascend to greater heights. However, each activation of this grand formation draws upon the local mountain water spirit roots and influences the natural energies, creating a tremendous spectacle that cannot be initiated prematurely without alarming Hu Liang and Li Xuandu. It is only at this moment that the array is truly activated. With his crimson eyes fixed on Hu Liang, Qin Guhong coldly inquired, "Brother Hu, do you have any final wishes or words?" Hu Liang, firmly gripping the Grand Master, stood resolutely with feet slightly apart, embodying a mountain steadfastness. None remain. Qin Guhong's expression twisted into a more ferocious grimace as he inhaled deeply, akin to a dragon drawing water. The spiritual energy of the array surged forth from 8 directions, resembling 8 dragons emerging from the depths, converging upon Qin Guhong. The guests and servants within Nanshan simultaneously looked up, witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon. Some were bewildered, others fearful, while a few perceptive souls discerned that a significant event was unfolding. Perhaps a formidable enemy was approaching. In a moment of uncertainty, they were caught between hope and dread, unsure of their next steps. The 8 spirals traversed the sky like bridges or swimming dragons, ultimately flooding into Qin Guhong's being, reaching the pinnacle of his innate realm once more. Qin Guhong found himself at the threshold of the realm of return to simplicity, the essence of the mountain water spirit transformation. He forcefully stomped the ground, causing it to shatter beneath him, and propelled himself forward with the rebound, enveloped by swirling mists. The two collided with a thunderous crash. Hu Liang's Grand Master strike landing squarely on Qin Guhong's forehead, the blade penetrating flesh and bone, yet failing to cleave his head in two. Instead, Qin Guhong struck Hu Liang's chest, his feet never leaving the ground as he slid backward. Without granting Hu Liang a moment to recover, Qin Guhong pressed the attack, employing the true transmission sect's bone-breaking technique, executing a flurry of strikes, slashes, grips, blows, and jabs, all targeting Hu Liang's joints and tendons, forcing him to retreat continuously. The ground beneath them fractured, bricks shattered, leaving devastation in their wake. Amidst the swirling gray mist, Qin Guhong's visage was no longer merely fierce but grotesquely distorted. Resembling a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of the abyss, his blood-red eyes instilling terror in all who beheld him. In the heat of battle, Hu Liang, still wounded, found himself at a disadvantage. His face pale as blood trickled from the corners of his mouth due to the turmoil within his energy channels. From the depths of the rolling mist, Qin Guhong's sinister voice echoed, "To obliterate the 12 meridians in exchange for 2 heads and a Grand Master, this trade is most advantageous." Hu Liang held the Grand Master firmly, exhaling a long-suppressed breath from his chest and abdomen. At that moment, Li Xuandu appeared not far behind him, hands resting behind his back, his aura nearly imperceptible. Qin Guhong abruptly turned his gaze towards Li Xuandu, his blood-red eyes reflecting an almost inhuman intensity, while his throat emitted a series of eerie sounds reminiscent of a willow gasping for breath after being pierced by Li Xuandu's sword, sending chills down one's spine. Li Xuandu spoke calmly. "I have heard of the true transmission sect's human immortal refinement method. I have had the fortune to witness it firsthand. It is said to transform both form and essence, returning every inch of flesh, skin, and marrow to a primordial state. Ultimately, all meridians converge, rendering the body a seamless entity, devoid of bones and sinews, akin to a half-immortal physique, with every part of the body under perfect control. However, you have taken a divergent path, and this life holds no hope for the legendary human immortal body." With Li Xuandu's words piercing his innermost pain, Qin Guhong felt as though a wound had been reopened, his fury reaching its zenith. He unleashed a surge of energy, intent on erasing this former benefactor from existence. Li Xuandu leaped gracefully, utilizing the ascending ladder of the Miaojin sect to hover in midair, evading the oncoming force. While the very ground where he had stood erupted with flying debris, Qin Guhong shifted his focus back to Hu Liang. In his eyes, no matter how formidable this benefactor had been in the past, he was now merely a danding realm practitioner, hardly a concern. The true peril lay with the brother who Who wielded the Grand Master? Just as Qin Guohong prepared to eliminate Hu Liang, Li Xuandu waved his sleeves once more. Two radiant rainbows, one purple and one blue, burst forth from his cuffs. A sudden chill gripped Qin Guohong's heart. Due to the effects of the secret elixir, his consciousness had become clouded. Had he been in a clearer state of mind, he would not have been so sluggish, nor would he have remained indifferent to Li Xuandu's unexpected presence. Yet now, he instinctively sensed danger without pondering how Li Xuandu could overcome 3 foes single-handedly. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. For the first time feeling threatened, Qin Guohong bellowed as a mist enveloped him, boiling like water, with energy and blood surging within him. The blue dragon descended, striking precisely at the crown of Qin Guohong's head. The true transmission sex human immortal refinement method, when perfected, is said to be flawless. Yet, Qin Guohong was still far from perfection, with significant vulnerabilities throughout his body. His palm had just struck his own crown, causing a violent eruption of energy, marking it as a critical point in his technique. However, given its nature as a crucial point, Qin Guohong was not entirely unprepared. From the jade cauldron's orifice atop his head, a surge of blood energy wafted forth, rising like a curling incense. Just as the blue dragon was about to breach the skin of his scalp, it was halted by this blood energy, unable to descend any further. At that moment, the purple phoenix descended, its sword tip colliding with the tail of the blue dragon, propelling it further, piercing through the blood energy and embedding itself 3 inches into the crown. Qin Guohong's energy momentarily stagnated before violently rebounding, attempting to expel the blue dragon that had lodged itself within his crown. The blue dragon trembled incessantly, slowly being forced outward. With Li Xuandu's current cultivation, he could only endure for a maximum of 3 breaths. However, for Hu Liang, that was more than sufficient. The blade descended like a fleeting moment of brilliance. In Qin Guohong's vision, a point of light suddenly flared, akin to a solitary star in the summer night sky. This glimmer quickly expanded. It was no mere star, but evidently the tip of a Grandmaster's blade. Feeling the impending doom, Qin Guohong roared in fury, yet was ensnared by the constraints of his own life force, unable to evade the lethal strike. Even as the momentum of the blade momentarily faltered, it still pierced through Qin Guohong's chest without hindrance. With a flick of his wrist, Hu Liang obliterated the heart and lungs of the master of Nanchang Garden, irrevocably severing his last thread of life before withdrawing the blade, which erupted in a spray of vivid crimson. This once prominent figure, who was on the brink of attaining the realm of true return, met his demise in his own garden. Capsizing in the murky waters of his existence, eyes wide open in disbelief, Hu Liang spat out a mouthful of blood, casually plunging the Grandmaster's blade into the ground beside him. He settled into a cross-legged position to recuperate, while simultaneously unleashing a torrent of curses. I did not perish at the hands of the unorthodox sect, yet almost fell victim to this old scoundrel. He deserves to die with unquiet eyes. Li Xuandu retracted Qingjiao and Zihuang, casting a glance at Qin Guohong's lifeless body, remaining silent. Life had ceased, and with it, all grievances dissipated. Death rendered all enmities moot. Years ago, Li Xuandu had rescued Qin Guohong from the hands of Jingyi sect, granting him a second chance at life. Now, Qin Guohong's demise at the hands of Li Xuandu, through the piercing of his life force by a flying sword, was equally ordained by fate. The cycles of cause and effect in this world dictate that every act, no matter how minute, has its predetermined consequences. While there was disdain for Qin Guohong's malevolence and his treachery, the bitterness felt was not profoundly etched into memory. Over the past 15 years, he had witnessed too many such incidents, rendering him somewhat numb. In the realm of martial arts, to avoid being engulfed by the torrents of fate, to rise above, and to carve a name for oneself often necessitates actions that betray one's conscience. However, as one becomes ensnared in such compromises, the essence of conscience becomes obscured, leading to a self-serving existence that ultimately spirals into irredeemable despair. As the affluent often say, wealth in small measures comes from diligence, moderate wealth from strategy. But great wealth is rooted in virtue. Qin Guohong, having reached his current station, surely could not have done so without diligence and acumen in strategy. Yet, devoid of virtue, he was destined to falter, no matter the temporary success. Eventually, the reckoning would arrive. Qin Guohong was not oblivious to these truths. Yet when faced with immediate gain and the allure of rapid ascension, how many can resist temptation? Ultimately, it is indeed easier said than done. Li Xuandu then turned his gaze towards Hu Liang, inquiring, "Tian Yang, do you require my protection?" Hu Liang shook his head, my injuries are not severe. I still possess the strength to fight. The small fry in this Nanshan garden cannot pose a threat to me. You should hasten to check on the young girl. Do not let her encounter any mishaps." Li Xuandu nodded and swiftly made his way towards their dwelling. Despite various proclamations, neither he nor Hu Liang had the intent to take a life. Their actions against the formidable Qingyuan guards and the adept Qin Guhong of Nanshan were solely driven by the instinct for self-preservation. Should any harm befall the young girl? What purpose would his perilous journey to Luzhou serve? What significance would remain in proceeding to Longmen Mansion? Thus, it was imperative that the young girl remained unharmed. Upon Li Xuandu's return to the courtyard, he abruptly halted, his gaze fixating on an unexpected intruder, a flicker of murderous intent igniting within him. Emerging slowly from the young lady's chamber was a portly figure, his face perpetually adorned with a semblance of a smile, reminiscent of a merchant. Yet, in his right hand, he wielded the notorious Wenwan blade, while his left hand pressed firmly upon Zhou Shuning's shoulder, the blade poised dangerously close to her neck. This individual was none other than the deputy commander of the Qingyuan guards in Luzhou, previously known for establishing an inn at the border of Huainan and Fengyi. Accompanying Gu Fengxian and Bai Qiuqiu to this locale, he had intended to apprehend Zhou Dingchao's daughter, Zhou Shuning. After seizing the girl, he awaited instructions from his superiors. However, upon witnessing the grand formation of the villa unfold, he hesitated to act, fearing the consequences, and only dared to emerge once the spectacle dissipated, leading him to encounter Li Xuandu. This rotund figure, appearing more merchant than guard, was now sweating profusely, beads of perspiration trickling down his forehead. And even the blade in his hand trembled slightly. Although Li Xuandu did not recognize the man, he discerned the identity behind the Wenwan blade. Piecing together the scenario with relative clarity, he spoke plainly, "I do not wish to commit further acts of violence. Release her, and I shall spare your life." The portly man's perspiration intensified, his grip on the knife quaking uncontrollably. The blade, already perilously close to the young girl's throat, grazed her skin, leaving a faint crimson line. She bit her lip to stifle any sound of distress. Oblivious to the tension, the man remained on high alert, while Li Xuandu's intent to kill became unmistakably clear. With a trembling voice, the man pleaded, "Esteemed hero, I am merely executing the orders of my superiors, harboring no intentions of opposing you. I trust you will honor your word." Li Xuandu's gaze fell upon the pallid face of Zhou Shuning, his expression impassive, yet within him brewed a storm of anger and murderous intent. Orphaned from a young age and rescued from the clutches of death by his master, he had never known the bonds of familial affection, save for his master. In the years of solitude, he had forged a bond with the young girl, coming to regard her as a sister. With a firm and grave tone, he insisted, "Release her." Startled, the man dared not relinquish his hold on Zhou Shuning, inadvertently tightening his grip upon her shoulder. Though she had reached the realm of qi manipulation, she had bypassed the solid foundation, and the pain compelled her to emit a soft whimper. The man remained oblivious, his focus solely on Li Xuandu, stammering, "I implore you, noble hero, swear an oath, and I shall release her immediately." Li Xuandu replied softly, "You have run out of chances." In the next moment, a flash of azure light emanated from Li Xuandu's sleeve. The rotund man had no time to react. His eyes widened in terror as a deep crimson hole appeared in the center of his brow. With a clang, the Wenchuan blade slipped from his grasp, and he toppled backward, stirring up a cloud of dust. Zhou Shuning, still shaken, bit her lip tightly, her petite face pale, remaining oblivious until Li Xuandu approached her. He gently called out, "Shuning." She did not respond. Li Xuandu crouched down and softly patted the little girl's back, murmuring, "Do not be afraid, little sister, your brother is here." Only then did Zhou Shuning come to her senses, bursting into tears as she clung to Li Xuandu's neck. Her voice trembling, "Brother, I thought you had abandoned me." Li Xuandu lifted her into his arms, soothingly saying, "How could I ever abandon you? Someone invited me and your Uncle Hu for drinks, and seeing you still asleep, I chose not to wake you. I never anticipated that a rogue would frighten you. That was my fault." The young girl buried her head in Li Xuandu's embrace, softly sobbing. At such a tender age, she had faced great upheaval, losing her parents. Unbeknownst to her, she had come to regard Li Xuandu as her sole family in this world. Her tears and sorrow stemmed not from being seized by the stout man, but from the fear that Li Xuandu might no longer want her. Thus, when the blade was held to her throat, she remained silent, but upon seeing Li Xuandu, her tears flowed uncontrollably. The emotions within the martial world can be distilled into 4 categories: gratitude, enmity, affection, and rivalry. Those who are lightly grateful are often ungrateful, while the cold-hearted lack warmth. What kind of person is Li Xuandu? He neither offers fleeting kindness nor is he emotionally detached. Rather, he has traversed a series of bizarre experiences, appearing to outsiders as a tale of absurdity. In this narrative, he has known both triumph and disgrace. In the northern rivers of Jia Bay, he wandered alone with his sword, brimming with youthful vigor. In the smoke of the northwestern border, he journeyed with comrades filled with heroic spirit. In the tumultuous capital, amidst chaos, he encountered a lady, and they shared their innermost thoughts. Yet, alas, human efforts are sometimes futile, ultimately leading to a disheartening retreat. In the aftermath, he found himself repeatedly haunted by memories of yesteryears, waking in the dead of night, the 3-foot azure blade hanging by his bedside trembling, trapped in a cage of despair, with a heavy heart burdened by unexpressed emotions, burying all within. In Jiangbei, the heroes regarded him as a foe to be vanquished. Hu Liang viewed him as a life-and-death benefactor. Zhang Baiwei considered him a trusted confidant, while Zhang Baiwei saw him as her destined partner. His fellow disciples perceived him as an obstacle to be removed. 15 cycles of blooming and withering, 15 seasons of storms and spring, had rendered him largely indifferent. The sole anguish he could not dispel was the deaths of Zhang Baihui and Zhang Baiwei. Thus, he wished to avoid a similar fate for Zhou Shuning. When the little girl finally lifted her head, Li Xuandu extended his finger to wipe away her tears, softly saying, "Do not weep, Shuning. Do not cry, little sister." Li Xuandu cradled Zhou Shuning as they departed the courtyard. The young girl had ceased her tears, her eyes still tinged with red and accompanied by the remnants of sobs. Noticing her instinctively clenched fists, Li Xuandu gently pried them open and made a playful face, eliciting a smile from her. Upon returning to the main residence, once inhabited by Chan Guhong of Nanshan Garden, Hu Liang remained seated, cross-legged and motionless. He was practicing the Hunyuan Ichi heart method of the Butian sect, synchronizing it with the 3 scrolls of the Zhuo Wang Chan Gong that Li Xuandu had imparted to him. His breath fluctuated as he directed qi throughout the 36 major acupoints in his body, gradually healing his internal wounds. It was not that Li Xuandu was unwilling to teach Hu Liang the complete Zhuo Wang Chan Gong. Rather, as a profound technique of the Jingchan sect, even someone as gifted as Li Xuandu had only comprehended 6 scrolls. Given Hu Liang's innate talent, he could only grasp the first 3 scrolls, and further study would exceed his capabilities. With the girl now at ease, Li Xuandu set her down and approached Hu Liang from behind, pressing his palms against the area between his shoulder blades. By similarly practicing the Zhuo Wang Chan Gong, he assisted in stimulating acupoints, promoting the flow of qi. His palms emanated a gentle warmth, allowing strands of qi to permeate Hu Liang's body, akin to the qi that Hu Liang had once received from Li Xuandu. Given Li Xuandu's current stature, this qi was but a drop in the ocean for someone at the innate level. Moreover, since both had cultivated the Zhuo Wang Chan Gong, it was undoubtedly beneficial. The young girl stood nearby, attentively observing the rhythmic breaths of Li Xuandu and Hu Liang. As she watched, she began to discern certain phenomena. She noticed tiny white streams of qi emanating from the corners of Hu Liang's eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth, resembling diminutive white dragons. A warm, radiant light seemed to arise, enveloping the little girl in a gentle warmth, a marvel to behold. After sitting in silence for over half an hour, Li Xuandu finally opened his eyes, while Hu Liang remained in a meditative state. Noticing the questioning look on Zhou Shuning's face, Li Xuandu explained, "Hu Liang has sustained both new and old injuries. His condition is quite serious. Merely resting may not suffice. He requires additional time to recuperate." He continued, "Once you reach the divine realm, I can share with you the secrets of the Zhuo Wang Chan Gong. While it may not significantly enhance your cultivation, being a Buddhist practice, it will undoubtedly nurture your body and spirit. Despite its seeming lack of combative prowess, this technique of the Jingchan sect possesses profound benefits. If it serves as the foundation for other practices, what could originally be merely 8 floors can transform into 9, a truly remarkable metamorphosis." Zhou Shuning listened with a sense of vague understanding, feeling the weight of its significance, though the details eluded her grasp. Observing her response, Li Xuandu chuckled softly and, regardless of her willingness, recited a summary of the Zhuo Wang Chan Gong for her to memorize, encouraging her to repeatedly recite it until it became ingrained. This resembled the early education of children, where comprehension of the profound teachings of sages was secondary to the memorization of the classics, ensuring that with time and experience, understanding would naturally follow. After Hu Liang completed his meditation, the two of them deliberated briefly and decided not to rush away from Nanshan Garden. After all, Qin Guhong had managed this place for many years and must have accumulated considerable wealth. Now that Qin Guhong was deceased, these possessions had become unclaimed. Rather than allowing the numerous tenants of Nanshan Garden to plunder the place, it would be more prudent for them to take action themselves. As a fitting reward for their efforts, the three split into two groups. Hu Liang went alone, while Li Xuandu accompanied Zhou Shunning. They meandered through Nanshan Garden for nearly half an hour. In Qin Guhong's study, Li Xuandu discovered a furnace of elixirs, likely the blood coagulation pills of the true sect, each a vivid red like blood, with approximately 20 pieces. These pills were beneficial for various injuries, yet their side effects were equally severe. Excessive consumption could cloud one's mind. After some contemplation, Li Xuandu decided to place them within the flowing pearl on his wrist. Subsequently, he unearthed a gourd containing golden pills from a hidden compartment on the bookshelf, with about 7 or 8 remaining. These were essential remedies for cultivating physical strength, and also had commendable efficacy in treating external wounds. The young girl followed closely behind Li Xuandu. Although she did not voice her disapproval, she harbored reservations about such thieving behavior. However, Li Xuandu bore little burden about it. In fact, most of his knowledge had been acquired in a similar manner, first being pursued, then retaliating, often resulting in some form of gain. This was the fundamental reason for the relentless vendettas within the martial world for thousands of years, be it for a name or for profit. As for the principles of the martial world, they often amounted to mere facade. One should not be entirely credulous, yet neither should one dismiss them entirely. On Hu Liang's side, his findings were also quite satisfactory. He discovered a secret chamber and, after breaking the chamber's restrictions with a single stroke, found it filled with swords, armor, and weapons of decent quality. Notably, there was a suit of armor crafted from the scales of a rare beast, impervious to blades and arrows, a true rarity. Additionally, there was a peachwood sword made from a century-old peach tree, possessing remarkable abilities to ward off malevolent spirits. Li Xuandu handed the blood-red healing pills to Hu Liang, advising him to use them cautiously. In return, Hu Liang presented the peachwood sword to Li Xuandu, while he donned the armor himself. He had previously owned a piece of treasured armor, but it had been rendered useless during a skirmish with the disciples of the Wudao sect, leading him to discard it. With quality armor now adorning him, it was unlikely that Qin Guhong could have inflicted such grievous injuries solely with his bare hands. The other assorted swords, armors, and various treasures were all collected by Li Xuandu into the 18th floor, intending to find a reliable shop in Longmen Mansion to dispose of them in exchange for pure gold coins, known as Taiping money. After all, traversing the martial world necessitated the possession of silver. The reason Taiping sect's gold coins were so prevalent is quite simple. Martial heroes often possess extraordinary abilities unattainable by ordinary people, whether engaging in murder or theft, or being honored as esteemed guest by the powerful. Earning silver was hardly a challenge. Consequently, there was no shortage of affluent individuals. And with external possessions and martial manuals being exceedingly rare, the transactions involved substantial sums of money, as one could hardly rely on carts full of silver for trade. Although silver notes offer convenience, in times of chaos, the reliability of money houses across various regions remains questionable. Ultimately, entrusting one's wealth to another proves less secure than keeping it in one's own possession. Thus, the emergence of gold coins was inevitable. Whether for trade or the exchange of gifts, the exquisitely crafted gold coins not only exude elegance, but also inspire trust and assurance. Moreover, the centerpiece of this narrative lies in the treasure known as the Shumi object carried by Qin Guhong. Members of the sect commonly refer to it as the Shumi treasure or Shumi item, which allows for the convenient transport of valuable possessions. Each design varies, and the internal dimensions differ as well. For instance, the 18 floors adorning Li Xuandu's wrist represents a Taoist flowing bead style, while Qin Guhong's Shumi treasure takes the form of a ring worn on his thumb, which Hu Liang removed and subsequently opened. The Shumi items are indeed a dazzling array, with the exception of weapons and armor that cannot be stored due to spatial constraints. Among them are numerous elixirs, secret manuals, and abundant Taiping coins. After a rough inventory, Hu Liang and Li Xuandu discovered 3 bags of Taiping coins, each containing 1,000 coins, amounting to nearly 100,000 taels of silver. Given that the Imperial Treasury's annual revenue barely exceeds 50 million taels, this sum is indeed substantial, representing a significant fortune for those in the martial world, which Hu Liang subsequently stored in his Shumi object. The collection of elixirs was plentiful as well. including the renowned blood condensation pill from the True Transmission sect and 3 other pills stored in individual jade boxes to prevent the loss of their medicinal properties. Upon Li Xuandu's assessment, these 3 pills were identified as the Qingmu Yuhua pills from the Donghua sect, known for their remarkable healing properties. Although they do not act as swiftly as the blood condensation pill, requiring a period of qi regulation after consumption, they boast minimal side effects. Li Xuandu advised Hu Liang to take these precious pills in intervals, assuring that complete recovery from injuries could be achieved within a month. The remainder consisted mostly of secret manuals from the True Transmission sect, such as the 1,000 Hands and Boneless technique, albeit lacking complete instructional texts. With only a fragment of the immortal refinement method, Li Xuandu collected these into the 18 floors, intending to study them during his leisure time. With his foundation in the sitting forgetting Zen practice, he was not concerned about potential conflicts in techniques. Indeed, the more knowledge, the better. After completing these tasks, Li Xuandu and Hu Liang resolved to depart from this contentious place. However, unlike many martial heroes who would set such locations ablaze upon their exit, they recognized the immense effort and resources invested in its construction, deeming it a pity to see it destroyed by their hands. Exiting through the back gate of Nanshan Garden led them along a treacherous mountain path, which appeared daunting even to seasoned mountain dwellers, requiring utmost caution to avoid a perilous fall. Faced with this necessity, Li Xuandu had no choice but to carry the young girl on his back, while Hu Liang, a master of innate realms, forged ahead to clear the way. He followed closely behind, ensuring that the little girl recited the sitting forgetting Zen mantra he had just taught her. As he traversed the mountain path, Li Xuandu cradled the little girl on his back with one hand, while raising the newly acquired peachwood sword with the inscription Chigi upon its blade. He remarked, "This Chigi sword is of decent material, indeed rare to find, and it surpasses the Zhengyi sect's Lei Gang sword by a considerable margin. However, its primary purpose lies in exorcising spirits and warding off malevolence. Its efficacy in combat against humans is rather limited." Li Xuandu's tone exuded an air of condescension, reminiscent of how those from the imperial capital regard the denizens of provincial towns, or how officials perceive the common folk. Ahead, Hu Liang sighed. "Limited efficacy, you say?" Li Xuandu retorted, "What do you think?" Without turning back, Hu Liang replied, "Old Li, you truly are a satisfied man who knows nothing of the hunger of the starving. If any random cultivator at the dance stage were to obtain such a peachwood sword, they would surely wake up laughing in their sleep." Li Xuandu responded earnestly, "Yu Qingning has also fallen back to the dance stage. Do you think she would have any interest in this sword?" Hu Liang was taken aback. "Yu Qingning has regressed as well?" Li Xuandu continued, "Not only has she descended from the true return stage to the dance stage, but her eyesight has also been ruined by the sword's aura. You should have known this long ago." Hu Liang said, "Of course I knew she had fallen. During the battle in the imperial capital, when Yan Feiqing and the others joined forces against you, Yan Feiqing initiated the attack, Su Yunqing took the mid-game, and this woman was left to conclude the engagement, so it was destined for her to fare poorly. I had thought she would at most drop to the innate stage and, after several years of recuperation, return to the true return stage. I never expected her to plummet straight to the dance stage. That is truly poetic justice." The battle in the imperial capital was divided between the Empress Dowager's faction and the faction of the 4 ministers. Although Hu Liang hailed from the Butian sect, the 5 evil sects had yet to enter the capital at that time, and he had long since distanced himself from sect affairs. As both a friend of Li Xuandu and a subordinate of Qin Xiang, he found himself allied with the 4 ministers' faction. During battles against the other faction's experts, he had suffered considerable defeats at the hands of Yu Qingning, thus establishing a rivalry between them. Li Xuandu, indifferent to Hu Liang's schadenfreude, continued, "While in Huainan Prefecture, I met Yu Qingning and promised her that Shunning would become a disciple under the Xian sect, ultimately serving as the sect's chief disciple." Hu Liang, who often quibbled over trivial matters, particularly regarding his rivalry with Yu Qingning, who was renowned for her prowess in the 3 arts of the qin, shao, and sword, and had effortlessly blocked 23 of his strikes, was nonetheless magnanimous in significant matters. Upon hearing this, he paused and said earnestly, "Speaking of the Xian sect, they conduct themselves quite respectably, certainly far superior to the hypocritical women of the Zihang faction. Moreover, to be fair, though Yu Qingning may be detestable, she is nonetheless far preferable to Su Yunxian. Her conduct is deserving of the word righteous. If that little girl were to become a disciple of the Xian sect, with Yu Qingning's guidance, it would indeed be a source of reassurance." Li Xuandu softly remarked, "I share the same sentiment. Sending Shunning to the Xian sect is certainly preferable to her singular focus on the worldly matters of the Zihong sect. I genuinely fear that shunning may become one of those women who incessantly proclaim lofty ideals, which can be rather off-putting. Hu Liang continued to stride forward, declaring that such fortune should be left for Yin Feiqing, who seeks to act on behalf of the heavens, while they merely observe the spectacle. Li Xuandu replied, "You are not a fish. How can you know the joy of a fish?" Hu Liang chuckled. "Ah, old Li, you misunderstand. Yin Feiqing claims to ascend through pure yang. Yet with a beauty like Su Yunxian before him, merely gazing without indulging is a futile endeavor. Engaging in mutual scheming while sharing the same bed but dreaming different dreams, if such a situation could still bring him joy, I would respect Yin Feiqing as a formidable man." Li Xuandu retorted playfully, "You are incorrigible, your mind consumed with thoughts of women's allure, as if life were impossible without them. It is no wonder that Yu Qingning calls you a scoundrel." Hu Liang turned, a mischievous grin on his face. "Speaking of Yu Qingning, old Li, it is evident even to the blind that she harbors some feelings for you. Her modesty, coupled with the presence of the Zhang family girl at that time, may have prevented her from expressing it, yet you have truly taken the role of a gentleman, an act that invites divine retribution. There is a saying, when heaven offers a chance, failing to seize it brings calamity." Li Xuandu shook his head. "It is not the matter of a pair of eyes, but rather a matter of the heart." Hu Liang scoffed. "You, Zhang Wanshan, and those women are just being pretentious. Each one complicates the simple affairs of men and women, leaving us simpletons bewildered." Li Xuandu sighed, feeling a headache form, reluctant to continue this discourse with Hu Liang, as it felt like speaking to a wall. Of course, Hu Liang likely shared similar sentiments, believing old Li to be rather obtuse. As for who was right or wrong, that was a matter of perspective. Li Xuandu infused his peach-wood sword with a modicum of energy, then positioned it before him, whereupon the blade emitted a gentle glow. Each wooden grain was distinct, resembling a talisman crafted by a Taoist master, which is, in essence, exactly what it was. The peachwood itself serves as a natural talisman, effective in warding off evil spirits, with its potency increasing with age. Li Xuandu secured the peachwood sword at his waist, and then, from the bracelet of the 18 towers on his wrist, he deftly retrieved a piece of verdant jade, tossing it to Zhou Shunning behind him. Zhou Shunning, one arm around Li Xuandu's neck, caught the jade, feeling its warmth in her hand. Indeed, it was a rare piece of warm jade. Before she could voice her refusal, Li Xuandu had already spoken. "According to the customs of the martial world, those who witness must share. Shunning, since you have accompanied us in gathering this ill-gotten wealth, it is only fair that you receive a share. We cannot disrupt the established order. Moreover, this jade pendant is not a rare treasure. Its sole purpose is to calm and awaken the spirit when worn. To me, it holds little value, so rest assured and take it." Upon hearing Li Xuandu's words, Zhou Shunning carefully accepted the pendant. Seeing her take it, Li Xuandu smiled and said, "That is the right attitude. The wisdom and customs of the sages are not inherently flawed, yet one must not cling rigidly to them, for that would distort their true intent. Zhang Suqing once told me that the writings of the sages are meant for observation and should be applied to practical matters, else they serve no purpose." At the time, I was somewhat dismissive of his words, but after experiencing numerous events, I have come to realize he was not mistaken. One must adhere to reason in conduct, but in action, it is not always necessary. If one clings too tightly to principles, they may find themselves thwarted in all endeavors. The young girl said nothing, merely tightening her embrace around Li Xuandu's neck, glancing about as she took in the mountain scenery below while humming an unknown tune. In the places of fondness, life and death are in the hands of fate, desiring to hold hands and remain together, yet the vicissitudes of life are relentless. As thoughts drift away, fortune remains uncertain. It is difficult to feign joy, especially amidst the jealousy of blooming rivals. Things are not as they were at first sight. A good partner is hard to protect against the perils of worldly sentiments. The biting north wind is unwelcome, while the gentle eastern breeze is pleasant. But it cannot compare to the capricious warmth of early spring. Reflecting on the past, I remember my beloved's face, the joy we once shared while traveling through Jiangnan. I long for your return. I yearn for your safety, hoping to hold your hand and gaze upon the mountains and rivers together. After traveling for more than half an hour, the trio finally descended the mountain path. Looking back, they could only faintly glimpse a corner of Nanshan Garden, where they now noticed a plume of black smoke rising ominously to the sky, indicating a fire within the garden. It was evident that someone intended to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to plunder Nanshan Garden's treasures, deliberately setting the blaze. It is clear why, since ancient times, Murder and arson have been regarded as the two greatest evils. Just as the group paused to look back, Hu Liang suddenly furrowed his brow and remarked, "Someone is approaching us." Li Xuandu inquired, "Is it a guest from Nanshan Garden, or perhaps a pursuer from the Qingwan Guard?" After sensing the air for a moment, Hu Liang shook his head. "It is likely just a band of ruffians from the martial world, probably drawn here by the commotion in Nanshan Garden." There was a half-uttered thought that Hu Liang did not express, yet both men understood implicitly that if all was well within Nanshan Garden, these individuals would either quietly retreat or inquire about the situation. However, if trouble had indeed struck, they might seize the chance to become opportunistic bandits. Though these individuals were not particularly formidable, with their leader barely at the dance stage, they would pose little challenge to Old Li, Hu Liang stated. "Yet it is better to avoid unnecessary conflict. Let us change our course." Li Xuandu hesitated for a moment, glancing up at the darkening sky, and said, "Continuing on our path is certainly an option, but I fear rain is imminent. This Lingshou mountain stretches for dozens of miles. If the rain begins, there will be no shelter. We too can manage, but Shunning S's constitution is fragile, and she may not withstand the chill of a heavy downpour." Hu Liang cast a glance at the young girl and remarked, "The group that arrived here in such a brief span of time likely possesses a manor in this vicinity. Therefore, it would be prudent for us to meet them and seek refuge at their establishment." Li Xuandu nodded in agreement. "Let us proceed with this plan." The name Nanshan Garden is not derived from the mountain itself, known as Nanshan, nor from the area called Lingxiashan, but rather because it is situated to the south of the mountain, basking in the morning sun, making it a rare location of auspicious feng shui. In contrast lies the northern mountain, which is shaded and thus cannot compare with the southern slopes. It is only reasonable to assume the existence of a Beishan Garden in this area, though its influence pales in comparison to that of Nanshan Garden. Otherwise, it would not have been driven to the northern heights by Chen Guhong. Indeed, in accordance with Li Xuandu's expectations, the group referred to Bai Hu Liang as rude fellows of the Jiang who hails from the northern mountain. However, they originate from a place named Lingxiashan Manor, separated from Nanshan Garden by a river valley. Upon discovering the unusual occurrences at Nanshan Garden, Lingxiashan Manor promptly dispatched personnel across the valley, ascending the rugged mountain path behind Nanshan Garden to evade the various factions at the forefront. As a manor, Lingxiashan Manor is also part of the Jianghu sects, albeit a minor one, far from being comparable to the formidable establishment of the zone. Even among the sects of Luzhou, it ranks merely as a second-tier faction, inferior to the Nanshan Garden founded by the esteemed elder Chen Guhong. Lingxiashan Manor sent forth a contingent of over a dozen skilled practitioners, all well-versed in martial arts, making them not insignificant in the realm of Jianghu. The leader, a middle-aged man, bore hands calloused from labor, his gait steady, indicating proficiency in external martial arts. He was followed by several young disciples, all in their 20s, tall and with slightly tanned skin, clad in dark attire, swords sheathed at their backs. One even carrying a longbow, exuding an air of toughness. At the moment the fire broke out at Nanshan Garden, they had already descended from the northern mountain path into the valley below, which was once a great river but now lay barren, revealing only a dry riverbed. Crossing this expanse would lead them to the southern foothills. At this juncture, they observed a trio approaching from the southern slopes, 2 adults and a child. The adults, both dressed as Jianghu wanderers, presented a stark contrast, one rugged and the other handsome. The rugged man bore a sword at his waist, while the handsome one was adorned with a wooden sword, typically associated with Taoist practitioners. The young girl appeared to be a refined lady, and together, this trio elicited a sense of ambiguity in their identity. Were they wanderers of the Jianghu, yet accompanied by a young girl? Or perhaps they were esteemed guests from a prominent family, yet the unmistakable aura of the Jianghu clung to them, setting them apart from those who merely wield their skills for the benefit of the powerful. The members of Lingxiashan Manor immediately halted, gripping their weapons with vigilance and wariness, readying themselves for whatever may come. Although the name Lingxiashan contains the character for beautiful, the surrounding area, spanning several dozen miles, offers little in the way of picturesque scenery. Even if there were any, they have been claimed by Chun Guhong as part of Nanshanyuan, a place deemed inaccessible to ordinary individuals. The northern side of the mountain, to speak candidly, is characterized by barren hills and treacherous waters, further neglected due to the presence of Nanshanyuan. Aside from a few long-standing connections within the mountain villa or necessary dealings to maintain its operations, few ventured there on ordinary days. However, just a few years ago, Lingxiashan Villa was the rightful owner of this mountain, Both Nanshan and Beishan had their respective domains, as indicated by the villa's name. This status shifted when Qin Guhong arrived in Jihofu, establishing himself there. Initially, he defeated the old master of Lingxiashan Villa with his innate prowess, and subsequently, through financial means. He gathered a group of wandering heroes, forcing Lingxiashan Villa from Nanshan to Beishan, effectively seizing half of its assets. This act incited profound resentment within the entire Lingxiashan Villa. Today, an unusual phenomenon suddenly emerged from the Nanshan side. First, clouds obscured the sun, followed by mist rolling like a great dragon, and ultimately, flames erupted. This caused Lingxiashan Villa to realize that Nanshan was likely facing a formidable adversary. After deliberation, they sent people to investigate, coincidentally encountering a group of 3 departing from Nanshan. The middle-aged man leading the group gestured for his disciples to remain still, stepping forward alone. He clasped his fist and introduced himself. "I am Wang Lai, the third master of Lingxiashan Villa. Honored to meet you." Hu Liang returned the gesture, stating, "Ah, Master Wang, I have long admired your reputation." Wang Lai inquired, "Forgive my ignorance, but may I ask your esteemed name?" Despite appearing composed, the third master was internally tense, wary of the 2 strangers who might suddenly turn violent. Moreover, the young girl accompanying them should not be underestimated. In the martial world, there are 4 taboos: monks, Taoists, women, and children. Encounters with any of these groups could lead to unpredictable outcomes. The reasoning behind this caution is straightforward. Both monks and Taoists have centuries of hidden masters behind them, and women and children daring to traverse the martial world must possess some form of backing. A child like Zhou Shuning could very well harbor skills superior to his own. Such uncertainties are hard to gauge. Wang Lai was no novice. Even if he had not personally experienced certain events, he had absorbed enough wisdom from his surroundings to remain vigilant. Hu Liang, equally seasoned in the ways of the world, recognized the third master's apprehension and calmly replied, "My surname is Hu, with the given name Liang. You may call me Hu Liang." Wang Lai's eyes brightened upon recognizing Hu Liang's distinctive beard and features, and he tentatively asked, "Are you not the renowned hero Hu from the northwest?" Hu Liang waved his hand dismissively. "I cannot accept such an honor." "Indeed, it is Hero Hu." Wang Lai's voice brimmed with excitement. Years ago, Hero Hu had famously severed the arm of the Qingyuan Guard's commander in the capital, earning the moniker Hu Dao among friends in the martial community. Who would have thought that they would meet Hero Hu here today? Hu Liang smiled and said, "I am deeply grateful for the kindness of my fellow practitioners in the martial world. However, it was not solely due to my strength that I managed to sever the arm of that court minion. It was through the concerted efforts of many friends and brothers. Without their support, I would not have been able to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Thus, I truly feel unworthy of the title Hui Dao." "Indeed, indeed," Wang Lai replied. "In those times, who among Zhang, Wang, Li, and Su were not loyal ministers? Alas, treachery has prevailed in the court, leading to the wrongful execution of the virtuous. Especially that Lord Li, who met his demise at the hands of the Qingyuan Guard. Who in the realm does not feel a righteous indignation? Brother whose actions can be seen as a means of avenging the injustices suffered by the world." After descending the mountain, the young girl was no longer carried by Li Xuandu. Standing beside him, she caught sight of Hu Liang's heroic demeanor and instinctively glanced at Li Xuandu. The girl's thoughts were simple. Uncle Hu must heed her brother's every word, and her brother, naturally, must surpass Uncle Hu in strength. If Uncle Hu is already so formidable, how powerful must her brother be? Could he truly be the greatest in the world? Even if he is not currently the strongest, surely one day he will be. Li Xuandu, having witnessed the vastness of the heavens and the depths of the martial world, remained humble despite his exceptional talent. He would not dare to claim that he could secure a place on the esteemed Elder Xian list in the future. Throughout history, countless prodigies have been submerged in the depths of this martial realm. Even he, during the battle at the Imperial scene years ago, nearly fell victim to such a fate. His previous jest about being the world's #1 was more humorous than serious. Yet, the young girl's conviction was remarkably steadfast, even more so than Li Xuandu's. Meanwhile, after exchanging pleasantries with the third master of the manor, Hu Liang shifted to the main topic. This place was Lingxiu Mountain. And since Master Wang hailed from the Lingxiu Manor, it must be nearby, right? Wang Lai hesitated slightly, but smiled. "Indeed, my family's manor is situated atop the northern mountain, not far from here." He gestured towards the path they had come from, stating that it would take merely half an hour to reach Lingxiu Manor. "If Master Hu is willing to lower himself to visit, I would be most honored." This was initially a courteous remark, as individuals of Hu Liang's stature rarely accepted such invitations. often declining with excuses of pressing matters. However, to Wang Lai's surprise, Hu Liang, owing to Li Xuandu's influence, deviated from the norm and stated directly, "Since Master Wang has extended an invitation, I shall graciously accept. To decline would be to disrespect your hospitality. Given this, I will not insist you stay longer, Master Hu, and we shall part ways here." Before he could finish, Wang Lai's expression suddenly froze. He raised his head in disbelief and asked, "Did Master Hu just say he wishes to visit our Lingxiu manor?" With a smile, Hu Liang nodded and replied, "Since Master Wang has sincerely invited me, I see no reason to refuse." At that moment, Wang Lai felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. In such uncertain times, why provoke a formidable dragon crossing the river? Now, if one were to truly invite him back, what if he turns out to be another Chen Guhong? What then shall be done? At that point, inviting a deity is easy, yet sending one away proves difficult. Should the last vestige of the Beishan legacy be lost, he would indeed be the eternal sinner of the manor. However, having spoken the words, there lies no possibility of retracting them. It is better to remain silent than to utter something one cannot take back. Every statement, when unspoken, is owned by its thinker. Once voiced, it becomes subservient to the speaker. Now that the words have escaped, to instantly retract them would be to strike a blow to the esteemed Hu Daxia's dignity. What an honor it is for someone of his stature to accept an invitation to the Lingxiu manor. Should one retract, it would be seen as a grave disrespect. In the world of martial arts, physical confrontations may signify grudges, yet striking a face is a matter of deep enmity. Was it not the case that the Zifu sword immortal ignited a prolonged conflict in Jianbei by challenging another and thus striking his face? Contemplating this, Wang Lai found himself ensnared in a dilemma akin to being caught in wax. He yearned to retract his invitation, yet lacked the courage to do so. Suddenly, he recalled the direction from which the trio had arrived and, emboldened, inquired, "May I ask, Hu Daxia, did you come from Nanshan? Hu Liang nodded affirmatively. At that moment, Wang Lai felt as though a veil had been lifted from his eyes. It was as though he had traversed a winding path only to discover a hidden village. Everything began to make sense. The commotion at Nanshan was likely due to an intrusion, and this esteemed Hu Daxia from the northwest happened to be present here, suggesting a significant connection to the matter at hand. As the adage goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If this were indeed the case, then extending an invitation to Hu Daxia to discuss matters at Lingxiu Manor was not out of the question. Perhaps this opportunity could facilitate the reclamation of the Nanshan legacy. With this thought in mind, Wang Lai relinquished his internal strife, breaking into a warm smile. Guests are always welcome. Since Hu Daxia graciously consented to visit the manor, Lingxiu Manor shall extend its utmost hospitality. Hu Daxia, please. The trio followed the entourage of Lingxiu Manor, traversing the valley and ascending the mountain path towards the manor, which lay at a distance opposite Nanshan. The mountain path of Beishan was relatively gentle, not as steep as that of Nanshan, allowing Zhou Shunning, with her stamina, to manage the climb. As they meandered along, Li Xuandu, mindful of Zhou Shunning's solitary ascent, deliberately lingered at the rear of the group, while Hu Liang and Wang Lai occupied the front, engaging in light conversation and probing one another's intentions. Wang Lai sought to discern whether Hu Liang had any ties to Nanshan and to ascertain if Hu Liang truly was the renowned Western knife of the Northwest. Conversely, Hu Liang aimed to uncover the essence of Lingxiu Manor. The master of Lingxiu Manor, surnamed He, had resided in Luzhou Jihufu for generations. It was said that their ancestors once held the status of elders within the Taiping sect, and due to their patronage, they were able to establish this grand estate. However, the He family could not escape the common fate of decline, with each generation proving less capable than the last. And now the family lacked any innate experts to uphold their legacy. It was rumored that the old master possessed profound cultivation, standing just a step away from the legendary innate realm, making him one of the most formidable figures within Jihufu, especially with the backing of the Taiping sect, rendering them a formidable presence. However, none could have anticipated that after the demise of Emperor Muzong, the Taiping sect would completely seal its mountains, leaving few disciples to roam the world below, and consequently, the inhabitants of the lower realms could not ascend to the Taiping sect. Thus, Lingxiu Mountain Manor found itself devoid of support. Initially, the old manor master, with his profound cultivation in the Xian Yuan realm, could barely sustain the estate. Yet, at this critical juncture, Chen Guhong arrived in Jiuhou Prefecture. Although he had fallen to the nadir of the innate realm, he had once brushed against the threshold of the return to truth realm, making him more than capable of dealing with the Xian Yuan master. After a fierce battle, the old manor master was gravely injured and succumbed a few months later. Upon He Jin's ascension as the new master, he found himself lacking in both cultivation and prestige compared to his predecessor, rendering him incapable of shouldering the manor's great responsibilities. Ultimately, under Chun Guhong's repeated threats, he was compelled to cede half of the estate, which is now known as Nanshan Garden. Li Xuandu, though positioned at the rear of the group, attentively listened to the exchange between the two, not missing a single word. At this moment, he felt a profound sense of reflection. He never imagined that his unintentional act of saving someone would sow such dire consequences, resulting not only in his own downfall years later, but also adversely affecting the He family of Lingxiu Mountain Manor, which had thrived in Juhou Prefecture for many years. Now rendered impotent, Wang Lai, the third master of the manor, also could not foresee that the decline of Lingxiu Mountain Manor originated from the renowned Zifu Sword Immortal. As the saying goes, the affairs of the world are ever-changing, and fate can be most cruel. The latter half of the mountain path had been paved with bricks and stones, adorned with railings, surrounded by a serene bamboo grove cultivated by human hands, evoking a tranquil ambience that resonated with scholarly elegance. After turning several corners, the bamboo thicket vanished, giving way to a profusion of plum trees, their branches lush and full. Although it was not yet the season for blooming plum blossoms, one could easily envision the breathtaking scene of fragrant snow enveloping the area when the cold plums would bloom. After traversing the expansive plum grove, they finally arrived at the mountain's terminus, a broad, flat expanse paved with blue stone slabs, situated halfway up the northern slope of Lingxiu Mountain. From this vantage point, one could see a wide bluestone road leading directly to a grand estate with vermilion gates and white walls. While it did not boast the opulence of Nanshan Garden, it possessed an added air of tranquility and elegance, indicating that the esteemed figure of the Taiping sect had likely intended for the southern estate to serve as a venue for guests and social gatherings, while reserving the northern estate for personal residence. Wang Lai halted his steps, gesturing towards the distant estate, and introduced it to Hu Liang. Hero Hu. This is Lingxiu Mountain Manor. Hu Liang also came to a stop, resting a hand on his sword, gazing at this estate, which sought to emulate the style of Jiang'an, and remarked, "Indeed, it is truly splendid, far superior to the Nanshan Garden that Qin Guhong toiled to create." Upon crossing the blue stone path and approaching the estate, they noticed a black plaque with golden characters hanging above the entrance, inscribed with the 4 large characters Lingxiu Mountain Manor. Although Li Xuandu's calligraphy was not the finest, it exhibited a vigorous strength, imbued with a certain elegance and spiritedness. Beside these 4 characters, there were also 4 smaller characters pinned by Su Shisong. Li Xuandu gestured towards 4 characters and inquired of the young girl beside him, "Shunning, may I pose a question to you? Do you know who Su Shisong is?" Zhou Shunning pondered for a moment before responding, "I have heard my father mention him. He seems to be a great hero who resisted the Jurchen Khans during the reign of Emperor Shizong." Li Xuandu nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed. Su is a celebrated hero against foreign invaders, having attained the esteemed positions of Grand Secretary and Minister of War. The esteemed elder Su among the 4 regents is his relative, and it is no small feat that the Lingxiu villa bears his inscription. It must possess remarkable significance." Zhou Shunning nodded, instantly developing a fondness for the Lingxiu villa. Li Xuandu's thoughts, however, ran deeper. The villa's stance towards Hu Liang and the plaque it displayed reflected the relationship between the martial world and the imperial court. In earlier years, Hu Liang was not yet known as the notorious Northwest Blade, but rather as a somewhat villainous figure, the Northwest Scoundrel. This indicates that while Hu Liang was not entirely malevolent, he could hardly be deemed virtuous. Of course, during that time, the Purple Mansion's Sword Immortal also bore a tarnished reputation. When they roamed the Northwest Gobi together, they were referred to as the Northwest Twin Fiends, which speaks volumes. However, following the battle in the imperial capital, public perception of both transformed dramatically. Li Xuandu need not elaborate. The Purple Mansion's Sword Immortal was no longer the feared figure that incited relentless pursuit by the heroes of the North, but rather stood alongside Yan Feiqing, Su Yunxian, and Yu Qingning as one of the 4 young masters, each representing the finest of the 12 righteous sects. The fact that the Purple Mansion's Sword Immortal ranked first among them illustrates the shift in reputation. Conversely, Hu Liang evolved from the Northwest Scoundrel to the Northwest Blade, even acquiring the moniker Huadao after severing the arm of the commander of the Qingwan Guard during the battle at Chengshinmen. This indicates that the martial world, while distant, certainly does not exist in isolation from the imperial court. Li Xuandu had amassed countless enemies in the Jiangbei region, many of whom were intricately linked to the 12 righteous sects. As a member of the Buitian sect, Hu Liang was perceived as a rogue by the righteous sects. The fact that both men gained the recognition of the righteous stems ultimately from their alignment with the four regents, who, though shunned by the court, garnered admiration and respect from the martial world. Even Lingxiu Villa, located far away in Luzhou Jiuhou Prefecture, acknowledges the loyalty of the four regents, revealing the martial world's stance on the coup in the imperial capital. This also elucidates why the court refrains from probing into the support for Zhang Suqing and the other four regents from the four sects, while the 6 sects backing the Empress Dowager have progressively distanced themselves from her. The hearts of the people are indeed malleable. Li Xuandu is not an unworldly brute unfamiliar with the intrigues of the court, especially during his time with Zhang Suqing. He gradually grasped the essence of courtly heights, leading to a more nuanced understanding than Hu Liang's simplistic views. In the past, Empress Dowager Xie, in her ruthless pursuit of power, condemned Zhang Suqing to death and sought to tarnish his reputation with the heinous charge of treason. Had he, as Hu Liang suggested, become the unrivaled champion of the world and returned to the imperial capital with a sword in hand, it would have solidified the baseless accusations against him. Thus, Li Xuandu contemplated how to leverage public sentiment to vindicate Zhang Suqing, bestowing upon him a legacy that would honor his name both in life and beyond. Upon entering the villa, they were greeted by a winding path that led to a serene retreat. Wang Lai first invited the trio to the main hall for tea, accompanied by an elderly steward, while he personally went to summon the villa's master. Indeed, as Li Xuandu had surmised, the ancestors of the He family had established Lingxiu Villa, dividing it into northern and southern sections. The southern garden, basking in the morning sun, served as the villa's entrance, while the secluded northern garden functioned as the private quarters, an intricately designed haven, perfect for retreating from the world and nurturing one's spirit. Wang Lai briskly traversed a cobblestone path until he arrived at a concealed loft, the study of the esteemed master He Jin. Although He Jin hailed from a family of martial artists, he possessed the temperament of a scholar, eschewing martial pursuits in favor of literary endeavors. Following the death of the elder master, he struggled to uphold the declining fortunes of Lingxiu Villa, succumbing to despair and seclusion, often isolating himself in his study, neglecting worldly affairs. Consequently, the burden of managing the villa's daily matters fell upon the shoulders of the third master, Wang Lai. Before joining Lingxiu Villa, Wang Lai was a figure of both virtue and vice in the rivers and lakes of Luzhou. In his heyday, he single-handedly subdued formidable foes beneath Tianjin Mountain, rescuing the vulnerable and vanquishing 18 skilled members of the Water Serpent Gang by sheer might. However, after falling into an ambush set by enemies and narrowly escaping death, he was saved by the passing Elder Master. In gratitude for this life-saving intervention, he joined Lingxiu Villa, dedicating himself to its service. Prior to his demise, the Elder Master recognized that his son was ill-suited to shoulder the villa's responsibilities, thus promoting Wang Lai to the position of Third Master. If Lingxiu Villa were likened to a small court, Wang Lai would undoubtedly be its trusted minister. Yet, a minister's role is merely advisory, and certain matters still require the master's decisive judgment. Hence, he found himself at this door. Wang Lai gently rapped on the door, and soon a weary voice beckoned him to enter. Upon stepping inside, he noted the division of the space into an outer study and an inner resting chamber. While not adorned with ostentatious artifacts, the room reflected a wealth of heritage, rivaling that of the most esteemed scholarly families. After all, Lingxiu Villa boasted a legacy of over a century, once basking in glory. In its heyday, the villa housed masters of innate prowess and enjoyed extensive connections, evidenced by the personal inscription of a plaque by Su Shisong, a testament to its former splendor. Despite the current decline, the foundation remains intact. Not only is there a considerable accumulation of wealth over the years, but there are also various properties, such as the numerous enterprises under the name of Lingxiu Villa. Among them are pawnshops, banks, printing houses, gambling establishments, pharmacies, porcelain shops, antique stores, bookstores, inns, grain stores, and taverns, totaling more than a dozen. Within the city, there are 2 family residences, and outside the city, there are over 1,000 acres of fertile land, 2 estates, and more than 100 tenants. Thus, the resources are never lacking. However, the true extent of Lingxiu Villa's wealth and the amount of silver within the major banks are likely unknown to the esteemed master of the estate. Such inquiries would fall to the second master, who is essentially the accountant of Lingxiu Villa. This second master, with his meticulous calculations, manages to keep the vast estate in precise order, unlike the previous masters whose fortunes were too vast for even a handful of accountants to comprehend. Yet, he remains detached from the villa's worldly conflicts, seldom involving himself in such matters. At this moment, in the study, a middle-aged man sits behind the writing desk. He possesses a handsome visage, yet his demeanor is weary, lacking vitality. Beside him rests a cup of tea, presumably for rejuvenation. This man is Eugene, the master of Lingxiu Villa. In comparison to the second master, whose fingers deftly manage the flow of silver, or the third master, who once made a name for himself in the world, Eugene appears rather unremarkable. Although he has ascended from the status of a young master to that of a grand master, he seems little different from his former self, prompting Wang Lai to recall the days when the old master was still alive. The old master, despite his greatest regret of never attaining the innate realm, never succumbed to despair. Even after suffering grievous injuries at the hands of Chen Guhong, he persevered, managing affairs from his sickbed. In stark contrast, the current Grand Master is engulfed in despondency, despite being in the prime of his life, exhibiting a weariness that surpasses that of the aged old master. The study is sparsely furnished, containing merely a desk, 2 chairs, and a bookshelf filled with a variety of texts, predominantly Confucian classics, alongside some rare and valuable editions. However, aside from the 4 treasures of the study and a few writing implements, there are no offerings or adornments on the desk, which starkly contrast with the grand identity of the master of Lingxiu Villa. Presently, this master sits at the desk, clad in plain attire, his appearance still handsome, though age has begun to show with strands of white at his temples, adding a touch of maturity to his countenance. A man like him, even without martial prowess, could have dedicated himself to scholarly pursuits, aspiring to serve in the halls of governance one day. Yet, being the sole heir after the old master's death, he bears the weight of the vast estate alone, and in his current state, he is yet to enter the ranks of officials, unable to leverage his knowledge and talent to uphold the villa rooted in the world of the Jianghu, thus finding himself in a predicament. On one hand lies the ancestral legacy passed down through generations, and on the other, the aspirations of one's own life. How should one choose? He found himself caught between these 2 options, ensnared in a dilemma. He yearned to revitalize the family estate, yet he was undeniably ill-suited for martial pursuits. In a world that revered martial prowess and was anchored in the principles of martial arts, how could he safeguard the family heritage? He wished to pursue a career in government, but the current chaos of the court rendered such aspirations difficult to realize, especially after the demise of the 4 grand ministers. The conflict between Prince Jean and the Empress Dowager for power escalated, with the factions of the royalists and the pro-regents embroiled in relentless strife. Should he attempt to enter government service at this juncture, he risked being ensnared in the political turmoil. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Furthermore, if he were to be appointed as an official, distancing himself from the estate was hardly a sustainable solution. To traverse between 2 conflicting paths is to invite despair. And at the tender age of 40, the early onset of gray hair was a testament to his plight. He lowered his gaze, showing no inclination to rise at Wang Lai's arrival, instead gesturing towards another chair with a gentle motion of his hand, softly bidding, "Please, take a seat." Wang Lai lifted the chair leaning against the wall and placed it opposite Eugene's desk, settling into his subordinate's position. Eugene glanced at the partially completed writing on the desk, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "What brings you here in person?" Wang Lai sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. It was not the right time for him to seek the master, yet the matter was of such significance that only the master could address it personally. Although Eugene had grown somewhat disheartened over the years, his intellect remained sharp. Recalling his earlier directive to Wang Lai to investigate the developments at Nanshan Garden, a flicker of interest ignited within him. "Is there news from Nanshan Garden?" he asked. Wang Lai replied, "Currently, Nanshan Garden is in disarray, and the specifics remain uncertain until the dust settles. However, several distinguished guests have arrived from that direction. The foremost among them is a renowned figure, Hu Liang, who once wreaked havoc in the northwest region of Qinzhou and famously severed the arm of the commander of the Qingyuan Guard during the Battle of Chitian Gate." "Hu Liang," Eugene murmured, pondering momentarily before suddenly raising his head. "Is he the famed Huidao, the hero?" Wang Lai confirmed, "Indeed, it is this hero. As I descended the mountain, I fortuitously encountered Huidao and his entourage coming from Nanshan. After a conversation, he expressed a desire to visit our estate. I could not refuse. So I invited them to the manor, and they are currently resting in the front hall, awaiting your personal reception." Eugene abruptly stood, gripping the armrest of his chair, his brow furrowed with unease rather than delight. "Old Wang, you are no novice in these matters. How could you so readily bring these unknown individuals to our estate?" If they turn out to be another Chinguhong, would that not be akin to inviting wolves into our home? At this juncture, a note of severity tinged the estate master's tone. The mere presence of Hui Dao at this time was indeed suspicious. Should this hero harbor ambitions and seize the opportunity presented by the closure of Taiping Mountain, seeking to usurp the estate? Our demise would be trivial compared to the loss of our ancestral heritage. When confronted by our forebears in the afterlife, who would bear the blame, yourself or another? Wang Lai forced a smile and remarked, "The master's reproach is justified." Yet at that moment, the arrow was already on the string, and it had to be released. Before gaining fame, Hu Liang was known as the Northwest Raptor, a figure both righteous and wicked, who acted solely according to his own whims. To outright refuse such a character would not only shatter his pride but also incite his wrath, transforming a non-existent enmity into a real one. It is wiser to acquiesce initially and deliberate further. Upon hearing this, He Jin seemed to lose all strength, slumping back into his chair and sighing. "It seems we have no choice." Wang Lai hesitated briefly before lowering his voice and adding, "Moreover, during our ascent to the mountain, I intentionally engaged in conversation with this esteemed hero, and from his words, it seems he is deeply entangled in the current upheaval at Nanshangyuan." He Jin's eyes widened in surprise, and hope flickered in his gaze as he awaited the continuation. Wang Lai whispered, "In my view, what the hero says holds truth. Furthermore, when entering the main gate of the mountain villa, he was able to discern the hidden meaning behind the plaque inscribed by Su Gong. Much like the renowned Chun Guhong of yore, indicating he is undoubtedly a master of innate prowess. He Jin, his face etched with concern, softly inquired, "Old Wang, being an experienced figure in the realm, how do you suggest we handle this matter? Is the intention of this hero good or ill?" Wang Lai pondered carefully, choosing his words with caution. "Master, the villa has been in decline these past few years. To revive it, we may need to enlist the aid of outsiders. And this esteemed hero is a most promising candidate." He Jin sighed, "I understand this logic. Yet I fear that emerging from the tiger's den may lead us straight into the wolf's lair." Wang Lai hesitated once more, then spoke slowly, "In my estimation, if the hero sought to establish a foundation, he would remain at Nanshangyuan, rather than abandon it for us. Therefore, I suspect he may be here seeking vengeance. And once that vendetta is settled, he shall depart soon. We might seize this opportunity to establish a bond with him, even if he leaves. We could leverage his reputation to reclaim Nanshangyuan without much difficulty. Moreover, with the hero's name in our corner, future provocateurs will think twice. As the reputation of the Northwest Blade is formidable, akin to a protective talisman for us, ensuring several years of peace. Once the mountain is reopened, and the ancestors of the Taiping sect return to the mortal realm, our Lingxiu villa shall remain undisturbed." He Jin could not suppress his excitement, his eyes nearly sparkling. And the long-standing pent-up frustration began to dissipate. He clapped his hands, brimming with enthusiasm, and declared, "Excellent. I shall immediately seek an audience with this esteemed hero." Hoping we have indeed encountered a benefactor who can aid in revitalizing our villa, Wang Lai cautioned, "However, be mindful of your words when meeting the hero. Do not reveal the villa's secrets. Many calamities in the realm stem from impulsive decisions. Although this hero has maintained a good reputation over the years, one must remain vigilant." He Jin nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his understanding. Suddenly, Wang Lai recalled the young man who had been silently following them, along with the young girl at his side. Initially, he intended to engage in further conversation. However, upon reflection, he realized that true masters are a rarity in this world, and that young man was likely just an ordinary attendant. The little girl, on the other hand, warranted closer observation, for she might indeed possess remarkable qualities. Contemplating this, the third master of the estate could not help but sigh inwardly. What constitutes the martial world? Wherever there are people, there exists the martial world. It is not solely about swift vengeance and deep loyalties. It is also fraught with meticulous calculations, apart from those who have already ascended to the ranks of true immortals. Who among the rest does not wrestle within the quagmire of the martial realm? Navigating the martial world necessitates fostering broad and benevolent connections, cultivating friendships, and minimizing enmities. Should one stray from this principle, the experience of the Purple Mansion Sword Immortal stands as a testament. Provoking one friend can lead to entanglements with many, ultimately inciting the ire of a significant portion of the northern realm. Although the Purple Mansion Sword Immortal ultimately pierced through much of northern Jiabei with his sword, how many can truly emulate such a figure? Lu Province, being in proximity to the south, inevitably absorbed many of its customs. The principal distinction between the northern and southern regions in the martial world lies in the prevalence of strongholds in the north, often culminating in the suffix fort, such as Golden Eagle Fort, while the south is home to numerous villas, typically appended with villa, like the renowned sword villa. Lingxiu Villa, situated in Lu Province, leans towards a garden-like architecture, hence it is referred to as a villa rather than a fort. For seasoned veterans of the martial world like Li Xuandu and Hu Liang, this was somewhat of a novelty. Having traversed the martial realm for quite some time, Li Xuandu first gained fame in the northern riverside territories, reaching his zenith amidst the imperial capital, thus classifying him as a northern figure. As for Hu Liang, there is no need for elaboration. He is known more for his nicknames than his actual name, whether referred to as the Northwest Hawk or the Northwest Blade. It is evident that his activities have long been confined to the Northwest. Were it not for this occasion, summoned by Li Xuandu to assist him, he likely would not have appeared in Lu Province. While the three awaited the arrival of the Grand Master He Jin in the main hall, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe entered. The elderly steward accompanying him hurriedly approached, whispering something in the man's ear. After a brief moment, the man waved his hand, signaling the steward to withdraw. Once the steward had exited the hall, the blue-robed man clasped his fists and said, "Ah, it is the illustrious Hu Daxia of the Northwest Blade. I am Yu Zuo, the second master of Lingxiu Villa, and I extend my greetings." This second master appeared to be in his 40s, his complexion slightly sallow, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. His gaze, warm and steady, exuded a sense of propriety and balance, leaving those in his presence feeling as though they were enveloped in a gentle spring breeze. Hu Liang rose to return the greeting, and Yu Zuo subsequently acknowledged Li Xuandu, even extending his courtesy to the young girl, Zhou Shunning. Observing Zhou Shunning's formal response, Li Xuandu smiled, choosing not to reveal the underlying truths. The second master of the Lingxiu Villa, though devoid of any weaponry and lacking the calloused hands characteristic of the third master, Wang Lai, is nonetheless a practitioner of considerable skill, likely surpassing even the third master. This illustrates that, despite its current state, the ancestral heritage of Lingxiu Villa is indeed profound, far beyond the capabilities of those newly emerged sections. As the chief steward of the entire Lingxiu Villa, Yu Zuo possesses a remarkable ability to navigate social interactions, ensuring that he maintains a charming presence. At this moment, he sits in a position of respect, recounting tales from the martial world to keep the atmosphere lively. In the course of conversation, the discussion inevitably turns to the villa itself, particularly the main hall in which they find themselves, which has hosted numerous dignitaries. Among the officials, 3 provincial governors from Luzhou, 2 inspectors, and 1 commander have graced its halls, not to mention the countless prefects and magistrates. Regrettably, when the Wei dynasty established the positions of governor and circuit intendant, the villa had already fallen into decline and could not host a governor or intendant as a guest. As for figures from the martial realm, many have visited from all corners, but the most notable was a former leader of the Taiping sect, who, returning from Jingzhou to Taiping Mountain, made a detour to visit the villa. In other sects, one might exaggerate, claiming that the Taiping sect leader specifically sought out the villa, which would cast doubt on the truth. However, Yu Zuo refrains from embellishment, presenting the facts with candor, thereby instilling trust in his listeners. During the conversation, Hu Liang inquired about the plaque of the villa. Yu Zuo, with complete transparency, shared that he had not mentioned a certain esteemed official, whose spirit tablet now resides in the Hall of Worthies, because Su Shizong had already petitioned Emperor Shizong for retirement, wishing to return home. On his way back, he passed Lingxiu Mountain and visited the villa, subsequently leaving behind a treasured inscription at the invitation of the then master of the villa. This central figure, renowned as Su Taizhou, gained his reputation first as a preeminent master of seals, known for his ability to carve intricate designs into stone with his bare hands, particularly excelling in regular script that is both resplendent and profound, earning him unparalleled acclaim. Secondly, he is recognized as a formidable martial artist. During a patrol, he encountered assassins and, using only his bare hands, shattered massive boulders weighing thousands of pounds that were hurled at him from above, revealing that this seemingly frail elder was, in fact, a top-tier master. Thus, Yu Zuo is uncertain whether to regard this retired elder as a figure of the court or a man of the martial world. As Yu Zuo eloquently recounted the villa's anecdotes, the young maid listened with rapt attention. At that moment, the true master of the villa, He Jing, finally arrived. Yu Zuo then rose to greet the esteemed master. With this, all 3 masters of Lingxiu Villa had gathered. Hu Liang also stood, clasping his fists, and said, "You are the master of Lingxiu Villa? I offer my respects." To which He Jing humbly replied, "I am unworthy of such praise, Sir Hu." He hurriedly returned the greeting, humbly stating that he held the position of the master of Lingxiu Villa, but felt utterly ineffectual compared to the illustrious hero, who he had long heard of, whose formidable reputation, which resonated throughout the northwest in Qinzhou, and how he had once cut through the heart of the capital with a single stroke. Truly, he was one of the greatest heroes of the age, and today, he felt fortunate to finally meet him. Hu Liang remained unperturbed by such pleasantries. He had heard and witnessed enough of the hollow flattery common in the martial world to remain unaffected by mere praises. Furthermore, he had no intention of forging any connections with Lingxiu Villa. He merely sought a temporary refuge. As their conversation unfolded, the already overcast sky outside abruptly darkened further. Thick clouds gathering, heralding the onset of a southeast wind. Li Xuandu glanced outside, having traversed the rivers and lakes for many years. He had often had to sleep under the stars and had become adept at reading the weather. He recognized that a torrential downpour was imminent. Were it not for this impending deluge, he would not have found himself at Lingxiu Villa alongside Hu Liang. As anticipated, the rain soon poured down in torrents. And it wasn't long before the cobblestone ground in front of the villa began to collect water. There exists a saying in the martial world that rainy days are opportune for murder, especially during such a deluge, as the blood that flows mingles with the rainwater, leaving no trace once the skies clear. This rain had been brewing for some time, and it was clear that it would not cease anytime soon. The flames that had just begun to spread in Nanshan Garden were extinguished by the relentless downpour. At that moment, Nanshan Garden was in disarray. The guests who had initially sought refuge in the garden, upon discovering the demise of Chun Guhong and his companions, hastily gathered their valuables and fled, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire of a divine clash. The vendettas in the martial world are notorious, whether for revenge or the acquisition of treasures. Entire families have often been obliterated. Take, for instance, a recent sensational rumor: a woman from the Pin sect, driven by heartbreak, single-handedly stormed into the Longmen Prefecture in Zhongzhou and slaughtered 64 members of the Longmen Escort Agency, from the chief escort down to the servants, all without exception. Each met their end by her hand. She then inscribed in blood on their gate the words "heartless and ungrateful, worse than pigs and dogs," which sent shockwaves through Zhangzhou. Now, it was evident that Nanshan was being targeted by vengeful foes. With the Longmen Escort Agency's fate as a cautionary tale, fear gripped the hearts of all, prompting a mass exodus down the mountain, each person anxious to avoid entanglement in the chaos. Amidst the torrential rain, one individual defied the fleeing tide. Clad in a tattered indigo robe, he appeared remarkably worn, his complexion ashen and gaunt, stumbling along the mountain path with great difficulty. The rain fell with increasing intensity, and a young servant, unable to endure it any longer, sought refuge beneath a grand tree. He was a retainer of Lingxiu Villa, and despite the usurpation of Nanshan by Chen Guhong, he continued to work there. As he observed the others hastily fleeing downhill, he hastened to gather his belongings and follow suit. However, the guests of the villa, predominantly seasoned martial artists, were robust and fit, whereas he lacked such physical endurance. The torrential downpour rendered visibility nearly impossible, shrouding the world in a misty white veil, instilling fear of slipping on the treacherous mountain path, compelling him to pause and seek shelter. Upon noticing a man in blue who appeared to struggle with mobility, the servant called out with concern, "Brother, take a few quick steps and come here to escape the rain." The man, however, paid him no heed, continuing his unsteady advance. Puzzled, the young servant shouted again, "Do not ascend the mountain, there is no one left up there." Finally, the man halted, turning to regard him. The sight sent a jolt of terror through the servant. The man's eyes had been gouged out, leaving behind two dark voids resembling bottomless ancient wells that seemed to threaten to consume one's very soul. Coupled with his pallid complexion and gaunt visage, he resembled a mere shell of a man, utterly devoid of vitality. The man spoke slowly, his voice a harsh rasp. "No one left?" The servant, gripped by fear yet unable to flee, summoned his courage to respond, "Yes. Earlier, several guests arrived at the villa and, for reasons unknown, clashed with the master, resulting in the deaths of both the master and manager Yang. The remaining staff feared being implicated, so they fled." The blue-clad figure emitted a series of unintelligible hisses from his throat before turning away, continuing his slow trek up the mountain. The servant stood frozen, watching the man's silhouette gradually fade into the tempest until he vanished entirely from sight. Suddenly, he became aware of cold sweat trickling down his back, mingling with the rain and saturating his garments. He recalled that the man had traversed the downpour with remarkable dryness, and the spectral aura that emanated from him sent shivers down the servant's spine. Overcome with unease, he dared not linger any longer and pressed forward down the mountain, braving the downpour. As he ascended, the number of people dwindled. When the man in blue finally reached the entrance of Nanshan, the once bustling scene from the previous day had vanished. The gate stood unguarded, bereft of the usual attendants and visitors, left ajar, revealing a courtyard in disarray. He paused at the threshold, gazing up at the plaque inscribed with Nanshan. In his recollection, it should have read Lingxiu Villa. When had it transformed into Nanshan? Though the inscription was not as illustrious as that hanging in the northern rear courtyard, it bore the esteemed calligraphy of a venerable elder. Each character worth its weight in gold. Lingxiu Mountain Villa is a lineage that once basked in affluence but has now fallen into decline. It enjoyed a period of prosperity that was so significant that even the venerable leader of the Taiping sect and the likes of Su Shisong would deign to pay a visit. Although the villa has seen better days, its illustrious reputation still lingers within the Jiuhou prefecture, particularly due to the esteemed elder master, who, with his profound cultivation in the Xianyuan realm and exemplary moral standing, is undoubtedly a respected figure in the martial world. Regrettably, the elder master met his demise at the hands of the formidable Chan Guhong, leading to a grievous decline after his death. The newly appointed master, He Jiwen, proved to be ineffectual, unable to reclaim the villa's former glory, and struggled even to uphold half of its legacy, resulting in the current dismal state of affairs. In times past, the villa was fortified by innate realm experts, boasting a solid foundation and a multitude of supporters. Even the presence of a single external expert of the innate realm would not have caused concern. After all, the Taiping sect stands behind Lingxiu Mountain Villa. What is the Taiping sect? If one were to select the 4 most prominent sects among the 12 orthodox sects, apart from the Taoist ancestral sect Jingyi and the Buddhist ancestral sect Jingchan, Taiping and Qingwei sects would unquestionably be among them. In terms of the legal lineage formed by the alliance of the 12 orthodox sects, Taiping ranks just below the leader Jingyi sect. Even after decades of silence and seclusion, it remains a force to be reckoned with. Looking back several decades, Taiping sect has an abundance of significant history, having played crucial roles in various righteous evil battles and even in dynastic changes. Within its domain lies the renowned Tianji Pavilion, reputed to house 1,000,000 tomes, surpassing even the Daozong Pavilion of Zhengyi and the Sanjing Pavilion of Jingchan. It encompasses a myriad of subjects including Taoism, Buddhism, medicine, esoterica, numerology, toxicology, astrology, divination, mechanics, and military strategy, making it a coveted haven for all martial practitioners. How could a sect with such a treasure trove lack skilled experts? However, with the Taiping sect in seclusion, its disciples are forbidden to roam freely. Despite the multitude of experts within, they remain like celestial beings, immobile and rendered as ineffectual as clay figurines. Thus, following the official seclusion of the Taiping sect, various celestial and demonic entities have flocked to the Luzhou territory, with opportunists and vengeful seekers alike taking advantage of the turmoil. The figure in blue hesitated for a moment before stepping into the Nanshan garden. He made his way to the main hall, where the body of Chen Guhong had already turned into a pool of decayed flesh in the heavy rain, unrecognizable as a human form. This was one of the after effects of practicing the true transmission technique of the 1,000 hands and no bones, which first dissolved the bones, followed by the meridians, and ultimately the acupoints, merging them into the flesh. Upon death, it resulted in a state of utter disarray, to say the least. The figure in blue paused before Chen Guhong's remains, then stepped over the threshold into the hall. The body within had vanished without a trace, taken away by an unknown party, yet the evidence of the struggle remained. The figure examined the hall inch by inch, scrutinizing the scene for an extended period, his face betraying a look of heavy perplexity. He then slowly crouched down, placing his hands on the ground. Although he had lost his eyesight, he used his hands in place of eyes to connect with the Earth's energy, tracing back through time, causing vivid images of past events to materialize in his mind. After a considerable duration, he withdrew his hands from the ground and gradually straightened his body, perhaps due to the fragility of his form. He emitted a series of subtle sounds akin to the popping of yellow beans. However, if Li Xuandu were present, he would never regard the individual before him as disabled, for the abilities demonstrated by the man in blue had already subtly grazed the threshold of the returning to true realm. His cultivation was indeed superior to the injured Chen Guhong. Within Lingxiu Villa, after Hu Liang expressed his desire to stay temporarily, He Jin readily agreed and arranged for the group to reside in a secluded courtyard on the western side of the villa. He Jin personally escorted the two to their lodgings. This courtyard, situated in a corner of the villa, was seldom frequented, providing a tranquil environment adorned with several bamboo trees, which added an air of elegance. Standing on the porch, Hu Liang gently caressed the blade of the Grandmaster's sword and remarked, "Old this Lingxiu Villa is no ordinary place. The plaque hanging at the entrance is imbued with true essence. Even after so many years, it has not dissipated, indicating the profound mastery of the one who inscribed it. Su Shisong, a master of the celestial realm, once ranked 8th on the Taixin list." Li Xuandu replied slowly. "Yet that is all in the past. Over the years, the court has been in decline, and the visible experts have markedly decreased. It is uncertain whether there still exist true masters hidden in the shadows." Hu Liang hesitated and inquired, "What about the battle in the imperial capital back then?" Li Xuandu's countenance darkened slightly. In addition to the many who openly reached the returning to true realm, there must have been those in the celestial realm acting covertly, though we remain unaware of their identities. Hu Liang nodded thoughtfully. Casting a glance at the rain outside, Li Xuandu continued, "As for Lingxiu Villa, every family has its moments of grandeur. In my prime, I too was a master of the returning to true realm, yet now I must rely on you for protection. Thus, what was once is not what is now. They are two distinct matters." Leaning against the porch column and observing the rain's intensity, Hu Liang remarked, "This downpour will likely last a day. I wonder if we will be able to depart by morning. If we cannot leave, might we encounter lingering troubles? Perhaps. Or perhaps not," Li Xuandu replied. "That is a rather vacuous statement. However, the path ahead will certainly not be smooth." Straightening up from the column, Hu Liang asked, "Old Li, why do you think the Qingluan guard clings to this matter so tenaciously?" Li Xuandu pondered momentarily before responding. "It likely pertains to the struggles within the court. Ever since the deaths of the 4 regents, the Empress Dowager and Prince Jin have shared power. A mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Thus, conflict is inevitable between them. Furthermore, the young emperor is maturing. He should be 16 this year, and in a few years, he will come of age, leading many officials to align themselves with the imperial teacher, Sun Songchan. Currently, the court is divided into 3 factions: the Empress Dowager's party, Prince Jin's party, and the imperial teacher's party, with the Empress Dowager's party holding the strongest influence, followed by Prince Jin's, and lastly, the imperial teacher's. Zhou Tingshao is an upright man, unafraid to voice his opinions. Yet, he is neither in the cabinet nor at the core of power. The Ministry of Political Affairs could easily suppress his memorial, and the fact that it has not been silenced speaks volumes. As far as I am aware, the current imperial tutor is Sun Songchan, which explains why Zhou Tingchao's memorial could resonate within the court. It is evident that there are influential figures behind him aiming to stir the imperial authority, thus intertwining with the intricate web of factional strife. Although our intent in rescuing others is driven by a sense of righteousness, the complexities of courtly politics transcend mere notions of virtue, leaving us to navigate one step at a time." Hu Liang scratched his head and remarked, "Old Li, have you never held an official position, yet you comprehend these convoluted matters?" Li Xuandu sighed. "Given the perilous circumstances in the imperial capital during my youth, how could I afford to be ignorant? To remain oblivious would render one a mere pawn in another's scheme, leaving no choice but to understand. And ignorance was never an option." Hu Liang responded with admiration, "Remarkable indeed, Old Li. It is truly a pity you did not pursue an official career." Li Xuandu offered no counter-argument, casting a glance at Zhou Shunning, who was deep in meditation, cultivating her inner energy. The techniques of the Xian Nu sect are closely tied to the water element, encapsulating the principle that the highest virtue resembles water. Rainy days symbolize the harmony of heaven and earth, making the practice of Xian Shui Gong more fruitful in such conditions. The young girl was currently focused on gathering water essence to refine it into her internal energy, oblivious to the conversation between Li and Hu. Hu Liang entered the room from the corridor and stated, "Old Li, our victory in the South Mountain Garden battle was somewhat fortuitous. After all, on the surface, their strength could easily surpass ours." Li Xuandu did not dispute this assertion. They had underestimated their opponents, who appeared to rely on cunning rather than direct confrontation. "That is indeed true," Hu Liang chuckled. "Had Chun Guhong opted for a direct activation of the South Mountain Garden's grand formation instead of resorting to poison, we might have been systematically worn down. Yet, on the other hand, had their poisoning scheme succeeded, they would have expended no effort at all. Ultimately, their greed led them to attempt to achieve victory with minimal exertion rather than opting for a more reliable approach." Li Xuandu remained noncommittal, retrieving a tattered scroll from the flowing beads on his wrist, a remnant of the true teachings from Qin Guhong's lineage. Though incomplete, it contained valuable insights, and Li Xuandu intended to peruse it during his leisure hours to enrich his own knowledge. Hu Liang glanced at the scroll before averting his gaze. The fates of individuals differ greatly. Some, despite their eclectic pursuits, remain superficial and may even risk falling into madness, while others manage to integrate their learning into a cohesive understanding, forming their unique path. Historical precedents abound. It is said that in the past, two prominent schools of thought emerged, one pertaining to water and the other to fire. Many attempted to cultivate both simultaneously, only to face catastrophic failures, either being consumed by the conflicting elements or succumbing to chaotic energies. Most regarded such endeavors as perilous, yet ultimately, a grandmaster succeeded against all odds, harmonizing both disciplines and achieving a profound state of enlightenment. Thus, whether one should specialize or diversify is contingent upon the individual. In their case, Li Xuandu epitomizes a master capable of synthesizing knowledge, content with perfecting the blade in his hand. Especially upon reaching the innate realm, the mastery of swordsmanship becomes almost instinctual. The so-called practice of the blade transcends the mundane exercises of ordinary practitioners in the martial world. It is akin to the adage that without cultivating internal strength, one's efforts in martial arts may ultimately lead to nothing in old age. Thus, Hu Liang, who has already attained the innate level, begins to delve into the profound mysteries of the celestial realm, necessitating an unwavering focus. As heavy rain cascades down, silence envelopes the hall. Li Xuandu is absorbed in his studies, while the young girl practices her skills. Bored and restless, Hu Liang gazes at the bright white lines of water dripping from the eaves, splashing onto the steps in front of the corridor, evoking memories of a poem he recalls. Perhaps titled Raindrips on the Empty Steps, the night is long. Indeed, the night is long and filled with dreams. At that moment, a figure in blue emerges from the downpour, unsteadily making his way out of the back gate of Nanshan Garden. Slowly descending along the perilous mountain path once traversed by Li Xuandu and his companions. Due to the torrential rain, the previously dry riverbed has accumulated water, resembling a river once more. He steps into it, his form swaying precariously, as if he could be swept away by the current at any moment. Yet, he persists and ultimately reaches the opposite bank. He then lifts his gaze towards the hidden Lingshou villa, shrouded in the rain. As dusk approaches, the rain shows no sign of relenting, indicating that departing today would be difficult. Wang Lai, the third master of Lingshou Villa, personally arrives to invite the trio to the main courtyard for a banquet, intending to welcome them and wash away the dust of their travels. Li Xuandu and Hu Liang do not decline, and they do not leave the young girl behind. The three of them follow Wang Lai to the main courtyard for the feast. The main courtyard is resplendent, every blade of grass, every brick and tile, every table and chair, every word and painting exuding an air of antiquity, all reflecting the former glory of Lingshou Villa. In the guest hall, 4 towering candlesticks are strategically placed at the corners, each capable of holding 3 crimson candles of 2 fingers width, illuminating the hall with a total of 12 bright red flames. Neither He Jin, the Grand Master of Lingshou Villa, nor Yuzhua, the second master, have yet taken their seats as they await the arrival of the renowned Hu Xia, who is graced with the company of many elder members of the villa, the youngest of whom is already well into middle age, signifying that nearly all influential figures of Lingshou Villa are present. Li Xuandu discreetly communicates with Hu Liang, observing, "Given this grand display, it seems Lingshou Villa regards you, the illustrious Hu Xia, as their savior. I anticipate that after a few rounds of wine, these masters will likely seek your assistance in reclaiming the legacy of Nanshan Garden." Hu Liang smiles faintly, indicating his awareness of the situation. Although Li Xuandu holds a leading position among the trio, he refrains from overshadowing Hu Liang in the eyes of outsiders. After a courteous exchange of pleasantries between Hu Liang and He Jin, they take their seats. Hu Liang occupies the host position while Li Xuandu sits to his right, directly across from the second master, Yuzhua, who bears more resemblance to a steward than a martial artist. Mr. Yu offers a gentle smile to Li Xuandu, exuding a scholarly grace, to which Li Xuandu reciprocates with a smile of his own. After the banquet commenced, the atmosphere was quite lively. Aside from the young girl who seemed a bit out of her depth, the others were evidently seasoned individuals, subtly praising Hu Liang, regardless of the sincerity behind their words. At the very least, they were not unpleasant to hear. Hu Liang, though skeptical, did not dismiss their compliments and, in fact, indulged in a few more drinks than usual. Just as the revelry reached its peak, a servant suddenly stumbled into the room, nearly toppling a candle holder. He Jin, seated in the host position, frowned lightly. while a middle-aged man near the door rose abruptly, voicing his ire. In such a grand estate, steeped in tradition for over a century, the decorum was strict, vastly different from the hasty opulence of newly wealthy families. Normally, a reprimand would prompt someone to escort the intruder away, yet outside, only the sound of pouring rain could be heard, with no one responding. The guests exchanged puzzled glances. The middle-aged man, believing the rain had obscured his voice, raised it further. "Where are you? Someone come." As his words fell, two maidservants eerily approached, drenched to the skin, their clothes so soaked they could be wrung out. It was unclear how long they had stood in the rain, resembling two drowned rats. The middle-aged man fixed his gaze on them, his tone icy. "Did you hear me? Why are you standing in the rain? Who are you trying to impress with your soaked appearance?" Yet, the maidservants remained silent, heads bowed, rooted to the spot. "You too. Assist him outside," he commanded, suppressing his anger due to the presence of guests, gesturing towards the earlier servant. Finally, the maidservants stirred, but their movements were peculiar. They swayed as if unable to maintain their balance, their steps uneven, as though treading on cotton. The onlookers grew increasingly astonished. The middle-aged man snapped, "What is going on? Can you not even walk properly?" As soon as he finished speaking, the pace of the two maidservants abruptly quickened, and in an instant, they were before the servant, who had managed to rise unaided from the floor. The onlookers paled, for the speed they exhibited was far beyond that of ordinary maidservants. Wang Lai, the third master of the estate, slowly stood and intoned, "May I inquire which esteemed guest has graced our Lingxiu mountain villa? We hope to make your acquaintance." His voice, infused with energy, cut through the sound of the relentless rain, clear enough for at least half of the estate to hear. Yet, outside, there was no reply. Only the persistent patter of rain. Wang Lai frowned, about to advance when he noticed the two maidservants suddenly lift their heads, their faces as pale as corpses, devoid of color, with their eye sockets dark and empty. Witnessing this ghastly sight, the guests turned ashen and rose from their seats, save for Hu Lai and Li Xian, who remained composed, standing out amidst the panic. "Step back." Wang Lai's countenance shifted dramatically as he shouted. The middle-aged man, who had previously shouted, was now visibly pale and frightened. Upon hearing Wang Lai's words, he seemed to awaken from a stupor, intending to retreat, when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he was horrified to see a hand piercing through him, belonging to the house servant who had staggered into the hall earlier. This servant, much like the two maidens, had a ghostly pallor, with only two dark eye sockets remaining. Then, the two maidens lunged at him, one on each side, sinking their teeth into his neck. In an instant, he appeared to collapse like an empty sack, visibly deflating until only a thin layer of skin remained. This bizarre scene astonished everyone present, but the first to regain composure was Wang Lai, the most seasoned in the ways of the world. Having witnessed masters of the dark arts commanding zombies and spirits in his youth, he felt little fear. With a fierce roar, he leaped forward, striking the servant with both palms. The immense force propelled the servant away violently. Regardless of the servant's strange nature, he was still a mere mortal, and under Wang Lai's full assault, his bones shattered, and he fell heavily into the rain, resembling a pile of broken flesh. Even if he survived, he could not rise again. The crowd, initially paralyzed by fear, found their spirits lifted by Wang Lai's success, ready to cheer when they saw the two maidens move again like phantoms. However, Wang Lai was already prepared. As he retreated, he struck out with his palms in a flurry, creating an impenetrable defense. Though the maidens moved with incredible speed, akin to specters, they could not match the swiftness of Wang Lai's strikes. Having mastered the art of palm techniques, he had also learned the Lihi palm from the Taiping sect after joining Lingxiu Villa. His strikes were intricate and unpredictable, employing both feints and decisive blows. With two loud crashes, the maidens collided with Wang Lai's palms and were sent flying. Wang Lai, a genuine practitioner of the Baodin realm, was indeed formidable, although Hu Liang had claimed he could not withstand several strikes from Li Xuandu. It must be noted that Li Xuandu could kill a Xian Yuan realm warrior with mere physical prowess. Thus, Wang Lai's ability to endure multiple strikes from Li Xuandu marked him as an exceptional figure in the Baodin realm. At this moment, having exhausted his skills and energy, Wang Lai believed he had vanquished all three adversaries. Unexpectedly, the maidens, having consumed human blood, proved to be remarkably resilient and were not immediately slain. Instead, they rose again after hitting the ground and charged at Wang Lai, in a state of depletion. As he sensed his imminent demise with the two maidens rushing towards him like wraiths, despair washed over him. Just then, Li Xuandu, holding a wine cup, flicked his wrist, and hurled the cup with force. It sped through the air, and, before the maidens could reach Wang Lai, their heads jerked back and they collapsed, their foreheads indented from the impact of the wine cup. The wine cup remained intact, spinning incessantly as if possessed by a spirit. After completing a full rotation, it returned to the front of Li Xuandu. Including He Jin, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Li Xuandu. No one anticipated that this reticent young man was, in fact, a master. Startled, Wang Lai hastily clasped his fists in gratitude towards Li Xuandu. He had thought Li Xuandu was merely a subordinate of Hu Liang, inconsequential in his eyes. Yet he was astounded to discover the depth of his cultivation. Judging by that recent display, Li Xuandu certainly possessed at least the prowess of the Xin Yuan realm, comparable to that of the late elder master. He Jin, unable to conceal his panic, inquired, "May I ask, Hero Hu and Mr. Li, what exactly is happening?" Li Xuandu, no longer regarding the wine cup before him, slowly rose and replied, "It seems a formidable figure has arrived. Such a method of transforming death into life suggests that the visitor possesses at least innate cultivation." Wang Lai's expression turned to one of horror as he asked, "Mr. Li, do you have any knowledge of the visitor's origins?" Li Xuandu stepped forward to examine the corpses of the two maidens closely for a moment before stating, "If I am not mistaken, this appears to be the corpse-refining technique of the Zhaoge sect among the 10 evil sects, and it is quite impressive." The mention of the 10 evil sects startled everyone present. Although the conflict between good and evil had persisted for centuries, the 10 evil sects primarily operated in the northwest and Liaodong regions, rarely making their presence felt in the Central Plains and Jiangnan. At that moment, aside from Wang Lai, none of those present had ever encountered a true master of the evil sections. He Jin, having never experienced the bloodshed of the martial world, was particularly flustered, muttering, "What can be done? What can be done?" In contrast to He Jin's disarray, the second master, Yu Zhuo, and the third master, Wang Lai, maintained a semblance of composure. Moreover, Hu Liang, who had remained silent, stood like a mountain, providing some reassurance to the others. Li Xuandu sighed, sensing that this matter would likely not end well, yet he was relieved that these sinister beings were not overly difficult to confront. As soon as his words fell, heavy footsteps echoed through the torrential rain. Everyone turned towards the sound and discerned a towering figure slowly approaching. Moments later, the true appearance of this imposing figure became visible. He bore a resemblance to an ordinary person, yet his skin exhibited a foreboding grayish hue, standing at 8 feet tall, with his eyes gouged out, leaving only dark sockets that flickered with an eerie red light, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell amidst the pouring rain, surrounded by swirling mist. Wang Lai scrutinized the figure for a moment before exclaiming in shock, "Isn't that He Lu, the stable hand from the manor? I recall he was only about 5 feet tall. How could he have transformed into this?" Two Dan-holding experts from the manor flanked Wang Lai, their expressions tense. Though this figure appeared grotesque and had a grayish complexion, they could still recognize He Lu from the manor. The unsettling memory of the two maidens who had nearly brought Wang Lai to his demise loomed ominously in their minds. Wang Lai took a deep breath, stepping out from the porch into the vast curtain of rain. With a sudden motion, he thrust his palms outward, forcefully deflecting the raindrops that threatened to drench him. The survival of the manor was at stake. The master was likely overwhelmed, and the second master, being merely a bookkeeper, could not be relied upon. Thus, it fell upon him, the third master, to take charge. In his days wandering the martial world, he had never flinched in the face of life and death. Wang Lai's imposing figure, already quite formidable, appeared diminutive before the towering He Lu, who stood at nearly 8 feet. Through the rain, he noticed bizarre patterns emerging on He Lu's exposed skin, deep hues that were unlike any designs he had ever encountered. Each raindrop that landed on him sizzled as if striking a hot iron, producing wisps of steam. Merely casting a glance at He Lu left Wang Lai feeling as though his internal energy had momentarily stagnated. He quickly averted his gaze, suppressing his turmoil, and bellowed, expelling a breath of pent-up frustration, the sound sharp and jarring amidst the cacophony of rain splattering against the stone floor. In the next moment, he surged forward, racing through the downpour to confront He Lu, unleashing a powerful strike with both palms. The rain parted, creating a void around them as the droplets that struck his palms shattered into finer sprays. He Lu responded with a swift, clean sweep of his arm. The collision was thunderous. Wang Lai let out a muffled groan, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. Yet, his extensive combat experience allowed him to swiftly lower his stance, following up with a punch that pierced the air. He Lu, resembling a zombie from the grave, moved with a stiffness that belied his speed. He raised a hand. Fingers spread, effortlessly capturing Wang Lai's punch. A change flickered across Wang Lai's face as he swiftly kicked upward, his toes pressing against He Lu's wrist, compelling his fingers to loosen. Seizing the opportunity, he retreated hastily. Simultaneously, two masters from the manor hurled the bodies of the earlier maidens towards He Lu, preventing him from pursuing Wang Lai. A resounding crash echoed. The sound of bones shattering was unmistakable, resembling the impact against a rocky cliff rather than against flesh. He Lu remained unyielding, allowing the mangled corpses to slide off him before shaking off the remnants of flesh that clung to his form. In this brief moment of respite, Wang Lai disregarded He Lu's formidable presence, suppressing his rising fear, and charged once more, leaping to stand before the giant. His calloused palms, hardened from years of rigorous training, pressed against the monster's chest. With a sudden surge of energy, the rain around them erupted as countless droplets detonated, transforming into swirling mists that ascended into the air. The full force of a master's internal power poured forth, causing He Lu to stagger back a step, his form wobbling. Yet, that was the extent of it. He Lu swung his arm once more towards Wang Lai's head. Using the recoil from the impact, Wang Lai slid back over 10 paces, narrowly evading the iron sweep, his feet splashing through the accumulated water beneath him. In the downpour, He Lu's slate-gray skin glistened with a subtle, somber luster as the rain drenched him. He shook his head, the strange crimson glow in his eyes intensifying as he fixed his gaze upon Wang Lai. The previous confrontation, seemingly grand in scale, had unleashed a formidable force from Wang Lai, powerful enough to shatter an entire wall, yet it had failed to penetrate even the slightest bit into He Lu's body, entirely thwarted by the peculiar patterns adorning his skin. As Wang Lai halted his movements, he inhaled deeply, the veins on the backs of his hands bulging, his expression turning gravely serious. How could it be that his almost reckless strike had not inflicted a single injury? Just then, Li Xuandu slowly emerged from the hall, gazing at the towering figure of He Lu, and spoke. Third Master, this type of undead ghoul is a product of expert sorcery, infused with Yin energy and refined through talismans and incantations. Even if the individual was ordinary in life, they can be forged in a remarkably brief time into a physique of iron and copper, rendering them nearly impervious to ordinary blades and flames. As they are already lifeless, they are also immune to internal energies. To vanquish such a creature, one must employ exorcistic techniques. Wang Lai responded with a wry smile. What you say is indeed true. Mr. Li, our Lingxiu Manor, as a branch of the Taiping sect, possesses ancestral arts, but alas, no one has practiced them in recent times. Li Xuandu replied calmly, in that case, allow me to take on this task. Without waiting for Wang Lai's response, he stepped forward, moving with a deliberate grace, gliding into the rain-soaked courtyard. The torrential rain could not dampen his form in the slightest. A hint of purple emerged from his fingertips, strikingly evident against the backdrop of the night and the rain. Wang Lai, well-versed in such matters, exclaimed in astonishment, the pure young purple energy of the Zhengyi sect. At that moment, the usually taciturn second master, Yu Zhua, also gazed intently at Li Xuandu. Li Xuandu flicked his finger, the purple energy merging with the raindrops, transforming them into a connected stream that formed a purple water sword, shooting forth with remarkable speed. He Lu seemed to sense the imminent threat and crossed his arms defensively over his chest. Yet, the water sword, infused with the pure young energy of the Zhengyi sect, effortlessly pierced through He Lu's iron-like arms, disregarding the strange patterns, and plunged directly into his chest. The dark luster enveloping He Lu dimmed abruptly. In the next moment, a torrent of purple energy erupted from the location of his heart. He Lu roared in rage, futilely attempting to cover his heart with his hands. But it was in vain. The purple energy continued to surge forth between his fingers. Pure yang purple energy is the hallmark of the Zhengyi sect. Rooted in pure yang techniques, supplemented by the Zixiao method, which captures the very first rays of pure yang energy at dawn, refining impurities to yield the truest form of purple, thus becoming the natural nemesis of all malevolent spirits. The Li Xuandu's pure yang energy may not be entirely pure, and fall short of Yin Feiqing's 100-foot purple energy, it suffices to deal with such an undeveloped undead. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Those who had never directly confronted He Lu were already in a state of shock. Wang Lai, who had unleashed his lifelong prowess upon He Lu only to find it utterly ineffective, stood there agape. The disparity between the Baodan realm and the Xianyuan realm was immense, much like the gulf that existed between wandering heroes and esteemed sections. If a master of the Xianyuan realm, hailing from a prestigious sect, were to face a Baodan realm practitioner from the streets, the difference would be astronomical and insurmountable. In Wang Lai's eyes, Li Xuandu was akin to a Xin Yuan master from a renowned lineage, perhaps even superior to the former patriarch of the old clan. Wang Lai turned to observe Li Xuandu, who had already retreated from the rain into the corridor, entirely dry and composed. The third master of Lingxiu Mountain Villa was filled with uncertainty. Pure Yanggong was the hallmark technique of the Jingyi sect. Yet he had not heard of any masters by the surname Li within that sect. However, the Li family was quite prominent within the Qingwei sect, with their leader, Li Yuanying, being a notable figure on the Taishan ranking. Nonetheless, one must acknowledge that exceptions exist. One could not dismiss the authenticity of Pure Yanggong and Zihua Gong without due consideration. Despite his contemplations, Wang Lai dared not display a hint of his thoughts, nor utter a word of speculation. Just then, He Jin finally emerged from the room, frowning as he inquired, "Has this wretched creature finally been vanquished?" Li Xuandu, with a peachwood sword hanging at his waist, shook his head and replied, "Not yet. Although this undead creature was nurtured through rapid means, it has consumed numerous lives, allowing it to grow to a height of 8 feet, with a body as tough as bronze and iron, nearly akin to a zombie. Should it consume the essence of a martial artist, it would grow to a full 10 feet, transforming into a true zombie, impervious to ordinary blades and swords. Fortunately, it is not yet beyond redemption." He Jin hastily urged, "I implore you, Mr. Li or Hero Hu, to act swiftly and eliminate this fiend. Both I and Lingxiu Mountain Villa would be immensely grateful." Hu Liang remained silent, his brow slightly furrowed. Li Xuandu spoke gently, "There is no need for such formality, master. Since the one behind this is unwilling to reveal themselves, I shall first destroy this undead creature and see if it compels them to show their face." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xuandu waved his hand. The peachwood sword, hanging at his waist, flew forth on its own, like a streak of vibrant rainbow. He Jin suddenly froze, unable to move, as the sword whizzed past him, causing his garments to billow. The wooden sword, imbued with immense sword energy, not only filled He Jin's ears with a resounding roar, but also parted the curtain of rain. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Lai was momentarily entranced. Could it be that this Mr. Li was not from the Jingyi sect but rather from the Qingwei sect? How else could he wield such formidable sword intent? In the midst of this thought, the wooden sword had already reached the fallen He Lu. The peach tree represents the quintessence of wood. It is an ancient force capable of subduing malevolent spirits. This celestial wood, when fashioned into a sword, serves to suppress evil, embodying a form of sorcery. As the wooden sword descended, countless raindrops, under the influence of the sword intent, formed lines from droplets and surfaces from lines, creating a curtain of rain that swayed and danced with the force of the sword. Ordinary blades cannot pierce the coppery skin and iron bones of the undead. Yet the unsharpened wooden sword, wielded with intent, effortlessly penetrated He Lu's body, striking at the very core. The violet aura at He Lu's heart abruptly extinguished, and the crimson light in his eyes faded away. A violent surge of energy shattered the surrounding curtain of rain into a dense mist. When the dust settled, He Lu's last vestige of life was extinguished, and the peculiar patterns on his body swiftly faded from sight. Once the markings had vanished entirely, the once resilient corpse crumbled like rusted armor at the slightest touch, leaving only a peachwood sword still embedded in the torrential rain. Li Xuandu gestured once more, and the wooden sword flew back into his hand. Hu Liang closed his eyes in concentration, meticulously recalling the sword's strike from moments before. Had Li Xuandu still been in the realm of return to truth, this strike could have forcefully halted the rain, perhaps even lifting the falling droplets back to the heavens. A feat of human will against nature. Regrettably, Li Xuandu now possessed merely the cultivation of the Dan-gathering realm, barely stepping into the threshold of the Xianyuan realm. While his intent was sufficient, his energy could not sustain such a lofty realm, akin to a castle in the air, only managing to part the curtain of rain slightly. Though he practiced the blade rather than the sword, the two are intrinsically linked, just as Buddhism is rooted in Taoism, both paths converging in their essence. In pure terms of Tao, he found himself lacking compared to Old Li. The legendary battle between the former master of Qingwei sect and the leader of the Wudao sect serves as a prime example of the clash between blade and sword. The blade embodies dominance, while the sword embraces righteousness. The Wudao sect master, heralded as the foremost on the Taishan list, was ultimately outmatched by the Qingwei sect's elder, who had ascended to the celestial pavilion of the heavenly realm, illustrating that the sword triumphed over the blade. Yet, the master of the Wudao sect, known for his demonic blade, was surely aware of this truth. It is likely he harbored ambitions of honing his blade technique through the transcendent swordsmanship of the old sword god, aspiring to reach greater heights. Following this battle, the Wudao sect master abandoned his famed blade, vanishing without a trace, further validating Hu Liang's conjecture. Now, while Li Xuandu's recent sword strike may not have seemed particularly formidable in terms of momentum or power, it significantly enriched Hu Liang's understanding of the sword's essence. Previously, the Purple Mansion's sword immortal strikes were far too elevated, akin to a mighty river, allowing Hu Liang only a glimpse of the surface, unable to discern the riverbed hidden beneath, nor the sword path concealed within the sediment. With Li Xuandu's fall from grace, it was as if the river had receded, revealing the riverbed in its depths, the true sword path at last unveiled. Standing beside him, Zhou Shunning had only caught a fleeting glimpse of the violet aura, her distance rendering the sight unclear. As a mere observer, her sense of awe paled in comparison to Hu Liang's. She could not help but inquire softly, "Is that ghostly creature truly dead?" Hu Liang nodded affirmatively, dead beyond revival. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shunning breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest. Although the young girl had encountered her fair share of worldly experiences on this journey, including the sight of the deceased, she still felt a twinge of fear upon witnessing the spectral entities that had previously existed only in tales. Fortunately, her brother was by her side. No malevolent beings or ghostly figures could harm her. Li Xuandu sheathed his peachwood sword and called out, "Might I inquire which esteemed individual has graced us with their presence? Please, do reveal yourself." Suddenly, a hoarse and unpleasant voice echoed, "Who are you? Why do you radiate pure Yang's purple aura? If you truly belong to the Jingyi sect, your sin is unforgivable. Soon, I shall extract your soul and forge it into a ghostly slave, destined for eternal torment." The speaker's voice was disembodied, as if each word shifted position, resonating from all directions and leaving one uncertain of their exact location. Li Xuandu did not expend effort searching for the source of the voice. Instead, he remarked, "If I am not mistaken, you are employing the corpse refinement array of the Zhaoge sect, using the living to create the undead. Such actions offend the heavens and tarnish one's moral standing. Even within the Zhaoge sect, few dare to utilize this technique. I find myself quite intrigued by your origins." The figure rasped, "You possess some knowledge, recognizing the corpse refinement array, one of the 3 refinements of the Zhaoge sect. Since you are aware of this array, you should know that those who enter it are doomed to misfortune." Li Xuandu replied calmly, "That is not necessarily the case." The figure scoffed derisively, saying, "Indeed, the corpse refinement array is not insurmountable, but you, a mere practitioner of the Baodin realm, cannot hope to contend with it. Even Hu Liang would not dare to claim he could break the array. Perhaps only Yin Feiqing of the Jingyi sect could make such a bold statement." This revelation struck Li Xuandu like a thunderbolt, and as his thoughts whirled, he suddenly realized, "You are from the Wudao sect." The figure laughed heartily, a keen mind. "You have disowned my origins. I have come for the Grandmaster that Hu Liang possesses. This blade originally belonged to our sect's leader, who gifted it to Elder Tang. When Elder Tang was slain by the Purple Mansion Sword Immortal, the Grandmaster was taken and passed to Hu Liang. Now that the whereabouts of the Purple Mansion Sword Immortal are unknown, likely secluded in some hidden place to recuperate, Hu Liang, bereft of support, cannot hope to retain the Grandmaster, which is ranked 10th among blades. As the saying goes, a man is innocent, yet the possession of a jewel brings him misfortune. This is an immutable truth of the martial world." Upon hearing these words, the members of Lingxiu Villa turned pale, their gazes towards Hu Liang and Li Xuandu devoid of gratitude, with some even glaring angrily at Hu Liang and Zhou Shunning. Hu Liang, unlike the gentle Li Xuandu, shielded the young girl behind him and cast a glance at the men, saying with a smile, "It seems you have all branded me as the culprit. Should I not solidify this accusation by eliminating you outright? Let us end this swiftly to prevent your being turned into fodder for the corpse refinement array. Furthermore, let me teach you what it means to be the tyrant of the Northwest." The men, who had previously glared at him, immediately lowered their heads, no longer daring to meet Hu Liang's gaze. Hu Liang sneered, "Indeed, kindness begets exploitation. I show you a measure of goodwill. And you truly believe me to be an easy target? The outsiders are of the innate realm. Am I, Hu Liang, not also of the innate realm? How audacious!" Within the hall, an oppressive silence enveloped the room, with none daring to utter a single sound. Both Wang Lai and Yu Zhuo, seasoned veterans of the martial world, took this unforeseen calamity in stride. However, the naive master of Lingxiu Villa, He Jin, clenched his fists tightly. Seething with anger towards a guest he had recently honored as a distinguished guest, He felt the urge to express his wrath, but was constrained by fear. Yet, this very frustration led him to unjustly direct his ire towards Wang Lai, who had invited Hu Liang into the villa. He even suspected a conspiracy between Wang Lai and Hu Liang to usurp the villa's legacy. Thus, he resolved that if the villa could weather the storm of the day, he would expel Wang Lai and his ilk without hesitation. It was a tragic irony that all of Wang Lai's years of dedication to the villa, as well as his earlier desperate actions, could not withstand the weight of baseless suspicion, which spread like wild grass, impossible to eradicate, only to resurge with the spring breeze. Hu Liang gently caressed the Grandmaster at his waist, casting his gaze over the assembly. Where his eyes roamed, all gazes fell to the ground, brows furrowed in submission. With a peculiar smile, Hu Liang remarked that there are only misnamed titles, not misnamed nicknames. His given name, Liang, signifies goodness. Yet he is known as the rogue of the Northwest. Were it not for Li Xuandu's restraint, he would not have been so amenable. At that moment, Li Xuandu spoke again. How true it is that the innocent suffer for the guilty. I acknowledge this principle. Yet, there exists another rule in the martial world. Calamity does not befall the innocent. Lingxiu Villa bears no enmity with you, neither past nor present. Why then unleash a massacre here? The man replied coldly, while it is true there is no recent enmity, who claims there has been none in the past. This Lingxiu Villa is a branch of the Taiping sect. Years ago, the Taiping sect waged war against my Wudao sect, causing countless injuries to my disciples. Such a profound grudge cannot be settled with mere words. Today, annihilating the Lingxiu Villa is my way of avenging the blood feud of years gone by. Li Xuandu replied sternly. The evil 10 sects continually accuse the righteous 12 sects of masquerading under the banner of justice. Yet, do the evil 10 sects not also harbor their own treacherous inclinations? Even if the righteous 12 sects are dark, it does not render you and your ilk pure. If you do evil, then accept it. There is no need to seek excuses under the guise of vengeance. The man fell silent for a moment before retorting coldly. Such eloquence, indeed, reflects the demeanor of the 12 sects. Li Xuandu's expression shifted as he leaped into the air, hovering above. Suddenly, the blue bricks beneath him cracked violently, and from the ground emerged a living corpse, seemingly having burrowed underground, akin to a technique of earth evasion. As Li Xuandu descended, he landed a decisive blow to the head of this living corpse, crushing it into its chest, shattering its spine into countless fragments, leaving it utterly lifeless. At that instant, a sound of footsteps on the roof tiles echoed above, and shadows flickered. 8 attendants, agile and swift, traversed the eaves through the pouring rain. As they descended into the courtyard, they simultaneously launched an assault on Li Xuandu, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape. Li Xuandu gathered his energy, grasping the chigi firmly, and wielded the sword of exorcism from the Miaojin sect, sweeping it horizontally with a flourish. The sound of slicing through the air resonated as he decapitated 2 household servants in one swift stroke. Without their heads, these living corpses became indistinguishable from true cadavers. Rendered utterly immobile, dead beyond any semblance of life, Li Xuandu continued his advance, the chigi swirling in his grasp, and dispatched a 3rd household servant with a clean cut, its severed body writhing in a grotesque dance. 2 more servants stood frozen in place, and with a sudden whoosh, they launched their fingers like hidden weapons. Li Xuandu flicked his sleeve, and 20 fingers seemed ensnared by an invisible force, unable to retreat or fall, their nails glistening ominously black, clearly harboring deadly toxins. With another shake of his sleeve, he sent these projectiles hurtling back along their original path, piercing the bodies of the 2 living corpses. In the blink of an eye, 5 household servants had met their demise at the hands of Li Xuandu. However, this flurry of action, combined with the earlier 2 strikes, had nearly drained his internal energy. At that moment, 3 more servants charged at Li Xuandu, just as his energy waned to a precarious low. He could only brace himself to withstand the combined assault of these formidable foes. Unlike ordinary corpses, these beings possessed iron-hard resilience and immense strength, accompanied by the peril of corpse poison. A single misstep could lead to contamination, which, while not necessarily fatal, would certainly become a significant nuisance, especially under the current circumstances. Just then, the previously silent Yuzhua finally sprang into action, raising his hand to unleash 3 glimmering darts. In an instant, the 3 household servants were pierced in the forehead by 3 dark, elongated spikes, the crimson glow in their eye sockets vanishing immediately, transforming them into ordinary corpses that fell lifelessly to the ground. A voice echoed anew, revealing the unexpected presence of a genuine practitioner of the Taiping sect within the confines of this modest Lingxiu manor, complete with the cultivation of the Xinyuan realm. These 3 god-locking nails were exceedingly rare. It remained unknown how many more he possessed. No one had anticipated that the usually unassuming second master of Lingxiu Manor was indeed a bona fide expert of the Xinyuan realm. And according to the claims of that person from the Wudao sect, he had even mastered the divine arts of the Taiping sect, an accomplishment that the elder master had not achieved. Amidst this series of revelations, the denizens of Lingxiu Manor were too preoccupied to contemplate these matters. Only the elder master, He Jin, cast a deep glance at the second master, feeling that trust had eroded entirely within the manor. They were all schemers, intent on usurping the manor's legacy. Hu Liang was untrustworthy, Wang Lai was untrustworthy, Yuzhou was untrustworthy. None were to be trusted. Yuzhou remained unfazed by He Jin's scrutiny, his hands enveloped within his sleeves, and turned to Li Xuandu, stating, "Mr. Li, let us unite our efforts to eliminate these living corpses." Li Xuandu raised his peachwood sword, nodded in agreement, and uttered a single word of affirmation. Throughout this ordeal, Hu Liang had refrained from making any move, for he sought to uncover the whereabouts of the elusive individual. Previously, the two engaged in a fierce battle, neither gaining the upper hand, resulting in mutual injury. Now, if Hu Liang could ascertain the whereabouts of his adversary, he was confident of delivering a lethal blow. With that individual's demise, the corpse reviving formation, a secret technique of the Zhaoge sect, would be instantly dismantled, thereby liberating the Lingxiu Manor from its confinement. Should the formation remain intact, they would all be doomed to perish in this place. Earlier, at the behest of Li Xuandu, Hu Liang had journeyed from the northwest to Luzhou. Along the way, he encountered members of the Wudao sect, leading to a fierce confrontation due to the Grand Master's affiliation. Their skirmish persisted without resolution. Today, the Wudao sect members had finally tracked him down, laying down the corpse-reviving formation to claim lives and weapons. Nevertheless, as Hu Liang possessed innate prowess and wielded a Grand Master's treasured blade, he remained vigilant, opting to conceal his presence. Even when he spoke, he employed the ethereal sound of the Zhuan sect, rendering it difficult to discern the source of his voice. Although the individual was evidently from the Wudao sect, their use of the Zhaoge sect and Zhuan sect's mystical arts was not unreasonable. Just as Li Xuandu bore the transcendent skills of various schools, the two paths of righteousness and evil had engaged in countless conflicts and alliances over centuries. Each sect's unique techniques had inevitably wandered beyond their original confines. For instance, even the lesser scriptures such as the Xiaoyin True Scripture and the Jade Maiden Scripture from the Zhuan sect had circulated. Other sects had similarly seen their arts dispersed. For example, the pure young purple Qi of the Zhengyi sect and the Zhuo Wang Zhen of the Jingchan sect had also found their way into the world. However, without the guidance of a master, few could successfully cultivate these skills through mere self-exploration. For the esteemed figures listed among the 3 mysteries, aside from the fundamental tenets deemed as the way within their respective sects, these arts could be categorized as techniques, all leading to the same end, rendering them inconsequential. Yet, for ordinary wanderers of the martial world who had yet to tread into the realms of transcendence, the distinction between techniques could very well determine life or death. After the demise of 10 household servants turned corpses, a multitude of shadowy figures emerged from the curtain of rain, no longer mere servants, but rather estate guests with prior cultivation. In addition to their agile forms, they exhibited an uncanny dexterity, even subtly forming a cohesive formation, moving with purpose like living beings. Any ordinary martial practitioner encountering them would find them exceedingly challenging to confront. Li Xuandu, however, could not rely on conventional reasoning when faced with over 20 estate guests transformed into corpses. Drawing his sword, he struck with precision, severing the head of the foremost corpse, which then rolled away in the rain. He then deftly evaded the subsequent attacks of 2 more corpses. A robust corpse charged forth, brushing past Li Xuandu, only to have its arms severed by his blade, taking with it a portion of its shoulder. The 4 corpses that followed promptly halted, forming a square formation. Li Xuandu did not linger for a moment, plunging directly into the fray. He deftly twisted his body, evading the dual claws of 2 animated corpses. With a swift stroke of his sword, a faint sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar and a tiger's growl echoed as he severed the hands of these 2 corpses. Simultaneously, he swept his sleeve outward, repelling a 3rd corpse, and then executed a dragon-grasping maneuver, seizing the wrist of a 4th corpse behind him, drawing its body towards him. With a sudden elbow strike to the chest of the corpse, a burst of crimson mist erupted. Following this, Li Xuandu experienced a brief moment of stillness. gripping his sword with one hand, its blade angled downward, the tip nearly grazing his left leg. The previously repelled third corpse let out a ferocious roar, launching itself at Li Xuandu with all its might. Yet, he remained unmoved, raising his sword, which swiftly ascended, parrying the oncoming corpse while simultaneously executing a downward slash with his peachwood sword. Before the corpse could react, he cleaved it in two with a horizontal strike from right to left. Finally, he pivoted and delivered a powerful kick to another corpse that had lost both hands, sending it crashing into its hapless companion, toppling them both into a tumbling heap. These animated corpses possessed no intellect, driven solely by instinct and their master's commands. Thus devoid of any fear, they surged towards Li Xuandu with reckless abandon, intent on overwhelming him. However, he did not rush to slay his foes, but instead prioritized his own defense, moving with the fluidity of a fish in water, stepping lightly as if strolling through a tranquil garden, allowing the frenzied corpses to charge without inflicting harm upon him. With each strike of his sword, the air resonated with a thunderous clarity, reverberating melodiously. The corpses would momentarily freeze at the sound of the blade's song. The sword's essence was far more profound than mere combat. Each of Li Xuandu's strikes appeared devoid of any mundane ferocity, yet the sound of the blade grew increasingly thunderous, causing many nearby corpses to collapse inexplicably, even before they drew within 10 paces of him. It was as if a heavy hammer had struck them on the head, causing them to stagger before collapsing, unable to rise again. This was the great compassion thunder sound sword of the Zihong sect, where the sword's melody transformed into thunder, intimidating malevolent spirits. Observing the battlefield, Yuzhou flicked his sleeves, revealing a flurry of stars as he launched a series of god-locking nails, instantly dispatching 7 corpses. Meanwhile, the hidden practitioners of the Wudao sect began summoning all the concealed corpses, intent on eliminating the 2 of them. A surge of dozens of corpses approached, comprising various figures such as patrons, servants, and maids, with even more corpses intermittently flooding in from afar. Caught in the heart of the battle, Li Xuandu felt an overwhelming pressure, transitioning from wielding his sword with one hand to gripping it with both. His sword technique shifted dramatically from the Great Compassion Thunder Sound sword to the Fiery Blaze blade technique, a powerful style imparted to him by Hu Liang, originally derived from the battlefield, making it exceptionally suitable for facing many foes. In tandem, Yuzhou continued to unleash god-locking nails, each striking true into the foreheads of the corpses, causing them to fall lifelessly, thereby alleviating some of the pressure on Li Xuandu. Yet, as the number of corpses continued to swell, he found himself increasingly cornered. After single-handedly battling nearly 50 living corpses, Li Xuandu swept his peachwood sword with a flourish, casting it aside, and initiated the technique of the 100 Steps Flying Sword of the Qingwei sect. The sword energy surged through the air as he stomped powerfully on the bluestone ground, leaving deep impressions with his feet. With a flick of his sleeves, a streak of brilliance flashed forth like a comet, transcending the realm of the flying sword technique. This was unmistakably the art of sword mastery. Li Xuandu's repeated victories over his adversaries had relied upon this divine skill, channeling energy to command the sword, allowing it to move in harmony with his thoughts. One sword was employed for the flying sword technique, while another, the Qingjiao, was wielded for the art of sword mastery. The dual swords danced in an intricate interplay, their energies crisscrossing to form an expansive net that ensnared the multitude of living corpses. The sword energy swept past, piercing through chests and foreheads, as if inexhaustible. However, despite its formidable power, the sword energy could not entirely extinguish the vitality of these corpses. Most were merely injured, continuing to writhe and crawl upon the ground. At that moment, you flipped his left palm and retrieved a bead from his sleeve. Its overall hue was deep, but at its center, a faint crimson shimmered, resembling an eye. This was the Fenjianzi of the Taiping sect, crafted from a secret fiery concoction, possessing tremendous potency. You hurled it forth. With a thunderous roar, the Fenjianzi erupted into a tempest of flames, soaring into a towering inferno, and the living corpses fell like ripe rice in autumn. The Taiping sect excelled in employing external objects in battle and was well versed in the innate 8 trigrams techniques, giving rise to 8 divine abilities corresponding to the trigrams: Qian, heaven; Kuan, earth; Jin, thunder; Sun, wind; Kan, water; Li, fire; Jin, mountain; and Dui, lake. The divine locking nail previously utilized by you as part of the Qian trigram's divine abilities, while the Fenjianzi he now employed belonged to the Li trigram's divine abilities, remaining flammable even in water. If cultivated to perfection, It could burn mountains and boil seas. In an instant, the flames rapidly spread, transforming into a sea of fire, the blaze reaching for the heavens. Rain could not extinguish it. Instead, it exacerbated the flames, which only grew more intense. As one living corpse caught fire, it collided with those around it, igniting them in turn. The ground was in chaos, filled with anguished cries and the acrid scent of charred flesh, an unspeakably tragic scene. Li Xuandu found himself engulfed in the inferno, feeling the surrounding heat intensifying. Despite the protection of the Tai Wanlu, the heat was oppressive. He promptly withdrew the Qigyi and Qingjiao, leaping out of the sea of flames. When Li Xuandu glanced back, the entire courtyard was ablaze, yet curiously, only the living corpses were consumed by the flames, while the numerous wooden and stone structures remained unscathed. Li Xuandu couldn't help but regard the second master of Lingxiu Villa with newfound respect. If he was not mistaken, this should be the Sky Fire. Although it still fell considerably short of the legendary Samadhi Fire, it was nonetheless an impressive divine ability within the realm of Xinyuan. However, relying solely on Sky Fire to dismantle this corpse refining formation was still beyond his capabilities. The so-called corpse refining array is one of the 3 refinements of the Zhaoge sect, the other 2 being the soul refining array and the spirit refining array. The essence lies in the word refine. The true profundity of this grand formation resembles an alchemical furnace, where the living individuals within are regarded as medicinal materials, extracting their essence to converge within oneself, thereby augmenting cultivation and enhancing realms. Ultimately, what remains, the dregs of this alchemical process, transforms into living corpses, hence the name corpse refining array. The duration of the corpse refinement is contingent upon the cultivation level of the materials. Those with profound cultivation can endure longer, while those of lower or no cultivation, such as maids and servants, are almost immediately drained of their essence the moment the array is activated. Consequently, annihilating the living corpses within the array does not disrupt it, nor does it shake its foundational principles in the slightest. However, this expert from the Wudao sect is not a direct disciple of the Zhaoge sect, and thus possesses only an incomplete understanding of the corpse refining array. Able to refine corpses but incapable of harnessing the array to extract essence for the enhancement of one's own cultivation, which is a stroke of misfortune amid fortune. After a brief period, the raspy roars of the living corpses gradually faded, and the flames began to dwindle. The onlookers turned pale, as the pervasive stench of charred flesh was truly nauseating, yet Yu's demeanor remained unperturbed, with his hands concealed within his sleeves. The array's creator finally exhibited genuine anger, their voice resounding once more. Very well, a master from the Jingyi sect, and another from the Taiping sect. Even without the Grand Master in Hu Yang's possession, these 2 severed heads alone make my deployment of the corpse refining array worthwhile. Li Xuandu surveyed his surroundings and spoke up. I have heard of the 3 refinements of the Zhaoge sect, and have witnessed the soul refining array, executed by a master of the Zhaoge sect, which extracted the souls of all beings within 30 miles, instantly transforming them into vengeful spirits. It is indeed formidable. However, your corpse refining array appears to be incomplete. After all this time, there are scarcely 100 living corpses. It seems you are ultimately not of the Zhaoge sect. You might as well employ the techniques of your own Wudao sect. Perhaps the results would be more immediate. Although this individual remained hidden from view, their wrath was palpable, and the atmosphere within the array turned ominously oppressive and chilling. Li Xuandu calmly remarked, "Are you not curious as to why this so-called practitioner of the Jingyi sect wields a flying sword?" Before his words had fully settled, Li Xuandu had already hurled the ghost command talisman high into the air. The talisman hung suspended, and the malevolent aura permeating the surroundings momentarily stagnated. The person's voice erupted once more, harshly declaring, "You dare, boy." Li Xuandu responded with a serene smile, "Are you afraid now?" This peachwood sword, originating from the Taoist tradition, ultimately embodies the character command. At the moment the word command escaped his lips, the finely crafted peachwood sword shattered into countless fragments, dispersing into the downpour. Li Xuandu willingly sacrificed the ghost command talisman to momentarily disrupt the corpse refining array. In the realm of the ordinary Dan realm, even the most esteemed disciples of the 12 orthodox sects would find it impossible to discern the flaws within such a secret formation. However, Li Xuandu had once traversed the realm of true return and had engaged in combat with the eminent masters of the Zhaoge sect, who were well versed in the art of the 3 refinements. He understood the profound intricacies involved. By fortunate coincidence, Li Xuandu had acquired a talismanic ghost-hunting instrument crafted from a century-old peach wood in the Nanshan Garden, perfect for suppressing malevolent energies. Had it been any other formation, it might not have yielded such exceptional results. If one were to gaze from the skies above, they would witness an extraordinary and mystical phenomenon unfolding at that moment. Countless raindrops seemed to freeze in midair, suspended as if time itself had momentarily halted, and the malevolent energies concealed within the torrential rain ceased their tumultuous dance. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Yet, this brief pause proved sufficient. Observing the situation keenly, Hu Liang swiftly drew his grandmaster's sword from his waist. With a fierce blade aura, he cleaved through a nearby wall, sending bricks and stones flying. A figure clad in blue emerged from the rubble, staggering and appearing quite disheveled. Hu Liang smirked and remarked, "So it was merely a game of shadows. I wondered why I could not find you." As the figure regained his footing and lifted his gaze, his pallid visage was revealed, the orbs of his eyes conspicuously absent, replaced by flickering crimson glimmers. This was strikingly reminiscent of the previous animated corpses, yet his demeanor was far from vacant. It bore a hint of ferocity. "Wu Shifan," Hu Liang said, his playful demeanor swiftly replaced by a cold demeanor. "I had no time to engage with you earlier, yet you linger on like a specter. Very well. Since you refuse to walk the path to heaven, I shall grant you your wish today." Initially, Hu Liang had sought Wu Shifan's whereabouts without success. However, Wu Shifan, hesitant to act recklessly, could only command the animated corpses to advance, resulting in a tense standoff between the two, while others might remain oblivious. Li Xuandu understood the pivotal moment at hand. Thus, he took the initiative, creating a fleeting pause in the grand formation, which inadvertently revealed the hidden presence of its architect. Seizing the moment, Hu Liang struck with his blade, leaving Wu Shifan with no avenue of escape. He was compelled to reveal himself. Despite his earlier disarray, he bore no injuries. Li Xuandu cautioned, "Be wary, Tianliang. This man, in addition to mastering the boundless technique of the Wudao sect, has likely also cultivated the formless astral energy." Realization dawned upon Hu Liang as Wu Shifan's crimson glimmers flickered with intensity. "You possess a discerning eye, indeed. I have indeed mastered the formless astral energy specifically to counter your blade's aura. However, I wonder about your origins. It is quite rare for one to immediately recognize the secret arts of my Wudao sect. Alas, if only you were not merely in the Dan realm. Today would have seen my demise." At that moment, Wu Shifan no longer dared to underestimate this young man. He refrained from regarding him merely as a disciple of the Zhengyi sect, instead addressing him with respect. Acknowledging him as a potential descendant of a venerable figure from the Taishan ranking, or perhaps a fortunate individual graced with great opportunities. Even among the esteemed descendants of the Taishan list, there exists a level of respect rather than fear. The martial world has always been governed by the principle that blades are blind, and life and death rest solely on one's own merit. Whether one kills or is killed hinges merely on skill, for no matter how illustrious one's lineage, if one possesses inadequate ability, it is futile to blame others when faced with death. Furthermore, should I return to the Wudao sect in the northwest after taking a life? What can your elders do against the Wudao sect? Hu Liang spoke coldly, "Since you have mastered the Wuxiang Gongqi yet chose not to employ it earlier, I suspect you intend to use it at a crucial moment to catch me off guard. Indeed, now that Li Xuandu has discerned my foundation, I shall no longer conceal it," Wu Shifan admitted candidly. "Given our comparable realms, life and death are but a thread apart. Thus, it is only through calculated intent that we can achieve success. Well said. It appears we must determine life or death here today." Hu Liang's expression grew serious. Wu Shifan remained impassive, responding, "It is only right." Without further ado, Hu Liang drifted forward. "Just a single strike. You, Wu Shifan, wield the corpse refining formation and the Wuxiang Gongqi, while I, Hu Liang, rely solely on a single blade. Before this blade, what formations or energies could withstand its might?" On that fateful night in Nanshan Garden, as he conversed with Li Xuandu while listening to the rain, he was inspired by Li Xuandu's words about the sword, leading to his own epiphany regarding the blade. Although he could not replicate Li Xuandu's feat of returning countless raindrops to the heavens, he could part the curtain of rain. The rain poured heavily, with droplets resembling pearls, weaving lines that transformed the downpour into a curtain of beads. As Hu Liang executed his strike, it was as if invisible hands parted this curtain, revealing a clear expanse in the midst of the storm. Having initially gained renown in the northwest through the Tianke skill learned from the Butian sect, Hu Liang, while not particularly cunning, stood out among innate experts due to the sheer strength of his energy. His weakness lay in martial arts, yet after 10 years in the military, he created the Lihua Liaoyuan blade technique amidst the chaos of battle, constantly refining and enhancing it. With guidance from a grandmaster of the Wudao sect, he became nearly unmatched among innate practitioners. Had he not been wounded during the battle in the imperial capital, he could have sought an opportunity to break through to the first realm of transformation. Following the conflict in the imperial capital, Hu Liang was further instructed in the Zhiwang Zen by Li Xuandu. Their exchanges deepened his understanding, allowing Hu Liang to swiftly ascend from the depths of the innate realm back to its pinnacle, unlike Qin Guhong, who struggled to maintain a low position even after years of recuperation. Yet, even with all this, when Hu Liang faced Wu Shifan, he still found it challenging to secure significant advantages. The energy of Wu Shifan is scarcely distinguishable from that of Hu Liang, although he possesses a few extraordinary treasures. They pale in comparison to the formidable weapons of a grandmaster. Logically, Wu Shifan should be far from a match for Hu Liang. However, the reality deviates from this expectation. Despite his years of cultivation, Wu Shifan has yet to step into the realm of true return due to his inherent limitations. Nevertheless, he has amassed a wealth of esoteric techniques, including the forbidden art of corpse refinement. Even though he has suffered the loss of his sight due to various afflictions, he remains a formidable opponent, utilizing a myriad of unpredictable secret arts during combat, making him quite a challenge to confront. The two had previously engaged in a fierce struggle, and Hu Liang, having deeply felt the intensity of their exchanges, resolved to secure a swift victory in this encounter. With a seemingly casual yet deliberate motion, he unleashed a strike that parted the curtain of rain, silently closing the distance to Wu Shifan. This strike appeared to traverse the very dimensions of space itself. To Li Xuandu, it was merely a flash of blinding white light. In the eyes of Wang Lai and He Jin, Hu Liang's phantom seemed to linger in place. Yet, in truth, the Grandmaster's blade had already approached Wu Shifan's very brow. Were it a lesser opponent, they might not comprehend their demise until it was far too late. Although Wu Shifan was blind, he sensed a sudden blinding whiteness before him, followed closely by the slicing aura of the blade drawing near. In response to this strike, Wu Shifan, compelled by the knife's energy, activated the formless and intangible qi of the Wuxian Gang. As the name suggests, this technique is devoid of physical manifestation or trace. Once activated, it envelopes the practitioner in an invisible layer of protective energy. With the shield, one can stand beneath a torrential waterfall or stroll through a tempest without succumbing to moisture. When facing an adversary, be it blades, spears, poison darts, or the might of fists, the qi can resist all, transcending the realm of mediocrity and embodying the pinnacle of martial arts. In an instant, the Grandmaster's blade neared, leaving a mere 3 inches to Wu Shifan's forehead. Yet, these 3 inches were akin to an insurmountable chasm, each inch gained requiring tremendous effort, advancing only slowly. Wu Shifan raised his head, peering through his dark eye sockets at the blade's tip, and extended his emaciated fingers to trace the air before him. He inscribed the character for gold and then truth together. They formed the character for seal. This seemingly ethereal seal descended with a thunderous impact, landing squarely upon Hu Liang. In that moment, Hu Liang felt as if he bore an immense weight upon his back, making it arduous not only to advance further but even to stand upright. As the saying goes, what appears false can become real. The arts of magic exist between the realms of truth and illusion. Those who believe in them may find them potent. Yet they can be countered by the forces of masculinity. Thus, it is often said that malevolent spirits fear the wicked, or that the blood of a black dog can dispel sorcery. Magic can be broadly categorized into 3 realms. The first realm is the art of transforming the false into the true, exemplified by the spells of injury and immobilization once employed by Li Xuandu, representing the most rudimentary application of this domain. In this intricate realm, the magical arts largely resemble deception, suited for trickery rather than for taking lives. To illustrate simply, it is not difficult to conjure a false spectacle of celestial warriors descending from the heavens for an ordinary person to behold. Individuals such as Bai Chochio can effortlessly achieve this. However, such illusions cannot be employed in the face of 2 armies clashing or during combat, as the fervor of martial men and the lethal aura of the battlefield profoundly disrupt the magical arts. Therefore, malevolent spirits primarily inflict harm within this realm, presenting various illusions before their victims, leading to either their demise through panic or self-inflicted death. There are even more formidable evil spirits that deceive and kill through illusions, as exemplified by a traveler who, upon encountering a beautiful woman in an ancient temple, discovers after a night of indulgence that his vital energy has been siphoned away. If one possesses a robust vitality or harbors a murderous intent, such energies can disrupt or even shatter the illusions. This explains the notion that malevolent spirits fear those who embody wickedness, as such individuals are often physically strong or burdened with blood debts. The magical arts that can genuinely be utilized on the battlefield belong to the second realm, such as summoning winds and rain, or causing snow to fall in summer and ice to melt in winter. This requires a communion with the forces of nature, only achievable by those who have reached a high level of mastery in the realm of authenticity. As for the third realm, it allows one to manipulate the elements through sheer human will, transforming the negative into the positive, turning illusions into reality, and creating something more tangible than the physical itself. Akin to turning beings into soldiers, with the created soldiers indistinguishable from real ones. The three realms build upon one another, culminating in the transformation of the false into the true, which is one of the origins of the concept of cultivating truth. The magical arts serve as the backbone of the practitioners of this path, while martial men prevail in combat due to their overwhelming vigor, which subdues the magical arts, as their life force is the most potent. Legend has it that a century ago, within the unorthodox sect, there existed a martial saint whose vitality rivaled that of ancient giants. He could consume the sustenance of 9 elephants in one meal, strike with the force of 9 tripods, and with a single drink, shatter countless magical arts, epitomizing the pinnacle of martial prowess. At that time, the Zhaoge sect also flourished, led by a master whose scholarly prowess enabled him to create a realm of spirits through magical arts, filled with illusions that blurred the lines between truth and falsehood, capturing countless souls and creating a miniature cycle of reincarnation. When these two figures contended for the position of the holy monarch, the Zhaoge sect leader found himself unable to withstand the martial saint of the unorthodox sect. Upon the saint's personal entry into the realm of spirits, the latter could not sustain the overwhelming vitality and collapsed into oblivion. The Zhaoge sect leader fell victim to the backlash of the spirit realm, leading to his demise. Following this confrontation, the Zhaoge sect has remained overshadowed by the unorthodox sect. This illustrates one of the reasons for the martial men's formidable strength, even after the saint's death. His abundant vitality lingered, propelling him to heights that rendered the masters of the unorthodox sect incapable of flight or magical transportation, forcing them to laboriously transport his coffin back to their sect, aptly reflecting the adage that to bear the weight of mortals is akin to carrying a mountain. However, everything is relative. Although water can extinguish fire, when water is weak and fire is strong, fire can also overcome water. This dynamic is similarly reflected between the martial prowess of a warrior and the mystical techniques of an adept. If the art is more potent than the blood and vitality of the warrior, it can indeed suppress it. At this moment, the talisman employed by Master Wu Fan represents the pinnacle of the first tier of mystic arts. One might question how a mere talisman could summon a great mountain. Even a master of the celestial realm would lack such miraculous powers. Therefore, it must be a deception. Yet, Hu Liang distinctly feels as though he bears the weight of a mountain, unable to free himself from its grasp. This is the blurring of truth and illusion. Indeed, even Hu Liang's blood and vitality cannot break free, revealing an extraordinarily sophisticated technique. Just as malevolent spirits can harm individuals, some malevolent entities with encounter exorcists may dissipate like snow under the sun, while others can turn the tables and harm the exorcists instead. This illustrates the disparity in their cultivation levels. In terms of realms, Hu Liang and Wu Fan are nearly equal. Otherwise, they would not have been entangled for so long without a clear victor. However, following his battle with Chan Guhong, Hu Liang is severely injured and his vitality depleted, rendering him inferior to Wu Fan at this moment. Even though he recognizes the technique as a falsehood, he cannot escape its grasp. The momentum of his strike falters, and the previously momentarily parted heavy rain resumes its descent. In such circumstances, only Li Xuandu possesses the capacity to alter the situation. It is only upon attaining the realm of return to truth that one comprehends the myriad illusions of the world. Among those present, only Li Xuandu knows how to dispel these illusions, yet he is currently constrained to the dance stage, making it exceedingly difficult for him to change the course of events. After all, human strength has its limits, and Hu Liang dares not place all his hopes upon the elderly. He exerts himself to operate the Tianke technique, disregarding the talisman affixed to him, his garments billowing as he draws his blade once more. If his previous strike was akin to a light cavalry charge, This subsequent strike resembles heavily armored cavalry breaking through the ranks, advancing beyond the previous attack. The blade's force cleaves through the air like countless hooves upon the earth, resonating with a thunderous sound. The edge of the Grandmaster's blade is now but an inch from Wu Fan's forehead. Yet, Wu Fan does not remain passive. He circles his hands at his chest, creating a harmonious energy that gives rise to a mirrored surface upon the water below, sending ripples outward like a vast mirror. The formless astral energy ebbs and flows, layering upon itself. The downward momentum of Hu Liang's Grandmaster's strike comes to an abrupt halt. The Grandmaster's assault, akin to iron cavalry breaching formations, is met with a reflective barrier of formless energy that holds steadfast like heavily armored infantry. Both forces engage in a relentless struggle, each wearing down the other, awaiting the moment when one shall exhaust their vigor first. Wu Fan remains calm and composed, while Hu Liang's forehead is marked by bulging veins. After a brief stalemate, Wu Fan extends a hand once more, tracing an imposing character in the air that signifies suppression. As this character descends upon Hu Liang like a mountainous weight, he is compelled to bend at the waist. The characters for seal and press combine to embody the essence of suppression. This is a talisman of overwhelming force. Hu Liang's back curves under the burden as veins bulge beneath his skin, and his vital energy visibly wanes. Wu Fan scoffs and forcefully pushes outward with both hands, unleashing a torrent of formless astral energy that cascades forth like a mighty tide. Hu Liang's complexion suddenly turned pale, and he staggered back 3 steps, each step causing the ground to tremble. In this confrontation, he found himself at a disadvantage. Wu Shifan let out a cold laugh and prepared to draw the third talisman. At that moment, Li Xuandu finally made his move. He first drew in his breath, adopting a fierce countenance, resembling a guardian deity in a temple, and then unleashed a shout that resonated like thunder. This was the lion's roar of the silent Zen sect, a voice that could subdue malevolent forces. With a single command, he established control. With a second shout, he broke the pressure. Li Xuandu brought his hands together in a unified gesture, channeling his energy to ascend to the divine realm of Kunlun. Wu Shifan was taken aback. Although he had lost his sight, he instinctively turned toward Li Xuandu. At that moment, after a brief peek, Li Xuandu's aura swiftly diminished. To break through the innate realm using the alchemical method was the pinnacle of his current abilities. Aided by his robust physique, which retained its vitality despite his diminishing realm, allowing him to counter the spell with his inner strength. Finally freed from the talisman's restraint, Hu Liang summoned the tempest around him, drawing his blade with a sudden flourish, the sound of wind and thunder echoing in his wake. The sky rumbled with cascading thunder, and the force of his blade surged forth like a mighty river, tearing through the curtain of rain. Wu Shifan's demeanor grew grave, although the unorthodox sect emphasized martial prowess. He had not engaged in combat for many years and felt hesitant to confront a master like Hu Liang in a life-and-death struggle. Thus, he extended his hand before him, sketching a formation with his fingers, using the falling rain as ink and his own energy as the canvas, merging the 3 into a talisman to create a defensive array. As Hu Liang stepped into the formation, he moved with his blade, whirling like a top, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of blade energy in all directions. The talisman trembled, quaking incessantly. The suddenly unleashed blade energy carried the sound of thunder, its force akin to a wildfire spreading rapidly, weaving into a deadly net that shredded the formation from within, even transforming the torrential rain into countless wisps of mist, rising amidst the downpour like ethereal white clouds. Compared to the fiery blade technique employed by Li Xuandu, Hu Liang, as the originator of this technique, excelled far beyond in both mindset and execution. Now, unleashing his full strength at the innate realm, he was truly unstoppable. In a fleeting moment, the formation lay shattered, akin to a mirror broken upon the ground. After dismantling the array, Hu Liang did not retract his blade but continued forward, causing the rain to splinter upon his passage. The Sky Replenishing Sect, as its name suggests, derives its philosophy from the principle of restoring balance, compensating for what is lacking while mitigating excess. Unlike the unorthodox sect, which focuses on martial arts, the Sky Replenishing Sect is more singularly devoted to martial prowess, eschewing the pursuit of immortality and transcendence. Thus, it is rich in martial arts while sparse in spells. Though Hu Liang had departed from the Sky Replenishing Sect, his mastery remained firmly rooted in martial arts, displaying tremendous strength without losing his composure. Were he to engage in close combat, the untrained Wu Shifan would likely stand little chance against him. Wu Shifan naturally comprehended this truth. Stepping onto the path of the stars, once again wielding his finger as a brush to inscribe a talisman in an instant. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, its mournful howls echoing like the hoarse cries of a dying man, reminiscent of phantoms howling on the chilling breeze. This talisman was concealed within the gusts. Hu Liang collided head-on with the talisman. Although his blade sliced through the tempest, it could not sever it. A gentle breeze swirled around Hu Liang, and with each rotation, it ensnared him further, binding his limbs, rendering him immobile. The wind tangled like countless silken threads, impossible to sever or untangle, obscuring the true location of the talisman. As the foremost of the 10 wicked sects, the Wudao sect held a position equivalent to the Jingyi sect within the 12 righteous sects, possessing its own unique characteristics. With a balance of martial arts and sorcery, Wu Shifan, as one of the elders of the Wudao sect, despite never having set foot in the realm of return to truth, had accumulated enough experience over the years to defend himself against ordinary practitioners of that realm. Just as the Zafujian immortal had triumphed over 3 opponents single-handedly despite being of the same realm. This was the foundation of Wu Shifan's audacity to seize the Grandmaster's power from Hu Liang. Unfortunately, he had overlooked one individual. He could never have anticipated that beside Hu Liang stood Li Xuandu, once the foremost of the realm of return to truth. At the moment when Hu Liang found himself in a precarious position, the rich azure aura enveloped Li Xuandu's sleeves entirely. As the poem states, not recognizing the true visage of Mount Lu, simply because one is within the mountain. At this moment, Hu Liang was indeed within the mountain. While Li Xuandu stood as an outsider, it is far easier for an outsider to break the situation than for one entrenched within it. Li Xuandu flicked his sleeve, akin to an azure dragon emerging from the water. The azure light flickered and vanished. Wu Shifan's heart jolted. Earlier, Li Xuandu had refrained from making a move, as if contemplating how to approach a complex problem, pondering the means to break the impasse. Now, with Li Xuandu's action, it was evident that he possessed complete assurance. Much like 2 masters of geomancy precisely locating auspicious sites. In the next moment, the talisman concealed within the wind was pierced by a blade. The wind ceased, and the talisman dispersed. Wu Shifan, whose schemes had been thwarted repeatedly, was consumed by rage and aimed to eliminate the young man first. However, the liberated Hu Liang had already approached him, leaving him no time to spare. Had Wu Shifan's eyes not been blinded, and if he had taken a moment to survey his surroundings, he would have noticed that, at that instant, the torrential rain falling from the sky appeared to freeze in time, with countless crystalline droplets suspended in midair. Hu Liang grasped the Grandmaster's weapon, delivering a decisive strike. In a dance of motion and stillness, the blade descended like a flowing comet, tracing a perfect arc, akin to a crescent moon. In that fleeting moment of brilliance, the blade extinguished life. After years of being untouched by the razor's edge of life and death, Wu Shifan was thrown into disarray, unable to react in time. A single misstep led to a cascade of errors. He had intended to wear down Hu Liang, but was disrupted by Li Xuandu, ultimately granting Hu Liang the opportunity to strike. The distinction of the blade technique became indistinguishable as the Grandmaster executed a straightforward and unadorned slash. 3 inches of formless vigor. 3 strikes rendered futile. As the blade's radiance finally pierced through the final vestige of the formless protective aura, a cataclysmic surge of energy reverberated, causing those who witnessed the event to sway unsteadily, as if caught in a tempest. A severed head soared skyward, rolling far upon impact. Its crimson glow within the eye sockets gradually fading. All energies dissipated into nothingness, and the heavy rain resumed, cascading in torrents. Following the demise of Wu Shifan, the corpse-refining formation that enveloped Lingxiu Manor began to slowly dissipate. However, as the formation was incomplete, it could not be compared to the true forbidden techniques of the Zhaoge sect, and thus its duration was not extensive. Except for the maidservants and a few guests who had already transformed into living corpses, the rest of the individuals were fortunate to have escaped with their lives. Yet, how to handle the aftermath left Li Xuandu in a quandary. After all, this incident stemmed from his and Hu Liang's actions, and an explanation was due. Li Xuandu pondered his words carefully before slowly stating, "This matter arose from my actions, yet death is irreversible. I hope all of you can find solace." The head of the manor, He Jin, remained silent, while the 3rd master, Wang Lai, hesitated to speak. A few elders, of lesser standing than the 3 masters, were still shaken, intimidated by the terrifying might of Hu Liang's final strike, leading to a moment of silence. Ultimately, it was the 2nd master, Yuzhua, who spoke, saying, "Those who tread the path of wickedness bring calamity upon the world, disregarding moral principles and humanity, acting with reckless abandon. Which province or city remains unscathed? This is common knowledge, yet few dare to voice their outrage. The incident of the corpse refining formation fundamentally stems from the madness of those who walk the dark path. Mr. Li's compassion is commendable, yet there is no need for self-reproach. Li Xuandu was somewhat astonished, for Yu's words were entirely exonerating, devoid of any intent to pursue blame. Upon hearing this, Wang Lai realized the wisdom of Yu's thoughts, given the current state of Lingxiu Manor. Even if they wished to settle accounts with the valiant Hu and Mr. Li, they were powerless. Rather than tearing at the fabric of their relations over the deceased, it would be more prudent to cultivate a bond of gratitude, especially since Mr. Li's words hinted at a sense of remorse and restitution. Furthermore, Wang Lai was somewhat acquainted with the disposition of the head of the manor, He Jin, who not only bore the air of a pedant but also lacked the expansive vision of the former master. Fearing that he might utter something inappropriate, Wang Lai promptly interjected. What Yu says is indeed correct. As the saying goes, the sons of the rivers and lakes meet their fate within them. This is destiny, and one cannot demand otherwise. Mr. Li need not feel guilt for the transgressions of those on the wicked path. Moreover, the scoundrel Chen Guhong, who sought to seize the heritage of our South Mountain Garden, met his end at the hands of Hu Liang and Mr. Li. In this regard, both have conferred great favor upon our manor. With such declarations, they had established a sense of righteousness. Even the head of the manor, He Jin, could not contest their words. However, his expression was far from pleasant, clearly displeased with the unilateral decisions of the two masters. Li Xuandu glanced at Hu Liang, who understood the cue, and replied, "To act with righteousness is our duty. Since the South Mountain Garden rightfully belongs to Lingxiu Manor, it is our obligation to assist in reclaiming it." Upon hearing these words, Wang Lai's eyes brightened. They had originally intended to cultivate a good relationship with Hu Liang to reclaim Nanshan Garden. Now, with Hu Liang, the formidable hero of the Northwest, providing his unequivocal assurance, the matter was effectively settled. When compared to the foundation of the mountain villa, the lives lost earlier seem trivial. It is often said that human life is of paramount importance. However, as long as it does not directly involve oneself, how many truly take it to heart? Even He Jin, who harbored discontent, appeared somewhat relieved upon hearing Hu Liang's words. After all, the phrase revitalized Lingxiu Mountain Villa weighed heavily on his heart. Now, not only was it possible to safeguard their ancestral estate, but they could also reclaim Nanshan Garden, which had occupied his father's thoughts in his final moments. This was a way to honor their ancestors, rendering all other concerns mere trifles. As for the others in the villa, having just escaped death and still shaken by the harrowing display of Hu Liang and Li Xuandu's formidable martial prowess, they were in no position to voice opposition. Especially with their leaders having set the tone, they eagerly echoed in agreement. Witnessing this scene, Li Xuandu could only sigh. Ultimately, the value of human life is subjective. One man's treasure is another's trifle. Since Lingxiu Mountain Villa raised no objections, he deemed it unnecessary to elaborate further, allowing the matter to reach a conclusion. As night deepened, the various leaders and elders of the villa dispersed, needing to address the aftermath, providing compensation for the deceased and comfort for the living. In the world of martial arts sects, the greatest fear is the dispersal of hearts. Once unity is lost, even the most esteemed sects, like the Wudao sect, risk fragmentation, incessant infighting, and even threats to their very foundation. In the vast and tumultuous human realm, amidst the ceaseless tides of existence, countless disputes arise, all rooted in the complexities of fame, fortune, love, and enmity. The interactions among individuals stem from these elements and ultimately conclude in similar fashion. Relationships formed on profit dissolve once interests wane. Those built on reputation falter when esteem diminishes. Ties forged in affection can turn bitter when feelings change. Animosities may linger for a lifetime. Alliances based on power crumble when influence wanes. Connections established through authority are abandoned when power is lost. And relationships grounded in emotion can lead to heartache when affection fades. Only bonds formed through genuine understanding can endure, emphasizing the significance of the human heart. The challenge of uniting and solidifying hearts is paramount for any leader of a sect. On Li Xuandu's side, Hu Liang, having endured 2 fierce battles and sustained serious injuries, took a restorative elixir and, feigning death, began to recover. The young girl could not withstand the night and also retired to rest, leaving Li Xuandu alone to keep vigil. In the solitude of the night, under the dim glow of a solitary lamp, he longed for companionship, be it through a game of strategy or a heartfelt conversation. Thus, he invited the second master of Lingxiu Mountain Villa, Yu, to join him. The most skilled individual within the villa did not decline the invitation and readily accepted. The two sat facing each other in the hall, while outside, the torrential night rain poured and the chilly wind swept in, carrying a hint of autumn's chill. Yuzua appeared somewhat intolerant of the cold, tucking his hands within his sleeves and hunching his shoulders. Li Xuandu, with a flourish of his hand, retrieved a small red clay stove from his wrist pouch, along with a jug of spring water and a bundle of firewood. Though it is referred to as a red clay stove, it is, in fact, crafted from red copper, and the vessel containing the spring water is a jade pot. The bundle of firewood emanates a subtle purplish hue, clearly of extraordinary quality. Yet, what astonished Yuzua the most was the string of 18 layers. The second master of Lingxiu Mountain Villa lamented, "I once believed I had greatly overestimated Mr. Li, but it turns out I underestimated him. Such a treasure, capable of containing the universe within a mustard seed, is something that even many masters of the returning to true realm might not possess. Moreover, Mr. Li is well versed in various martial arts and techniques, which leads me to deduce that his origins must be remarkably distinguished, with few in the world able to rival him." Li Xuandu did not respond directly but smiled, saying, "Brother Yu is also an extraordinary individual." Yuzua humbly replied, "I dare not compare myself to Mr. Li." After expertly arranging the stove, Li Xuandu recited a line of poetry, green ants and new brewed wine, a small fire and red clay stove. As night falls, snow is on the horizon. Can one drink a cup? In his early years of wandering, he paid little heed to such things. But upon arriving in the imperial capital and witnessing the splendors of the world, he frivolously acquired a red clay stove. He had not learned the refined art of warming wine like the literati, and merely brewed tea occasionally, which could be considered a waste. As he spoke, Li Xuandu had already kindled the fire. Curiously, the wood burned without a single crackle or trace of smoke. Yuzua gazed at the flames flickering within the stove and softly inquired, "This is not ordinary charcoal. It seems to be sandalwood?" Li Xuandu nodded, succinctly replying, "It was a fortuitous acquisition." In the meantime, he retrieved a canister of tea leaves, placing a small amount into the kettle atop the stove. The tea leaves curled like the tongues of sparrows, adorned with a layer of fine white fuzz, and as the spring water swirled within the kettle, the fragrance of the tea wafted gently. Li Xuandu's tea brewing technique could be described as clumsy, even omitting the step of washing the tea, yet Yuzua remained unperturbed, patiently awaiting the moment when Li Xuandu personally filled a cup for him. After taking a delicate sip, he inquired, "Is this from this year's preaching ming?" Li Xuandu poured himself a cup as well, stating, "It is from last year's preaching ming. At that time, I was in Jiangnan, where a friend gifted me 2 pounds, sealed in a jar, and then placed within this wondrous object." Yuzua expressed his astonishment. "It tastes as if it were just harvested this year's preaching ming." Li Xuandu chuckled lightly. "In truth, it cannot be considered fine tea. While at Huainan Mansion, I encountered a master who ran an inn, who gifted me a cup of tea and a divination. The tea was exquisite, as was the divination." At this point, Yuzua's demeanor turned solemn as he quietly asked, "May I inquire as to the identity of this master?" Li Xuandu replied, "He merely runs an inn not far from Taiping Mountain, called the Taiping Inn." Upon hearing this, Yuzua's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. Li Xuandu glanced at him and asked, "Does brother you know something about this?" Yuzua chuckled, countering, "What is there to know?" Li Xuandu shook his head with a smile, "I do not know what there is to know. I merely assumed brother you might be aware of something. Since you do not, then let it be." Yuzua hesitated for a moment and murmured, "It is not my intention to deceive you, Mr. Li, but I must confess that I am not a genuine disciple of the Taiping sect. My knowledge of the sect's many hidden matters is woefully limited, rendering me powerless." Li Xuandu inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Yuzua offered a bitter smile and explained, "As you may be aware, the ancestors of Lingxiu Villa were originally elders of the Taiping sect. Thus Lingxiu Villa can be considered a branch of the sect. The lineage has naturally derived from the Taiping sect, and it continued in an orderly fashion until the late master passed away unexpectedly. Following his demise, the Taiping sect closed its gates, effectively severing the connection. Consequently, within this vast estate, there is not a single person proficient in the 8 extraordinary arts of the Taiping sect." Li Xuandu, puzzled, asked, "Is it not possible for the guests and disciples of the villa to learn?" Yuzua shook his head, stating, "That is not the case. Although the 8 extraordinary arts are profound, it is not that no one could learn them. The truth is that Lingxiu Villa cannot be regarded as a legitimate branch of the Taiping sect. Furthermore, the reasons for the departure of the villa's ancestors from the sect were complex. Thus, there exists an agreement between Lingxiu Villa and the Taiping sect. The sect's magical arts may only be passed down through a single lineage, typically from father to son. During the time of the late master and the current master, since the latter was reluctant to practice martial arts or cultivate his energy, no successor was appointed. After the late master's death, no one was left to carry on the tradition. Li Xuandu then asked, in that case, "How did you learn the 8 extraordinary arts of the Taiping sect?" Yuzhua chuckled self-deprecatingly and replied, "The story is lengthy, but I trust that someone as astute as you can surmise the general circumstances. The means by which I acquired this knowledge were not entirely honorable. In some aspects are rather unsavory." Li Xuandu nodded in understanding and remarked, "In the pursuit of cultivation, one must consider law, companion, wealth, and land. The latter 3 are relatively manageable. Yet the concept of law is the most elusive. For ordinary individuals, lacking a teacher or proper guidance, the end result often boils down to stealing knowledge." Yuzhua offered another bitter smile, saying, "For 3 years, I have harbored the secret arts of the Taiping sect, my heart in a constant state of unease. I fear not only for myself, but also await someone who can return this knowledge to the Taiping sect." "Mr. Li, did you summon me here tonight to be that person?" "I have no interest in being that person, nor is there any necessity for me to do so," Li Xuandu replied decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Yuzhua's expression turned to one of confusion. Li Xuandu did not provide an explanation directly, but instead posed a question. "What do you think of my cultivation, brother Yu?" Yuzhua pondered his words carefully and replied, "Your learning encompasses numerous schools and is all-encompassing, far beyond what I can compare." Li Xuandu set down his teacup and smiled. "To be candid, the knowledge I possess, if we set aside the question of quality and focus on quantity, was not acquired through formal apprenticeship. The majority was learned through various less than honorable means. Since I find myself in the same situation as you, how could I possibly assume the role of a villain?" Yuzhua's expression shifted to one of realization, and he felt a slight sense of relief. Li Xuandu ceased drinking tea and added another log to the fire. Yuzhua, warming his hands around his cup, asked, then, "Mr. Li, why have you invited me here?" Li Xuandu lightly shook his head and said, "It is not as complicated as you think, brother Yu. I merely wish to understand the matters concerning the Taiping Inn. After all, there seems to be a deep connection between the Taiping Inn and the Taiping sect. And since you possess the 8 divine skills of the Taiping sect, I inquired about it." Yuzhua, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Please forgive my ignorance. I have long resided within the borders of Jiuhou Prefecture and have indeed not heard of the Taiping Inn within the Huainan Prefecture." Li Xuandu waved his hand, saying, "There is no need for such formality, brother Yu. I merely asked out of curiosity and did not expect a definitive answer. It was simply a fleeting whim." Yuzhua lifted his teacup and took a sip to steady his nerves. Li Xuandu, though his hands were not cold, instinctively reached towards the hearth to warm them, slowly stating, "With a cup of wine and the spring breeze of peach and plum, and 10 years of lamplight amidst night rain in the rivers and lakes, after this matter, it seems this Lingxiu villa may no longer be a refuge for you. I wonder what your plans are, brother Yu." For the 3rd time that evening, Yuzhua wore a bitter smile. "All that I have learned comes from the old master and Lingxiu villa. If I were to simply depart, I would feel ungrateful to the old master and the villa. Yet, if I stay, given the suspicion of the Grand Master, it is likely that other troubles will arise. Therefore, I must confess to you, Mr. Li, I am truly caught in a dilemma and am uncertain how to proceed." Li Xuandu asked, "Why not go to the Taiping sect? As far as I know, among the 12 righteous sects, the Jingyi sect, which practices acting on behalf of heaven, is the most rigid in its rules, whereas the Taiping sect, which embodies peace and worry-free, is known for its leniency. If you explain your situation to the Taiping sect, their accommodating nature means they are unlikely to treat you harshly. Perhaps this could even present an opportunity for you to formally join their ranks. At that point, it would not merely be a matter of lofty aspirations, but you could transform from a narrow path into a broad avenue. I dare not make any guarantees, but attaining the innate realm seems plausible, with some fortune. Seeking the returning to truth realm is not beyond reach." Yuzhua shook his head, saying, "Mr. Li, I have considered your suggestion. But the Taiping sect has already sealed its mountains, even the entrance is shrouded in mystery. How would I gain access to the Taiping sect?" Li Xuandu replied, "I have another idea." Yuzhua's eyes brightened, realizing that this Mr. Li possessed significant influence, far beyond that of the small Lingxiu villa, and his perspective was undoubtedly vast. He could not help but feel a glimmer of hope and respectfully said, "Please, Mr. Li, enlighten me." "Enlighten?" Li Xuandu shook his head with a smile and said, "It is simply about the Taiping Inn I mentioned earlier. Regardless of its authenticity, it would not hurt to give it a try. It may present a viable path. Yuzhua contemplated for a moment and nodded solemnly. Li Xuandu continued, if this route proves feasible, it would be wise for you to return all that you have learned to He Jin before you depart. Whether he chooses to learn is his own affair. Whether you choose to teach is yours. As long as you teach him, it will prevent the lineage of Lingxiu Villa from being severed in your hands, thus allowing both parties to find peace of mind. Yuzhua did not rush to agree, but instead asked, Mr. Li, why do you wish to do this? Li Xuandu pondered for a moment and spoke. Many innocent lives were lost at Lingxiu Mountain Villa, lives that should not have perished, regardless of the circumstances. This tragedy is intrinsically linked to myself and Hu Liang, which leaves me with a profound sense of unease. I wish to take action to atone in some small measure. Of course, once a life is extinguished, it cannot be rekindled. Thus, my efforts can extend only so far. Ultimately, it is merely a quest for inner peace. Yuzhua then inquired, Mr. Li, do you subscribe to the Buddhist principle of cause and effect? Li Xuandu fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. In my youth, I studied the Tao under my family master, and later, I followed a virtuous elder to learn Confucianism, but I have never delved into Zen. Yuzhua looked taken aback. Li Xuandu continued, in the past, I harbored no reservations about taking lives and felt no sympathy for the deceased. To be candid, there have been many who have perished by my hand. However, after experiencing certain events, I suddenly realized that the best course is to avoid taking lives whenever possible. They say the dead are paramount. Yet the living hold great significance as well. Without the living, if there were only the departed, how could the dead be deemed great? Yuzhua slowly rose from his seat, his expression solemn. Mr. Li's words shall be etched in my heart. Li Xuandu poured another cup of tea for Yuzhua. The latter lifted the cup and finally asked, if I may be so bold, where does Mr. Li intend to go in the future? After a brief pause for contemplation, Li Xuandu replied, there are many places I wish to visit, but the one I most desire is the imperial capital, Zhangzhou Longmen Prefecture, the ancient capital of the 9 dynasties. The city of peonies. This land is not under the dominion of any sect, yet every sect has established branches here, such as the Shaozhen Hall of the Xingyi sect, the Qingping Garden of the Taiping sect, the Yinyu Tower of the Qingwei sect, and the Qishu Pavilion of the Donghua sect. These branches differ from the dubious affiliations like Lingxiu Mountain Villa. They are of legitimate lineage. To draw an imperfect analogy, if Lingxiu Mountain Villa is akin to an illegitimate child, then Qingping Garden is the legitimate heir. The distinction is evident, and their every action is closely tied to their sections. When the Taiping sect imposes a mountain closure, Qingping Garden likewise shuts its doors to visitors. Conversely, when the Zhengyi sect welcomes guests from afar, the Shaozhen Hall is bustling with activity, which illustrates the point. Naturally, the Xian'anvi sect also has its establishment here, named Miaoying Pavilion. On ordinary days, a venerable elder from the Xian'anvi sect, who has reached a venerable age, presides over the pavilion. Having resigned to the fact that she will never attain the realm of return to truth in this lifetime, she has taken on this role as a means of retirement, while also overseeing a number of young disciples. Her duties are generally light, primarily involving the encouragement of disciples in their cultivation or engaging in social interactions with other friendly sections. However, today's Miaoying Pavilion is unlike any other day. The elder personally opened the central door, and all the disciples stationed there lined up in formation before the entrance, presenting a ceremonial display. The younger female disciples only heard whispers of a significant figure arriving from Yunnu Peak, yet none knew her true identity or name. Approximately half an hour later, an unremarkable carriage slowly approached, driven by a young woman clad in simple blue garb. She was not strikingly beautiful, yet her sharp features and austere demeanor conveyed an air of composure and grace, unmistakably indicating a woman of few words. In the carriage sat a solitary passenger, draped in a flowing white silk robe, her cloud-like sleeves billowing gracefully. Her raven hair cascaded like a waterfall, held loosely at the tips by a delicate white ribbon. Her beauty was transcendent, and her demeanor serene, reminiscent of an ethereal figure emerging from a painting. However, a veil of black gauze shrouded her eyes, revealing her blindness. At that moment, she knelt, an ancient guqin resting upon her lap, though 4 of its 7 strings had broken, leaving only 3. Her slender fingers brushed lightly over the remaining strings, producing faint sounds. Beside her lay a closed paper umbrella, its surface reminiscent of a lotus leaf, with droplets of water glistening upon it. As the carriage came to a gentle halt, the woman in the driver's seat alighted and exchanged respectful greetings with an elderly matron who had been waiting. The matron glanced at the carriage and softly inquired, "May I ask if the Yuhua envoy is within?" Under the leadership of the sect master, The Zuan sect had 6 envoys, namely Liu Yun, Yin Yu, Shi Wenmei, Fin Wu, Nizhang, and Yu Hua, with the latter 2 holding the highest authority. While Nizhang wielded greater power, Yu Hua was the designated successor to the sect master. Thus, it was understandable that the elder acted with such deference, for the woman within the carriage held an esteemed status, second only to the sect master. The woman known as Liu Yun replied emotionlessly, "Indeed." The matron immediately bowed respectfully towards the carriage. "I pay my respects to the Yu Hua envoy." As night descended, the woman found herself alone in a hall, the lamps unlit. In the enveloping darkness, she tenderly caressed the Guqin nestled in her embrace. Being blind, the absence of light made no difference. Her world remained shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze towards the doorway and softly spoke, "Yin Feiqing, since you have arrived, why pretend to be a mysterious figure, elusive and unseen?" Her words hung in the air, met with silence at the entrance. She plucked a string of the Guqin, and the sound resonated like celestial music, creating visible ripples that echoed throughout the hall. Moments later, a young man clad in a black Taoist robe materialized within the chamber, holding a white-tailed silver whisk. His hair was secured with a jade hairpin, his expression solemn. He stepped gracefully into the hall, exuding an ethereal presence. And with a wave of his sleeve, the 16 lamps in the hall ignited simultaneously, illuminating the vast space. In the warm glow, the woman could be seen kneeling on a cushion at the center, cradling her Guqin. The unexpected guest offered a slight bow to the woman as a gesture of apology. She lowered her head again, adjusting a string on her instrument. The young man, exuding an air of distinction, waved his whisk and smiled gently, saying, "My master once remarked, from destruction comes rebirth. Without destruction, there can be no rebirth. It seems your fall from grace has turned into a blessing. Though you have lost your sight, your inner vision is keen, allowing you to discern my presence with remarkable clarity." The woman placed the Guqin flat on the ground before her and replied softly, "Surely, Master Yin does not visit my Miaoan pavilion at this late hour with intentions of illicit pursuits?" The Taoist, still a virgin, shook his head and chuckled, "Miss you. You jest. In our past gathering in the imperial capital, you and Su Yunxian engaged in a contest of skills, with neither achieving a decisive victory. However, when you faced the esteemed Zifu Ku, who ranks at the top of the Shakshuan list, you were able to push him to the brink of death. Thus, the distinction of superiority has been established, and further discussion is unnecessary." The woman then raised her gaze to this renowned leader of the Zhengyi sect, recalling their shared history. Apart from their collaboration during the battle in the imperial capital, her dear friend Su Yunxian was destined to become his Dao partner. In a sense, their ties ran deep. Yet, after experiencing significant upheaval, her state of mind had transformed considerably. At that moment, she inquired directly, "Do you wish to meet Zifu Ku?" Understanding her intent, Yin Feiqing did not shy away and replied frankly, "Indeed, I wish to meet him, but not with the intention of killing him. Rather, I have certain matters to discuss." The woman gestured for him to take a seat and softly remarked, "I recently encountered him." Yin Feiqing positioned himself opposite her, sitting cross-legged on the mat, and said, "That is to be expected. However, by all accounts, Zifu Ku should not be your match at present. Why then did you show him mercy?" The woman fell silent. Others may have been oblivious, but Yin Feiqing, as the foremost leader of the righteous path, was well aware that she had regained her innate cultivation and was merely a step away from re-entering the Guasian realm. Otherwise, her sect would not have allowed her to leave the mountain nor permitted her to retain her position as the feathered garment envoy. Yet, upon encountering Li Xuandu, she inexplicably suppressed her cultivation to the bowed-in realm and engaged in a fair battle, ultimately accepting defeat. Placing his white-tailed whisk beside him, Yin Feiqing continued, "I acknowledge my past transgressions and shall amend them. Who among us is without fault? To err and to correct is the noblest of virtues." The woman furrowed her brow and asked, "How do you intend to amend your ways? Will it involve supporting Prince Jin?" Yin Feiqing shook his head. "It is merely a temporary measure." Yu Qingming rested her hands upon the strings of an ancient Guqin and spoke slowly. After the battle in the imperial capital, all 7 strings of this Guqin were broken. It took 3 years to repair, yet only 3 strings were restored. Today's world resembles this Jiutian Xianin. Destruction can occur in a single night, but restoration may require years or even decades. The Confucian sage said, "To think of the world and its drowning souls is to feel one's own suffocation. To think of the hungry is to feel one's own hunger." The world encompasses countless beings, all reliant on the rhythm of applause. Thus, we must tread carefully. Yin Feiqing looked at Yu Qingming with solemnity. "What you say is profoundly true. It is precisely for this reason that I wish to meet Zifuku. Yu Qingning gently caressed the 4 broken strings of the guqin, a sense of sorrow washing over her. With a deep sigh, she recounted, when I last saw him. He remarked that among all the young men of this era, you alone could catch his eye. Since he has said such, I should not obstruct your desire to meet him. I only advise you to refrain from making things difficult for him. As she spoke, Yu Qingning flicked her finger, sending a spark of spiritual light into Yan Feiqing's brow. Yan Feiqing once again performed a respectful bow before rising to depart from the misty rain pavilion. After his departure, the 16 bright lanterns sequentially extinguished, plunging the hall into a profound darkness. In this obscurity, Yu Qingning lifted her head and let out a gentle sigh. The most renowned inn within Longmen Mansion is undoubtedly the Longmen Inn. Today, a woman arrived at the Longmen Inn, her attire suggesting she hailed from an affluent family. With phoenix-like eyes and brows like painted arcs, she possessed a graceful figure, exuding an innate charm, her hair styled in a youthful bun, radiating a hint of innocence. Unlike any mundane being, such news quickly spread throughout the bustling Longmen Mansion, attracting countless roguish youths, nearly trampling the threshold of the Longmen Inn. Among the arrivals were not a few seasoned connoisseurs of beauty, even those who had traversed grander realms, yet none had encountered a woman of such exquisite beauty. Some asserted with conviction that this lady was second only to the illustrious Su Fairy, while others claimed she surpassed Su Fairy in allure. This disagreement nearly escalated into conflict within the inn, but a peacemaker among them intervened to diffuse the tension. The woman from afar remained indifferent to the throng of idle youths, dismissing their pointed remarks and judgment as inconsequential, carrying herself with the poise of a commanding leader. A stark contrast to the usual coyness of women. In a world rife with libertines, men like Yan Feiqing, who regard beauty as trivial, are indeed rare. Faced with such enchanting beauty, how could these roguish youths possibly resist? Yet, when a few of these ill-intentioned youths attempted to act upon their desires, a mere gesture from the beautiful woman rendered them blind, causing all onlookers to vanish without a trace. After all, no matter how captivating a beauty may be, one's life holds far greater importance. Who would dare risk losing their sight for the sake of admiration? It is noteworthy that among those unfortunate souls rendered blind was a genuine master of the Xian Yuan realm. Otherwise, they would not have dared entertain thoughts of abduction. If even such a formidable expert could not withstand a single gesture, one can only ponder the true extent of this woman's prowess. This reinforces a saying: vibrant blossoms either possess thorns or are surrounded by venomous serpents. They are not easily plucked. As night fell, the inn, once bustling with voices during the day, became eerily silent. The woman presented the innkeeper with 2 ingots of 10 taels of silver, leaving only a solitary lantern behind. With a beaming smile, the innkeeper pocketed the silver and departed. Prior to this, the woman had reserved all the rooms in the inn at a price 10-fold the usual rate, exuding an air of royal extravagance, leaving her as the sole occupant within. Seated alone at a round 8 immortals table, illuminated by a solitary lantern, her mere silhouette could enchant even the most seasoned of men. Miss Gong, with such a stir today, do you not fear attracting Yan Feiqing? A cold voice inquired from behind her. The woman did not turn nor look back, merely responding, had it not been to draw out Mr. Zhang, I would not have exposed myself in such a manner. A figure approached and gracefully circumvented the woman, taking a seat opposite her, softly stating, Congratulations, Miss Gong, on advancing further into the realm of return to truth. The woman in question was Gong Guan of the Yin Maiden sect, a prominent figure still holding her ground on the esteemed Shaoxian ranking. In her youth, she was often compared to Su Yunxian of the Compassionate Voyage sect, one hailed as a paragon of righteousness and the other branded as a siren of darkness. However, as fate would have it, Su Yunxian first stepped into the realm of return to truth, and with the emergence of Yu Qingning, Gong Guan found herself unable to attain the same heights, often absent from the martial world. Consequently, Su Yunxian and Yu Qingning became known as the dual pillars of righteousness. While the name of the enchantress Gong Guan faded into obscurity, little did anyone anticipate her appearance within the Dragon Gate Inn. Those lecherous patrons were utterly oblivious that the woman before them was the infamous Gong Guan, notorious for her involvement in the recent Dragon Gate Escort Bureau tragedy, which was rumored to be orchestrated by her. The Dragon Gate now evoked fear at the mention of the Yin Maiden sect's enchantress, capable of silencing even the most boisterous of children. Who would dare to court death? As for the man referred to as Mr. Zhang by the next leader of the Yin Maiden sect, his identity was no less distinguished. He was Zhang Wanshan, a cousin of Zhang Lianshan. who had once been on the cusp of assuming the position of the Grand Master of the Genie sect. Although that aspiration had since slipped away, he remained a highly regarded figure within the sect, often sought after for counsel by the current Grand Master, Yin Feiqing, a testament to his esteemed standing. The flickering light of a solitary lamp cast shadows across the room. Zhang Wanshan spoke slowly. To borrow a saying from the martial world, Miss Gong's name resonates like thunder. I have long been aware of it. Gong Guan smiled and replied, the reason for disturbing Mr. Zhang is to seek clarification on a few matters. Zhang Wanshan returned a faint smile. Miss Gong may inquire, but I cannot guarantee that I shall provide answers. Undeterred, Gong Guan cut to the chase. I have heard of the situation surrounding Shou Tingxiao. His daughter has been rescued. Are you aware of this, Mr. Zhang? Zhang Wanshan nodded slightly. Gong Guan, not one for pleasantries, pressed further. Do you know the origins of the one who rescued her? She emphasized the term origins deliberately. Zhang Wanshan shook his head. I cannot provide an answer. Acknowledging his response, Gong Guan proceeded to her third question. I have heard that prior to the battle in the imperial capital, you had an extensive conversation with Grand Master Yin, attempting to dissuade him from going. Is this true? If so, do you harbor any ulterior motives? Zhang Wanshan's tone sharpened. Whether this matter is true or not pertains to the internal affairs of our sect, and is not for Miss Gong to speculate upon. Should you insist on knowing, I suggest you inquire directly with Grand Master Yin Feiqing, who will decide whether to divulge any information. Gong Guan paused, gazing deeply at Zhang Wanshan. Before responding, I understand. Zhang Wanshan then asked, is there anything else? Gong Guan inquired, might I ask if you are acquainted with the one who rescued Zhou Tingqiao's daughter? Zhang Wanshan replied candidly, I am acquainted. Gong Guan pressed on, since you are acquainted, could you reveal this person's whereabouts? Zhang Wanshan did not directly refuse, but remarked, I indeed received a letter from my cousin Lian Shan, which mentioned this matter, yet I am unaware of his whereabouts. The palace official, astute as ever, discerned from Zhang Wanshan's words that Zhang Lianshan had inadvertently imparted wisdom, prompting her to smile and say, I stand corrected. However, may I be so bold as to inquire, does Mr. Zhang not fear for my potential ill intentions towards this person? Zhang Wanshan shook his head with a smile, replying, today, speaking with Miss Gong, I am assured that you would not act thus. The palace official, yet to confirm her position as the next leader of the female sect, merely nodded. Zhang Wanshan lowered his gaze to the flickering lamp, softly uttering, when the wine is exhausted and the light dims at 2 o'clock. The wind and snow at the window reflect the bright sky. The northern steeds come galloping with pride, yet the song fades with the southern breeze. There are no more extraordinary tidings from overseas, only the traveler's sunflower thriving in the homeland. When will the ice thaw? A glance at the plum blossoms brings clarity. Now, the atmosphere of peace has vanished, and chaos looms. I fear that in the coming decades, the world will again be rife with turmoil. In such times, it is a land for heroes to wield their strength, but not a period for the common folk to dwell in peace. The peace sect retreats to the mountains, while the tranquil Zen sect seals its temples, all deeply intertwined with these events, whether it be in Feiqing or Miss Gong. If you wish to save the world or achieve great feats, ultimately, it must culminate in peace. Only when the realm is tranquil can one live without worry. A single sword cleaves through the azure, thus clarity emerges. To harbor thoughts of the world is to possess true magnanimity. It is not without reason that the peace sect and the purely subtle sect stand alongside the ancestral homes of Buddhism and Taoism. Yet, I ponder if in this lifetime I shall witness someone wielding a 3-foot azure blade, traversing 3,000 miles in a single stroke, capable of fending off 100,000 troops, illuminating 19 provinces. The myriad affairs of the world, in the end, must be resolved with a single sword. The palace official had come to seek insight from Zhang Wanshan, yet after their exchange, she felt as if she were being led by the nose, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the mountain ridge, or the bright moon illuminating the great river, leaving her momentarily stunned. Zhang Wanshan rose with a smile and departed from the Long Inn, prompting the palace official to instinctively rise and see him off. Watching his retreating figure, she felt a tumult of emotions. Once Zhang Wanshan's silhouette vanished into the night, she redirected her gaze towards the radiant moon above, suddenly furrowing her brow. Regret washed over her for having visited Zhang Wanshan that evening, and she was vexed that his words had stirred her heart in such an unprecedented manner. With an irritated huff, she suppressed this rare emotion, squinting her striking phoenix eyes, murmuring to herself, is the world truly at peace? When Zhou Shunning awoke, she discovered Li Xuandu practicing martial arts in the courtyard, while Hu Liang sat nearby, observing his movements. The young girl, unfamiliar with martial arts and having never trained, felt an unusual sensation as she watched Li Xuandu. His outstretched arms seemed to embrace the heavens and the earth, and his close stance appeared as if he could topple the distant green mountains with a mere shoulder. Since ancient times, it has been said that those who indulge in literature are often impoverished, while those who cultivate martial prowess flourish. Li Xuandu, once hesitant to claim wealth, was indeed not destitute. Apart from practicing swordsmanship, he had also dabbled in martial arts, albeit superficially, as it was not deemed a noble pursuit. If his mastery of the sword could be described as transcendent, then his proficiency in boxing could only be considered rudimentary. Though Li Xuandu had indeed fallen from grace, it was merely a decline in status, for he had not entirely forgotten the arts of sword and fist. Thus, even in his diminished state, he could still wield both sword and fist with ease, albeit lacking the profound depth to truly embody their essence, rendering his skills mere semblances without substance. The young girl was unaware that the boxing style he practiced was of considerable lineage, known as the progenitor of all boxing techniques. Created by the founding emperor of a previous dynasty, hence named Taizu boxing, or the 32 postures fist. This style comprises 32 forms, with the basic techniques being unremarkable. However, the underlying intent of the punches was exceptionally striking, reminiscent of cavalry charging through enemy lines, conquering cities, sweeping across the land, and purging the filth of chaos, embodying the spirit of a tiger devouring the vastness. For an ordinary martial artist, mastering the 32 postures was not particularly challenging. But to evoke the intent behind the punches was an arduous task, often resulting in mere hollow forms, akin to a common cabbage, worth little more than a few copper coins. In his earlier years, Li Xuandu had also struggled to grasp this essence, but after his experiences in Jiangbei, he gained some insights into the underlying principles of the boxing style. His travels to the northwest, culminating in a battle in the imperial capital where he single-handedly faced 3 opponents, further deepened his understanding of this boxing style, allowing him to grasp roughly 4 or 5 points of its intent. While he could not be considered a master, he had certainly entered the realm of competence, which was why the young girl perceived a distinct quality in his practice, not because of the sheer force of his punches, but due to the intent embedded within them. Noticing the young girl's presence, Li Xuandu continued his practice undeterred, executing the 32 forms with unwavering focus. To an ordinary martial artist at the dance stage, the intricacies might have gone unnoticed, perhaps appearing as mere ornamentation. However, Hu Liang, observing from the sidelines, recognized the immense power contained in each punch, capable of shattering stones and breaking monuments. Initially, Li Xuandu moved slowly, akin to an elderly person practicing, but soon his speed increased dramatically, culminating in a whirlwind of motions, leaving the young girl to witness only fleeting shadows of his form. Suddenly, Li Xuandu halted, his left foot striking down with tremendous force, shattering the blue bricks beneath him. When at the pinnacle of his technique, he could be likened to shaking the heavens and trembling the earth. He inhaled deeply, his joints and bones crackling, his spine twisting and turning, producing a continuous series of sharp sounds. He did not draw upon any internal energy. Rather, he relied solely on his physical prowess, radiating an almost tangible aura of vitality. Each movement was accompanied by a gust of wind, and every punch unleashed a torrent of force that reverberated through the very fabric of the heavens and earth. If a true martial artist at the Return to Truth stage were to unleash such vigor, it would likely scatter even the clouds in the sky. Li Xuandu's physique has yet to reach such heights. Even during his time in the Returning to Truth realm, it was the same. At this moment, he primarily relied on practicing his punches to cultivate the celestial refining techniques he acquired from Chen Guo, thereby refining his body, which had become entirely different from before. Li Xuandu continued to execute his punches, following the same path as before. However, in addition to the pure force of his physique and the essence of his punches, he began to channel his vital energy, rendering any semblance of superficiality undetectable. His solitary punches resembled the combined force of 100 warriors, and each step he took mirrored the synchronized movement of 100 feet. Even more astonishing to the young girl was that, as Li Xuandu practiced, he left behind 64 distinct footprints on the stone-paved ground, disordered yet harmonious, clearly indicative of an exceptionally refined stepping technique. Upon completing a set of punches, the vital energy within him surged, creating an extraordinary phenomenon as white mist enveloped his body. This wondrous spectacle persisted for approximately half a stick of incense. And once the mist dissipated completely, Hu Liang approached with a grin, exclaiming, "What a remarkable set of 32 stance punches! You have truly grasped its essence." Li Xuandu retorted with a chuckle, no need for flattery. He then turned to the young girl, smiling as he inquired, Shuning, would you like to practice some punches? The young girl glanced at the footprints on the ground and then at the lingering white mist surrounding Li Xuandu, hesitating in silence. It was rare for Hu Liang to speak with such sincerity, he said. Old Li, I understand your intentions for Shu Ning's benefit. But you cannot force all your good things upon her. One cannot chew more than they can swallow. Moreover, this 32 stance punch is particularly domineering, as a young lady. Shu Ning is ill-suited for such aggressive techniques. If she were to practice it forcefully, she might harm herself. Consider this, our little beauty. Even if she were to master these punches, would she truly wish to engage in close combat, exchanging blows with bloodshed? That would be rather unseemly. Surely, it would be far more fitting for her to be a graceful swordswoman, clad in white, wielding her sword from a distance to claim victory. Therefore, I suggest you impart your swordsmanship to her. That would be best. Li Xuandu smiled wryly and shook his head, saying, I have considered that. But my swordsmanship is a legacy from my sect, bestowed by my esteemed master. Without his permission, I dare not teach it privately. Hu Liang squinted at the footprints left behind by Li Xuandu and chuckled. You, my friend, are a paradox. You adhere to rules when it suits you, yet disregard them when it does not. So, are you a man of principle or not? Li Xuandu replied, ultimately, each person's boundaries differ. Some rules may be bent, while others must be upheld. It varies with time, circumstance, individual, and emotion. Zhou Shuning, still a child, found herself somewhat bewildered by Li Xuandu's nuanced reasoning, shyly smiling as she seemed uncertain how to respond. For her brother's words were inherently correct, even if she did not understand them. They remained true, perhaps simply because she was too naive to grasp their meaning. Li Xuandu, perceiving the thoughts swirling within the young girl's mind, sighed with a hint of helplessness and patiently explained, in essence, it means determining whether to follow a rule based on the specific circumstances at hand. Let me draw an analogy. At this moment, if a person is on the brink of death and requires me to breach convention to impart a vital technique for survival, it would be imprudent to cling to rigid rules. Thus, I would indeed teach them, as circumstances dictate. Alternatively, consider a technique that can only be cultivated by women. Who then would I choose to instruct? This illustrates the principle of tailoring my actions to the individual. Furthermore, suppose there exists a technique that I can only transmit to one person, if both you and another individual desire to learn. I would undoubtedly choose to pass it on to Shuning rather than Hulian, demonstrating the influence of personal relationships on my decisions. As for the notion of adapting to the times, it is difficult to find a fitting analogy. Yet let us consider the 32 forms of boxing. When first conceived by the founding emperor, it was regarded as an unparalleled secret, not to be shared lightly. However, as time has elapsed, it has become commonplace, rendering the idea of secrecy moot. This exemplifies the variability dictated by the passage of time. Hulian could not suppress a teasing remark, exclaiming, so it seems all misfortunes befall me, while all the good fortune belongs to you too. The young girl's face finally reflected a flicker of realization. Li Xuandu interjected, enough of that. Now that the matters of Lingxiu Mountain Villa are concluded, we should prepare to depart from Jiuhou Prefecture and head towards Shuiyang Prefecture in Jingzhou. Given the current season of frequent rains, I have requested a horse-drawn carriage from Lingxiu Mountain Villa. The young girl's eyes brightened at this news, genuine joy illuminating her countenance. Before her elation could reach its zenith, Li Xuandu, adhering to his customary manner, doused her enthusiasm with cold water, stating, excellent. I shall teach you a few stances. You can practice them in the carriage to strengthen your physique. The young girl gasped, seemingly momentarily bewildered, her expression blank. Observing this, Hulian, with a touch of mischief, remarked, poor little Shuning, training her chi foundation while also practicing boxing. Suddenly, a shout from her brother froze her expression, leaving her in a state of confusion. In the world of wandering heroes, onlookers often see them as swift and valiant, their actions imbued with gallantry. However, few recognize that the martial realm encompasses not only the clash of blades but also the mundane realities of daily life, which present their own set of challenges. While clothing and travel may be manageable, after all, who does not wear garments and walk with legs? Finding lodging and sustenance poses significant difficulties. To commence with lodging, as the outskirts are rife with bandits and rogue elements, inns are generally confined to the city. And establishments like the Taiping Inn located outside the city walls either possess substantial protection or are dubious enterprises. Consequently, many a time, one must endure the elements, sleeping beneath the sky and using the ground as a bed. Fair weather may be tolerable, But when confronted with the harshness of wind, frost, rain, and snow, the hardships endured are truly beyond what outsiders can comprehend. As for meals, as long as one has yet to reach the innate realm capable of subsisting without food, one cannot escape the necessity of grains and cereals. While it is indeed possible to carry provisions, how many possess treasures like Li Xuandu that allow for the storage of sustenance? The rations one can carry are woefully limited, should one find themselves in desolate areas. The risk of famine looms large. Moreover, as time passes, these provisions become cold and hard, akin to stone, almost impossible to consume. In the wilderness, while foraging for ingredients may not be overly difficult, the act of preparing a meal becomes quite the chore, and lacking spices or flavoring, the resultant dishes leave much to be desired. Thus, traversing the vast world is not as romantic and carefree as many naive newcomers might envision. It is, in fact, quite a skillful endeavor. During this period, Zhou Shuning accompanied Li Xuandu on their journey, and although he took excellent care of her, ensuring her needs for food, clothing, and shelter were met, the journey was still arduous. The daily travel of dozens, if not hundreds, of miles left her quite fatigued. Therefore, the arrival of a horse-drawn carriage undoubtedly lifted her spirits immensely. The carriage was prepared by Lingxiu Mountain Manor. Devoid of any distinguishing marks, it was rather unremarkable, lacking the shock-absorbing structures favored by nobility, and the horses pulling it were equally ordinary. Fortunately, upon entering Jingzhou, they found themselves in the Jiangnan region, where the postal system was well developed and the roads were wide and smooth, allowing for a comfortable ride without excessive jolting. Inside the carriage, Li Xuandu supervised the young girl as she practiced her skills, imparting some techniques to her. Meanwhile, Hu Liang played the role of the coachman. Li Xuandu jested that having a master of innate realm serve as a coachman was a luxury seldom afforded even to the most esteemed nobles or royal families. The Jiuhou prefecture, known for its confluence of 9 rivers, boasted a complex terrain that even the governor's troops could not entirely secure. Moreover, the governor had no intention of engaging in any significant conflict here. After safely exiting Jiuhou, they pressed on into the territory of Shuiyang Prefecture in Jingzhou, thankfully without any interruptions from the Qingwan guards. The journey through several counties was smooth and uneventful. During these days, the trio rarely stayed in towns, often opting to camp in the wilderness. Fortunately, as autumn had just begun, the weather was still mild, allowing the young girl to bundle up in several layers for a somewhat comfortable night in the carriage, while Hu Liang and Li Xuandu endured the night outside, making do as best they could. For seasoned wanderers like them, such hardships were scarcely worth mentioning. After approximately 10 days of travel, they found themselves merely a county away from Jiaoling Prefecture. The young girl lifted the carriage curtain to gaze outside. In contrast to the already withering landscapes of the north, Jiangnan was still lush and verdant, a sight that was truly refreshing. As the saying goes, the land nurtures its people, and indeed, the picturesque scenery of Jiangnan fostered a populace with a gentler disposition, unlike the fierce, martial character found in the frigid northwest. The soft, melodic dialect of Wu and the delicate forms of its women presented an entirely different charm. Ping'an County, though merely a county town, boasted considerable renown. The entire Shuiyang Prefecture was well aware of the 2 prominent families within, the affluent Long family and the scholarly Sun family. These 2 households effectively divided Ping'an County, each claiming half of its influence. The former had deep ties to the Jingshan sect, with its current head being a lay disciple of the sect, serving as one of its eyes and ears in Jiangnan. With vast wealth and a formidable backing, they were certainly not to be compared with the struggling Lingxiu Mountain Manor. The latter, too, was formidable, being a branch of the illustrious Sun family from Songying Prefecture, renowned for generations of officialdom and scholarly prestige. Together, these families created a balanced dynamic of culture and martial prowess. The carriage proceeded towards Ping'an County, as Li Xuandu began to enlighten the young girl, who was gazing out of the window, about the local customs and traditions. Even when considering the entirety of Jiangnan, the Sun family stands as a paragon among esteemed noble clans. In Songying Prefecture, they possess an impressive expanse of fertile land, totaling 200,000 acres, nearly half the area of the prefecture itself. The current Prime Minister, Sun Songchan, also serves as the imperial teacher, hailing from the illustrious Sun lineage. Speaking of Sun Songchan, his father, Sun Xinxuan, held the esteemed position of Grand Secretary during the reign of Emperor Shizong. An accomplished poet and painter, he is particularly renowned for his calligraphy. In his youth, he studied the styles of O, Zhu, and began with Dong and Mi, later evolving under the influence of Qian and Yin without being constrained by any singular style. His strokes are robust and powerful, exuding a style that is both dignified and graceful. In the 6th year of Ming Yong, he achieved the highest honor in the imperial examinations, subsequently serving as Minister of Revenue, Minister of Works, and Grand Secretary, ultimately becoming the Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince. After the young emperor ascended the throne, he was further appointed as the Chief Minister of the Cabinet, thus earning the title of Imperial Teacher, wielding unparalleled power during that era. Currently, the Sun family in Ping'an County is a branch of the main Sun clan in Songyin Prefecture, known for their scholarly lineage. Each generation has produced officials, ranging from county magistrates of the 7th rank to esteemed deputy ministers of the 2nd rank, with numerous former students and contemporaries holding significant influence in both the court and society. The Long family, being able to stand alongside the Suns in Ping'an County, is not to be underestimated either. Renowned for their martial prowess, the current patriarch, Long Shaoan, possesses considerable skill. Though whether he has reached the innate or return-to-nature realm remains uncertain, it is said that he once engaged in a friendly contest with Zhang Wanshan, who was at the pinnacle of his abilities at that time, deemed invincible beneath the return-to-nature realm. After a brief exchange lasting the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Long Shaoan, recognizing his disadvantage, willingly conceded. Later, he faced Yin Feiqing, who had yet to step into the return-to-nature realm. Although his practice of the Zen meditation technique ultimately fell short against Yin Feiqing's pure yang arts, he could still be regarded as a noble adversary. Following these encounters, he withdrew into seclusion to hone his skills, and it remains unknown whether he has since entered the return-to-nature realm. Ping'an County lies adjacent to the river, with a dock not far from the city gate. The river flows through the jurisdiction of Ping'an County, separating the entire Shuaiyang Prefecture and Jiangling Prefecture before merging into the vast and mighty Yangtze River. At this moment, a 2-story boat glided downstream along the Yangtze, eventually veering into the territory of Jingzhou, traversing through Jiangling and Shuaiyang prefectures via the Jing River. This boat is adorned lavishly, with intricately carved beams and painted columns draped in silk brocade, from which the faint sounds of stringed instruments can be heard, harmonizing beautifully with the tumultuous waters. On the 2nd floor of the boat, a woman stood by the railing, reminiscent of a palace made previously seen at Longmen Inn. She wore no makeup, clad in white and barefoot, exuding an ethereal presence that belied any notion of seduction, resembling a celestial being transcending the earthly realm. It is often said that great deception may appear as truth, and great treachery may masquerade as loyalty, thus in the case of women. One might say that a great enchantress resembles a fairy. Behind her, within the ornate pavilion, 12 women cradled various musical instruments, producing the enchanting melodies emanating from the boat. Each of these women is strikingly beautiful, their figures graceful, adorned in a variety of silk garments, showcasing a diverse array of charm and allure, eschewing the monotony of a singular style. Beside the court official stood 2 individuals. One was a woman, dressed in a feminine attire, her hair styled in a lofty, cloud-like coif, exuding an air of icy solemnity, rarely breaking into a smile. In her arms, she cradled a long sword, the hilt adorned with a crimson tassel, reminiscent of the swords worn by literati. The other was a robust young man, his demeanor resolute, with eyes that sparkled with intelligence, revealing his considerable prowess. Should fortune smile upon him, he could easily ascend to the much-coveted realm of return to innocence, a dream not beyond reach. At his waist hung a long knife, suited for the brutality of battle, emanating a sharp, lethal aura. The pairing of a man and a woman, a sword and a knife, was indeed harmonious. The court official stood against the wind, her garments billowing elegantly, her presence striking and otherworldly. She gazed toward the distant Ping'an County, murmuring to herself, Ping'an County, how fitting. Originating from the sinister sect known as the Yin Woman sect, she defied the sordid reputation often ascribed to her kin, maintaining a purity that surpassed that of many so-called virtuous women. To draw an imperfect analogy, if one were to regard the practices of the Yin Woman sect as a form of commerce, the average disciple would accumulate modest wealth through diligence, frequently engaging in transactions. However, for a disciple like the court official, deemed capable of wielding authority, the situation was quite different. Essentially, it could be summarized in a business adage: 3 years without a deal, 3 years of bounty when the deal is struck. Once, a master of celestial transformation, on the cusp of attaining immortality, one of the few renowned figures on the Taishian list, fell unwittingly in love with a disciple of the Yin Woman sect due to a series of unfortunate events orchestrated by the sect. He even dared to infiltrate their domain, only to meet a tragic end, losing half of his cultivation, which allowed the Inn woman disciple to leap from the threshold of return to innocence to the boundless realm of celestial beings. This incident became a cautionary tale among various sects, advising their young disciples to steer clear of the Inn women. Of course, ensnaring such a formidable master could not be achieved merely through allure or the trivial arts of the Inn woman sect. The women of this sect earned their esteemed place among the world's sects due to their unique path, which revolved around the intricate web of emotions. A woman's affections are often complex, and the pursuit of a man can feel like a delicate veil separating them. When a woman becomes deeply infatuated, it stirs the hearts of men. Imagine an enchanting beauty devoted to you. How many men could resist? Once a man is ensnared in the throes of passion, should the woman decisively sever those emotional ties with a swift stroke of her enlightened sword, it becomes almost inevitable that she would seize his cultivation amidst his turmoil. Ultimately, the women of the Inn woman sect would amass great fortunes, while the men who served as vessels for their desires would be left utterly bereft, having lost everything. It is precisely for this reason that the world describes the disciples of the female sect as a series of mother spiders, weaving their webs. The men beneath their skirts are akin to hapless insects that have flown into the trap. Once ensnared by the web of affection, they find it impossible to escape. Moreover, those who crawl beneath the skirts of these women are invariably exceptional individuals. To draw them into the web is no mere theatrical endeavor. The women must also invest their genuine emotions, immersing themselves deeply in this passionate entanglement. This reveals the ruthless decisiveness of the women of the female sect, who can sever even the most profound and heart-wrenching love. What other barriers could they not overcome? Undoubtedly, the concept of love is the most perplexing. And there are disciples of the female sect who cannot release their grip, becoming ensnared to the point of being expelled by their own sect. Over the course of its 1,000-year history, the female sect has destroyed 28 adept practitioners of the heavenly realm and over 100 masters of the returning truth realm. Additionally, 13 exceptionally talented disciples of the mystic maiden sect have met their demise at the hands of the female sect, ensnared by their own emotional entanglements. In the current martial world, rumors abound that Zhang Wanshan lost his once certain position as the leader of the Zhengyi sect due to the machinations of the female sect, resulting in a plummet in his cultivation, allowing Yin Feiqing to rise and ultimately assume the leadership. Hence, it is not uncommon for some to speculate with ulterior motives that there may have been collusion between members of the Zhengyi sect and the female sect to conspire against Zhang Wanshan. After all, who would be so naive as to believe that someone of Zhang Wanshan's stature could fall prey so easily? Once he lost his eligibility for the leadership, who reaped the greatest benefits? Of course, there are those who counter this notion, asserting that one should not condemn all women because of the actions of the female sect. Zhang Wanshan's emotional turmoil may indeed stem from genuine affection, unrelated to the female sect. Even if there is a connection, it does not necessarily implicate Yin Feiqing, as it is evident that she is the principal beneficiary. Who dares to claim that there are no ulterior motives at play, such as the treacherous and unpredictable nature of the martial world? As for whether Zhang Wanshan's downfall is indeed due to the female sect, perhaps only he knows the truth. As the most distinguished disciple of the current generation of the female sect, Gong Guan has been entrusted with immense expectations, with hopes that she might one day bring a master of the heavenly realm to kneel at her feet, much like the esteemed predecessors of the sect. The Purple Mansion Sword Immortal, having already reached the pinnacle of the returning truth realm at a young age, was an ideal candidate, possessing both appearance and talent of the highest caliber. Yet, unexpectedly, this individual became embroiled in the battle for the imperial capital and has since vanished without a trace. Even if alive, they may have been rendered a mere shadow of their former self. Gong Guan turned her gaze toward the flowing river outside the boat, unexpectedly recalling an encounter from several years prior. In the year of Tianbao, shortly after the demise of Emperor Muzong and the ascension of the young emperor, she was dispatched to the imperial capital on a mission for her sect to meet a certain holy maiden. Given that she was treading upon unfamiliar territory, she could not afford to bring along numerous attendants. While passing through Zhongzhou, she encountered a prominent monk of the Jingchan sect, accompanied by a throng of secular disciples. Outnumbered and outmatched, her retinue was swiftly annihilated, leaving her utterly alone. The formidable monk, mindful of her status, chose not to descend into a bitter feud with her, but instead resolved to take her back to Jingshan Temple, where she would be confined for a decade. Among the secular disciples surrounding the monk was Long Xiaoyun, the head of the Long family from Ping'an County, who subjected her to numerous humiliations through his words. Although she was unable to retaliate verbally at the time due to her predicament, a profound anger simmered within her, with a singular thought: once she escaped, she would ensure that he paid her back 100-fold, just as she was about to be escorted back to Jingchan Temple to endure the torment of solitary confinement. A swordsman appeared out of nowhere, donning a low-brimmed hat that obscured his eyes and nose, revealing only a hint of his chin. His attire was rather unremarkable, leading her to speculate that he was either a reckless youth who would be easily subdued by the monk or someone too intimidated by the monk's reputation to intervene. To her astonishment, the swordsman displayed no fear of the Jingchan sect's renown. Instead, he provocatively tapped the sword at his waist and challenged the monk to first inquire about his blade. The Jingchan sect, as a paragon in the martial world, held immense prestige and influence, making such audacity a rarity. Although she, as a member of the imperial court and accustomed to the elite, did not believe that the disheveled swordsman could triumph over the monk, she was taken aback when he not only emerged victorious but did so with remarkable finesse. To this day, she vividly recalls the duel between the swordsman and the monk. With the first strike, although the sword was drawn only a fraction, the air crackled with sword energy, shattering the monk's Vajra manifestation and compelling him to employ the divine powers of the Fumo Kasaya. The second strike saw the sword drawn fully, executing a technique favored by martial swordsmen. Its elegance akin to the crescent moon in the sky, or the first stroke of a master calligrapher, carefree and resplendent, effortlessly dismantling the monk's Kasaya, leaving a significant tear across the fine fabric. The final strike was the swordsman's true culmination of skill, with sword energy cascading like a river of stars descending from the heavens. Although the monk invoked the Buddha's form of the Jingchan sect, towering and radiant, the force of the sword's trajectory shattered the ground beneath him, leaving only his head above the surface. Recognizing his defeat, the monk conceded gracefully and departed. After rescuing her, the swordsman exchanged not a single word with her and vanished into the ether. At that moment, she did not dwell on his departure, for not all men are inclined to orbit around a woman's presence, and she simply regarded him as a venerable figure from the 10 sects who had returned to simplicity. However, she could never have imagined that a year later, this person had triumphed over Yin Feiqing, Su Yunxian, and Yu Qingning in a battle in the imperial capital, achieving fame throughout the realm. The palace official, standing by the railing with a furrowed brow, initially believed that this individual had been lost to the rivers and lakes after the battle in the imperial capital. To his surprise, someone once thought to be submerged had resurfaced, a rather unreasonable turn of events. As the carriage entered the territory of Ping'an County, it was evident that the travelers on the official road were far more numerous and better dressed than the common folk they had previously encountered, attesting to the affluence of this region. During this time, Zhou Shuning's progress had been rapid. She had not only thoroughly solidified her mastery of the qi manipulation realm, but, under the guidance of Li Xuandu, had begun to train in a martial art to reinforce her foundation. The technique she practiced was not the formidable Taizu 32 stances, but a form of internal martial arts created by an ancestor of the Zihang sect, known as Shouchuan Quan. This style balanced offense and defense, blending strength and gentleness, requiring little physical strength, making it suitable for women. In just half a month of practice, Zhou Shuning had already developed a semblance of proficiency. Although she still bore the traces of merely going through the motions, it was sufficient for establishing her foundation. Much to Li Xuandu's satisfaction, Zhou Shuning's innate talent surpassed that of Hu Liang, suggesting that by the time she reached Hu Liang's current age, her cultivation level would likely exceed his. It was no wonder she caught the attention of the leader of the Xin Zong, who took her as a closed-door disciple. In Li Xuandu's eyes, Zhou Shuning's aptitude was on par with that of Su Yunxian from the Zihang sect. While Su Yunxian possessed a serene mind and focused dedication reminiscent of Li Xuandu's solitary path with a sword in earlier years, Zhou Shuning was quite the opposite, adept at multitasking and naturally inclined to divide her attention. Thus, she bore some resemblance to Li Xuandu after his descent into the lower realms. Consequently, Li Xuandu imparted various teachings to her, including the Buddhist practice of Zhuo Wang Chan, tailoring his instruction to her unique talents. While the world emphasizes purity and cultivating qi, transforming the singular into the manifold, Li Xuandu encouraged Zhou Shuning to pursue the opposite path, converging myriad techniques into a singular essence. Both approaches ultimately lead to the same destination, yet the choice varies with the individual. Li Xuandu himself walked a similar path, establishing a towering tree of cultivation rooted in his past swordsmanship, with Zhuo Wang Chan as the trunk and various techniques as branches. Though he currently resided in the Dan-holding realm, he was not far from attaining the withering and flourishing state of Zhuo Wang Chan, separated only by a thin veil. With these thoughts, Li Xuandu felt a surge of the youthful ambition he once possessed, and he found himself recounting tales of his past. After passing through Ping'an County, They would enter Jiangling Prefecture, and beyond that lay the Central Plains. This region, the heart of the world, was home to the Jingchan sect, which he felt a certain connection to, particularly since the Zhuo Wangchan originated from them, and he had harbored grievances against them in years gone by. Hu Liang, who was driving the carriage, became intrigued and inquired, "I haven't heard you speak of this before. Pray, enlighten me. How did you come to have a quarrel with those monks, who seem indifferent to worldly matters?" Li Xuandu remarked, "This matter is not particularly extraordinary. In the past, when I was pursued by the people of Jiabei, many lay disciples of the Silent Zen sect joined forces to assist one another. In the face of life and death, how could I concern myself with your origins or affiliations? If you seek to kill me, then it is inevitable that I must confront you all." This led to an encounter with a monk from the Silent Zen sect, who, enraged by the death of his disciple at my hands, insisted on taking me to the temple for penance before the ancient Buddha and the flickering lamp, to repent and conclude my remaining days. At that time, being young and brimming with spirit, I was reluctant to acquiesce. Thus, we engaged in battle at the slightest disagreement. Hu Liang inquired, "And then what happened?" Li Xuandu sighed. Then ensued a fierce struggle. Though I was gravely wounded, I ultimately managed to slay that monk with a single stroke of my sword. From his belongings, I acquired the text sitting and forgetfulness Zen skill. Additionally, I had also injured a prominent monk of the Silent Zen sect, but that was a later occurrence. Hu Liang responded with an understanding tone. "So, your restraint in recent years stems from the heavy karma of past killings weighing on your conscience." Li Xuandu offered a bitter smile. "That's about right." Throughout the bloodshed in Jiabei, the distinctions between right and wrong became blurred. They sought to preserve their honor, while I am for survival, compelling us to take lives. In the end, both the guilty and the innocent became entangled in a murky ledger that none could decipher. Even if I wished to spare a life, with so many varied intentions at play, whom should I choose to save? Indeed, that is the essence of the matter. Hu Liang mused. What does it mean to be a person in the martial world, bound by circumstances? It means that if you do not kill, others will seek to kill you. What then can you do? You have no choice but to fight, to see who prevails in this deadly game. Thus, there is a saying in the martial world, life and death are dictated by fate, and one must bear the burden of their own existence. Once you enter this realm, everyone yearns for swift retribution, and one cannot blame themselves if they lose their life. Li Xuandu sighed softly, choosing not to elaborate further. He once viewed human life as insignificant, but his perspective on the martial world had changed. Yet, he remained uncertain about what the martial world should truly resemble. He sensed, albeit vaguely, that incessant killing was not a solution, yet refraining from it was equally untenable. Finding a balance between the two was an immense challenge. At that moment, Zhou Shunning interjected, "Brother, you mentioned that you injured a prominent monk of the Silent Zen sect. How did that come to pass?" Li Xuandu replied, "That was in the first year of the Tianbao era, when your uncle Tian Yang had already joined the forces under Qin Xiang. I wandered alone, harboring the intent to refine my swordsmanship through duels. Thus, I resolved to venture to the capital, a city brimming with skilled practitioners, to encounter the masters there. While passing through Zhangzhou, I stumbled upon an incident where a monk from the Fang lineage, accompanied by a group of lay disciples, was besieging a woman." "I understand." Before Li Xuandu could finish, Zhou Shunning eagerly exclaimed, "Brother, you must have acted like the heroes in stories, rescuing the damsel in distress." Hu Liang nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Shunning is correct. This certainly sounds like something he would do." Li Xuandu sighed with resignation and remarked, "It's somewhat true. Given my temperament at the time, saving someone was secondary. I was primarily drawn by the thrill of the hunt. I perceived that the great monk possessed considerable skills and could serve as a worthy opponent. Moreover, since the Silent Zen sect had previously crossed paths with me, I naturally felt no inclination to show mercy. Thus, I took action. To my surprise, the monk displayed admirable composure, choosing to engage me alone rather than overwhelming me with numbers." "And then?" Zhou Shunning inquired with curiosity. "Surely you did not slay him with a single stroke?" "Not at all," Li Xuandu replied, shaking his head. "I unleashed 3 strikes, earthly azure thunder, ink-splashed southern abyss, and falling from the 9 heavens. These broke the monk's dharma visage, robe, and spiritual form, yet I did not take his life. The monk, surprisingly gracious, did not linger or attempt to intimidate me with the Silent Zen sect. Instead, he imparted a few words urging me towards benevolence before departing with his companions, which caught me off guard, as I had anticipated a battle against overwhelming odds. The young girl, however, seemed uninterested in the monk, asking, "What was the name of that woman? Did she pledge herself to you? Should I address her as sister-in-law? Such a young age, yet so indiscreet. How will you ever marry?" Li Xuandu playfully tapped the girl's head, exclaiming, "Regarding this so-called chivalrous endeavor, it bears resemblance to the time I rescued Chen Guhong. It could be deemed a misstep." At that moment, I noticed that the woman was merely at the innate realm, effortlessly handling herself amidst the great monk of the returning truth realm and a number of practitioners at the profound origin realm. If not for the substantial disparity in cultivation, perhaps they would not have been able to restrain her. It was only after my intervention that I learned from the monk's words that she was a palace official from the Yin woman sect. However, having drawn my sword and saved her, I had already spoken my harsh words. There was no retracting them. Thus, I could only proceed with the error and let the woman go. The little girl pondered, rubbing her head thoughtfully. Hu Liang interjected sternly, "Oldly, those women from the Yin woman sect are not to be trifled with. One misstep, and you find yourself in a quagmire. Many skilled individuals have fallen victim to their charms. Given your former brilliance, it is possible you caught their eye. I even suspect that the great monk was lured into this situation. Otherwise, how could the whereabouts of the next leader of the Yin woman sect be so easily revealed? This entire affair might very well be a trap, with even the palace officials kept in the dark by their elders." Li Xuandu sighed softly. "Your words have crossed my mind as well. Therefore, after saving her, I dared not utter a single word to that palace lady. Nor did I linger even for a moment. It was indeed a case of once the matter is settled, one departs quietly." Concealing both merit and fame, the carriage continued its journey towards Ping'an County, driven by the ever-bored Hu Liang, while Li Xuandu and Zhou Shunning, this brother-sister duo, sat within the carriage, engaged in Li Xuandu's guidance on cultivating qi and establishing a foundation. As Zhou Shunning began to concentrate and channel her energy, Li Xuandu leaned against the carriage, speaking to Hu Liang. "My current state has greatly diminished. My former mastery is now like water seeping through a sieve, each drop slipping away until nothing remains. The swordsmanship that once dominated the rivers and plains is temporarily inaccessible to me. I can only employ minor techniques such as flying sword technique or sword control technique to maintain the situation. As for the Zhuang Zen skill of the Quiet Zen sect, it is fundamental for my recovery, offering little utility in combat, but significantly aiding in the restoration of my state. Akin to a plasterer rebuilding the gaps in the dam of my Qi Sea and Heart Lake with bricks and stones. Beyond that, I have access to various techniques, the Tai 5 smoke net from the Miaozhen sect, the pure young purple Qi from the Zhengyi sect, the thousand sword Avalokitesvara from the Siaihang sect, the Wuji force from the Xinshao sect, and the dragon and tiger sword Qi from the Qingwei sect, as well as the human immortal refinement method recently acquired from Chen Guhong. The rest of my skills, numerous though they may be, are mere trifles and hardly worth mentioning." Driving the carriage, Hu Liang did not turn back, saying, "For an ordinary person of the Jianghu to learn even one of these would be a blessing from their ancestors." Li Xuandu chuckled, "Blessings from their ancestors. Yet they all perish beneath my sword? Except for the Zhuang Zen skill, the rest are merely middle-level techniques, at best merely brushing against the threshold of higher-level methods. Take the pure yang purple Qi for instance. When cultivated to perfection, it is indeed formidable and rivals many higher-level techniques in power. But so what? An unyielding pursuit of pure yang will ultimately blind one to the great way and deny them longevity. How can it compare to the 5 Thunder Heart Correct method? Moreover, above the 5 Thunder Heart Correct method lies the profound path leading directly to ascension and enlightenment. Only these higher-level and great-level techniques form the foundation of a sect. As for these middle-level methods, even if I were to master them, they would not cause me any harm." Hu Liang sighed softly. "What you speak of is no longer the realm of ordinary Jianghu individuals. They are, in fact, beings of divine essence." Li Xuandu replied softly, "What constitutes Jianghu? Wherever there are people, there is Jianghu. Those so-called immortals, if they choose to remain secluded and hidden, are indeed not part of Jianghu, but rather transcendental beings. However, the moment they step into this realm, regardless of their lofty cultivation, they become part of Jianghu. Throughout history, countless immortals have existed, yet here in Jianghu, there is but one." Meanwhile, Zhou Shunning, practicing diligently, discreetly opened one eye and observed Li Xuandu's expression, which appeared notably calm and unperturbed. Whether in Nanshan Garden or Lingxiu Manor, no matter how tumultuous the storms before him, fear was absent from his countenance. Yet at times, she could discern a profound sorrow within his gaze, reminiscent of her father's pained expression whenever he spoke of court affairs, full of heartache. Her mother referred to this as the melancholy of spring and autumn, having experienced much. Adults carry the essence of these seasons in their eyes, spring representing blooming blossoms and autumn signifying falling leaves. In the span of 100 years of life, joy and sorrow are inevitable. Who among us is free from troubles? Just as the young girl became lost in her thoughts, she received a playful tap on her forehead, followed by Li Xuandu's admonition. Are you afraid of losing your focus? Concentrate on your practice. The young girl hastily gathered her thoughts and began to diligently cultivate this Wangzin skill he had taught her, striving for a state of unity with both self and surroundings. Li Xuandu took a gentle breath, his gaze reflecting a hint of complexity. The coachman, Hu Liang, inquired, why not keep this girl by your side rather than send her to the matron of the Zhuan sect? Li Xuandu exhaled softly and replied, to begin with, Shunning is a disciple favored by the sect master of Zhuan. In terms of her innate talent, she is quite extraordinary. Should she avoid an untimely demise, her achievements in this life would not fall short of the celestial realm. With a stroke of great fortune, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for her to attain the longevity of the immortal realm. Although such prodigies theoretically have the potential to reach the immortal realm, most of them meet their end prematurely. Nonetheless, they fare far better than those destined to live without hope for eternal life. Hu Liang, perplexed, pondered. Such a promising talent should be nurtured closely. Li Xuandu shook his head, saying, she is not like you. You possess not only innate cultivation, but have also traversed the martial world for many years. Even without my guidance as the Purple Mansion Sword Immortal, you are a formidable figure in the Northwest, capable of self-protection. However, she is merely a defenseless child, and I am no longer the Purple Mansion Sword Immortal of yore. Should danger arise, I may lack the means to safeguard her. If she were to suffer any misfortune, it would only lead me to repeat the tragic fate of Bai Yu and Bai Gui. At the mention of Zhang Baiyue, Hu Liang fell into an unprecedented silence. Had it not been for the battle in the imperial capital, he might now be calling that woman sister-in-law. Alas, the beloved has vanished, leaving only the living to dwell in sorrow. Li Xuandu spoke softly, thinking of this child's future. I must find her a suitable place among the 22 sects. I shall refrain from elaborating on the 10 demonic sects and their moral standing. It would be remiss not to acknowledge that there are individuals of good character among them, albeit in the minority. Conversely, when considering the 12 righteous sects, you often remark on their hypocritical demeanor. If they are indeed hypocritical, they at least put on a facade, which is preferable to those who lack even the desire to maintain appearances. Furthermore, considering Shunning is a girl, the Zhengyi sect and the Jingchan sect are unsuitable for her. The best options are Zhuan and Sihong sects, especially since the Zhuan sect has expressed interest in accepting her as a disciple, an arrangement that serves both parties well. I also harbor a personal hope that this child will grow up to be a virtuous person. Li Xuandu continued, the Confucian sage states that human nature is inherently good, while Xuanzi argues that it is fundamentally evil. Regardless of whether one believes in the goodness or wickedness of human nature, ultimately, one is influenced by the environment. Take two identical raw materials placed in the hands of different craftsmen, the final creations will undoubtedly differ. Similarly, should Shunning, a gem of talent, be entrusted to the Zhuan sect or the Yin sect, the outcomes will be worlds apart. Hu Liang exclaimed, the Zhuan sect has struck a tremendous fortune, gaining a disciple personally guided by you, far surpassing those ordinary disciples. Li Xuandu chuckled, shaking his head. You overestimate me and underestimate the Zhuan sect. Hu Liang chuckled, saying, if one day the name Li Xuandu could overshadow the Xian and V sect, and even surpass the Zhengyi sect, Qingwei sect, and Jingchan sect, akin to the venerable leaders of Zhengyi and Qingwei, then it wouldn't be considered an overestimation. Li Xuandu sighed, replying, had I not fallen from grace, there might have been a glimmer of hope. Alas, it now seems unlikely. Hu Liang reflected. I wonder who among your generation will achieve the highest accolades and secure a place on the esteemed Xian. Li Xuandu smiled, setting myself aside, I wager on Su Yunxian. What about you? Hu Liang responded, then I shall place my bet on Yin Feiqing, or perhaps Yu Qingning. What do you think? Li Xuandu shook his head. A solitary sun cannot thrive. A solitary moon cannot endure. Hu Liang similarly shook his head, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with Li Xuandu's assertion. Recalling something, he inquired. Isn't there also the 10 sects of the demonic path aside from the 12 orthodox sects? For instance, the courtier of the Taiping Inn sect and Qin Su of the Forgetting Emotion sect are both exceptionally remarkable women. Li Xuandu replied nonchalantly, gaining the upper hand is inconsequential. The crux lies in who can ultimately prevail. The youthful and charming courtier, before disembarking from her boat, deliberately donned a pair of embroidered shoes, adorned with golden threads and silver lines, depicting a pair of playful mandarin ducks. She cinched her waist with a belt woven from white jade and emerald, draping herself in a long gown of white silk and pearl embroidery, exuding an indescribable opulence, akin to a young lady of nobility embarking on an excursion. Accompanied by her imposing retinue, with her hands clasped behind her back, she walked confidently into Taiping Inn County. The sword-bearing woman trailing behind her bore an impassive expression, while the man with the blade wore a faint smile. As one of the lady's trusted confidants, he was well aware that one of her intentions for visiting Taiping Inn County was to avenge past grievances, which likely meant that several heads would roll. Such grim tasks were beneath her, and he would most likely be tasked with them, allowing for his blade to feast well. Suddenly, the courtier halted, prompting the man following her to stop as well, both turning to follow her gaze. Before them stood a magnificent manor, its grand entrance adorned with a plaque inscribed with the words Dragon Mansion. The Taiping Inn sect bore striking similarities to the Xian NV sect, representing two halves of a yin-yang duality. The Xian NV sect had 6 emissaries beneath its leader, Lu Yunshi, Yin Yushi, Shui Yushi, Feng Wushi, Ni Changshi, and Yui Shi, with Ni Changshi and Yui Shi being the foremost, the latter being the candidate for the next sect leader. Conversely, the Taiping Inn sect also had 6 under its leader, Feng Chengji, Yao Yuji, Qing Huiji, Fan Yaoji, Guang Yaoji, and Xian Xingji, with Guang Miaoji and Xian Xingji at the helm, the latter being the successor. Currently, the courtier was the reigning Xian Xingji, disliking the generational title. Her subordinates simply referred to her as Mississippi. Although the courtier exhibited none of the notorious traits typically attributed to the so-called demonic women of the Taiping Inn sect, her gaze toward the Dragon Mansion instantly instilled a sense of trepidation among her followers. She softly inquired, "Have the realities of this place been thoroughly investigated?" The man remained silent, for his sole purpose was to kill. The task of gathering intelligence was not within his purview. At that moment, the sword-wielding woman, who had been quiet until now, spoke up to report, "Miss, I have gathered information. The current head of the Long family is in seclusion, while there is an elderly martial artist at the residence. Though aged and weakened, he still maintains his innate cultivation due to the great Yuan pill of the Silent Zen sect." The official withdrew her gaze and gently shook the silver bells adorning her wrist, an artifact rivaling the treasures of the 18th floor, its construction comparable. Yet in terms of wealth, Li Xuandu was far inferior to her. Before long, a small brocade box materialized in the official's hand. She opened it and retrieved a pill the size of a longan, exuding a faint aroma. Any martial artist who had yet to step into the realm of transcendent mastery would be captivated by such a sight, particularly the swordsman. This was the renowned blood dragon pill, a secret elixir of the female sect that replenished vital energy. There is an old adage that states, without practice, one's skills fade into nothingness. In the martial world, fighters often deplete their vitality in battle, should they fail to reach the realm of return. Their energy diminishes with age, leaving them with merely about 80% of their peak prowess. Thus, in contests of the same realm, youth invariably overcomes age. The saying "the fist fears the young" stems from this truth. The blood dragon pill, as its name suggests, is an exceptional remedy for replenishing blood. When taken in conjunction with the Great Yuan pill, it almost guarantees a revival of one's vitality to its prime state. Even those who have not suffered any loss of energy would find their physique strengthened, greatly benefiting their cultivation. There were 2 blood dragon pills within the brocade box. After retrieving one, the official noted the other still remained. She tossed the pill she held to the swordsman behind her, instructing, "Sun Hu, consider this blood dragon pill a reward in advance. You know what to do. Don't mess it up, or I shall make you regurgitate both pills." Sun Hu caught the blood dragon pill and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a rosy mist enveloped his face. He did not hasten to refine the medicinal power, but instead circulated his energy to suppress it momentarily, speaking slowly, "Rest assured, miss, I excel in this brutal work." The official replied matter-of-factly, "After all, we are on their territory. Long Shaoyan has close ties with the Silent Zen sect. If this matter is not handled discreetly, and it draws attention from them, it could be detrimental to us. Thus, we adhere to the old rule, no living witnesses, no corpses." Sun Hu chuckled, confidently assuring, "You can be at ease, Mississippi. My work will be executed with utmost precision." As he spoke, the swordsman instinctively rested his hand on the blood-dripping blade at his waist, a cold smile gracing his face, entirely unperturbed by the murderous intent that enveloped him. Years ago, The Purple Mansion Sword Immortal had single-handedly carved a path of destruction through half of Jianbei, renowned for his lethal prowess, now, with his blade in hand. Whose head could escape his grasp? He would draw his blade only to drink blood. Such was the way of things. The palace official no longer regarded him. Handing the brocade box to a sword-wielding woman beside her, commanding, "Come up with a scheme to inform the old martial artist of the Long family about the blood dragon pill. Subsequently, you may negotiate terms for a buyout, or choose to lure him out for elimination. It's up to your discretion." The sword-wielding woman accepted the brocade box with a respectful acknowledgement. The palace official recalled something and added, "Oh, and do keep an eye on the Sun family as well. After all, a mighty dragon does not suppress a local snake. Some consideration must be given to the Sun family standing in Songyin Prefecture." The sword-wielding woman inclined her body and assured, "Rest assured, Mississippi." The palace official waved her hand. Apart from a young maid in disguise, the entourage, led by the sword-wielding woman and the knife-wielding man, promptly dispersed. Once only the two remained. The palace official continued her journey, her light footsteps causing the silver bells on her wrist to jingle melodiously. The sage once said, "Only women and petty men are difficult to nurture. Proximity breeds disrespect, while distance incites resentment." There is another saying, "Disaster springs from careless words," suggesting that at least half of the calamities in this world arise from one's own speech. Fortune and misfortune have no door. They are summoned solely by oneself. She was, after all, a young woman, naturally holding grudges. While her visit to Ping'an County was not solely for the Long family, it did not prevent her from settling this long-standing enmity. Even if Long Shaoan does not perish this time, he will certainly suffer greatly. For he has entangled himself with one of the 4 women on the Shaoxian ranking that he should never have provoked. Had it been Yu Qingning, Su Yunxian, or Qin Su, the outcome would not have been so dire. Yu Qingning, having lost her sight at the hands of the Zifu Sword Immortal, still maintained her composure. Su Yunxian possessed a grand vision, unlikely to engage in conflict over trivial disputes. Even Qin Su, hailing from the same 10 sects of the demonic path, would not be so easily riled by a few derogatory remarks. Regrettably, the palace official, in contrast to those 3, was the most petty and least refined. It is said that a gentleman's revenge is best served even after 10 years, since she is a woman placed alongside petty men by the sage. She is certainly not a gentleman, and thus, she cannot afford to wait that long for vengeance. The young woman, clad in white embroidered shoes, began to skip joyfully, akin to a child playing on the streets, hopping on the cobbled stones. Yet who could have imagined that this seemingly innocent girl had just devised a scheme potent enough to revolutionize this small county, planning amidst her leisurely stroll. Her movements were as sudden and thunderous as a storm breaking on calm ground. Such was the formidable prowess of the holy princess of the Yin Maiden sect. The young maid trailing behind the palace official, evidently her trusted confidant, asked softly without much restraint, "Miss, do you think it necessary to personally intervene with someone of the Long surname?" The palace official smiled and replied, "It is not a matter of respect or disdain. Even a lion must exert full effort when hunting a rabbit. After all, this Long hero is a lay disciple of the Jingchan sect, not some mere creature to be easily dispatched. Due respect is warranted." The maid hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Miss, is dealing with the Long surname merely a matter of convenience for you?" The official did not deny it, stating, "Though I am known for my meticulous nature, I am not oblivious to the significance of matters. I would not traverse countless miles to Ping'an County merely for an inconsequential role. My purpose for being here today is indeed of greater import, specifically concerning an individual. Xiao Wan, have you heard of the Purple Mansion Sword Immortal? This person possesses exceptional swordsmanship and has made quite a name for himself in the martial world. It is indeed a rare occurrence for someone as proud as the official to utter the words exceptional." The maid, well acquainted with her mistress's temperament, promptly replied, "Of course. I have heard of him. I am aware of the Sword Immortal's reputation. He is formidable indeed. A few years ago, he single-handedly slew numerous foes in Jiangbei, prompting the local heroes to organize a so-called extermination of the Purple Event, which ultimately failed to subdue him and instead only elevated his fame. If you ask me, those so-called heroes of Jiangbei are akin to mere clumsy bears. I later heard that he went to the imperial capital and triumphed over the 12 major sects, defeating Yin Feiqing, Su Yunxian, and Yu Qingning, thereby rightfully claiming the title of the foremost on the Shaoxian list." "Indeed, that is he," the official softly replied. "This Purple Mansion Sword Immortal is the true main event. The Long family is merely an appetizer." The moon was veiled by clouds, with only the faintest twinkling of stars visible. The fields and ditches along the roadside were overgrown with wild grass, and the chorus of frogs and insects filled the air. In the distance, the sound of hoofbeats gradually grew louder, overshadowing the croaking and chirping as the torch's glow drew nearer. 8 renowned bodyguards from Jingzhou, each armed with a dagger, held the reins in one hand and a torch in the other. 4 rode in front, 4 behind, with a magnificent black steed at the center, bearing a spirited elder. His temples bulged high, and his eyes sparkled with vigor, shining even through the thick darkness of night. The elder reined in his horse, prompting the others to halt as well. All 8 gazed at him expectantly. After a moment's contemplation, the elder surveyed the dark mountain silhouettes and said, "We are but an hour away from dawn and have now reached the northern side of Wulong Mountain. Let us take a brief respite to allow the horses to graze. Then we shall cross the mountain into Ping'an County just as the sun rises." The 8 bodyguards dismounted, each saddle emblazoned with the character for dragon. These guards were all affiliated with the Long family of Ping'an County. The Long family, affluent and powerful, boasts immense wealth primarily derived from their reputable escort agency. Their Wanqing escort agency is among the 3 most esteemed alongside the Longmen and Sanwei agencies. An escort agency operates by accepting payment to protect valuables or ensure personal safety, also known as an escort business. For bodyguards setting out on a journey, not only must they possess genuine skills, but they also need to be well-versed in the jargon of the martial world to effectively communicate with bandits. When traveling, if they encounter thorny obstacles on the road, they must be prepared to confront potential assailants. Should they establish a rapport and mutual recognition, they may pass unscathed. Otherwise, they must rely on their prowess to determine the victor. The existence of escort agencies depends not only on the presence of bandits in the martial world, but also on their close relationship with it. Notably, those vigilantes who draw the attention of the authorities can find refuge in an escort agency without fear of arrest. The reason for the prominence of the escort agency lies in its considerable influence and the powerful backing it enjoys. For instance, the Long family's Wanqing escort agency is supported by the Jingchan sect. Presently, Wanqing escort agency boasts over 400 escorts, a diverse mix that includes both outlaws from the Green Forest and wanderers of the rivers and lakes, alongside numerous skilled individuals who have retired from the military. These individuals not only possess formidable skills but also maintain extensive local connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world, often comprising former comrades in arms or brothers from their days of roguish adventures, naturally commanding a degree of respect. Ultimately, the agency's success hinges on its network of relationships rather than sheer brute force. If one could dominate the rivers and lakes solely through strength, there would be no need for such agencies. They could establish their own sects and become local tyrants, akin to the righteous 12 sects and the wicked 10 sects. Currently, Long Shaoan has ceased personal escorting and remains hidden in the shadows, while the agency's head, Luo Yixiao, has reached an advanced age. Since he embarked on this path at the tender age of 20, he has traversed the green forest of Jingzhou, undefeated with his bare hands and a single knife. At 40, he collaborated with the Long family to establish Wanqing Escort Agency, which has thrived in Jingzhou for 30 years, weathering many storms while standing resolute. It is said in the Green Forest, better to provoke Yen Luo than to provoke Old Luo. Thus he bears the moniker of the Yen Luo knife. In Jingzhou, upon sighting the escort flag of Luo Yixiao, both the lawful and the unlawful must pay their respects, addressing him as the venerable old escort master. This seasoned escort had intended to retire at 70, to enjoy a life of leisure with his grandchildren, yet he found himself unable to identify a suitable successor. Thus he continued to persevere, now in his 3rd year of reluctant duty. Wanqing Escort Agency, named for its meaning of universal success, has operated for over 30 years without significant blunders, bolstered by the support of the Jingchan sect, leading to a flourishing business that ranks among the top 3 escort agencies. However, this year brought unexpected turmoil. Following the orders of the Right Minister of the Ministry of Works, the agency was tasked with escorting a shipment of rare stones from Jiangzhou's shipping office to the imperial capital. Along the route, calamity struck. Not only were the rare stones seized, but several capable escort masters also met with injury or death. This incident displeased the authorities, and while the capture of the culprits fell under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Justice and local inspectors, the remaining rare stones were of utmost importance. The ministry specifically requested Luo Yixiao's personal involvement. Though aged, with waning vigor and spirit, he relied on the strength of the Jingchan sect's elixir to maintain his preeminent prowess. Aware that this task was pivotal to the agency's reputation, he could not afford to be careless. Thus he summoned 8 adept masters from various branches of the agency, supplemented by soldiers dispatched by the ministry and local law enforcement, totaling over 100 individuals, ensuring a stringent guard throughout the journey. Upon successfully delivering the rare stones, Luo Yixiao refrained from lingering in the imperial capital, opting instead for a swift return to Jingzhou. The current imperial capital is fraught with treachery, teeming with nefarious characters. As an outsider, he found it prudent to steer clear of such tumultuous places. After a taxing journey, he finally entered the domain of Shuiyang Prefecture in Jingzhou, allowing himself a sigh of relief. It is often said that as one grows older in the world of martial arts, one's courage diminishes. And this assertion holds a kernel of truth. In youth, the vastness of the world inspires a sense of boundless adventure. Yet with advancing age, the spirited vigor fades, leaving one to desire the tranquility of their modest domain, yearning for a peaceful existence. This journey, which had long kept Luo Yixiao from personally escorting goods, had instilled within him a tinge of lethargy. However, upon receiving a certain piece of news, all traces of his weariness vanished in an instant. Someone sought to procure a blood dragon pill. The significance of the blood dragon pill for a martial artist below the third realm, particularly for an elder warrior, cannot be overstated. His collaboration with the Long family was largely motivated by the exclusive Daiyuan pill from Jingchan Temple. Should he be able to blend the Daiyuan pill with the blood dragon pill from the Yin female sect, harmonizing the vital energies of blood and yin yang, it may not grant him the ability to regain his youth or extend his lifespan, but it could rejuvenate his physique, restoring his meridians, vitality, and sinews to their prime. For Luo Yixiao, who had already reached the age of 70, this was an opportunity he found nearly impossible to decline. Though he, as a seasoned veteran of the martial world, harbored doubts, he soon reassured himself, for the bearer of the news was his adopted son, whom he had watched grow up. Given that this occurred within the territory of Jingzhou, what was there to fear? Amused by his own thoughts, the formidable Luo, known throughout the Wateryang prefecture of Jingzhou, could not help but chuckle at himself. Suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting the elder's reverie. "Who goes there?" A middle-aged escort, standing at the forefront, called out sternly. The elder refocused and turned to see a figure emerging from the thicket by the roadside. 8 escorts unsheathed their blades, on high alert. The newcomer, leading a horse with one hand and holding a lantern in the other, approached unperturbed. "Stop. Identify yourself," commanded the foremost escort. "It is I," came the reply. As the figure continued to approach, illuminated by the flickering torchlight, he appeared to be in his 30s, with a few strands of long beard, exuding an air of elegance and charm. This individual was none other than Luo Yixian, the adopted son of the elder. Luo Yixian, an orphan abandoned in his infancy, had been discovered by the elder while still in swaddling clothes. Raised by Luo Yixiao, he possessed both sharp intellect and commendable innate talent. By the age of 30, he had already attained the realm of Dan formation, due to his adoptive father's lack of biological children. Luo Yixian was affectionately referred to as the young escort within the Wanqing escort agency. The 8 escorts recognized the young escort and sheathed their swords, bowing respectfully. "Father." Luo Yixian approached, his gaze seeking words that remained unspoken. Luo Yixiao understood the unvoiced message and said, "Let us converse as we walk." With that, the elder led Luo Yixian toward a large tree by the roadside. The 8 escorts, seasoned in the ways of the world and familiar with the nuances of human relationships, discerned that the father and son duo desired privacy and thus remained respectfully in place. Arriving beside the great tree, they were now a considerable distance from the 8 escorts. Although their figures could be faintly discerned, their conversation was inaudible. The elder settled beneath the shade of the tree, gesturing toward a round stone nearby. "Sit, and let us speak." Luo Yixian sat upright across from the elder, slowly speaking. "Foster father, there are developments regarding the blood dragon pill." The elder's gaze flickered slightly as he inquired, "What did the sellers say?" Luo Yixian replied softly, "They wish to meet with you in person." The elder pondered for a moment before nodding. "You may inform them that they can choose the time, while we shall determine the location." As dawn broke, Luo, the old escort leader, hastily departed, but not towards Ping'an County, rather taking a detour south towards Wulong Mountain, instructing the 8 escort leaders to return directly to Ping'an County without waiting for him. The 8 escort leaders complied, and after their horses finished grazing, they continued their journey northward to Ping'an County. This county was the territory of the Long family, the owners of the Wanqing escort agency. Upon entering Ping'an's domain, it felt akin to returning home. The normally cautious escort leaders began to relax, strolling at a leisurely pace while exchanging casual banter about the fortunes of their respective agencies or the well-being of their children and disciples. Suddenly, the foremost escort leader, Li, reined in his horse, raising his hand to signal. The 7 seasoned escort leaders instantly grasped the situation, instinctively placing their hands on the hilts of their long knives, yet refraining from drawing them. After all, there was a precedent of a lesser escort leader falling victim previously and being on their own territory. It would be ill-advised to act hastily against a potential ally. Moments later, a figure emerged from the shadows. The sky had deepened to a rich blue, with the eastern horizon lightening slightly. In the dim morning light, it became apparent that this was a young man, balancing a sheathed long knife across his shoulders and neck. His hands resting on the hilt and the end of the scabbard, exuding a somewhat nonchalant demeanor. Li scrutinized the individual before him, his expression growing grave. Yet he adhered to the conventions of the martial world, cupping his fists and declaring loudly, "Watching escort agency is merely passing through. We offer our respects." Following this, Zhang, standing beside him, retrieved a small pouch from his satchel, containing 10 coins of peace, equivalent to 300 taels of silver, and tossed it a distance away, proclaiming it a token of goodwill, albeit not a formal tribute. The young swordsman did not even glance at the pouch that landed nearby, remaining perfectly still. The 8 escort leaders quickly realized that they were unarmed, had entered their own territory, and were refusing silver. This indicated that the visitor was likely there for vengeance rather than monetary gain. The sound of blades unsheathing resonated as 8 long knives were drawn simultaneously, glinting coldly in the nascent light. The young swordsman grinned, revealing a set of unervingly white teeth, which appeared particularly chilling in the current atmosphere. In the next moment, without uttering a word, the swordsman surged forward like a wraith, swiftly reaching Li's side. Li was caught completely off guard, failing to raise his long knife in defense before his head was severed in a single stroke. In the dimming light of dawn, a fountain of blood erupted high into the air, followed by the headless corpse tumbling from the horse to the ground. The young swordsman flicked his wrist, and blood gushed from the blade, splattering a vivid arc of crimson upon the ground. His chilling gaze swept over the crowd, instilling a sense of dread in the remaining 7 bodyguards, their hearts pounding in terror. The swiftness of that strike was truly horrifying. Among the 8, the leader, Li, possessed the highest cultivation, mere steps away from the dance stage, yet he was still no match for the swordsman's lethal blow. What kind of formidable prowess must their assailant wield? The 7 bodyguards exchanged glances, their silence conveying the unspoken truth. The opponent's strength was such that even their combined efforts would be futile. Their only recourse was to flee in different directions, for they were already within the territory of Ping'an County, not far from the Dragon family estate. There, the esteemed patriarch would certainly take charge of their predicament. With a shared understanding, the 7 bodyguards hesitated not a moment longer. They discarded their torches and urged their steeds into a gallop, each racing towards a separate escape route, leaving the young swordsman behind. The swordsman chuckled darkly, and like a wraith, he swiftly pursued one of the fleeing guards. His blade gleamed like freshly fallen